Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Won for Lightning Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4, and that was my first and last setback. It all began in China, Kinking City. There was news that a baby that gave off light was born. Ever since then, superpowers were discovered in various places, and time passed without the cause being identified. Before we knew it, the supernatural became normal, and dreams became reality. The world has become a superhuman society, and about 80% of the world's population now has some kind of special trait. In this world swirling with chaos, the profession that everyone once dreamed about and admired came into the limelight. That profession is, along with the superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. As the country was stuck in the slow progress in drastic law reforms, courageous people started performing heroic acts from out of comic books, guarding against superpowers and defending against evil. Heroes were soon accepted by the public, and it was established as an official position. Based on their performance, they are paid by the government and gain renown among the masses. Flashback starts on the day which Izuku still remembers like yesterday. It was June 15th, which was his birthday, and a day later his twins Izuku Yagi. Izuku is 6 minutes older than Izumi. He was born at 11:58 p.m. and she was born at 12:04 am. The twins woke up at 7:05 am and ran into Toshinori and Inko Yaga's room and started to jump on their bed. The twins both exclaimed, "We need to go to the quirk doctor to see what quirks we got so we can be heroes like All Might." At that statement, Toshinori said, "I know you guys will get quirks as strong as All Might." After that, Inko and Toshinori got up and out of bed to get ready for their kids' big day. As soon as they had gotten out of bed, Izuku and Izumi ran to their rooms to get ready and get prepared to see what fate had gotten them, and Izuku wore a white All Might t-shirt with blue shorts. Then all 4 of them ate and Toshinori stayed home, and Inko drove them to the quirk doctor as they already had appointment and had to wait, and the anticipation was really getting to Izuku as he really wanted to know his quirk. Later, the nurse had called the 3 into the room, and the 4 years of Izuku's life led up to this moment. The doctor came. He looked his mid-20s and said, "Would you like to know the bad news first or good news?" Then Inko responded with, "Bad news please." Then the doctor said, "I'm sorry, but your son Izuku is quirkless and cannot become a hero." That moment, Izuku's life had just felt like a bad dream, hoping to wake up from it and realize none of this would be true, but it wasn't, and he had to live with the fact that he was quirkless and had gotten one of his dreams and aspirations shattered. Then the doctor said, "On the other hand, your daughter has the potential to become a top hero due to her quirk, which allows her to have telekinetic abilities she inherited from her mother, and only has a weak drawback of her getting a weak headache." Before he could even finish, Inko already started to pick her up and started to ego boost her own daughter as her own son was on the verge of tears. Inko started saying, "Who's gonna be a hero? You or Izumi?" The doctor noticed the frozen, petrified Izuku as his own mother did not give a care about him at all, so the doctor said to him, "They don't see the potential that you have, and you can become a fine gentleman, and don't let the words of you being quirkless hold you down." As the doctor said that to him, he had hugged Izuku, not knowing it would be the last hug he received from an adult until the next decade. As they got back into the car, Izuku thought, "I can still be a hero without a quirk, right?" As they got back home and entered the house, they saw Toshinori sitting on the couch waiting for them. So Toshinori got up and asked, "So how was it?" Then Inko had responded with, "Izuku is quirkless, but Izumi has a very powerful telekinetic quirk that can help her become a top hero." Then no one giving a single F about Izuku and started to simp Izumi for her quirk, and Toshinori picked her up and supermaned her around the house. Yes, super F and manned around their house made up of lies. Sorry, author-san. Izuku was happy for Izumi but only hoped that this would only last for a day, right? But little did he know that he would have to cook, provide for himself, work for himself, just become an adult at 4 years old. Hello guys, it's author-san. Hopefully you guys like chapter 1, and that still goes for chapter 2 and so forth. The quirk info will be at the bottom, and I kinda wanna tell the name. I really like the name of the quirk. Thought. Izuku woke up to only remember that he was quirkless as he had cried himself to sleep last night. As he walked down the stairs, still in pain over him being quirkless and his parents not wanting to give a F about comforting him, he had realized no one was awake and poured cereal, Fruity Loopies, then milk. At least he is still sane. Author send BTW Fruity Loopies FTW. As everyone got downstairs, nobody cared to say hi or OHAYOGOZAIMASU good morning in Japanese if you didn't know to Izuku. But Toshinori and Inko had started to praise Izumi later on. As Izuku finished his cereal, he got ready to leave as they had to tell their friends what quirks they had gotten. When they went to the park, they saw 3 people who were Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and Shoka Todoroki waving at them and yelling, "What quirks did you guys get?" Then Izumi was very happy, whereas Izuku was very sad, and Izuku not talking. Izumi had stated, "I got a very powerful telekinetic quirk, but Izuku is quirkless," she said with a sad look on her face, empathizing her brother. Then a few seconds later, Bakugo had broken the silence by saying, "You said all 5 of us would have powerful quirks, go to UA together, and become the best heroes in the world. But you let us down. You were always a Deku, now you're a quirkless Deku." Izuku was already on the verge of tears due to his parents avoiding him and him being quirkless, but he remembered the doctor, "Don't let being quirkless hold you down, you can still be a hero." Then Izuku said, "I can still be a hero like All Might." Then Bakugo said, "You can never become a hero because you're a quirkless Deku." Then Bakugo walked up and activated his quirk and shot an explosion at his chest. As Izuku fell to the ground, Bakugo had started to kick him and said, "See, you're just a worthless, quirkless Deku. Come on guys, let's leave. He can never become a hero even if he tries harder than us." As Bakugo left, Izumi had followed him, and that left Shoto and Shoka. They both ran up to Izuku as they helped him up and comforted him, but Izuku said, "Thanks for the help guys, but you guys go with Kachin, I want to be alone." Listening to what he had said, they got up and ran to Bakugo and Izumi. Time skip. 7 years later. Izuku was now 5'2" average height but still bullied. Throughout the next 7 years, Izuku was harassed by his peers and bullied through many painful ways. But Shoto and Shoka had always tried to help him, but still that didn't stop his ex-friend Bakugo with his yee-ass haircut and his ho-ho-ass sister Izumi from bullying him in a mental and physical state, because they had always asked him, "Are you still trying to become a hero, Deku?" And as always he responded with, "Yeah, a hero like All Might who always saves everyone with a smile." At home, that didn't stop his parents not giving a single damn about their son not giving a F that he's being bullied at school by his friends, and his sister as Toshinori and Inko didn't make food for him or buy supplies for him. Izuku had to go to after-school jobs to make money for his clothes and supplies for himself, as well as learning how to cook by himself at a young age. He also learned how to tend to his wounds at a young age, because Inko and Toshinori didn't care to see that he came home in ripped or tattered clothes, as they only cared for their precious Izumi and not their forgotten quirkless son, as he had to tend to wounds created by his so-called sister and her friends. Sometimes Izuku would be bullied before school starts, which ruins his clothes, and no one would point out his ruined clothes, but sometimes teachers would yell at him for keeping his clothes in such shabby condition and knowing it was caused by bullying. But one fateful day, Izuku was walking back from school to see a 5-year-old trying to pick up a ball in the middle of the street, but little did the child know that a car was coming at freighting speeds, and Izuku saw this and tried to save the child, as he was too far away, and thought, "If only I was faster, stronger, I could have saved that child in front of me. I guess a quirkless Deku like me can't become a hero after all." But little did he know his heart started to pump faster, and his cells moved faster, his arms and legs started to move faster, his brain cells started to produce faster, and the world started to move around him slower and slower. In an instant he picked the child up and ran past the car to dodge it near seconds, and he put the child down to realize his body had a greenish-blue colored lightning on his arms and legs, and had realized his dormant quirk had activated, and from that day every night he could see a greenish-blue light coming from his window and under his door for the next 4 years. Quirk 1 for lightning. It is the mutated version of Toshinori's quirk 1 for all, and having this quirk allows the user to have complete control over lightning and produce 600 million volts. Lightning strike has 300 million volts, as well as that the user can bend lightning to their will. Lastly, due to the quirk, it makes everything in the body move faster, as well as digestion, heartbeat, thinking, etc. Drawbacks. The drawback of the quirk is you must eat 500 calories to use the quirk for an hour, so 12,000 to use 24 hours. Normal person only can eat 25. But digestion is 10x faster than a normal person, so yeah. Is it too opus or what? Abilities. Faster thinking. Permanent IQ is doubled due to the faster thinking. Speed healing. You can make your cells or someone else's cells move faster and make them heal, but takes some stamina. Lightning fast. Reflexes. Reflexes become faster depending how much is your max speed. Lightning enhancements. You can make yourself as fast as lightning or as strong as lightning. 100% is 2x stronger than 1 for all. Lightning control can control lightning and emit it at max 600 million volts. Lightning armaments can create weapons out of lightning. All Might. Time skip. 4 years. Izuku still trains and now is 5'6" with a very built body with 8-pack abs, but wears baggy clothes so no one knows. He still hasn't told anyone about his quirk. He still cooks, provides, and nurses his wounds by himself. He low-key better than a doctor already, as Toshinori and Inko think that he's quirkless. Now he trained his quirk for 4 years. He can travel 602 miles per hour or 969 kph. Nice. He fast as FBOIII. Meaning he is already faster than All Might by 369 kph, as All Might runs at 600 kph. Now school was about to end, as it was nearing the last week of school. Izuku had made a plan to fake his death and run away. With his big effing brain with the big IQ of 280, reminder, faster thinking doubles IQ. but that he knows where he is going to fake his death as well. He had also written his death messages and just had to finish the last week of school. As it was the last day of school, the Izuku was sitting on his chair wanting to already run away from his family. Then the teacher had came into the room and said, "So I brought the career application forms, but who even gives a sheet about education? Y'all wanna be heroes, am I right?" And had ripped the career application forms in front of everyone and threw it away. At that statement and action, the whole class started to cheer and had begun to use their quirks and show off everyone except Katsuki, Izuku, Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka. Then the teacher had said, "Okay, settle down everyone, you guys know you're not allowed to use your quirks in the school." Then Katsuki yelled, "Hey, yo teach, don't lump me and my crew with these damn extras who don't even have enough potential to get in a third-rate hero school. Me and my crew can take the whole school with our power." As Bakugo said, standing on the desk with a super rare grin. Then the teacher said, "Oh, I see, Bakugo, Todoroki's, and Yaga's had applied for UA." With a small grin on his dumbass face. Then the whole class erupted with laughter as the quirkless Deku has applied for UA. Extra number 1 said, "Deku, you're probably gonna die in the entrance exam and be the first to do so." With a bunch of snickers from that remark. Then extra number 2 said, "Being smart can't make you pass the exam just for that." Then extra number 3 said, "Is there even a quirkless hero so worthless, Deku? You should give up on your dreams." But little did they know Izuku had the most opus quirk out of all of them. Then Bakubich yelled, "You worthless Deku, how are you even gonna get into U? Without a quirk you're even worse than all these extras, cause they know they don't belong in UA." Using his quirk, and from that he fell from his chair onto the ground. A few seconds later, Izumi walked up to him and said, "Brother, why even try? You're just gonna ruin the Yagi name by even trying, you quirkless freak." Then Baku-ass walked up to him, picked him up by the collar, and was about to say something, but luckily the bell rang and Izuku packed up everything except the last book which the explosive Pomeranian had picked up and read Hero Analysis number 13 and laughed and said, "You have 12 more of these, you're not even gonna be a hero, why try?" Then Deku, in his best stuttering voice, he actually didn't stutter, he faked it, said, "KK Kachin, can you give me the book?" Then Bakuhor blew up the book and threw it out the window and said, "HH here DEKU," in his best impersonation voice. Then Izumi and Bakugo said, "Do you want to know a way to get a quirk, you worthless Deku?" Then Izuku had nodded his head, trying to act as innocent as possible. They responded with, "Go take a swan dive of the roof and hope to get a quirk in your next life." At that statement, Shoto and Shoka had gotten scared for Izuku as they were the closest to real friends and hope he didn't do anything crazy. But little did they all know he had already planned something like that. Then as Bakugo, Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka left, Izuku picked up the book beside the pond and left to a shortcut which was a tunnel which smelt very bad, but no one went there so he wouldn't get bullied or get in a fight on his last day in the city he called a hellhole. Then out of a sewer drain came a sludge monster and was trying to take over his body, and luckily he said, "DETRIOT smash." Then Izuku had thanked All Might and had asked for a signature as All Might wrote his signature and jumped away. He didn't ask if a quirkless person like him could be a hero, cause has one for lightning. As he looked in awe at the signature that All Might had written, he heard someone near his house and looked. It was All Might and Izumi and Bakugo. Then Izuku listened and heard All Might, "Young Izumi, I want to tell you a secret, and I think your friend here can keep a secret." Then there was a puff of smoke and saw their dad, and Izumi had said, "Dad, you're All Might." At $$% $WTF, we should tell Izuku, he would freak out. Then All Might said, "Yes, Izumi, and your mother is the green spur. But I want you, young Izumi, to inherit my quirk called One for All, but you would have to go through painful training." Izumi said, "What about Izuku? He's quirkless, he could get the quirk too, right?" Then All Might changed back to Toshinori and said, "Who's Izuku?" "Oh yeah, because Izuku lacks determination and he's weak and quirkless, whereas you aren't and you're strong as well." After hearing that, Izumi simply smirked and accepted the quirk. Then Izuku got so mad he wanted to run away right now, but he composed himself, and when they left, Izuku used his speed and jumped onto the roof and opened the window and went into his room that smelled like dried blood and a bunch of dried blood on the floor, mattress, walls with his hand marks of blood. So he went to use his speed and packed his bags, put all his hero analysis books, rip number 13F in the chat. He put a bunch of snacks, his clothes, and some of his extra money he earned from his jobs. Then he wrote his 2 death messages to tell everyone where he is gonna kill himself. He then taped his message to the mirror and he picked up his old shoes to put his other note in. I'll tell what he wrote next chapter. When he heard Izumi, Toshinori, and Inko, he activated his quirk and went to the location he would fake his death. It was now 5 p.m. as he placed it. Izuku raced out of the place that is a hellhole. All Might present Mike. Back at the Yagi house. It was 8 p.m. and everyone had wondered where Izuku might be, as he usually comes home at 4 but didn't know in what condition he would come in with. So they thought he was in his room and called, but no one responded. They tried to knock once. No response twice. No one the third time they knocked. No response again, and were welcomed to a room that smelt like blood as well as that was stained by it as well, but for some reason it had a small smell of medicine as well. At seeing this scene, Inko's eyes were flooded with tears, and she had just realized that they had neglected their son for 11 damn years as he was forgotten about, and Inko then asked Toshinori if he had know any of this, and he said, and no, I did not know any of this ever happened to Izuku. Both parents were overwhelmed with sadness and grief, for now they had realized what their son had gone through his whole entire life. Then as they explored throughout his room, they saw a message that was addressed to them. So they read it. Dear Toshinori and Inko are All Might and Green Esper. If you're reading this, you have realized that you guys are god-awful parents and just gotten to know a quarter of the pain I have felt in my short 15-year-old life. As my last and final wish, I wish not to be part of your terrible bloodline, as you have neglected me for 11 long years because I am quirkless and nothing else, and that I had to learn to cook as you guys did not cook for me or even cared whether I ate or not, and did not buy me clothes, so I had to work from a young age and learn the life of an adult starting from 4. That was reason number 1. I'll tell you reason number 2 at my death site. P.S. Toshinori, All Might, if you stop me from suicide, you will have to give me one for all, or else I will keep on attempting to kill myself. Okay, All Might, I had encrypted the location. Only person to find it will be the Rat Satan Nezu. I like Nezu, but Rat Satan is funny. Author San. Location: 17 Ra 318 F108 Org 69420. Author's note: it's just keyboard smashing, except last part cause didn't know what to write. As they finished the note, they didn't know what to say about their son knowing their identity, or them being the reason for his death, as Inko and Toshinori had broke into tears. Izumi just looked at in a shocked way that today they told Izuku to stop him for trying to be a hero, but that just made him inflict self-harm. So they had called Eraserhead, Nezu, and Present Mike. They had also called the Bakugos, as well as Izuku was Katsuki's friend, or they thought, and the Todorokis, which were his friends and were nice to Izuku. Then when Endeavor or Uncle Inji, also Nezu, and Aizawa came and he saw the note, he was enraged at All Might and said, "You neglected Izuku. Why, if the media knew this, you wouldn't even be a hero anymore, you effing idiot. And moreover, he's your own damn son like us." HOTOO, that was Endeavor. That was also the same reaction from Aizawa and Nezu as well, and Mike just started screaming that number 1 hero didn't care about his quirkless son. Then Shoto and Shoko were just crying that Izuku is gonna kill himself, and Bakugo acted like he didn't care but he was really scared cause he didn't want Izuku to kill himself, he just didn't want him to hurt himself trying to be a hero. Then when it was 8:37, Nezu had found the location and screamed. The location was a bridge 40 minutes from there by walking, and Toshinori, when All Might and Green Esper started to fly as they carried everyone else. When they reached the location, it was 8:46. The only thing they saw was his shoes and thought that all hope was lost, and some cried, some yelled at Inko and Toshinori, and Katsuki and Izumi were shocked he killed himself. When they walked over and started to read the last message, "Dear Ass Might, Green Beach. And lastly, my slutty sister I am ashamed of. Hopefully, you know why I am calling you guys that. Oh yes, the second reason was I was bullied for 11 years and told to commit and hope for a quirk in my next life by my peers and teachers, but there were 2 who led the charge. Their names are Katsuki Bakugo and my own sister Izuku Yagi. They had both told to kill myself, and so their wish is my command, so I killed the Isora him. If you don't believe me, look at my room. My own sister inflicted harm upon me and my ex-friend Bakugo Katsuki. I only had 2 real friends ever in my entire life, and their names are Shoto and Shoka. I'm sorry to tell you guys I've done this to myself and for you too. If you could get into class 1 for me, I would happy to be your friend." After everyone read it, everyone looked at All Might, Inko, Izumi, and Bakugo in disgust and horror, realizing those who were the closest to him were the reasons for him to end his short life. Then Nezu went to All Might and said, "Is all this true, Toshi?" And he asked again, and then he yelled, and All Might had said, "Why yes," in a very sad tone with his head lowered, knowing he was 25% of the reason Izuku had died. Then they all went to look into Izuku's room to see what he meant to look at his room, and they looked and were horrified, and it clearly looked as if a brutal murder took place. And they even checked the DNA to see whose blood it truly was, and to their surprise it was all Izuku's blood and DNA. Throughout they looked for Izuku's body but couldn't find it and declared him dead. After that held his funeral the week after. All Might's inclusion in Green Esper's as well, also Izumi and Bakugo's, was also kept a secret. After that, Inko had retired as the number 6 of Japan. Shoto and Shoka trained harder than ever to fulfill Izuku's last wish for them. But little did they know Izuku was also training several 100s of kilometers away from them, training for their next match up at UA. Right after Izuku left the note at the bridge, he yelled F12 Akakak, sorry author Sinnoh restart. Right after Izuku left the note at the bridge, he booked it, though he illegally used his quirk he had to so he could leave his troublesome past behind him. He had for an hour at top speed and had traveled 969 kilometers as he 969 kph. As he stopped, he saw a cabin which seemed like a sufficient place to stay. So knocked the door and he saw a very old individual, and so Izuku asked, "Can I stay for a night, and I could pay you any price for a night?" But the elder had simply denied and said, "You don't have to pay me as I rarely get any guests." So Izuku had taken off his shoes and walked in to be introduced by a wall filled with trophies and medals from martial art tournaments. He was amazed at how many tournaments he had gotten first in. The old man asked, "Do you do martial arts?" Izuku replied, "No, but I would love to learn." Then the man said, "Would you like to be my disciple and let me teach you?" As soon as the man finished the sentence, Izuku said, "Yes, I would love to master," as he bowed with respect. Then the old man said, "Wow, a brat with manners, that's a first," as he quietly laughed to himself. Then the old man said, "My training won't be easy, so are you up to the task?" Then Izuku said, "That's as what I hoped, and I wouldn't want it in any other way." Smiling to the old man, the old man had stated, "My name is Higoro Hiyori, but you may address me as Master Hiyori." Time skip 8 months. Izuku trained with old man Hiyori for 8 months, but through that time their relationship from student and teacher went to father and son, as they both saw it that way, and slowly Izuku had told him everything about his past, and old man Hiyori had empathized him and said, "I would have ran away from my family too if I was in that condition." But one day Hiyori was on his deathbed and had given his inheritance all to Izuku because he was like a son to him, his only son. Izuku later had set up Hiyori's resting place and changed his last name from Nothing to Hiyori to remember his teacher that was more of a father than his old idol and father. But in those 8 months Izuku had improved a lot and mastered karate, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, and kung fu. So he spent another 2 days mourning his loss of a true father, and like the old man Hiyori had said on his deathbed, "If I die, move near and start your training near you. Keep all the moves I trained you to do and apply them whilst you're using Quirk, and lastly kick ass in the entrance exams for me." As he remembered the smile old man Hiyori had given, Izuku wiped his tears and said he'd come back every break to tell you what I lent and did, dad. Rip old man Hiyori, better dad than ass might. So Izuku sped up feeling stronger than ever, and as he ran and saw Takoba Beach overrun with litter and thought he could clean it in 2 months and also find work someplace near the beach, and so he started to train at the beach. The only did work, train, eat, and sleep, and were the only things he thought about and did. As he trained more and more, he created a super move or finisher called Chidori. Yes, Sausage Boy Sasuke, shout out to for the idea. Luffy Sekonjara, I am open to more ideas as well as maybe future arcs as well. He only did, and in only 1 month he had completely demolished his goal of cleaning Takoba Beach and kept on adding lightning enhancement when he practiced martial arts. As the entrance exam inched near and nearer, it was a week away, and now our boy Izuku was SXY as F8 pack abs, and all he was now 6'2", yet 2 inches taller than Bakuho in normal MHA. He was walking back from training and heard a scream, "No, not a rape scene, I promise it's more unique, okay?" So he jumped building to building, and it was a hostage situation. See, unique, and it was at a convenience store, and he saw heroes couldn't do anything as it was a hostage situation, and assessed it and saw there was only one robber and hostage, who was girl. And Izuku, knowing he was fast as F, just jumped into the shop through the open doors, hit the robber on his neck and knocked him out, and bridal style carried the women behind the crowd and said, hey, look at me, you're safe now." Izuku was wearing a white tank top. You could see his muscles through it with black sweatbands. The black-haired girl just looked at him and blushed as she saw his muscles and said, "Why, yeah, I'm fine, thanks for asking." Then everyone realized the hostage was behind them with a guy, and the heroes said, "Hey, that's illegal quirk usage, come here." Then Izuku said, "I looked at you useless bums and knew you couldn't save her, so I just thought just let the stronger person do it." Then the pros yelled at him, and Izuku just ran behind them and said, "How are you guys pros if you're so slow?" The pros got startled by him, and people made videos of Izuku saying this kid is too fast for pros, and for like 1 minute he just started to make fun of the pros needing help from a 15-year-old. Then Izuku left, jumping building to building after he clowned on those third-rate pros, as the black-haired girl could only stare at him leaving. Izuku was wearing what you see on the top but had the black mask on so no one would recognize him right now, and he wore black sweatpants as well. He hid his hair as that may reveal who he really is, and his name on the list had Izuku Hiyori. He also was now 6'6" inches taller than when anyone last saw him. So he took a deep breath as he entered the gates, as one of his dreams were about to be fulfilled today, getting into UA. He saw Bakugo, Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka as they were talking about how Izuku would have loved to see it there, and then Izuku laughed quietly as they thought he died. As he passes them, they look at him, and he was wearing green, and they just got a bit teary seeing green and remembering Izuku. And then Izuku saw a brown-haired girl fall, and he was about 60 meters away from her, and people just heard lightning crackle and a greenish-blue lightning go behind him, as to everyone he looked as if he had teleported and caught her, and he said, "Are you okay? It would have been bad luck if you fell on the first day." She just responded with, "Yes." Then Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Hiyori and said, "You can just call me Hiyori." She then said, "My name is Uraraka Achako." As she finished, all the people who were taking the entrance exam would come into the auditorium, and Izuku saw Midnight and thought, "Oh, there's Aunt Nimari, I should ask her if we could use quirks during the test." So he went up to her and asked, "Hey, Midnight, can I use my quirk during the test?" Then she responded with, "Yeah." So he thanked her and sat down. Then the one and only Rat Satan Nezu walked up to the podium and said, "Welcome to the UA entrance exam. Today you will be enduring a written test, in which we assess your knowledge of the hero world, and a practical test, full of challenges that evaluate your strength, courage, compassion, stamina, and quirk. To pass, you must receive a 50% total. And I can assure you, such a feat will not be easy. On behalf of the rest of the staff, I wish you the best of luck. Let the games begin. As soon as he finished, everyone started the written test, and Izuku finished it within 15 minutes using the IQ doubler and his speed, and everyone just looked at Izuku as he finished in record time. Then later he fell asleep, and when everyone finished he woke and got ready for the practical. As everyone handed the papers and everyone left to the second auditorium to get their instruction for the practical. As everyone settled down, Present Mike said, "What is you? A party people, this is your school DDDDJJJJJ." Present Mike, yeah, come on, let me hear you guys. Then somebody just coughed and Present Mike just said, like to keep it chill people, okay? So who's ready for the particle exam? No one spoke. Then Present Mike said, so here are the rules. As Present Mike talked and talked, Izuku just read the pamphlet with the rules on it and fell asleep. Then a blue-haired boy said, "You're the one asleep." Izuku woke up. So Izuku said, "If you want, why are you waking up a man who wants to sleep?" When Izuku said that, an eraser had heard that, he thought to himself, I hope the kid who was sleeping is in my class so I can have sleepy buddy. Then the blue-haired male said, "Why are you going to such prestigious school if you're going to sleep?" And Present Mike, why is such a prestigious school make a mistake on the pamphlet as there is no fourth robot? Then Izuku said, "Hey, Sonic wannabe, I already read the pamphlet and the fourth robot is a 0-pointer. It's a ruse, idiot. God, some people could actually be this slow. By the way, if I see you on the same field, I was gonna use 10% of my, now I'm gonna use 25%. Izuku said in a completely annoyed voice. At that comment, people started laughing throughout the whole auditorium, and the blue-haired boy sat down in complete embarrassment. Then Present Mike said, "Yes, what attendee #XXX said is correct." When Present Mike finished the explanation, they got where they had to go to do the test, and Izuku got area number 1 in City C, and so they left and got on a bus. And when they reached City C, Izuku saw the blue-haired boy and looked at him in such way he scared that boy to his depths. Then he saw the brown-haired girl whom he saved looked nervous, and he just talked to her to try to stop from being nervous, and it helped her. Then Present Mike started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Go. As Present Mike said go, Izuku just disappeared and reappeared to the next robot, to the next, and destroyed all the robots before anyone else could get to it. The monitoring room looked in awe at Izuku, and Aizawa said, "I want that kid in my class." With a small grin, seeing this much potential from a kid. Then someone said, "What's his name?" Then another person said, "Izuku Hiyori." When that person said Izuku, he just stopped breathing as it was his son's name, but it was someone else because his son had already died. Then all the robots were destroyed by Izuku, and they said on the PA, "Izuku Hiyori, you passed with the maximum amount of points, and you broke the record for the most amount of points in shortest amount of time." Then when he was walking back, Izuku looked at the blue-haired boy, and that boy just looked at Izuku in horror at the massacre. He was in the center. Then he looked and watched the redo for that round, because only getting one student from that round would be bad. Then the 0-pointer was released and had destroyed anything in his path, and he saw the brown-haired girl was hurt as everyone else ran away. Even the blue-haired boy, who prided himself too much, ran away as well. Then Izuku appeared right beside her, picked her up, and brought her to the medbay area, and ran back to the 0-pointer and yelled, "CHIDORI." So he jumped right at its torso and stamped it with his lightning-filled hand, which blew up the whole robot as well as the area behind it, and people screamed at the raw power. But the monitoring room was filled with buzz to meet this new student. There was a bunch of smoke, and Izuku walked out with his hoodie not even on him, as well as his shirt and mask, and all the teachers were shocked to see who it really was. As All Might was speechless, was that boy who destroyed the fake city with one move, his son, and the teachers also thought if it was really the dead quirkless boy. Then Izuku ran back to the med bay as it looked as he reappeared and disappeared, went Uraraka and used speed healing, taking only a small bit of his stamina, and healed the girl. As she thanked him, they heard Nezu on the PA saying, "May Izuku Hiyori please make his way to my office?" Then Izuku just said, "Guess I'm in trouble." As the PA was closed, Izuku left to go to the office on an entrance exam. That's a first. In the monitoring room, everyone was amazed that Izuku was alive and has a quirk, and a very powerful one at that. Then All Might was called by Nezu as well as Aizawa, but All Might would wait outside till he is called in, and Aizawa would be with Izuku and Nezu. As Izuku was about to enter the office, he looked at his right hand. He used his finisher on has a 3rd-degree burn, as he thought to himself, "I can only use 25% of the lightning enhancements, but I can get stronger." When he entered, he saw Principal Nezu sitting on a chair whilst drinking some tea, and Aizawa on his right standing in formal clothes. Nezu looked at Izuku and said, "Nezu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal." Then Izuku said, "No, you're a chimera, as you're a combination of the two, plus you have intelligence also. I can sense All Might 53 meters away from here, so tell him to F off." Then Nezu said, "Ah, feisty smart one, you'll be fun to teach." Then Izuku responded, "Yeah, I know I will." What do you want? Then Nezu said, we want to know why you faked your own death. Then Izuku smiled and said, you have a pretty high intelligence, you could probably piece it together. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Then Nezu just slurped his tea and said, but we want your whole side of the story. Also how you got your quirk as you quirkless. Then Izuku said, okay, geez, don't do that though. So Izuku started to tell them about how his parents neglected him, his sister and her friend bullied him. Then on one day when he was 11, he was walking back from school and he saw someone about to die from a car crash by walking in front of the car, and Izuku ran, but he realized he was way too slow, but then the dormant quirk activated and how he saved that person. Then he told them that he never told anyone about his quirk as he thought they would only talk to him because of his quirk and power and not who he really was. My quirk's name is One for Lightning, as I had a dream the day it activated, and it is a mutation of All Might's quirk. So after Izuku had told him what and how it occurred, All Might was walking closer and closer into the office. Izuku not wanting to talk or face him, he said, tell All Might to F off, you rat bastard. I like Nezu, but I'm sorry, author-san. Nezu said, Aizawa cancel his quirk and capture him. But little did they know Izuku had already made a plan to escape just in case if they tried to catch him to get him to talk to All Might. Izuku said, if I escape, will I still get into UA? Then Nezu said, we'll just see this as a test to see your potential to escape. Then Izuku said, well, good luck trying to catch what you can't. Izuku waited for Aizawa to cancel his quirk as he wouldn't expect him to do something as he good luck trying to catch what you can't meant he would use his quirk. But Izuku, having the ginormous IQ of 280, picked up his chair and threw it at Aizawa and then jumped into a window to escape from the 40th floor, and Nezu said, you won't survive, Izuku. Then as Izuku was falling down, created around 38th floor a platform of lightning only he could stand on without getting electrocuted. Then Izuku said, I guess I won. But Izuku's legs were not winning. He used speed healing on his legs and was fine but had about 30% of his stamina left. Then he just created platform after platform to get down as he couldn't wall run as he wasn't fast enough. Then he heard All Might yell, young Izuku, I'm simply very sorry, please forgive me. Then Izuku said, shut up old man, I'm not related to you anymore, and to simply put it F off in All Might, copied voice by Izuku in face. Then All Might jumped down to try to chase Izuku and Izuku ran off, but All Might tried to keep up, but Izuku was faster than him and so All Might lost Izuku again. Then Izuku looked at his phone and said, oh shit, I got work. Then Izuku ran back home, changed, went to work, and when he coming back from work he saw the girl who he saved a week ago. As he looked away, the girl called him and so he went to her and she just said thanks again, but she said, wait, were you at the UA entrance exams? Then Izuku said, yeah, I was. Why? So people said, we saw a green-haired monster destroy a 0-pointer. Then Izuku said, that's how they see me. Well, who cares, I'm already guaranteed class 1A. Then Izuku said, you also took the entrance exam too. But I didn't see you there. Then the black-haired female said, yes, Momo author-san. Oh, I took the recommended exam. Then Izuku said, well, your quirk must be helpful, what is it? Izuku said with star-shaped eyes. Then onyx-eyed girl simply chuckled at his reaction and said, my quirk is creative, I can create any inanimate object as long as I know the molecular structure. Then Izuku said, your quirk can be helpful in any kinds of situations, that's so cool. Then Izuku said, will I see you in class 1A? After saying that, Izuku disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile at the Yagi house, y'all know what about to happen. Toshinori walked in thinking about what Nezu said to him. His quirk's name is One for Lightning and was dormant inside of him until he was 11 and he kept it a secret until now. Then quietly in a slow stuttered voice, I Izuku is Essa Olive, while holding back his tears and went to Inko and Izumi and said, I saw Izuku you at TTH the entrance CC exam, he had a quirk of V-Rai power full, one is S power full as mine, no at T co old Bimori. Sorry about this part being messed up, just had to do it so you guys could imagine it. When he said that, Izumi and Inko had thought he went crazy, and then he showed the video of Izuku destroying and walking away from the 0-pointer. They were happy and holding back tears that he was really alive. Then Toshinori said, H-ha had th this Quirk kwh and he w was 11. Izuku walked into the post office to see if he got the letter for UA, and he did, and he went to Takoba Beach and opened it and he saw Principal Nezu and Aizawa, and Nezu said, hello, Izuku, I am very scared of you and you passed with 2060 points in the practical and 100% in the written. Welcome to Hero Academia. Then the message blew up. Izuku was very happy. He broke the record for the most marks and fastest amount of time as well. He was surely scary due to his potential. On the following week came Monday. Izuku was very scared, excited, and nervous, and he came 40 minutes before and just started to read, and the blue-haired boy came to Izuku and said, sorry, we couldn't see eye to eye. Hopefully we can be friends. My name is Tenya. Then Izuku said, yeah, me too. Ida name's Izuku Hiyori. Slowly 40 minutes became 30 minutes and he saw the black-haired girl and she said, I see we both got into 1A. Then Izuku said, sure, my name's Izuku Hiyori. You can call me Hiyori, what's her name? Then the girl responded, Momo Yaoyorozu, and I hope we become friends. As Izuku nodded and started to read his book again. 20 then 10 minutes and then he saw Izumi, Katsuki, Shoto, and Shoka enter. They thought they were imagining Izuku and whispered to each other, do you guys him too? And then Izumi went up to Izuku and said, HF off ho-ho ass slut. Izuku responded to her without even thinking, and she was just scared and happy Izuku was still alive. Katsuki and said, what did you say to her, you worthless Deku? Izuku disappeared from in front of them and knocked out Bakuho and walked to Shoto and Shoka and said, hey, long time no see. They just looked at him and hugged him and said, Baka, why did you leave us alone with them? Never do that again. Then Izuku said, sorry, can't make promises. Then all three of them laughed. After they finished, Aizawa came in with his yellow sleeping and said, if you're here to make friends, you should leave. As soon as he said that, everyone settled down, and then Aizawa said, 9 seconds should have taken less for all of you to settle down. Then Aizawa said, okay, we're going to Field Gamma, put on your P.E. uniforms. But some people asked questions to Aizawa and said, aren't we supposed to go to the assembly? Then Aizawa said, who honestly gives a F about an assembly anyway, my class, my rules. When they got into the changing rooms, there was a small grape that Izuku saw, and he said, hey, guys, I found a peeking hole left by our upperclassmen. As soon as he tried to peek, Izuku said, why the F are you doing this? Next person who tries to peek has to go through me, all right. All the boys just said meh and started changing, and then a red-haired boy said to Izuku, dude, how'd you get that ripped? Izuku just responded with, hard work. As everyone finished changing and went to Aizawa, and he said, it took all of you 7 minutes to change, you guys are so slow. Then Aizawa said, Izuku, you got the highest marks ever on the entrance exam, so you go first for the ball throw. How much did you get in middle school? Then Izuku said, sure, I think I had 63 meters. As he said that, Izuku used 25% lightning enhancement and threw it, causing sonic booms and the electricity burning his shirt and pants. Then Izuku said, can I get a lightning-proof P.E. strip, and how much did I get? Then Aizawa said with a grin, 32,186.9 or 20 miles. At that action, half the students just had pure fear from Izuku. Then Izuku said, oh, pretty good. Then a girl with pink hair and skin said, oh, that looks fun, I want to try it. Then Aizawa said, fun, whoever gets the last gets expelled. Then Uraraka said, that's not fair. Then Aizawa just looked and raised an eyebrow at the class and was about to talk, but Izuku said, do you think natural disasters are fair? And if you fight with villains, do you think they're gonna have a fair fight, or a fight with one who is undefeatable? No, part of being a hero could be fair. Our job is to protect people, and we have to practice for the worst outcome. Then as Izuku finished, Aizawa said, I couldn't have said it better myself, problem child. As the class went on, Izuku got second on the ball throw because Uraraka got infinity. Then there was the 50-meter sprint. Izuku got 0.000001 second and first. For the long jump, Izuku landed 3 sand pits away and 1 sand pit in front of a girl who had a frog quirk, and again he got first. For the grip test, Izuku broke the machine and got first. For the repeated sidesteps, Izuku got first again because his power and speed. Then the test ended with, first Izuku Hiyori, second Izumi Yagi, third Momo Yaoyorozu, fourth Bakugo Katsuki, fifth Shoto Todoroki, sixth Shoka Todoroki, 22nd Minoru Mineta. When the results were announced, Mineta started to cry and scream, I didn't get to touch any girls yet. Then Aizawa said, I lied, I simply just said it so it would unlock all of your guys' potential. The class hearing this were just shook and yelled what? But Izuku just didn't care, as well as Bakugo, Izumi, Shoto, Shoka, and Momo. Then Momo said, of course, if you guys had thought it through properly, you guys would have seen that obvious lie. Then Izuku thought to himself, wow, there is actually a smart person in my class. The rest of the day was just going to English, science, and math, but Izuku didn't care, as it was too simple for his brain, as his intellect challenged Nezu. All might on the P.A. The day started off as normal with the regular easy classes like English, math, science for Izuku, and was bored out of his mind, and was about fall asleep during those classes as it was way too easy for Izuku. But then he heard someone say, I am coming through the door like a completely normal person. When he heard this, he just wanted to leave school, as he thought, I'm already in a class full of idiots, and now this one comes. God, how could my life get this worse? Everyone was smiling and very happy, but only Izuku was the one with an emotionless face, and thought that everyone thinks that the number one hero is training them, but he's really the number one fake. He heard some kid say, whoa, All Might is really teaching this year. He's so manly. The only thing Izuku could think is, no sheet Sherlock, more like trash. Then he heard the frog girl say, isn't that his Silver Age costume? Then someone replied, he's so cool. Izuku thought, they don't know who he really is. Then he heard Izumi say, hey, Dad, you're teaching us this year. Everybody looked at her with crazed or amazed looks except Izuku, Bakugo, Shoto, and Shoka. The only thing Izuku could think of is how his sister is such a attention-hogging slut who can't live for a second without attention, and probably has no compromise to develop or help society, and as well as how she just thinks about herself and no one else. Then All Might said, "Hello, young heroes, this year I will be teaching the hero basic training. It is the subject where all of you will train in different ways and will learn the basics of being the hero. So today we will be doing," as he proceeds to pull a card out of ass, then read, "combat training." Then Bakugo screamed, "Combat, I love combat," with visible bloodlust on his eyes and face as it looked like he was yearning to hurt someone. Then Izuku whispering to himself, "Training," as he said it in a calm voice knowing he will destroy all of them. Then All Might said, "Now with heroics training you shall also use these," as he pressed a button and from the right wall 1-22 numbered briefcases with costumes in them. They were created from your requests in the registration before you school started. Form all your choices and depending on your style, said All Might. Then everyone ran to pick up their suitcase and left to change their costume that they had wanted to put on for such a long time. After a little while, as everybody was waiting for each other in ground beta, the only one left was Izuku, and then Bakugo realizing that said, "That worthless Deku probably got scared from hearing about combat training and ran away." Everybody wondered where he was and Izuku jumped from out of nowhere and said, "You guys gossip like a bunch of middle school girls," as he landed in front of them with this on, and may have created a pretty deep impact crater. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Then All Might said, "So are all of you young heroes ready for combat training?" Then everyone except Izuku said, "Yes, All Might Sensei." Then All Might said, "All right, you may talk amongst yourselves so I can get ready," as All Might tries to find his notes for that part of class. Then Izuku went over to Momo and said, "Is your costume like that cause of your quirk?" Then she developed a small blush due to costume being so revealing and said, "Yeah, usually people just look at it with perverted reasons, but you're the first to realize I did cause of my quirk." Then she said, "Hiyori, your costume looks really cool." Then Izuku said, "Yeah, I made it this way so it could be easy for stealth as it all dark colors." Then All Might said, "For the combat training the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon and the heroes must try to catch the villains or decommission the device. The villains can catch the heroes or protect the device for the specific amount of time. Now it's time to draw teams from this box. Also, see who they're fighting. There will be 8 teams of 2 and 2 teams of 3 to have fair games." So the teams were drawn and Izuku and Momo were in Team of Heroes and had to defeat Team D Bakugo and Izumi. Knowing this, Izuku was getting ready to defeat both of them and decommission them instead of the nuclear device. So they both teams got ready and made plans. Team A's plan was that they already knew Bakugo would come after Izuku and they would 2v1 him. After catching him, they would 2v1 Izumi or 1v1 as Momo would tag the device to decommission. Then All Might on the paw said, "Are the heroes ready?" Momo and Izuku nodded. "Are the villains ready?" Bakugo and Izumi nodded to All Might as well at the camera. Then All Might said, 3.2.1, start. As soon as All Might finished, Bakugo started to go towards Izuku and yelled, "Deku, I'm gonna kill you." As Bakugo yelled with pure anger, bloodlust, and jealousy about how Izuku is the most powerful in the whole class. Izuku already guessed this and dodged his attack as a right hook was very obvious, and he actually yawned during the attack, closing his eyes, and still dodged all of Bakugo's explosions. Then Izuku said, "You're pretty weak compared to the trash talk you give," saying that Bakugo just went fully at him, just trying to hit Izuku, but that didn't work. Then Izuku said, "I haven't used my quirk yet, you know that." After Izuku said that, everyone was amazed that he actually didn't use his quirk as they realized that lightning comes off him when he activates the quirk. Also, that so far he's lasting really good without using his quirk against the 3rd strongest person in their class. Then Bakugo yelled, "You asked for this, you Deku." Then Izuku said, "Dude, how much would I have to give to shut up?" Then Bakugo said, "Die," as he aimed his gauntlet at Momo and took out the pin and said, "You can't dodge this, you worthless Deku." Then even All Might said, "Young Bakugo, don't." Then Izuku, without thinking, jumped in front the blast and blocked it, and at that scene Bakugo laughed and everyone at the monitoring room was horrified that a student killed another student. As the smoke had covered Izuku's body, no one knew what his wounds were like. As the smoke started to clear up, the monitoring room that Class 1 was filled with screams and crying that Izuku could be badly hurt or worse. But as the smoke cleared out, they saw Izuku and he said, "Lightning armament, shield of hope," as it created a shield that blocked of the explosion from hurting Izuku and Momo. From the monitoring room, sighs of relief could be heard. At this scene, Bakugo was dumbfounded that Izuku blocked one of his attacks unscathed. Then Izuku said, "You know what, Kaken, I realized you made 2 mistakes, the first being born and the second trying to hurt my friend," as his lightning became more stronger and started radiating of him. As soon as Izuku said that, Momo felt a small blush creep on her face. Then Izuku said, "And no, I won't feel bad for not holding back, even though I will hold back lightning enhancement, 5%. Then again, the monitoring room was filled with grief for Bakugo as they know how much he effed up. as it looked as if Izuku took one step and appeared right in front of Bakugo and punched him once in his stomach as Bakugo spat out blood and flew back, and then Izuku went right behind him and kicked him in his back as Bakugo screamed, and then Izuku went in front of him and gave him an uppercut, and right after that he grabbed his legs and spun once, throwing him into a wall, dislocating his shoulder blade as Izuku was laughing at his screams as Bakugo had begged for Izuku to just use capture tape on him as he begged for mercy. Then eventually and luckily Bakugo got knocked out, but then it was Izumi's turn, as Izuku and Momo climbed the villain hideout to find the paper mache nuclear bomb. Izuku begged Momo so he could beat up Izumi, and Momo said, "Fine, go ahead," as she just wanted to see the one-sided massacre to occur. Then Izuku said, "Hey Izumi, how much of it can you use?" Izumi said, 40%. Why? Then Izuku said, "Use it." Then she powered up and yelled, "One for all, full cowling 40%. Then Izuku powered up and yelled, "Lightning enhancement 20%. Then everyone watching was glued onto the screen, seeing the strongest in the class fighting to see who would remain supreme. Then as they both ran to each other, the speed was similar as Izuku tried to match it, and Izuku, knowing martial arts, knew the playing field wasn't fair, so he planned to Izumi to hurt herself by using too much of her power, as he theorized that like he uses too much power he hurts himself, so he thought it would be the same for her, and he was right. So he was dodging all her attacks, then said, "I'm only using 20% and you're using 40%. You should be 2 times as powerful, but you're just weak." Then Izumi yelled, "Too slow. I'll show you speed," as she powered up to 50%, but using it would cause a bit of pain and she would paralyzed all over for 3 hours if she used it for 6 minutes, and so the countdown started. Then Izuku said, "Is that all? You're pretty weak for being a user for it." After he said that, Izumi jumped at him using 100% and hit him into a wall as he flew back 3 buildings away. People worried as Izumi hit him with full power, as Izumi's arm became red and had shattered all the bones in her right arm as blood was flowing down from it. Then Izuku reappeared in front of her with blood flowing from his head, and Izuku said one thing, "Speed healing activate," as the whole class looked in awe that Izuku's wounds closed within seconds, and he ran right beside her and whispered, "For being All Might's daughter, you're a complete joke to his name and an embarrassment to the Yagi name, Miyamoto younger sister in Japanese." She looked in shock for what he had said, and he spoke again and said, "The moment you got angry you had lost." Then Izuku ran right in front of her and punched on the right side of her face. Then left, then spun around to kick her on the side with his right leg as she flew to the side, slowly losing consciousness. Then continuing the attack, he ran behind her, grabbed her head from the back and smashed her face into the ground. After that they realized Izumi was unconscious and had stopped the training, and All Might on the paw said, "The heroes win. Heroes could please take the villains to the infirmary." Then as Izumi and Bakugo were dropped off at the infirmary, Momo and Izuku went back, and All Might asked, "So who do you guys think was the MVP for that match?" Then Momo raised her hand, and an All Might called her, and Momo said, "The MVP had his Hiyori, as he fought both of them and got into their minds and made all of their movements and attacks predictable, as me being his teammate did nothing, and you could have just called that the strongest student in the class versus the second and third." Then All Might said, "Yes, Yaoyorozu is correct. Izuku got into their minds and angered them, as he said to Izumi, 'The moment you got angry you had lost.'" Then All Might said, "All right, let's change locations and get ready for the next match." Then everyone except Izuku nodded and said, "Yes, sir." As their match ended, now Izuku had to do the boring part, watch all the other matches. "I'm too lazy to write the others 2 chapters in one day is actually very hard to manage." The next day, there were many reporters at the front door, and that made it hard to enter UA. Izuku was already annoyed of the reporters. Then one reporter asked him, "How's All Might as a teacher?" Then Izuku just responded with, "F off," as he proceeded to jump over the school wall, and Aizawa saw this and smiled and thought, "This kid knows how to handle the media." Then when everyone was in the class, Aizawa said, "I saw the combat training footage yesterday. Keep kicking ass, Izuku. All of you other guys need all the help you can get." Then Aizawa said, "No, we have to do the homeroom business," as he said with a sigh. Then someone said, "Another test, new." Then Aizawa said, "No, we're picking the class representatives." Everyone let out a sigh as they were finally doing a normal school thing. Then Aizawa said, "You guys do it yourselves, I'm gonna go sleep," as he jumped into his yellow sleeping bag. Then someone blurted out, "Pick me, guys." After that someone followed and said, "I want to be class rep." Izuku was already tired of everyone's bullshit and thought, "Bruh, I just want to go home and I'm stuck in this class fight for a position, a effing position, bruh, all this BFing ass." Then he heard an explosion and someone yelling on top of their lungs, "Vote me, you damn extras, or else I'm going to kill anyone who doesn't vote me." Then he heard another kid, "I'll take it." Then some other idiot yelled, "Yeah, you're gonna need me." Then there was the sparkle-obsessed twat, and he said, "Someone with style would be best." Then the pink pigmented girl said, "I'm, like, totally the right pick." Then there was that perverted grape and he said, vote for me and I'll make the girls' skirts 30 centimeters above the knees. As he said that you could see blood dripping from his nose. Izuku thought, in a normal classroom, a representative's duties would just be a bunch of extra work. But here in the hero course, there's more to it. It's a way to get noticed by agencies and prove you can lead a team like a real pro. But I don't need it cause they're all weak and need that extra recognition. Then the stern Ada said, silence, everyone, please, and continues, the class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Then everyone except Izuku responded with, it's pretty obvious. You want us to vote for you. Then someone said, we've only known each other a few days. Then someone else replied, how do we know who we can trust? Then someone else added, besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. Most people will. Then someone said, but that means whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job. Then Ida said, it's the best way, right, sir? Then Aizawa lazily said, do what you want, just decide. Before my nap's over. Then Ida said, thank you for your trust. Then Izuku said, yes, finally it's gonna end. 5 minutes later, Izuku thought, how the FDID I get 7 effing votes. I didn't want any effing piece in this dumb sheet. Hey, at least I don't have a effing idiot as the vice representative. Votes. 1. Izuku Hiyori 7 votes. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu 4 votes. 3. Izumi Yagi 3 votes. Then Bakugo yelled, okay, who are the idiots that voted for the worthless Deku? Then Kirishima said, what, did you honestly think anyone was gonna vote for you? Who would you choose? A future psychopathic killer, pervert, attention-hogging slut Izumi, or the effing pinnacle of mankind a effing Chad who is also the strongest in the class Izuku? Then Bakugo just said, what did you just say? You effing extra. Then Izuku just came behind him, knocked him out. Then Izuku said, much better. Then Aizawa said, all right, so the class rep is Izuku, and our deputy is Yaoyorozu. Then someone said, really? It's not a mistake. Then someone sighed and said, how'd this happen? Then someone added, this might not be so bad. A little later someone also said, yeah, I can get behind Izuku I guess. Then Pikachu said, Yaoyorozu was totally on top of it. When it came to our training results, Momo thought how she and Izuku are the representative together. As she blushed, to the cafeteria, Izuku just grabbed his bento boxes he made himself and sat at any empty table. Then Uraraka, Ida, Momo, Shoto, and Shoka followed me to the table and we ate as everyone congratulated us. An alarm went off warning. Level 3 security breach. On the paw it said, all students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Then someone asked, what's a level 3 security breach? Then a third year said, it means that someone's managed to get past the school's barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should get going. Then some kid yelled, stop shoving so hard. Then someone screamed, hey, I'm walking over here. New Jersey accent. Then another person said, wait, I'm getting trampled. Then someone else said, I said, stop pushing me. Oh, this is a total mob. Izuku thought. Everyone had a quick reaction to the breach as expected from UA students. It's good, but people are getting trampled or hurt. Then Izuku had thought, who in the world could have trespassed onto campus grounds? Then Izuku had looked outside and saw and thought, it's the press that was outside. Then Izuku yelled, hey, dumbasses, how you all looked. It's the press, look outside and calm your tits down and get to your classes in an orderly fashion. We are you. Show them how the best of the best act. Geez, dumbasses. Then everyone looked outside and just slowly went to their classes. Then one reported said, all you have to do is give us All Might. Then another reported said, he's here somewhere. The Midnight said, we said it's his day off. When everyone got to their classes, Aizawa said to Izuku, Izuku, good quick thinking. Then Izuku was asked to do a speech as class rep in front of his class by Aizawa. Then Izuku said, all right, thanks for voting for me. I didn't want to be class rep, I just wanted to sleep and I'll do all the work to minimum requirement. Then everyone just said, okay. To the principal's office, Nezu said, how are ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? Someone else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this purely a show of power or a declaration of war? Back to the classroom, Aizawa said, today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. When Aizawa said that, some students gasped All Might was going to teach them, and Izuku thought, great, that doofus is going to teach MF needs to read notes when he teaches. How is he even a teacher? Later Izuku thought, 3 pros? Is that because of the break-in? Then someone asked, sir, what kind of training is this? Aizawa responded with, rescue training. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. The whole class was excited except Izuku, cause he didn't give a shit, cause it would probably boring as hell. Then Aizawa said, guys, I'm not finished yet. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about costumes. Then Aizawa said, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. This special training's at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. Izuku yawned and got up and grabbed his costume and thought, rescue training. I'll still show everyone that I am the strongest in any circumstance. Izuku POV. Then as everyone sat on the bus, I was sitting beside Momo, but she was awfully quiet and her face was red. Momo POV. My shoulder is touching his shoulder at $$% at $$@ The best POV narrator. Then Izuku asked Momo, hey, Momo, are you excited for the training? Then Momo said, oh wait, yeah, I am. Then Momo said, I noticed you always get annoyed when All Might is mentioned or is talking. Then when Izuku heard that, he thought, oh shit, she realized that. Then Izuku said, I'll tell you later in private, as he whispered to her. 5 minutes time skip. Aizawa said, hey, we're here. Stop messing around. Then all the students said, yes, sir. But Bakugo said, whatever. Then they saw a hero in a spacesuit and she said her name is 13 and she said, hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you. Then Uraraka was fangirling over her. Then 13 said, I can't wait to show you what's inside. Then some kids said, this is gonna be awesome. Then Kirishima said, holy crap, it looks like some kind of amusement park. Then 13 said, a shipwreck, a landslide, fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ. Then some kids said, just like Universal Studios Japan. Then some kids said, hey, where's All Might? Then 13 said, apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. I'm sorry, I should be able to catch the tail end of the rescue exercises. I'll be there as soon as I can. That man is the height of irresponsibility. Then Aizawa said, well, we should be okay with just the two of us. The clock's ticking. We should get started. As 13 agreed with Aizawa's statement. Then Kirishima said, cool. They also have fake villains too. Then some people responded with, awesome. Then Aizawa said, fake villains? Oh shit, they're real villains. Then Aizawa said to the students, stay back. Then Izumi said, the villains are attacking us. Then Izuku said, no effing shit, Sherlock. Then a villain covered with mist said, the only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. Then Aizawa said, so you scumbags used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus. Then the mist-covered villain said, where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Then Kirishima said, what? Real villains? No way. How could so many of them get into a UA facility this secure, without the alarms going off? Then 13 said, I don't know. Then Aizawa said, 13, get them out of here. Also, alert the main campus. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications, too. Then 13 said, what are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Then Aizawa said, you can't be a pro if you only have one trick. I'll leave it to you, 13. Then the purple mist-covered villain said, there is no escape for you. At that statement, Aizawa gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Then the villain said, it's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I am Kurogiri. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Ah, well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. Then Bakugo yelled, did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Then Kurogiri said, you live up to your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. The Kurogiri spoke again and said, I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades and your deaths. So then Kurogiri teleported all of them. Izuku thought, water. He must have a warping quirk. They came here to kill All Might. But he's not in class right now. But where is he? Then the frog girl jumped and used her tongue to take Izuku out the water. Then Izuku said, thanks, Asui. But then she said, call me Tsu. Then Minda said, you know for a frog you have big boobs like floaties. Then Izuku said, you want me to throw him? Then she said, if he says anything else that's perverted you can throw him. Then Izuku said, sure. Then Minda said, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Then Izuku said, they teleported us here despite you being more powerful in water, meaning which they don't know our quirks. Then Tsu said, you're really smart but all you do in class is sleep. Then Izuku laughed, oh, I have IQ of 280. Hearing that, Minda got scared of Izuku. Then Izuku said, I'll just beat all the lackeys in seconds, and Izuku jumped in the water. Then Tsu said, wait, they're more powerful in water as well. Then Izuku said, discharge. As lightning spread across the whole water area and fried the villains until they were fried and climbed back on the boat, and Izuku said, see. Minda and Tsu looked at him shocked and said, now we're trapped. Then Izuku picked both of them up and ran on the water. He is Jesus. Then as they got at the waterfront, Izuku dropped them both and he said, see. Then he looked to see Aizawa fight as he cancelled the person's quirk as he was fought. Then he saw a person with hands on his face and arms and a bunch of lackeys team up on Aizawa as the man with hands around him said with a raspy voice, that annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it? Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head. As the villain grabbed him and touched him, and slowly Aizawa's elbow started to disintegrate. Then a jet black bird face open brain thing walked out of a portal and Shigaraki said, the Namu is finally here. Eraserhead, meet the anti-symbol of peace. All might and present Mike. As the Namu walked out of the portal, Shigaraki said, Namu F Eraserhead. Then Namu ran in front of Aizawa and punched him in the stomach, then in the chest and then head, completely knocking out Aizawa as Aizawa was hanging onto life by a thread. He yelled, SENSEIII. 5 minutes ago. Ha, you thought the fight scene was gonna happen. 13 told Ida to run and as it would save the lives as Eraserhead single-handedly kept the League of Villains at bay. Kirishima said, Mr. Aizawa is so manly. He's handling a whole army like it's nothing. As a manly tear rolled down his cheek. Then when Aizawa got knocked out, 13 rushed to help Aizawa and 13 yelled at Ida, go now, call All Might and tell him the League of Villains attacked. As 13 fought, she also got a pretty hard hit from Namu and got knocked out trying to help. Izuku, seeing this, couldn't see his teachers being killed as he got angry and angrier. Tsu told him not to go, but he said, they're dying, you expect me to sit still? Would I be a hero if I did so? Then Izuku yelled, SENSEIII, as he ran toward the Namu and he said, all of you F-ed up, as he ran in front of the Namu and went straight to lightning enhancement 30% as he gave a barrage of attacks but didn't affect the Namu in any way or form, but hurt him more than the Namu as his muscles became sore and blood started to leak from them as well. But luckily the adrenaline kicked in, not having Izuku feel any of the pain yet. Then Shigaraki said, Namu, destroy this fool who thinks he can match you in strength. As he said that, Izuku dodged all of the attacks. Izuku thought, it absorbs all of my hits. Is it because of a shock-absorbing quirk? Izuku lost and thoughts, got punched in his gut and spat out some blood. Izuku then jumped 10 feet back to regroup as he felt he had a few broken ribcage bones and then saw his classmates and he yelled, take Aizawa-sensei and 13 Sen fight him. Everyone looked in shock as even the teachers couldn't beat that thing called a Namu. How is a first year? Then he yelled, go take them and run to safety, I'll hold them back. As Izuku said that, Shigaraki said, Namu beat Eraserhead into pulp. So the Namu followed Shigaraki order as Izuku ran to pick up 13 and gave her to the class. Then Izuku saw Aizawa on the ground and been kicked as he was unconscious, and Izuku was already angry, but this made him very mad. He ran toward the Namu and got Eraserhead and handed him to the class, and Izuku felt his movement of his arms get restricted by his costume and he ripped the shirt off. The girls saw this and immediately started blushing from his 8-pack abs. Izuku didn't see this or care. He ran in front of Namu and he said one thing. Godspeed. Izuku's hair went up as if gravity didn't affect it. The lightning that radiated off him went into a circular pattern like he was a Tesla coil. Then Izuku took one step forward. The world seemed very slow, but way slower than normal when he took that step. If it was like he disappeared. Izuku, filled with anger, didn't realize this. His hands were now covered with lightning, and he punched and punched the Namu until the shock absorption didn't work and the lightning started burning the Namu as it regenerated. As Izuku figured regeneration, Izuku beat its ass up and gave a final uppercut, launching its head into the stratosphere. Then Izuku yelled, hey, hand F, your anti-symbol of peace is destroyed. Hearing that, Shigaraki screamed to Kurogiri that the brat killed the Namu. Then they heard, do not fear, for I am here. Then Izuku said, shut up, I already have them. Then Shigaraki said, this isn't the last of us, you all should fear the name of the League of Villains. As Shigaraki and Kurogiri teleported away. Then when they teleported away, Izuku came out of Godspeed and fell to a knee. And then he got up and ran to the class and asked, what's the status of 13-san and Aizawa-sensei? Then Momo responded, 13 is fine as she only has a few broken bones and bruises. On the other hand, Aizawa's status is critical as you could see the muscles disintegrating. Then Izuku said, move back. The class listened to him and he started to speed heal Aizawa, and Izuku started to cough out some blood as he didn't have any stamina. The class looked at him horrified, asked him what he was doing but didn't respond. Luckily Aizawa got healed and was conscious, but Izuku got knocked out due to the use of too much stamina. All the heroes in the class looked at what one kid had taken, a thing that was as strong as All Might. As the ambulance was called, they all saw Izuku being carried away. Then other ambulances were called as all the other injured students and teachers went to the hospital to get checked up. Time skipped 2 days. Izuku woke up wondering how long he was out for, and he felt 2 casts on each of his arms as he started to speed heal. When he felt like his body was fine, he saw someone sitting on his right side. He looked, it was Momo, but she was sleeping. Then Izuku moved to get up and then he saw Momo wake up and he said, "Hey, Yaoyorozu, how long was I out for?" Then Momo responded, 2 days. "Don't move, you have 2 broken arms and 3 broken ribs. We don't have to go to school due to the attack." Then Izuku said, "So wait, how long did you wait for me?" Then Momo blushed, she said, 2 days, ever since you were admitted." Then Izuku felt a weird feeling in his chest that felt good, but he ignored it because he thought it was from his broken rib cage. Boy, was he wrong. Then Izuku continued speed healing as Momo was wondering what he was doing. Then as soon as Izuku finished, he moved out of bed and Momo saw it and she said, "Don't move, you're injured." As she got out of the chair and pinned down Izuku, and then she realized how close she was to Izuku as both of their faces were a few inches apart. Izuku felt a weird feeling again in his chest and his heartbeat was going really fast as well. He thought, why did it always happen when he was close to Momo, or if she did something for him? But then he thought it was just coincidence, as the pain may have not stopped from his ribs. Then Momo's whole face was as red as a tomato and Izuku's face was a bit flustered as well. Their faces neared and then they heard, "What is up, party people?" Then Momo jumped back on her seat as she didn't want people to think they are dating. As soon as Momo sat down, she asked, "So you were telling me why you always looked annoyed whenever All Might is mentioned?" Izuku responded, "No." Momo said, "Please." Izuku said, "Never." Momo pleaded with, "Why not?" Izuku said, "Because I don't want to." "You won't stop asking, right?" Then Momo said, "Please tell me I'm your best friend." "I won't stop asking." As Momo grinned toward Izuku. Then Izuku said, "I will only tell you if you keep it a secret. Promise?" Then Momo said, "Yes, I promise." Then Izuku said, "Have you heard the case of Izuku Yagi?" Then Momo said, "Yes, but what has that got to do with you?" Then Izuku said, "I am Izuku Yagi." Then Momo responded with, "But didn't it say you were quirkless, so you were neglected by parents and bullied by your own sibling?" Then Izuku said, "I was quirkless until my dormant quirk activated when I was 11. Then I hid my quirk ever since, and later during the last month of middle school playing to fake my death." Then Momo said, "What does All Might have to do with this?" Then Izuku said, "He is a effing worthless excuse for my father," as he made an angered expression. Then Momo said, "So then Izumi is your sister as well? No wonder you were so happy when you were fighting Bakugo and Izumi." Then Izuku said, "Wow, I thought you would have figured out sooner." Then Izuku got out of the bed and Momo said, "Wait, don't get up yet, you're still injured." Then Izuku said, "No, I healed myself like how I healed Aizawa-sensei." "Oh, by the way, how is he no?" Then Momo said, "He is alive because of you." Then Izuku said, "Oh, that's good. Well, I better get to school." As he ripped of his casts and his bandages on his chest, Momo, seeing his muscles, had a little trickle of blood come from her nose. Then Izuku pointed it out and then Momo got so flustered she ran out of the room as her face was as red as a tomato and thought, "He's gonna think I'm a pervert. He's not gonna like me anymore. Wahhhh. Then Izuku saw his 8-pack abs and said, "Oops," as he laughed remembering Momo's reaction and smiled. Then Izuku took off his bandages and got ready for school. As he was walking through the corridors of the UA Medbay, he saw All Might and saw Inko as well, and they looked at Izuku and Izuku disappeared. Inko, seeing that he was fine, started to cry, knowing and seeing her son was really alive and hoping if he could forgive her, as All Might came up to her to console her. Izuku reached the class within 1 minute as he used his quirk to get to class as it was about to start in 5 minutes. He went to his seat and saw Aizawa looking like a mummy in his sleeping bag, and Izuku snickered at the look of his teacher. Then Aizawa said, "Okay, all of you get ready to train for the sports festival. You will be scouted by pros and must make your best impression if you want to get an internship." Some people screamed with happiness or started to talk about which pro they were going to intern with. Izuku got up and went to Momo and asked, "Hey, Momo, sorry about earlier, but what pro do you hope to intern with?" Momo looked and slightly blushed and thought, "He doesn't hate me." He apologized. He thought it was his fault. He doesn't hate me. Then Momo, regaining her composure, said, "Actually, I don't know yet. What about you?" Then Izuku said, "Honestly, I don't know. Probably should be one of the top 10. Then Aizawa yelled, "I didn't let you talk yet." Everyone hearing that ran back to their seats. Then Aizawa said, "Security will be amped up due to the attack and you guys will have 2 weeks to train. Now go and train so you can become heroes. I need some milk and sleep." Everyone ran out of the class and Izuku started to think of ideas for new moves and stuff. Izuku trained for the 2 weeks like there was no tomorrow. He didn't talk to anyone. If someone started to talk to him, he would release a lightning aura around him and not giving a F if they would get hurt. Occasionally, he would talk to Momo and ask how her training was going and vice versa. By the end of the first weeks, Izuku had a new move and could use 30% of his lightning enhancement. No, he could also go 12 kph, and that was twice the speed of All Might. Occasionally, he would see All Might in his buff form look at him do training from afar, and Izuku would go right beside him and kick with 30% equals 60% OFA and run away and laugh until All Might would just get tired of getting hit by Izuku. By the end of the second week, Izuku could use 33% of lightning enhancement and could go 1350 kph. When the training week passed and everyone was ready for the sports festival and were in the waiting room waiting for their class to be called, Shoto and Shoka used their fire cause Endeavor isn't a D but is cool. I wrote this to remind you guys because Shoto calls him into a corner and starts Bangi tells him he will beat him with half his power. As Midnight calls them, the class that withstood the villain attack Class 1A. Present MIC. Flashback start. Izuku entered Nezu's office as he called him from the paw in the middle of his training. Nezu told Izuku to sit down and said, "Izuku, you can use any amount of your power, but please don't kill anyone." As Nezu sighed. Then Izuku laughed and said, "Okay, thanks." Flashback end. As soon as Midnight called Class 1 up, Izuku entered to a stadium full of cheers and screaming as they were looking forward to the next generation of heroes. As all the classes were called as the remaining classes B to the support classes came, cheers remained throughout the whole introduction. Midnight was the referee as there were lustful stares throughout the stadium. Thus she said, representing the students, Izuku Hiyori from Class 1A. Everyone looked at Izuku and almost everyone accepted the pure fact that he was far superior and built different. Bakugo stared at Izuku with foam coming out of his mouth, with his eyes twitching at the fact Izuku was the representing student. Then Izuku actually didn't see himself being the representative, but he accepted reality and ran toward Midnight, but to everyone it seemed as he teleported. As murmurs spread across the stadium as people theorized his quirk was teleportation due to him appearing beside Midnight in an instant, Izuku took the mic and said, "Well, I hope everyone enjoys the festival and is ready to see the race for second place cause first is already taken. Yeah, plus Ultra." The cheers from the stands erupted, but from the contestants came boos. Then Izuku ran back to his spot and Midnight said, "That was a very short but trash-talked filled speech by Izuku Hiyori." Then she said, "Okay, the first challenge will be an obstacle course spanning 4 kilometers. The first 42 contestants will be entering the next round, so up you all go to the starting line. We will have Present Mike and Eraserhead be the commentators. As for me, I will be the referee." Izuku, hearing it was an obstacle course, was happy to hear it as he knew he could finish the whole race in seconds. He went to the starting line and saw Momo and she said, "So what's your plan?" Then Izuku laughed, like, "I'll tell you my plan. I'm joking, I'm probably gonna wait first place to reach the last stage and take first place from them starting from here." She then said, "That's so evil." Then Midnight said as everyone was ready at the starting line, "Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, GOOO." The students were off to the races as cheers erupted from all around. Izuku just stood there and waited to steal first place's glory away from them from all the way from last to first in an instant. As everyone started, Bakugo, Shoto, Shoka, and Izumi were all fighting for the first place in the start of the first stage. Shoto and Shoka froze everything around them as well as all the robots. Then Izumi broke through the ice and finished the first stage. Bakugo, seeing this, used his blasts to propel himself up and crossed the first stage. Seeing this, Present Mike said, "Look, Eraser." Bakugo used the force of his explosions to propel himself up to help him control first place with Izumi, Shoto, then Shoka behind. But where's Izuku? He was talking so much trash, but he's still at the starting line and hasn't moved an inch since the start of the race. Then Aizawa said, "I already know what Izuku is planning to do. I feel bad for whoever is in first place." As he realized Izuku's plan, he couldn't wait to see Bakugo's reaction with a sheet-eating grin on his face. Then at the first stage, it was a huge battlefield to try and secure fifth and get to the next stage. As the fight continued, Izuku was just laughing at his genius plan and wanting to see Bakugo's face as soon as he becomes second. The ice was soon broken as Ida took the 5th position with Momo trailing him as everyone started to trail them as well. Then at the front, Shoto and Shoka made ice bridges, Bakugo propelled himself with explosions, and Izumi made herself fly using her telekinetic powers. Then following her, Ida did a T-pose on the rope and just boosted himself on it, etc. Too lazy to write. Izuku was watching his classmates use their quirks in new ways, where he realized many other things they could do with their quirks as he started to mutter as he realized he started to show his old habit. Then as almost everyone was finished the fall, Izuku started to warm up a bit and do jumping jacks, few push-ups, as the crowd looked at him bewildered for how he was just warming up in a high-paced race as he showed it to be a mediocre competition, acting like it didn't matter. As Bakugo still remained in first place in the race, Izumi was gaining on him as she kicked her power up a notch, as well as Shoto and Shoko when they were all 300 meters away. Then back to the commentators. Present Mike said, everyone is taking their power to plus ultra. Is Izuku still at the start? He's doing stretches. Are you saying this a racer? Then Aizawa said, yes, I am. Then Izuku left. Then Present Mike said, OHHH, look, he's about to leave. Wait, where did Izuku go? Are those sonic booms? What are you feeding your students, Eraser? Then Aizawa said, I don't know what he eats. Don't bother me. No, he's gonna win like he said. I just want to go to sleep. Then Present Mike said, he already cleared the first area. No, he's on the second. He J-Sut jumped over it like it's nothing. How is he faster than All Might? He's already on the last stage. No, Izuku, Bakugo, Izumi, Shoto, and Shoka are fighting for first. Izuku won from the last to first people. He was at the starting line 20 seconds ago. The crowd looked at Izuku dumbfounded, as in less than 20 seconds ago he was at the start, and then Izuku went over to Bakugo and said, how's second taste, Bakuho? As everyone finished the race, the standings were: first Izuku Hiyori, second Katsuki Bakugo, third Izumi Yagi, fourth Shoto Todoroki, fifth Shoka Todoroki, sixth Tenya Ida, seventh Momo Yaoyorozu. Midnight said, the next game will be, as she spun a wheel. Midnight read it and said, a cavalry battle, as the crowd was filled with cheers. Then she continued, Izuku will get 10 million points, 42 will get 5 points, 41 will get 10 points, and so on. So no, you guys can pick teams. The game will be held for 15 minutes and the top 4 teams will remain. No one went Izuku's team due to his headband being worth 10 million, but Momo saw him and asked if she could be on his team. Izuku quickly responded with a yes. Then they saw Tokoyami and asked him to be on a team, and he said yes. Then they saw Shoji and asked if he wanted to be in the team, and he said yeah. As all the teams were made, Momo was on the top. Then so they started making a plan. Izuku said, most likely everyone will attack us because they want to be in first place, so there will be an all-out rush headed towards us. Tokoyami, at the start you could use Dark Shadow to block them, and I could produce a shield which will block the attacks and also shoot lightning back at them, as well as carry all of us and run. Momo, you can make traps like mines and stuff to keep everyone at bay, and Shoji, you can sense where people are coming from and call them out, as well as help out on defense with the use of your quirk. Then Izuku looked at everyone and they agreed as they nodded. Then Midnight said, everyone done strategizing? Okay, the game will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. As Momo started to make traps, Tokoyami got Dark Shadow on the ready. Shoji started to use his quirk to get the callouts ready. Then Izuku said, lightning enhancement 30%, and started to create a shield which protects 360 degrees all around, as well as getting ready to move and make the team dodge. As everyone charged at them, Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to block the first 2 teams, and Izuku got the barrier ready as he charged up lightning enhancement 30% as he got ready to move, and Bakugo screamed, you took first place from me, nerd, now I'm gonna take it from you. Izuku moved the whole team to the other side of the field, and everyone looked at them dumbfounded of how they just reappeared behind them. Shoto and Shoko were on the same team, and they sent in double ice attacks spanning over the whole field. Izuku just punched the ice and broke it, and then Bakugo yelled, I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Ha, got him. Sorry, please don't leave. I had to do it. Then Bakugo yelled, you effing nerd, I'm gonna blow your brain out of your head. Then Izuku laughed and said, try to catch me if you can, explosion for brains. Then Izuku made the team run right in front as Momo grabbed his headbands and they teleported back. Then Izuku said, nice one, Momo. Then Momo said, thanks blushes, we only got it because of your speed. Then Izuku said, okay, let's pay attention. As he said that, Izumi used her telepathic quirk and made her team fly. Then Midnight said, 10 minutes left. Then Present Mike said, look, Eraser, Izumi used her telepathic quirk to fly. How much quirk control would you need to do that? Then Aizawa said what any normal lazy F would say, a lot. Aizawa is great, but he is a lazy F. Then Shoji said, an attack is coming from 7 o'clock. Then Izuku said, let them attack, I'll do a magic trick. Then so a red-haired girl from 1B Kendo was on top as the rider. As they came closer and closer, the girl's hand size also increased, and then she tried to stretch and grab the headband, but she touched the barrier and she was electrocuted, and Izuku laughed and said, if you try to steal our headband, that'll happen. As he said it, Izuku dragged his team with him, and Momo grabbed their headband and teleported to a spot no one else was at. Then Momo yelled, how does your stomach not feel queasy after moving like that? Then Momo thought, if he moves that fast, how fast will he move in bed? After that, she almost fainted thinking of it and had a small nosebleed no one saw as she wiped it off. Then Izuku said, you're not used to moving like that. Then Tokoyami said, you're seriously faster than All Might. Then Shoji said, yeah, I'm gonna be surprised if you don't win the whole thing, as you can probably run behind them and knock them out. Then Bakugo said, we found you, nerd, stop running and fight me. Then Izuku said, oh, you got more headbands for us, how kind. Then Bakugo said, that was it, no, I'm gonna kill you, I was just being nice. Then Izuku said, oh shit, you were being nice, wait, how are you gonna be a hero if you wanna kill someone? Then Bakugo said, "Hey extras, move faster or else I'm gonna blow you into ashes." Then Izuku said, "Okay, you asked for it." Then Izuku pulled his whole team and beach slapped Bakugo and his whole team faster than the camera could register as he dragged his whole team back. Then Izuku said, "Sorry I beach slapped him, he asked for it." Then everyone replied, "Meh, who gives a F about him, we would have done it too." Then Midnight said, 2 minutes. Only a few moments to spare. Then Izuku said, "Oh wow, we're almost done. Shoji, pick up any other attacks yet?" Then Shoji said, "No, not yet." Then Izuku said, "So good so far." But there was a giant iceberg thing that shot at them and Izuku pushed everyone out of the way and said, "Oh wow, that was really close one." Then knowing that there was a short amount of time, every team with low points rushed Izuku's team. Takoyami used Dark Shadow to block and throw away people or attacks. Then Izuku moved the team away with his speed away from all the danger and everyone looked at them with shock as they were in front of them a second ago and now they're at another corner. Then Midnight yelled, "1 minute, get those last points." As she said that, Izumi using her telekinetic powers flew her team to Izuku and tried to steal the headband, but the barrier blocked her and shocked her as her hand had a 2nd-degree burn. Then Izuku said, "Better luck next time," as Izuku moved the team again to another open area. Then Midnight said, 5.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, that's it, time's up. Then Midnight said, "The standings are 1. Team Izuku 10,945 points. 2. Team Izumi 875 points. 3. Team Katsuki 635 points. 4. Team Shoto 625 points. Then Midnight said, "There will be an hour break for the contestants to eat and rest for the final 1v1 fights." As Midnight said, "There will be an hour-long break." Izuku just booked it to Subway and got 3 feet longs and had it anything Ike with a beverage. Have no idea, use your imagination. He saw open spot at a table in the waiting room and just ran there before anybody could reach it as he started to eat his footlongs. Momo saw him eating and asked if she could sit beside him. The Izuku said, "Yeah, sure." Then Momo saw him eat and said, "Wait, why are you eating so much?" Then Izuku responded, 500 calories equals 1 hour of power for my quirk. Then Momo responded, "Oh, my quirk also depends on the calories too." Then Izuku said, "Oh wow, really, did you try to decrease the calorie intake ever?" "I tried but didn't work." "Did you do it?" Mumble, 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 mumble. "Oh, sorry, old habit." As Izuku was mumbling, she fell in a trance looking at him talk for a good 3 minutes as a blush grew on her face while looking at him. Then Momo responded, "Wait, what?" "Oh, no problem, it's fine." Then as they both continued to eat, Izuku was grabbing his drink and Momo was eating some soba, and as she grabbed her chopsticks her hand touched something. As they both looked at their hands, as they touched each other's hands they took it away, blushed and said sorry to each other. Izuku thought, how can someone's hand be so soft? They were like a goddess. As he thought that, he blushed to a shade of red he has never been. Then Momo at the same time thought, OMG OMG I touched his hand felt so good, I wish I could touch it more. As she made up scenarios in her mind and also became a read a tomato. After that they didn't talk as they would die from embarrassment. Then as they finished their meal, the break finished and everyone made their way back to the field. The Wanna girls were together with Minta and Kaminari, and Izuku heard cheerleading suits and he thought, this can't be good. As he heard them, Izuku ran over to them and scared Minta, and Izuku said, what about cheerleading suits? Minta heard that and thought, Izuku's not gonna be behind me, it's just my imagination. Then Minta continued, yeah, so Mr. Aizawa told us you guys have to wear cheerleading outfits. Then Izuku said, oh really? As he picked up Minta off the ground and looked at him and said, and why should I believe you? If you lie I will break every bone in your effing grape-sized effing body and throw you in orbit. Got it? Then Minta pissed himself and said, okay, I'm sorry, don't hurt me. As he cried and ran away. Then Izuku laughed at his reaction and all the girls looked at him and said thanks, and Izuku said, no problem, as he walked away. When he did that, Momo felt jealous for some reason, but she just ignored it. Then they heard midnight. The last 16 contestants, can you get ready? As everyone got in the waiting room, Shoto and Izuku were called. Then as they left they heard cheers all around. They heard midnight. On the right we have the lightning fast green blur Izuku Hiyori. On the left we have the wielder of extreme weather Shoto Todoroki. As midnight they heard SHOTOOO. Then midnight said, so, bet aside 3, 2, 1, start. As she said that, Izuku said, you could have made it in the top 3 or 4, but you have to fight me. As Izuku said that, Shoto launched a giant ice attack, but then Izuku was nowhere to be seen in that attack. Then Midnight said, Izuku is nowhere to be seen. If he isn't there, Shoto wins. As she started saying that, Izuku ran behind Shoto and said, I'm not that easy to get rid of you now, that right? As he said that, Present Mike said, Izuku dodged SHOTO's ice attack and appeared right behind Shoto. How fast is this kid eraser? Then Aizawa said, he's really fast now, he already won the whole sports festival, let me got to sleep. Then Present Mike said, you think he's going to win the whole event? Yeah, well, he already kicked everyone's asses at the same time at the race, so yeah, everyone, you should leave. We already have a winner. As Shoto saw Izuku behind him, Shoto activated his fire side as well. Then Izuku jumped away and said, "Did you know lightning is 4 times hotter than the sun's surface?" Which in English means you're RF'd statistically. Then as Izuku's hands are filled with lightning as Shoto's hands produced fire and ice, he got ready to attack Cementos. Seeing this, he got ready to place cement walls as well as Midnight to put the contenders to sleep with her quirk. Then Shoto yelled, "Hell's weather," as his hands sent off a full-powered ice blast and fire. At the same time, Cementos created 4 walls and Midnight ran to the edge of the field just as Izuku said, 7% lightning blast. Cementos's 2 walls were shattered, but on the 2 other walls on Izuku's side had a 2 by 2 meter hole. Shoto's side was in ruins as the whole field was covered with smoke and debris. On the wall behind Shoto's side was a giant crater with Shoto in the middle. As the smoke cleared, Izuku just walked off the stage and went to the waiting room. As he left, Midnight said, Izuku wins." The crowd erupted with cheers seeing such a great match and an effing explosion, which was wholesome as Izuku was now the fan favorite to win. Yes, I know it's wholesome. P.S. I'm not American. Yeah, hard to believe, right? When Izuku got into the waiting room, everyone except Izumi and Bakubeach congratulated Izuku on showing a great performance. As time continued, it was soon the second round. As Izuku and Ida were called for the next fight for the start of round 2, everyone wished Izuku luck, though he didn't need any. Then he went over to Momo and she said, "Good luck, Izuku." After that, she smiled with a slight blush and Izuku felt weird in his chest area. As he left, he thought, "Why do I always feel weird whenever Momo does anything cute? Cute. Well, she also is beautiful, smart, funny, kind. Wait, do I like her? Nah, it's fine, not like she likes me, she only sees me as her best friend. Oh my god, this gonna be so awkward." As Izuku walked over to the stage, Momo was thinking. I wished him good luck, daydreaming in the future where Momo and Izuku lived together. As Izuku left through the door, she said, "Good luck." Thinking of this, she started to drool and her blush grew, but she stopped at this point. Momo had already accepted her feeling toward Izuku. Okay, back to the fight. Izuku stepped onto the concrete square and Ida was seen on the other side. Then Midnight said, "On the left we have the green-haired lightning using Destroyer, and on the right we have the blue-haired speedster. The fight will begin 3.2.1. Start." As Midnight called Ida a speedster, Izuku laughed to himself and said, "Speedster, what a joke." Then Izuku said, "Lightning enhancement 5%. Then when Midnight said start, Izuku started to run before Ida could leave or react. Izuku was behind him and said, "Give it up, you have no chance in a real fight, you already would have been dead." As he said, "I'll only use one hand to win," as he ran back to his side. As he did that, Ida yelled, "Recipro burst." As he did that, Izuku was on his knee and Ida, seeing him unguarded from 2 feet away, went and attacked. Izuku knew it would happen and he blocked it with one hand, just holding his foot. As the smoke cleared, he said, "How do you defeat everyone with a joke of this as your special move?" Izuku then said, "You tried one of your moves, so I'll try a new move as well." As he smiled sadistically, he threw away Ida to the edge of the fighting area and ran up to him before anyone could react, and he went for Ida, but Ida tried to kick him again. Izuku blocked it with his forearm and grabbed his leg and threw him over himself, and then Ida was somewhere near the middle and Ida got up and Izuku got in front before he could react and punched him in the stomach, and Ida traveled 3 meters away from him, and Izuku said, "Now for my final move," as he ran toward and said, "Thunderclap." After that attack, Izuku said, "I wanna leave now." As he walked, Ida yelled, "I'm still up, you didn't defeat me." Then Izuku ran in front, seeming as he teleported, and in an annoyed but angry voice said, "You can't move as I stunned you with my attack. It also makes you unable to use your quirk for a while to have fun running speedster." Then Midnight said, "Izuku won because the opponent is unable to move." Then Izuku walked back to the waiting room and everyone congratulated him, and as he was walking to his spot, she mouthed, "Nice fight, Izuku." Izuku felt weird and he then did realize and know he fell for Momo. He's not dense. As he went in front, he gave Momo his best smile, which made Momo blush. And she thought, OMG, he smiled at me." As time continued, it was soon against Shoka, and she lost, not being able to even get an attack on him, let alone a scratch. She walked back into the entrance hallway, and Izuku saw her this sad, and he went to look for her. As he walked up to turn, he heard, "Sniff, sniff." Izuku knew it was Momo, and he walked up to her and said, "Hey, can I talk?" Izuku said with the friendliest voice possible and a small smile to comfort her, and she said, "Yeah, sure." As she continued to look at the ground. Then she said, "I got into the school by recommendation, but I couldn't even lay a hand on Shoka." As she continued to cry. Then Izuku said, "Then that just means you have to train and work harder. Hell, it gives you another reason to want to get stronger. Momo, you are one of the strongest, kindest, prettiest, and helpful person I know. Don't let this get to you." Momo, hearing this, smiled and said, "Thanks, Izuku," and hugged him as she started to blush as well as Izuku. Then Momo thought, "I want to confess to him right now, but I'll wait if he actually gives a sign, but I'll also give him signs as well." Then Izuku said, No problem, what are friends for? Then Momo got up as well as Izuku and they left to the stands and waited for Izuku's next match, and Izuku was really excited to fight him and hand his ass to him. Eventually, it was time and Izuku got up and then Momo said, "Go defeat that Bakubeach." Izuku laughed and said, "Whatever you say, boss." As Izuku walked over to the fighting area, he was the most pumped he ever was and got ready. Then Midnight said, "Are you guys ready?" Izuku and Bakugo nodded and she continued. 3.2.1 Start. Izuku just went straight to lightning enhancement 10% as Bakugo screamed and yelled, "DEKU, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna blow your brains out," as he used his explosions to propel himself forward. Then Izuku said, "Not gonna happen, but one can dream." Then when Bakugo was in front of him, Bakugo raised his arm to blast him, but Izuku wasn't there. But as Bakugo got ready to hit him, Izuku ran beside him and elbowed him on his back as he was parallel to the ground, and upon doing that created an impact crater 8 times bigger than Bakugo as well. Izuku jumped back to give Bakugo a chance, and when he got up he yelled, "You think you're better than me, huh?" Izuku then thought, "Now I'm sure he's crazy cause I didn't say shit to him." Izuku, to provoke him, started to laugh and run around him, making it seem as he disappeared, but you could hear him all around. And then Bakugo started to spin in circles and try to hit Izuku, but that didn't work as Izuku just dodged everything. And then he smacked him on the back of his head every time Izuku was behind him. It had been 5 minutes of running around him and smacking him, and Izuku then said, "Man, how are you going to become a hero if you're this bad? They should create a leaderboard for the worst hero. You'll probably be the record holder." Then Izuku stopped and said, "You're annoying, you should stop yelling." Then Bakugo yelled, "Now you really think that you're better with the powerful quirk you have, you effing useless DEKU." Izuku laughed and said, "Guess who's losing to a useless Deku?" Then Izuku, tired of bullying him, ran in front of Bakugo and gave him an uppercut, then followed up with a spin and a right elbow into his ribs, causing him to cough out blood. As Bakugo went to the side, Izuku caught up and kicked him with his right leg. As Bakugo went high up into the air due to his hit, Izuku jumped up and followed him up and held both of his hands and hit him on his head, knocking him out, and Izuku left after leaving him in a worse condition than the battle training. Izuku left the stage with a fatally injured Bakugo hanging on to life. Izuku went to waiting room. Everyone said, "You really had to almost kill him." Then Izuku said, "F off, not like any of you can do shit to me. Sorry." Then everyone was like, "Yeah, it's fine, you're right," as everyone sighed. Then Izuku sat down and Momo said, "Hey, you really kicked his ass. Well, he deserved it," as she blushed, having her shoulder touching as they were sitting on seats, and Momo started to blush. Then Izuku said, "Thanks for understanding, Momo, he did deserve it. By the way, where's Ida?" Momo said, "Oh, Ida. I think he said he had a family emergency so he had to leave." As she finished, he nodded. Then as time passed, Izumi won the semi-finals and Izuku got ready to face her in the finals. As they were called to the fighting area, Izuku left and was so hyped to beat the shit out of her. As Izuku was called, Midnight announced him. "On the right we have the Shemite, on the left we have the green-haired lightning fast destroyer. Start in 3.2.1. Goo." Everyone was cheering, and then Izuku said to Izumi, "Congrats on second place, you effing beach, slut, hoe, thought, dumbass, plus more stuff." Izumi, hearing that, said, "I'm not any of those though." As Izuku got ready, Present Mike said, "This not gonna end well." At the same time, Midnight and Cementos got ready to deal with the damage. Izuku laughed and said, "If she breathes, she's a THOT." As the audience said it with Izuku. As Izuku said that, he ran toward her at full speed, and when he finished he slapped her so hard that she got sent to the side of the arena. Even though Cementos placed 6 walls, there was a huge dent in the side of the arena. "You guys never expected this, right?" Then Midnight said, "Izuku wins by a long shot, a very long shot." The stadium erupted with cheers. As the prizes were given out, third came Bakugo. When he was given it, Bakugo yelled, "I want to fight the worthless Deku again, let me at him, you effing beaches." All Might said, "Young Bakugo, you have shown yourself to be great fighter, but man, get those anger issues in check. God damn." Then a producer said, "Sir, we're on national television." All Might said, "Hey yo, I'm All Might, nobody gives a shit, now go F yourself." Then All Might went to Izumi and said, "Young Yagi, you have shown your endless potential to the heroes, work hard and continue to strive forward," as he handed her medal. Then All Might said, "Young Hiyori, congratulations on getting first, I hope you tried your hardest." Izuku said, "Just give me the effing medal." Then as he said that, All Might just shook that he had the balls to say that, gave him the medal. Izuku got the medal and left and went to the waiting room, and everyone congratulated him on winning, and they said, "We knew you were going to win." Then Izuku said, "Okay, thanks, I'm gonna leave, see you guys on Monday." Then Izuku left, and slowly everyone else left too. But as Izuku left, he was bombarded by kids, adults, elderly congratulating him for winning. Some little kids surrounded him asking him to give them an autograph. Momo was sitting in her limo and she saw Izuku being surrounded by kids. She asked the driver to stop and she opened the window and she said, "Hey, Izuku, I could give you a ride." Izuku got over to her and said, "Thanks, but I can go there by myself." After saying that, he disappeared from everyone's sight, and Momo thought, Dang it, I was so close for sitting in a car with him. As Izuku was running, he thought, you stupid mother effer, you could have sat beside her, you dumbass. Izuku scolded himself as he reached his house. Time skip. It was now Monday. Izuku ran to class like he normally does, and he reached in a matter of a few minutes. He was 5 minutes early, and he got to his spot in front of Momo and he said, hi, and sat down. Later Aizawa came in and said, okay, create your hero names. I'm not creative, so we have Midnight here. After he said that, Midnight came through the door and Aizawa jumped into his yellow sleeping bag and hopped to the corner. Then Midnight said, okay, hero names are supposed can be creative and can describe you or be a nickname or describe your power. Then Tsuyu came and said, this is my hero name. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Then Midnight said, oh, that's a great name. Then Izuku said, why not Kermit? The whole class started to burst out laughing. Then Kirishima said, dude, that was the most manly diss ever. I don't hate Tsuyu, but Kermit okay for the memes. Then Izuku said, sorry, Kermit, oh I mean Froppy, okay, I'll stop now. Then Midnight said, okay Izuku, since you're so good at making funny names, why not make your own name? Then Izuku said, okay, as he appeared right beside her, which startled her as well. Then Izuku said, my name will be Green Raiko. Then Midnight said, oh, that's also a good name too. Then Izuku left to his spot. Then Bakugo came up and said, my name will be King Explosion Murder. Everyone was quiet because they didn't want to get blasted by Bakugo, but then Izuku burst out laughing and everyone looked at him and Bakugo looked at him bewildered, and then Izuku said, why not Explosive Dumbass? Hearing that, Bakugo screamed, you effing nerd, I'm gonna kill you. Then Izuku ran behind him and Izuku just waited as he put his finger over his mouth, signaling that no one should tell Bakugo. Then Bakugo said, oi Deku, where'd you run off to? As he started to create small explosions in his hands, and Izuku said, I'm right behind you effing dumbass, oh see your name works. Bakugo said, that's it now, I want to kill you. Izuku then knocked him out, hitting his neck. Izuku then went back to his spot. Then Momo came and she said, my hero name will be Everything Hero, Creative. Then Midnight said, that's a very creative name as well. Then as she returned to her spot, Izuku said, I like your hero name Momo. Then she blushed and replied, I also like your hero name too, Izuku. As everyone except Bakugo created their hero names, Midnight left and Aizawa-sensei woke up. Shoka's hero name will be Flaming Ice like any other name. Then Aizawa said, who's ready for their internships? In a tired tone. After hearing Aizawa say internships, the whole class except Izuku erupted into cheers. Izuku already knew he was going to get all the offers, so he didn't want to act surprised. Then Aizawa showed everyone how many offers they got. First, Izuku Hiyori 5,000. Second, Izumi Yagi 4689. Third, Shoto Todoroki 4536. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugo 4357. Fifth, Shoka Todoroki 4134. Sixth, Fumikage Takoyami 360. Seventh, Tenya Ida 301. Eighth, Denki Kaminari 272. Ninth, Momo Yaoyorozu 108. 10th, Ijiro Kirishima 68. 11th, Achako Uraraka 20. 12th, Handasiro 14. Then Aizawa said, anyone who didn't get an offer can get an internship in 40 hero agencies that had agreed to take students from UA. Then as Izuku looked using his quirk, he narrowed it down to a few agencies: Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edshot, Crust, and Ryukyu, all being in the top 10. He got it from All Might and Endeavor too, but didn't want it cause he hates All Might, and he knew Shoto and Shoka were gonna go intern in his agency. And they would talk to him even though he's chill with them. He wants to get stronger and they might bother him, and also cause Hawks was one of his favorites as well. He told Momo that he chose Hawks and then asked her, who are you going to intern for? Then Momo replied with, you and Bai. Then Izuku said, oh, you shouldn't intern with her cause she only chooses the best looking ones to model, she doesn't train them at all. Then Izuku blushed, realizing he called Momo good looking. Then Momo also blushed when she realized he called her good looking. Then Mo checked her list again and saw Ryukyu, and she said, Izuku, Ryukyu sent me an internship, I wouldn't have seen it if you didn't tell me. Then she went to him and hugged him. Momo realized that she was hugging him and said, so RRYI at W is a my stock he. Izuku said, it's okay, I would have done the same. Momo and Izuku blushed, realizing Momo stuttered as well as Izuku stuttered as well. Soon after everyone picked their internships, Shoka went to Endeavor and Izumi Gran Torino. Time skip. Izuku grabbed some workout clothes, his costume, and analysis for myself, where he wrote down moves and tricks for his quirk. Izuku saw Ida and gave him his condolences for his brother and asked how is he doing. Then Izuku said, don't go chasing after hero killer, the pros will get him. Ida nodded with a fake smile as he wanted revenge and wanted to get its salvation for himself. Izuku also saw Momo with her stuff at the train station and said bye to her and said, we'll keep in contact on messages. Momo smiled and agreed as she thought, Izuku wants to keep in contact with me, I love him so much. At the same time, Izuku thought, smart move dude. As Izuku walked into the train that headed near Hawk's agency, he saw Takoyami sitting. Izuku asked if he could sit beside him. Takoyami looked at him and just said yeah. Then Izuku said, "Who are you interning with?" Takoyami replied, "Hawks, you." Then Izuku said, "Nanny, me too." Then Takoyami said, "Cool." The rest of the ride they didn't talk, they just listened to their music and looked outside. Slowly but surely they reached their desired destination, and they both walked out of the train and were amazed to how the Hawks agency looked. When they entered they heard, "Are you two here for the internships?" Then Takoyami and Izuku nodded. Then the secretary continued, "Then can you go to the top floor please, Mr. Hawks is waiting." Then they both entered the elevator and just waited. Soon they reached the top floor and they saw Hawks sitting on a chair with his feet on the desk on his phone, and then he looked and said, "Hey, I'm Hawks if you didn't guess it, and hopefully you guys enjoy it here. By the way, don't call me Mr. Hawks, I'm only 22, just call me Hawks." Then Izuku said, "You probably know me for destroying everyone, call me Izuku please." Then Takoyami said, "Just call me Takoyami." Then Hawks said, "Okay, can I test you guys?" Izuku and Takoyami said, "Sure." Then Hawks said, "Follow me." Then Hawks went to the elevator and went to the gym and said, "Okay Takoyami, attack me." Then Takoyami without hesitation used Dark Shadow and tried to attack Hawks. As Dark Shadow went for body shots, Hawks went to the right to dodge the first attack, then the second came and Hawks jumped and started to fly as that attack went under him. Then Hawks came in close, and that's where Takoyami had lost due to his inability to fight in close range. Then Hawks said, "Okay Takoyami, good fight. Izuku, you're next." Then Izuku said, "Do you want me to hold back?" Then Hawks said, "Hold back. No, go all out." Hawks didn't realize it, but that there was his biggest mistake. Then Izuku charged up, lightning enhancement 33%. Then Hawks said, "Let's start." Hawks was standing waiting for Izuku to attack, and Izuku disappeared from his position to reappear in front of Hawks and gave him a stomach punch which made Hawks go 10 feet back holding onto his stomach, and he said, "You're the first intern to ever hit me." Izuku laughed and said, "You're the first human. Namu is bioengineered, so technically not human, I guess you could call it artificial. Not to go flying after you get hit from me. Are you sure you don't want me to stay all out?" Then Hawks said, "Nah, let's just end it here, I don't want to get fed up." Izuku laughed and said, "Wow, pretty wise if I don't say so myself." Then Hawks said, "Can you get stronger, Izuku?" Then Izuku said, "This is only a third of my true power, but if I use more power than how much O can control, I end up hurting myself." Then Hawks said, "Oh, so I guess you're trying to train yourself to control a higher percentage of it. Here is the first week of training." Then Takoyami, "You should train yourself to fight in close range. Oh, can you fly?" Then Takoyami said, "I don't know if I can fly." Then Hawks said, "Maybe you can fly, I'll gladly teach you how to fly. So that aside, your rooms are on the floor under my office. Can you guys set your rooms up and meet me back here for training?" Izuku and Takoyami nodded. Then they both left to get their rooms ready and set. Izuku set up his room where he was going to stay for 2 weeks and changed his clothes into his workout clothes, and he went back to the gym as Takoyami followed him into it, and they saw Hawks. Then Hawks said, "Okay Izuku, I'll help you a bit because you don't need any. Takoyami, I'll be personally training you." Izuku started his workout to increase the percentage of 1 for lightning, and Takoyami started to use Dark Shadow to learn how to fly with the help of Hawks. Eventually, a week had passed and Takoyami could somewhat fly, and Izuku can use 35% and can run 15 kph, which is 932 miles per hour for the Americans. The hero killer had been somewhat active in Hasu City, where Izuku, Takoyami, and Hawks were going to monitor as they were all on their way. While Takoyami and Hawks flew, Izuku ran but held back and matched their speed. As they were going by, as they entered Hasu City, they saw a train being broken, and Izuku just rushed to help the passengers to get off as he saw a Namu, but he chose to save hundreds in a matter of 2 minutes as rushing them out of the train and going back and forth. Hawks, short old man, and Izumi started to fight the Namu but weren't enough, and Izuku said, "Lightning armament, lightning blade," which was a long sword, had appeared having lightning surge off it and cut the Namu in 5 pieces, which ended up killing it. Then Izuku thought, wait, Ida was going to work with Manual Hero, and he works in Hasu, he's after the hero killer. Shit. Izuku yelled at Hawks, "A friend needs my help. I'm gonna go help him, okay?" Hawks responded, "Sure, don't die." Izuku laughed and said, "Never planned to." As he sped off, he started to think where hero killer might strike. Hero killer usually attacked in alleyways. Mutter, 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 mutter. As Izuku was looking throughout the alleyways, he heard a scream of pain, and he rushed to see it on the ground with a stabbed leg and another hero on the ground. Izuku said, "Effin' dumbass Ida, I told you not to fight him, you aren't strong enough." Then Ida said, "This is my fight, Hiyori, go away." Then he heard the hero on the ground, "Go run kid, he's too strong." Then Izuku said, "I'm not gonna leave, I'm gonna save both of you. If I can't save 2 people, how can I be a hero?" Then he saw the hero killer and he spoke and he said, "Finally, a person who actually wants to save people. You kid are a true hero like All Might. You are a light in these dark times. You are not a fake hero, you are a real hero. Leave, I don't want to kill someone who can be a true hero." Then Izuku first thought, why am I getting compared to that effin' ass Might? The true color he showed to me are nothing close to a true hero. Thanks for calling me a true hero, but I will be the one to take you down. Then Stain said, You're lost, kid. Izuku then readied himself and thought, I can't underestimate him, he already killed so many heroes. Izuku straightaway charged up to lightning enhancement 35%. Izuku said, You fed up have to be fighting me. Then Stain said, We'll see about it, as he took out a bunch of his knives and threw them at Izuku. Izuku caught all of them and said, Your fighting style is very inefficient, you know that, right? Stain said, Wow, someone who actually can back up their talk with skill. Izuku laughed and said, True. Hopefully it goes the same to you. Izuku then went straight at him as Stain didn't expect him to be that fast. Stain took out his katana and tried to slash, but Izuku jumped back to dodge it. Then Stain said, Wait, you're that kid who won the sports festival? While I never thought I would be fighting the UA prodigy myself. Then Ada said, He needs your blood for his quirk to affect you. Izuku said, Thanks, but I doubt he will be fast enough to hurt me, as he was still looking at Stain. Izuku then, using the walls, bounced off the walls like the superior Gran Torino he was, as Stain could see him as if he disappeared, but he could still hear him jumping off the walls. Izuku then saw an opening, which was his back, and jumped from the wall and put all of his full strength and punched Stain, as he could hear some of Stain's bones breaking as he spat out his blood. He went to the other side of the street and had his chest first into a building, which would indifferently keep him knocked out for a few days. Izuku then went to the other hero and activated speed healing. Then he went to Eda and used it on him as well. Doing this made him lose half of his stamina. Then Izuku said, Follow me, I'm going to Hawk's, I'm interning with him. Knowing that the number 3 was with Izuku made both of them follow him to Hawk's location. Izuku then dragged Stain as Ida and the other hero followed him to Hawk's location and threw Stain right beside Hawk's, and Izuku said, It took one punch to put this dumbass in this position. Hawks and Takoyami just stared at him dumbfounded, as well as Gran Torino and his intern, which is Yumi, and she broke the silence and said, Wow, brother, yo. Izuku ran up to her and grabbed her by the neck, which just seemed to everyone as he teleported in front of her as he lifted her and said, Don't ever call me that, beach, I was never related to you. After he finished saying that, he dropped Izumi, and Gran Torino went to Izumi and whispered, So he's the dead brother. Then Izumi said, Yeah, in a depressed tone. Then Izuku said, These two got fed by Stain, don't worry, I already healed them, as he pointed at Ida and Native. Then Hawks said, Dude, you can heal. Then Izuku said, Yeah, so. Then Hawks said, Dude, I have a bruise from fighting the Nomus, there were 2 more after you left, can you heal me? Izuku just walked up to him and activated speed healing. Then Hawks said, Wow, it's so fast. Then Izuku said, It takes some of my stamina though, so I don't use it that much. Then Hawks said, Oh. Then Hawks said, Let's take him to the police office. Izuku just ran, dragging Stain as he was matching Hawks' speed. When they reached the police and they saw Detective Tsukayomi, and he looked at Izuku and said, A civilian is not allowed to use their quirk. Izuku pointed up and he saw Hawks, and then Detective Tsukayomi looked at Izuku, and then Izuku threw Stain at his feet and Detective Tsukayomi said, How? Then Hawks said, Truth be told, I didn't take him down. Izuku here only hit him with a punch and put him in a state like this. Detective Tsukayomi looked at him and said, Hey, aren't you All Might's son? Izuku said, You effing bastard, I'm not his effing son, and I'm not related to his effing AIDS family line, as he held him like he did to Izumi. Then Hawks said, Tell me, 2 times I already know Izumi is All Might's daughter. Izuku said, FKKK. Izuku then told him. Then Hawks just looked at him and said, Sorry I forced you to talk about a sensitive subject. Then Izuku said, Nah, it's fine, but don't tell anyone who I am or else I will effing end you, got it? Then Hawks nodded as he was really scared of Izuku. The chief of police, who had a dog mutation, came up to Izuku and said, You illegally used your quirk and committed vigilantism as you. Then Izuku said, F you, damn mutt, 2 people would have died if it weren't for me. If you weren't the police of the police, I would put you in the same condition of staying here. Hawks just looked at him and said, Yo, chill, you're scaring him. Then Izuku said, Guess a pussy has no spot in the police force. Then after saying that, the police chief just looked at him and said, I was going to forgive and let Hawks take the credit. Then Izuku said, Oh, sorry, I meant let Hawks take the credit, 8, I need some sleep. Izuku then said, Yo, Hawks, Takoyami is alone, we should get to him. Hawks just followed him and they went to Takoyami and then Hawks' agency to call it a night. The next day Izuku woke up to hear his phone ring. It was Momo and he picked up the phone. Hey, Momo. Then Momo responded, Don't hey Momo me, you fought with Stain. Then Izuku said, No, Hawks did. Then Momo said, If you lie to me I won't give you sloppy toppy 69,420. Izuku said, No, I fought, I'm sorry. Then Moyololo said, You're lying to me. Izuku will. Then Izuku said, Fine, I fought him, I didn't get hurt at all, please don't hurt me. Izuku then thought, Gee, she is so mad, I should cheer her up. Then she said, What I if you go T hurt I Izuku, as she started to cry. Then Izuku said, Hey, it's alright, I'm still alive, you seem mad at me so I'll make it up to you, let's go get something to eat tomorrow, okay? Then Momo said, Really? Okay, tomorrow at 6. Izuku responded, Sure, why not? Okay, see you tomorrow. I'll give you the location later. Then Momo said, okay bye. When they both hung up they thought, let's effing go. I have a date with Izuku, Momo. After a long day of waiting it was soon the meeting. Izuku wore simple blue jeans with a green hoodie and Momo wore black leggings and a red crop top. Izuku was standing by a bench in front of the train station waiting for Momo and she came to him and he blushed and said, hey Momo. Then Momo looked at him and thought, OMG his face looks so cute but his body is so sxy. Momo then responded as a blush developed on her face. Oh hey Izuku, did you have to wait long? Izuku said, no, I just got here. So shall we leave? Then Momo responded, yeah. Momo then thought, Ara he has manners, he said, I just got here. Izuku said, follow me, I know a good cafe. Then they both thought, if only I could hold her hand. Then Izuku said, here it is, as they saw a very modern cafe with a bit of greenery. And the Izuku said, shall we enter? Then Momo said, let's go. As she ran in front with her hands behind her back and looked back and smiled. Izuku thought, why the F is she so effing cute? Then they entered and they both ordered an iced cap and when they were about to pay for it Izuku said, don't worry Momo, I got it. Then Momo said, I insist I should do it. Then Izuku said, I brought you here so I'll pay, okay. Then Momo gave up and said, fine. As she pouted, the barista said to Momo, you're a lucky girl to have met this gentleman, there aren't many men like him, you guys are a great couple. Izuku and Momo both blushed into a tomato and said, we aren't a couple, we're just friends. The barista laughed seeing both of them having the same reaction and said, oh sorry. They both hot their ice cap and thought, I have to confess to him today. They just talked and laughed for 2 hours in that cafe and soon Momo had to leave and then Izuku said, I'll walk you to the train station, okay. Then Momo said, oh really, thanks. They both left a tip and left. They still talked as they walked to the train station. As they were walking beside an alley and 3 guys came up to her and said, hey baby girl, we'll show you a good time. Izuku said, actually I'm with her. Then they said, watch it punk, it's 3 against 1. Izuku said, might as well get a whole army cause I'll kill anyone who touches her. With venom his voice. Then Izuku powered up, lightning enhancement 5% and then he said, bring it on dumb FS. Them hearing Izuku calling them dumb FS made them all attack at once. Izuku just laughed and ran in front of the first seeming as it looked as he teleported and said, you might know me as the UA prodigy from the sports festival. The goons looked at each other and thought, we F'd up. Izuku punched goon number 1 in the stomach making him hit a wall and knocking him out. The 2 other goons started to run away and Izuku appeared in front of goon number 2 and kicked him in the left side of his stomach and making him cough out some blood and hitting him made him go into the same goon number 1 got hit into and goon number 3 thought he got away and had a sigh of relief. Izuku saw him and said, you think you lost me? As he grabbed him by the neck and beat him into pulp and threw him on top of the pile of goons. Then Izuku cleaned up his hoodie and his hands and Momo looked at him in shock that a boy just fought a bunch of goons just to save her and she said, thanks Izuku. As she said that she smiled. Izuku said, no problem. Then and there he saw a pro hero and he said, hey why did you use your quirk? Izuku thought, oh shit. Izuku then picked up Momo bridal style and said, gotta go. He then powered up his quirk to 15% and jumped building to building and when he got away he put Momo down as she blushed and she said, you know I did get used to going this speed now. Izuku laughed and said, oh, that's good. Well you might run against other guys, I guess I can drop you off at the Ryukyu agency, right? Then Momo said, yeah, you're right. Izuku and Momo then thought, no one is here, maybe I can confess. Then Momo walked closer to Izuku and Izuku walked closer to Momo and they both said, I have to tell you something. Then Momo said, you go first. Then Izuku said, it's fine, you go. Then Momo said, no, you have to go first. Then Izuku said, I'll leave you here if you make me go first. Then Momo pouted and said, fine. Then Momo said, I hope if you don't agree with me, I hope we can keep our friendship. Then Izuku said, no matter what, I'll always be your friend. Momo smiled hearing Izuku would still be her friend if he rejects her. Then Momo walked closer to him as they both started to blush by being this close and Momo gave him a kiss on his lips and Izuku accepted and they passionately kissed for 10 seconds and Momo said, I love you Izuku. As she looked at Izuku while pulling back. Izuku hearing this pulled her back in and kissed passionately again for 15 seconds and said, I love you too Momo and I'm happy we see each other that way. Momo started cry tears of joy and said, I'm so happy. Then Izuku hugged her and said, me too. Then Izuku broke the silence and said, so will you be my girlfriend Momo? Then Momo said, of course Baka. Izuku said, first we shouldn't tell anyone, right? Momo nodded. The Izuku said, now so let's take you to Ryukyu's agency. As he picked her up bridal style and she blushed at first as Izuku was taking her to Ryukyu agency. And he would constantly look at Momo hugging him and he would laugh and they talked on the way back and he asked, hey Momo, do you have a balcony? She answered, yeah, why? Then Izuku said, is that your balcony? Then she said, yeah, so what? Then Izuku said, hold on. They landed on her balcony, and as Momo was still hugging Izuku and she let go and said, "Bye, call me later when you get back, okay?" Izuku nodded and disappeared. Izuku walked over to the city. He and Ass Might were fighting, and he quickly made a plan as he knew that he was faster but weaker. If he was losing, he would run to the exit using his speed to his advantage. But when fighting, Izuku should use his speed to dodge and get more attacks on Ass Might. As Izuku and Ass Might were ready, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, go. Izuku charged up 1 for lightning enhancement 35%. Ass Might charged up 1 for all at 100%, and they both charged each other at the same speed. As All Might went for the early punch, Izuku grabbed his hand that All Might threw a punch with and threw him over his right shoulder, but All Might recovered as he tucked and rolled and turned around. Izuku said, "We're going pretty slow, shall we kick it up a notch?" All Might said, "This is slow." Izuku then ran at full speed at All Might. As All Might didn't expect him to be that fast, Izuku punched him in the stomach, which made him go a few steps back. All Might looked up to see Izuku disappear again. Izuku was behind him and kicked All Might in his back, which made All Might go a few feet in front. Izuku then ran in front of All Might as he didn't expect him to attack again, kicked his head as you could visibly see a blood stain. Now to the monitoring room. You could hear a wild Bakugo scream. "How is Deku beating All Might? I refuse to think or believe he is stronger than me." Then Kirishima held up his phone showing him a video of a bunch of times, mostly every time he got his ass handed to him. Then Bakugo screamed, "That's all fake, I would never lose to Deku." Then everybody thought, "Where is Izuku? Hiyori, brother, when you need him?" Then Nezu looked at the screen and thought, "Is it okay for a kid to be this powerful?" Back to the fight. After Izuku gave All Might the blow on the head, All Might started to feel dazed, and All Might thought, "I have to go all out or else I might lose." All Might charged up a punch and said, "New Hampshire Smash." The punch sent shockwaves throughout the air and sent dust as well, making everyone unable to see the fight. As Izuku got hit with the attack, he underestimated the force and got sent back into a building. Izuku coughed up some blood sitting on the building's debris. All Might saw him and ran at Izuku. Izuku cleaned some blood of his mouth and got up and said, "You were the symbol of peace." Everybody in the monitoring room thought, "You were the symbol of peace, what does he mean?" Izuku then got in a fighting stance as All Might charged at Izuku and yelled, "Detroit SMASHHH." Izuku, now expecting this and not underestimating it this time, he remembered all the times that his old father neglected him his old life. His power began to rise as he couldn't control his emotions and led him to not being in control of his powers, so powered up. Lightning enhancement 36%. Lightning enhancement 37%. Lightning enhancement 38%. Lightning enhancement 39%. Lightning enhancement 40%. Lightning enhancement 41%. Lightning enhancement 42%. Lightning enhancement 43%. Lightning enhancement 44%. Lightning enhancement 45%. Lightning enhancement 46%. Lightning enhancement 47%. Lightning enhancement 48%. Lightning enhancement 50%. Izuku, with the help of his emotions, pushed him to the next level, his with the anger, sadness, and fear from the past. Izuku was now completely free from his past, and All Might punched Izuku as hard as he could, but Izuku didn't want to lose and he yelled, "Lightning enhancement, Detroit Smash." You could see air shockwaves coming from All Might's Detroit Smash, but from Izuku's Detroit Smash there was lightning and air shockwaves, and as the two forces of nature collided, many buildings were destroyed from the power of the two blows. Izuku never used 50% as his body was not used to it. His hand started to bleed as it was a bit bloody and bruised. Izuku didn't feel the pain as he just wanted to beat the shit out of All Might for making him remember his past memories. All Might was shocked that someone other than All for One had matched his power. Due to the powerful blows, Izuku's right arm and chest area was ripped from the shockwaves. All Might again tried to punch Izuku with his right arm, and Izuku blocked it, and his costume confined his movement as it ruined it by ripping. Izuku then ripped off his costume from chest, arms, and abs area. The monitoring room. When Izuku matched All Might and used Detroit Smash, everyone looked shocked as one of All Might's main moves was blocked. As Izuku ripped his shirt, all the girls started to get a nosebleed, and Midnight, being a herself, started to rub her thighs and thought, "Once he gets out of UA we can do it." Momo herself started to have a nosebleed and thought, "Izuku is so hot, I'm so lucky. I want to touch his body so bad he is." She looked at the other girls, and Midnight, she became jealous that other girls were looking at him with lust. Then they heard a boy talk. "Izuku, you bastard, they're supposed to be my future wives." Everyone looked at the boy. Wow, it was Guess Who, Minta, and all the girls said, "In your dreams, you effing gross perv." Then Minta went to Midnight and said, "WH yo you Midnight," as he hugged her leg. Then Midnight said, "You will get it off, as she started to flail her leg. Then she used her quirk on Minta and he fell asleep and threw him in a garbage bin. Back to the fight. Izuku then, after ripping his costume, said, "This is all over. The moment we were going to fight, it was set in stone that I would win. Don't even try forfeiting." Izuku then ran at all might as every step he took his legs became more bruised and started to bleed more, but he didn't care because his number one enemy was right in front of him. Izuku then punched All Might in his chest, and from that hit alone he was about to hit a building, but Izuku ran behind him before that and kicked his head with the back of his foot, which made All Might fall onto the ground as he was barely conscious. Izuku knew he could only get one hit in and he yelled, "Lightning Enhancement, Detroit Smash." From that hit alone All Might had coughed up some blood as flew through 3 buildings and Izuku was declared the winner. Nobody except Momo and Recovery Girl went close to him as they were all scared of him, and Recovery Girl was about to hit him for hurting himself. Izuku then caught her punch and he said, "I don't need your help." Recovery Girl was amazed and angered that he said that as she believed him to be stupid. Izuku then activated speed healing. Recovery Girl looked at him in disbelief as all of his wounds had closed and it looked like he didn't even get scratched. Then she spoke, "How?" Then Izuku said, "Ability with my quirk I can heal wounds faster, but at the risk of my stamina. The fight with Ass Might only took away 20%, now I have 70% due to the healing." Then as everyone left the testing area scared of Izuku more than ever, then Momo came up to him and said, "My parents want to meet you." As she pouted, then Izuku laughed at her pouting and said, "When?" She said, "Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Then Izuku said, "Okay, see you then." Izuku reached the Hawks agency and jumped on his bed thinking that how he and Momo were now a couple. He remembered to call Momo and said, "I got back, I'll talk to you later, bye." Momo said, "Okay, goodbye." Izuku thought to get some pizza and go to sleep as he has to patrol tomorrow. As he finished the pizza he went to sleep and got up at 5 to start his workout. He finished it at 8 and got ready for a day of patrol. He met Hawks and Takoyami and got in his hero costume and they started to patrol. Izuku saw some kids and Hawks said, "It's important to keep in touch with the people." Izuku went to the kids and said, "Hey, how are you guys?" Then some of the kids said, "Well, you're the person that won the sports festival, you're so strong and fast." Izuku said, "Thanks. Do you guys want to be heroes?" The kids said, "Yeah." Then Izuku said, "I hope I see you guys patrolling in the future then." As Izuku smiled at them, they then smiled to Izuku and asked for autographs, and Izuku gave them his autograph and he went back to Hawks and Hawks said, "Dude, you a natural hero." Izuku said, "Thanks, appreciate it." The day was pretty boring as nothing crazy like stopping a few rape attempts, small robberies, and stopping car chases, which was Izuku's specialties, as well as small robberies. The rest of the week was stopping everything on top, and slowly Izuku was the most hyped up young hero since All Might. When it was the last day, Izuku thanked Hawks for training. Hawks said, "Dude, it's fine, but keep in contact cause the number 3 will be needing help from the future number 1. Izuku laughed and said, "Yeah, sure." Later Takoyami said bye to Hawks and they left. After an hour they reached UA. They entered, wanted to see Momo anxiously waiting for Izuku. When she saw him she ran up to him and was about to hug him but remembered and said, "How are you, Izuku?" Izuku responded, "Oh, I'm fine, what about you, Momo?" Then Momo responded, "Good." Then they just talked, trying to look as if they don't want to hug each other. Then Izuku saw Bakugo enter and he said to Kaminari, "Don't laugh or else I'll kill you." Izuku laughed and said, "Nice hair, Bakugo." Bakugo said, "Deku, I'm gonna kill you." Then Izuku said, "What happened last time you tried to kill me?" After Izuku saying that, Bakugo quieted down. As everyone came into the class they heard Ida say, "The auspicious time of class has began." Then Izuku said, "School time isn't auspicious at all, you effing weird-ass nerd and wannabe class prez." Hearing Izuku call Ida a wannabe class prez, the whole class burst into laughter because it was true. Then Ida sat down in embarrassment as All Might said, "It's been a while, boys and girls, hope all of you have been in good spurts. Now get your costumes, we're heading to the Industrial City and Playground Gamma to have a rescue race." Everyone except Izuku cheered for rescue training race. Izuku put on his costume and met everyone else outside. Then All Might said, "We'll see how much you young heroes have improved throughout the 2 weeks, and by the way, please keep the damage on the minimum," pointing at Bakugo. Then Bakugo yelled, "Why is he pointing at me?" The first round had Izuku in it, and as it started and it took him 5 seconds and touched All Might as if he has COVID-19 and jumped away. Then All Might said, "Young Izuku has won." Everyone who was watching said, "Yeah, we saw that coming." The whole class finished and Izuku saw mostly everyone has progressed, seeing new tricks from half the kids. As All Might's class ended they had to go to homeroom with Aizawa-sensei. When they entered the class they saw a yellow sleeping bag crawl on the ground to the front of the class. Then as everyone settled down Aizawa said, "So summer break is approaching and you guys won't train during it, so we're gonna take you to a training camp in a forest lodge." Everyone in the class started to cheer hearing that they will have a forest training camp. Then someone said, "Let's give each other dares." Then the local class pervert said, "The baths," with visible lust on his face. Then Tsu said, "And fireworks." Then Aizawa continued, "However, if any of you fall short of a passing grade for the end of the term test will be stuck in school in remedial hell." With no expression whatsoever, everyone told each other to do their best and Izuku didn't care at all. For the remaining limit of the school before the summer break seemed easy for Izuku, and he passed tied with Momo with full marks, and some people complained that they didn't forgot to study because of all the events that they participated. Then Izuku said, if we got full marks that means we had enough time to study. You're all just dumb and that's just straight facts. So it was 1 week away from the final test and everyone studied their asses off, and Izuku didn't even study cause of faster thinking, which doubled his high IQ permanently, as Izuku just trained his body instead to get stronger. Then slowly the test exercise day began, as everyone came to the cities with their hero costumes on, and on the other sides were the pros. Then some people started to wonder why so many teachers came, as they would usually fight robots like the entrance exam. Then Nezu popped out of Aizawa's scarf and said, because of the villain incidents we changed it to be a person-on-person battle activities to emulate a teaching environment closer to a real battle where all of the students can learn, and hence we will create teams of pairs to fight a teacher, except one person has to be alone. Then Izuku said, is me? Then Nezu said, yeah, cause you're to god darn opus. Then Izuku said, like 8-bet. Then some kids said, do you think Izuku will win? Then Takoyami said, you know how Izuku and I interned at Hawk's, we both thought I couldn't get one hit on Hawk, but Izuku matched Hawk's strength. Then someone said, no way. Then Bakugo said, no way that Deku is stronger than me. Then Shoto said, he's already the fastest, and no, he can be considered among the strongest. That's pretty amazing for a 15-year-old. Almost 16 by the way. Then all fights were canon, and except All Might first fought Izumi, Bakugo, and Shoka. Then came Izuku's fight, which for some reason everyone wanted to watch the most, as it was the UA prodigy versus the number 1. Izuku got up from his bed remembering today is the last day before summer break, as he jumped out of bed very excited he could go to a training camp. He then got ready for school and ran there like usual, taking only minutes to get to school. Izuku came after Ida, and Ida looked at Izuku and started to do robotic hand chops and said, this is not how late a class representative should come. Izuku looked at the time. There was 10 effing minutes left. He looked at Ada and said, what the F is wrong with you? There are 10 damn minutes left. How effing far up is the stick up your ass? Everybody that heard, how effing far up is the stick up your ass, started to laugh as Izuku sat down at his spot. Some kids went up to him and asked, hey, Hiyori, want to come shopping with us for stuff we need for the training camp? Izuku, knowing he had to meet Momo's parents, said, I would love to, but I have work. Then the kids said, okay. Then as the day went on, the only kids who didn't go shopping were Momo and Izuku. As school ended, Izuku walked with Momo and said, okay, see you at 6, beautiful. When he said that, Momo blushed and she responded, thanks, Izuku. Izuku then activated his quirk and left to his house and sleep for an hour or 2. Time skip. Izuku woke up to have 30 minutes to spare, and he realized he had to pick clothes. He found a plain white buttoned-up shirt with black dress pants with black dress shoes as well. Izuku reached Momo's house with 5 minutes to spare and looked as if he walked. Momo heard lightning crackle and looked outside and saw Izuku fixing his wrist cuffs, and she opened the door and ran to him and hugged him as he hugged back. Momo was wearing an elegant red dress, and then Izuku said, long time no see. Izuku chuckled after saying that. He then asked, may I enter? Then Momo said, oh, yeah, come in. Then Momo's parents saw him, and Momo went to Momo and whispered, you picked them well, Momo. As she said that, Momo blushed to a tomato and whispered, mother. Then Izuku said, hello, my name is Izuku Hiyori, but you probably may know my name as Momo may have told you. Then Momo's father said, yes, she has told me about you. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Yamato Yaoyorozu, and my wife's name is Naomi Yaoyorozu. Izuku said, pleased to meet you both, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Then Yamato said, you can sit down and please call me Yamato. Then Naomi told Momo to come to the kitchen, and she listened and followed. Then Izuku said, thank you very much for your hospitality. As he sat down, then Yamato said, so why are you dating my daughter? Is it for her body, money, looks? Izuku responded with, actually none, Mr. Yamato, it's for her kindness. Yamato said, why for her kindness? Izuku said, well, she is real friend and she didn't care about me having a powerful quirk, instead she cared for who I am. Yamato said, wow, a rare young gentleman you are, you have my consent to court my daughter. In the kitchen, Naomi said to Momo, did you have sex? Momo said, mother, no we did not. Naomi said, he looks very handsome, you're lucky to have him. Then Momo responded, yes, I know that. Then they overheard Yamato say, so why are you dating my daughter? Is it for her body, money, looks? When he said that, Momo started to blush up a storm. When Izuku responded with kindness, Momo felt happy that he liked her for being kind to him. Back to the living room. Then Momo's father asked, tell me about yourself. Then Izuku said, well, I have a lightning quirk which is very versatile. Then Yamato responded with, oh, yes, you're the UA prodigy. I saw you during the sports festival. I can say you probably are stronger than most pros. Izuku laughed and said, yes, you can say I'm already stronger than most pros. As Izuku said that, he thought, I'm already stronger than ass might. Izuku then said, you may think I had a total of 11 years to train my quirk, but I was a late bloomer as I activated my quirk at 11 years of age. Yamato gasped and said, so you gained this much power within 4 years. As time continued, Izuku told Yamato about his quirk and moves, and it would be an understatement to say he was amazed. Then Izuku looked at the time. It was 8, and Izuku said, I should get going. Then Yamato said, please eat, it would be the least we could do for you. Izuku said, if you insist. Izuku ate with Momo and her parents, and when he was about to leave, Yamato said, please take of our daughter. Izuku said, that's something I would risk my life for. When Izuku said that, Momo blushed again, and her mom said that and started to chuckle. Then as Izuku was about to activate his quirk and leave, Momo came up to him and hugged him and said, thanks again for coming, Izuku. As she hugged him, Izuku could feel her mountains on his chest and blushed. Momo also realizing that blushed and jumped away and started to say sorry. Izuku laughed and said, it's fine, you didn't do it on purpose. Oh, by the way, you want to go shopping tomorrow for the summer training camp? Momo was happy that he asked her to come, and she said, yeah, I would love to. Is 12 fine? Izuku said, yeah, that's a good time. By the way, I'll pick you up. Momo then said, okay, see you then, bye. Izuku then powered up, and a crackle of lightning was heard as he disappeared into the city. Izuku got home and was pretty excited for the date the next day and fell asleep right away. Izuku got up and looked at the time. It was 9. He then got up and out of bed to get a 2-hour workout session done. Izuku then, as he finished his workout, took a shower and changed into a gray half-sleeve shirt and black sweatpants and saw there were 10 minutes left to pick up Momo. He reached her house with 4 minutes to spare, and he knocked the door and he saw Momo wearing blue jeans with a white shirt, and Izuku said, hey, Momo, did I come too early or did I come on time? Then Momo said, oh no, this is perfect timing. Then Izuku said, okay, let's go then. Izuku picked up Momo bridal style and left to go to a mall and reached there within minutes without breaking a sweat. When they reached the mall, Izuku dropped Momo and stopped and said, we're here. Then Momo said, this is the fastest transport of all time, and now I'm used to it as well. Izuku laughed at her, being happy to getting used to his speed. Then Izuku said, so are we just gonna stand here or? Momo then grabs Izuku's hand and drags him into the mall. Time skip. By 4 o'clock they had went to 10 stores. Izuku had 2 bags and Momo had 14 bags, and Izuku said, maybe we should take some of your bags back to your house. Then Momo said, yeah, can you take them? Izuku said, sure, but where am I supposed to put it? Then Momo came with him to put the bags back in Momo's house, and they left to resume what they had started. Then Momo's stomach grumbled and Izuku laughed and Momo blushed, and Izuku said, hey, I'm also hungry, let's get something to eat. Momo said, yeah, I'm famished, what should we get? Then Izuku said, your choice. Then Momo pointed and said, there. She then pulled Izuku by his hand to the store. Then Izuku chuckled and said, okay, stop dragging me please. Momo looked at their hands and realized they were holding hands and blushed. Izuku said, you can hold my hand, but please don't drag me. Momo, hearing this, smiled and held his hand, and they both thought, her hand feels so good. They walked into the restaurant hand in hand. They both got some pasta, but Izuku got 3 bowls of it, whereas Momo got 1. They ate and talked for an hour. They left, and Izuku and Momo fought for who would pay for the food. Izuku then said, oh, look there. Momo looked and Izuku paid at the cashier. Momo realized it and playfully punched his chest, and Izuku laughed. They continued to shop for 3 more hours as they said, we want to look around the stores. But they really just wanted to spend time together. As they looked through the stores, they didn't find anything. By then it was 8, and Izuku said, it's pretty late, we should get you home, Momo. Then Momo said, but I want to be with Izuku. Izuku blushed to what she said, and Momo realized that as well and started to blush and said, I am SRIIDDNTMENTOSIITUT load. Then Izuku said, it's F fine. Izuku then picked her up bridal style and took her to her house, and then when they reached Momo's house and he put Momo on the ground, Momo said, hey Izuku. Izuku responded, yeah. Momo then said as she looked down, I was wondering if we could watch a movie together. Then Izuku said, sure, why not? But where? Then Momo giggled as she pulled him into her house and said, movie theater. Izuku laughed at her acting like a little kid, and then he said, what type of movie will we be watching? Momo said, I don't know, as she grabbed the popcorn. Then Izuku grabbed the popcorn and said, you down for a scary movie? Momo said, sure. They both sat on beside each other and started the movie, and then they finished it and chose to start another one. Halfway through they had both fallen asleep, with Momo leaning on Izuku as she was cuddling him. That was both of their best sleep in their entire lives so far. In the middle of the night there were 2 figures that approached the both in their sleep. One of them said, we're so happy that we let this couple be, they look so cute together, huh, Naomi? As they took a few pictures of them sleeping together. Izuku and Momo woke up, and Izuku started to feel a weight on his chest and looked up and saw Momo, and he blushed remembering they fell asleep together. Momo felt something hard but soft. As she opened her eyes she saw Izuku and started to become a tomato, and she looked at Izuku, who also blushed looking at her as they both looked away. Momo still then was hugging Izuku and hugged her back, and they both looked at each other. Izuku then said, so today is a Sunday, what do you want to do? Momo then hugged him and said, I want to spend time with you. Izuku then blushed. Momo then snuggled her head in his chest. Izuku then said, I need to train, I can't become a simp, I am a effing Chad. Momo pouted and said, Izuku please. Izuku got up and activated his quirk and left. Izuku then trained for 6 hours and fell asleep from overworking. Time skip. Izuku woke up to realize that there was 30 minutes to get to class. As he got up and showered, he activated his quirk and started to pack all the stuff he would need and packed it, and then he left. When he got to class, he felt a killing intent, but it wasn't Bakugo, which he was amazed for some reason. He then looked at Momo and saw a death glare and he thought, aw shit. Then Momo said, Izuku. Then Izuku whispered, do it to me later, we're in class. Then Momo calmed down and said, fine, but next time I will destroy you. Then Aizawa-sensei said, okay, let's go to the buses. Everybody got up and started to talk amongst themselves. When they got to the bus, Ida said, my fellow classmates, please get in an orderly fashion line. As he did a robotic hand chopping motion with his hand. Izuku then activated his quirk and threw Ada in the bus, and then he said, don't effing bother me in the bus or else I'll throw you out the bus, got it? Everybody except Bakugo said, okay, in a scared voice. As Bakugo said, HMPH. Izuku heard that and went right beside him and said, say that to my face, you pussy. Bakugo just fainted from Izuku scaring him. Izuku got in the bus just to sleep, and he slept the whole way as the whole bus ride was quiet cause Izuku scared everyone, even Bakugo. Yeah, Bakugo. Aizawa was really happy that he could sleep in quiet for once. As they reached the training camp location, Momo woke up Izuku and said, we're here, Izuku. Izuku looked up at her and smiled and he said, thanks. Izuku and Momo then got out of the bus and saw a hero within. He said, hello, I am Pixie Bob and I am part of a group of heroes called the Wild Pussycats, and we will train you over the course of the training camp. Pixie Bob continued, you will be staying in the forest at the base of the mountain, and the whole forest is our domain. Then some said, we're only halfway there. Then Pixie Bob said, it's 9:30 right now and the kittens who don't make it before 12:30. Then Kirishima said, oh no, go back onto the bus. Then Pixie Bob then put her paws on the ground and terraformed the ground, tried to throw off everyone except Mandalay, Eraserhead, Koda, and herself. Izuku saw this coming and dodged the attack and ran behind Pixie Bob and said, I'm not as weak as all of them. Pixie Bob looked shocked as he was the first student to ever dodge that attack. Then Aizawa said, oh yes, this is the student I was telling you about, he is on par with All Might, so don't F up. Then Izuku said, on par with All Might, I'm stronger. Then Aizawa said, yeah, whatever, so you want to go on the bus? Izuku laughed and he said, if I run and get there, can I sleep? Then Pixie Bob said, yeah, sure. Izuku said, let's go. After he said that, he waved and then disappeared, and at the moment the Mandalay and Pixie Bob, this kid is as strong as All Might. Izuku then just dipped to the training camp location and reached there in 69 seconds as every other student was being tortured in the forest of beasts. Time skip. By 12 o'clock, mostly everybody reached the location and they saw Izuku sleeping in the shade under a tree with his back on the tree. People just looked at him in shock and realized the reason he wasn't with them is because he already left while everyone recovered. When Momo realized it, she got pissed at Izuku and thought, we could have spent time together if he took me with him. Izuku woke up from the noise and he said, you guys finally got here, took long enough. Then Bakugo yelled, Deku, you were relaxing here while I almost got killed. Then Izuku said, it's your fault for being weak. Then Tiger came to Izuku and he said, I'm gonna train you, Izuku. Then Izuku said, nah, I'll train by myself. Then Tiger said, no, you will have to get trained by me. Then Izuku ran up to him and said, listen to me, you're no Tiger, you're just a pussy, you can't beat me, I'm on a different league, train someone in a league under your power. Okay. Izuku then walked away and said, don't bother me unless it's important, I need to get stronger. Izuku then trained the whole day without anyone bothering him, hopping to get to control more strength. Eventually he was called to make something to eat. Izuku then activated his quirk and made enough food for himself and started to eat, and everyone just looked at him in shock for how he made 3 plates of curry by himself within 3 minutes. Then Momo went to Izuku and sat beside him and said, can I try some, Izuku? Izuku looked at her and said, sure. Izuku grabbed the spoon he was using and got a spoonful of curry and fed it to Momo, and she thought, wait, he's using the same spoon as he used to eat, is this indirect kissing? As she ate it, she blushed at how godly it was, and she thought, Izuku is handsome, kind, powerful, smart, and he's good at cooking. What is he not good at? Izuku said, so did you like it, Momo? Momo said, why do we go to restaurants for dates if you can make this? By the way, can you make it for me? Izuku laughed and said, sure, I would love to make you curry. After a few minutes of cooking the curry, Izuku brought the curry to Momo and gave it to her and finished it, and Izuku left to train some more and call it a day. Later the baths opened. Izuku went in with all the guys and he was just relaxing until Minta started to say, hey guys, all the girls are on the other side, should I peek at your Araka beautiful curves? Sui's ass, Momo's big boob, as Mineta was climbing, and when Izuku heard Momo's boobs, Izuku activated his quirk and grabbed Mineta and threw him, causing a crater on the ground as well as a loud sound. On the other side of the bath, "What was that loud sound?" said Uraraka. Then Gyro said, "Probably the boys doing something dumb." Back to the boys' side, Izuku yelled at Mineta, "Why the F were you trying to peek, you useless perv? Do something useful for once." "Wait, you can't, cause you're the most useless person I effin' know. How can you be a hero if you do this shit?" Every boy was like, "Chill, Hiyori, why you just telling him the cold truth?" Then Mineta just started to cry from Izuku eating him onto the ground and Izuku telling him the truth. Izuku then left the bath and went to sleep so he could wake up and train for the next day of the training camp. CH28, Training Camp Part 2. Talk. Thought. Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar log cabin to remember that he was at a training camp. Izuku then looked at the time. It was 6, so he showered, then worked out for 3 hours until everyone else woke up, and he entered the eating area covered in sweat, and everyone looked at him in shock, and someone said, "Where did you come from?" Izuku said, "I did a workout, isn't that obvious?" Everyone's sweat dropped that Izuku worked out that early. Izuku then grabbed a snack and some milk and sat down beside Momo and started to eat, and when he finished, Momo grabbed his hand and said, "Could we hang out somewhere later?" Izuku said, "Sure, what time?" Momo responded, "Okay, we'll meet at the back at 1. Then Izuku said, "Bye, see you then, Momo." Izuku worked out for another 3.5 hours, and later he got something to eat. Then he showered and put on some new clothes and went to the back of the cafeteria without anyone noticing. When he got there, he saw Momo coming from the other side and he waved to get her attention. She then saw Izuku and ran up to him and hugged him. They stayed like that for a moment, and Momo said, "We can't keep hiding our relationship from our classmates. They'll just find out, and if we tell them, we can do this without being secretive." Izuku thought for 10 seconds and he said, "Yeah, you have a point, sure, we'll tell them." Then Momo said, "I have no idea. How should we tell them? Like, should we just tell them or do we just kiss each other?" Izuku said, "If we just tell them, they might not believe us though. So I guess we can hold hands or something." Then Momo thought, "Izuku, we had a reason to kiss. Why did you have to take it from me?" Izuku then said, "But how about we spend time now and talk about that later?" Izuku said, "So what do you want to know?" "Oh, I know. Do you want to walk in the forest? There is a good trail there I ran in during the morning." Then Momo said, "Okay." A few hours had passed of them just hanging out and talking, and eventually they both were hungry, so they went to the cafeteria, holding hands, and Mina went up to them and said, "Why are you guys holding hands?" Izuku said, "Take a quick guess." Mina said, "You guys are dating." "Yes, my ship came true. I knew it. I'm so happy." Everyone hearing that they were dating came up to them and started to congratulate them, and then Mineta came up and said, "Izuku, you lucky bastard, now you only get to touch Momo's boob." Izuku heard Mineta and just put his hand on Mineta's face, and you could only a muffled voice, and Izuku said, "Give me one invalid reason not to throw you in the stratosphere." Mineta said, "PLSGJV inks KVSKBBVDU." Izuku then powered up, lightning enhancement 45%. He then threw Mineta high into the sky as everyone also looked to see how high Mineta could go. When he was thrown, he was screaming, and after 5 minutes you could hear Mineta scream, and Izuku looked back up and saw him come back down and caught him before he could hit the ground, and Izuku said, "If you ever say a perverted thing again, I will not catch you." Mineta started to cry. "Oh, okay, sob, I am sob, sorry, oyo, sob, rose you, sob." Izuku said, "Much better." Izuku ate and went to train again as he had mastered 45%, and now he could go 27 kph and 1,678 miles per hour, and as he was training, Shoto and Shoka came up to him and said, "Hey, Izuku, can you train with us?" Izuku looked at them and said, "Yeah, sure, what do you want to train?" Then Shoka said, "We want to spar you 2v1. Izuku said, "You guys might get hurt, so do you guys want me to hold back or?" Then Shoto said, "Wait, I have a question. What is your quirk, by the way, Izuku? You never told us." Then Izuku said, "So, my quirk is a mutation of my old effing useless weak-ass dad's quirk, and I can manipulate lightning and do other stuff with it. I activated it at 11. Then Shoka and Shoka said, "Oh, that makes sense." Then they said, "Why didn't you tell us then? We already tried to stop the bullying, but that didn't work. But telling everyone you have a quirk would make everyone be nice to you." Izuku said, "You both were always my friends for who I was, but then if I told people I had a quirk, they would be friends for my quirk, not who I am." Then they said, "Wow, that's pretty wise." Izuku said, "Haha, I'm not that wise, it's pretty oblivious, so let's start the sparring." Izuku powered up, lightning enhancement 15%. As Shoto and Shoka charged up and attacked with fire and ice together, Izuku read both of their attacks and just sidestepped to dodge it, and Izuku said, "That all you got?" Then when he said that, Shoto said, "In your dreams, Izuku." Shoto and Shoka then started to cover their right side of their body and went to Izuku and they both punched him. Izuku blocked both of their punches with one arm for both of them and he caught both of their hands and threw them to the side. They both got up and shot a giant ice glacier at Izuku and Izuku just flicked his fingers and broke the ice glaciers and he said, "Shall we end this?" Shoka said, "You're fast but not fast enough for our ice to block your attacks, Izuku." Izuku said, "Really? Let's see." Izuku then went up to Shoka as she created a spherical barrier around her. Izuku just roundhouse kicked the barrier and punched Shoka in the back to make her fall onto the ground, and then he ran towards Shoto and Shoto created a 306-degree iceberg around himself to stop Izuku, but that didn't work and Izuku jumped over it and went behind him and grabbed his hand and threw him beside Shoka and said, "I won, you guys are too slow, but that aside, good fight, you guys have learned a lot. Hey, let's go something to eat, I'm starving." Then Shoka said, "I second that." Then Shoto said, "I hope there's soba." Izuku laughed and said, "That's the only thing you always eat whenever we sit at lunch." Shoka laughed at Izuku saying that. Slowly they got to the cafeteria, they made their food and found a spot and they all sat there and ate and then it was time to sleep. CH29, Training Camp Part 3. Talk. Thought. Izuku woke up on his bed to remember that there is only 3 days left for the training camp. As he remembered that he hopped out of bed to start to train for the day as he wanted to achieve a higher percentage for lightning for one. Izuku would only stop training just to eat. As he was running around the forest while using his quirk, he saw a nice viewpoint and he thought, "I should take Momo up here sometime." So just from that he had gotten an idea for his next date. He ran to the nearest city without anyone knowing and he bought a necklace for Momo that he could give to her. Izuku at lunch went to Momo and whispered, "Hey, Momo, can you meet me behind the cafeteria at 8 today?" Momo looked at him and nodded. Izuku finished his food and went to train some more. Soon it was 6 and it was time to have dinner. Izuku then ate and took a shower and just relaxed until it was 7:50 and he went behind the cafeteria to be before Momo and waited. Soon after he came, he saw Momo sneak up to the meeting spot and he said, "Hey, Momo." She came up to him and hugged him and said, "Hey, Izuku." Izuku got out of the hug and said, "So, how's your training going so far?" Momo said, "Pretty good. I can make objects that took me 9 seconds into 7 seconds now. How about you?" Izuku then said, "Wow, 9 to 7, that is an improvement. Remember when I fought All Might I used 50% even though I could only use 35%, now I can use 45% without an issue." Momo said, "Wow, in a week you improved a lot, unlike me." Izuku looked at Momo and saw that she was sad and he said, "Hey, everyone has their own pace. I guess it's just easier for me cause I've been training my quirk like this for 4 years. I know how it works. I've been doing very hard training every day to be here with you. But this wasn't supposed to be us just talking about our training. I just want to spend time with you, so should we go?" Momo looked at him and said, "Thanks, Izuku, I needed that." "Yeah, let's go." Izuku then started to walk and Momo walked right beside him and Izuku said, "Recently I just found something I want to show you." Momo said, "Okay." Izuku picked her up bridal style and took her to the cliff he saw in the morning and took her to it and he put her on the ground and said, "This was what I found in the morning." Then Momo said, "Wow, it's beautiful." As they looked from a cliff they saw the whole forest and a bunch of mountains with a city far on to the right as you could see some light from it, with the whole scenery being under a blanket of stars. Momo sat down at the edge and Izuku sat beside her and Izuku sat beside her and said, "Here, I wanted to give you this." Then Momo said, "What?" Izuku reached into his pocket and grabbed a silver necklace and he said, "I think this would look nice on you." As he put the necklace around her neck, Momo said, "Does it look nice?" Izuku said, "It looks very nice on you." Then Momo said, "Thanks, Izuku." Momo said, "You know, Izuku, if I could pick any guy to date in the whole world, it would be you." Izuku then said, "If I was the last guy on the world, I would still pick you as well." As both of their head inched closer to one another and they both closed their eyes as they were slowly nearing their heads and they kissed for what seemed like an eternity, but it was 15 seconds. As they pulled back, Momo said, "I love you, Izuku." Then Izuku responded, "I love you too, Momo." They both spent half an hour sitting on the cliffside holding hand with Momo leaning on his shoulder and Izuku then said, "Should we go back?" Then Momo said, "But I want to spend time with you, Izuku." Izuku then said, "We have to train in the morning though." Momo pouted and said, "Okay." Izuku picked her up bridal style and dropped her off at the front of her cabin and he kissed her on the lips without her expecting it. She blushed but she returned the kiss and Izuku left with the crackle of lightning to his cabin. Izuku went straight to sleep after reaching his cabin. Izuku got up not expecting anything out of the normal to happen this day as he got out of bed and got ready to train. As he trained the whole day and soon it was finally late and the heroes said they would be doing a walk around the forest and Class 1B would try to scare Class 1 and next vice versa. As they were talking about it, Izuku saw the brat Koda walking away. Izuku decided to follow him and he saw him enter a cave in a mountain. Izuku entered the cave and Koda said, "What do you want, you lousy wannabe hero?" Then Izuku thought, "Boy, what did you just call me? I'll send you to F in Mars, I'll have you know that, you damn brat." Izuku said, "I saw you leaving, I just wondered where you were leaving to." As Izuku was saying that, he heard a noise. He saw a man that he never saw at the camp, and Izuku said, "Who the F are you and why are you here?" Then the man said, "Oh, I didn't know heroes could say that." Izuku said, "You talk a lot for a dead man." Then Kota screamed, "He's the guy who killed my parents." Izuku looked at Kota and then looked back at the man and he said, "Oh, you mean the water hose hero, the one that gave me this scar? Wow, I can kill their son for revenge for this scar." Izuku said, Yeah, you have to get through me, but that won't happen." Then the man said, "You know how many people the villain Muscular killed? 'Cause you'll be added to the count as well." Izuku laughed and said, "Try me. Kota, get behind me, I'll save you." As he smiled a very genuine smile. Then Kota said, "No, that guy killed my parents, you can't beat him, he's too strong." But Kota listened to Izuku and went behind him, and Izuku powered up to 45% and he thought, "You can't underestimate him, he killed so many people." Izuku then said, "Come at me, you beach." Izuku charged up one for lightning enhancement 45%. Izuku then got in a fighting stance to take on Muscular. As Muscular used his quirk, he grew 3 times in size, and Izuku just freaked out looking at him transform and said, "Your effing transformation is so effing trash." Muscular said, "I'll F you up, kid, you talk too much. After I beat you, I'm gonna go kidnap the Bakugo kid and the Yagi kid." Izuku said, "Then fight, you effing dumbass." Muscular was enraged at Izuku's comment, and he went for a punch. As his muscles extended, Izuku dodged his attack and said, "You're pretty slow, you know that, right?" Muscular then ran at Izuku and punched him, but Izuku dodged it and he ran behind him and punched him, and that had some effect as Muscular went a few feet in front. Muscular then again goes for another punch. Izuku uses his speed to dodge it and ran behind Muscular, and he said, "You never learn, do you?" After he says that, Muscular turns and Izuku says, "Lightning enhancement, Detroit smash." Izuku punched Muscular in the face, which caused Muscular's face to be a bit deformed and due to the impact of Izuku's punch, and he went flying off the cliff, and Izuku said, "That's what happens when you try to F with me, beaches." Kota said, "Mr. Izuku, can you take me back to Aunt Mandalay?" Izuku looked at him and said, "Sure thing, kid." Izuku picked him up and let him piggyback him, and he reached to the cabins and he saw Aizawa, and Izuku said, "Oh, I had to fight a guy to get him. When I saw him leave, what happened?" Aizawa said, "The League of Villains attacked." Izuku said, "Oh, also they want to kidnap Bakugo and Yagi," with a venomous voice when he said Yagi. Then Aizawa said, "Then you have to save them. You are the only one who can save them. By the way, tell Mandalay that Kota is safe. Tell Telepathy that I will let Class 1 and 1B use their quirks to protect themselves." Izuku, as much as he wanted to reject it, agreed to it because it was the right thing to do. Izuku then, when he was about to leave, Kota said, "You're really strong, Mr. Izuku." Izuku smiled and he said, "Yeah, I know." Izuku then left after saying that. As he went on the path, he saw Pixie Bob and Mandalay fighting, and Izuku went up to Mandalay and saw her fighting a villain, and Izuku ran behind the villain she was fighting and elbowed him in the head, and the villain got knocked out due to the impact. Mandalay said, "Oh, it's you." Izuku said, "I saved Kota. Muscular tried to kill him." Mandalay said, "That's the guy that killed his parents. Thanks for saving him." Izuku said, "No problem, that's what heroes do." Then Izuku said to Mandalay, "Hey, Mandalay, use your telepathy quirk to tell everyone that Bakugo and Yagi are wanted by the villains." And Aizawa said, "Class 1 and 1B are allowed to use quirks to fight back with the villains. I'll deal with these villains." Then Mandalay said, "You're just a kid, you don't have any combat sense though." Izuku said, "Watch me, beach." Izuku then said, "Hey, you effing lizard, fight me." Spinner, hearing that, he said, "What did you just call me, kid? I'll kill you." After he said that, Izuku punched Spinner in the head and knocked him out. Then saw Tiger fighting another guy, and Izuku ran up to him before he could even see him leave and kicked him on the side of the head with his leg, and Izuku said, "No combat sense, my ass." Then as Mandalay told everyone Bakugo and Izumi were wanted, Bakugo wanted no part in being protected and continued fighting, but Izumi stopped fighting and got protection from her classmate. Izuku then left Mandalay and Tiger and said, "I need to help my classmates. I'm the only one who can defeat all the villains with my current strength." Izuku then left. As he went into the forest, he saw an arm made out of shadow reach at him, and he thought, "Isn't this Takoyami's quirk?" As he was thinking, he dodged his hand and he saw Shoji, and Izuku said, "Yo Shoji, what happened to Takoyami?" As Izuku saw him out of control. Then Shoji said, "We were ambushed by villains at that corner and I covered for him, but it triggered his quirk that he was trying to control in the dark, and if we want to go past him we have to stop his quirk without hurting him." Izuku then thought and he said, "His quirk gets weakened with a light source, right?" Then Shoji said, "Yeah, but the only people that can produce light in our class is Bakugo and both the Todorokis." Izuku then laughed and said, "No, there are more people." Then Shoji said, "Who?" Then Izuku activated lightning manipulation as he started to create lightning at the tip of his finger, and Shoji looked at him in shock and he said, "You can do that too. What can you not do?" Izuku's finger had a lightning surround his hand and he thought, "Wait, I just figured this out. What if I can throw lightning bolts like the Flash? I'll try that later, but why did I never think of that?" Izuku then went up to Takoyami as he said, "Get away from me. You will die." Izuku then put his hand in front of his dark shadow and slowly his sentient quirk slowly disappeared. Slowly after Izuku used his quirk to brighten the area, Takoyami fell unconscious due to him overusing his quirk. After he fell unconscious, Shoji put him on his back and surrounded him with his arms to protect him. As they were running, they saw Shoka, Shota, and Bakugo fighting a guy in the sky with white lightning-like things coming out of his mouth. Izuku then saw them have difficulty and jumped in the air, covered his hand with lightning, and said, "Lightning manipulation. Lightning throw." The lightning reached the villain faster than Izuku could see, and Izuku was really fast, but that lightning traveled at the speed of light and it hit the villain and electrocuted him and burned his chest because he was hit on the chest by lightning. Izuku then ran up to the villain who was currently being electrocuted and chopped him on the neck to knock him out. Then as he walked away from the villain, Bakugo yelled, "I had that, you damn nerd." Then Izuku said, "Really seemed like you were dying, you damn idiot." Then Shoto said, "Sorry about Bakugo, we would have lost if it weren't for you." Then Izuku said, "No problem, what are friends for?" Then Izuku said, "Okay, let's continue finding the rest of the class." Shoto and Shoka just nodded and went to Izuku, but Bakugo grumbled and reluctantly came to them and listened for once. Then they saw Uraraka and Tsu, and they came to help her with a villain who had a weird love for blood, but when she saw the group and decided to run away. Then Izuku said, "Hey, guys, are you okay?" Tsuyu and Uraraka said, "We're fine, thanks for asking though." Then Shoto said, "We were protecting Bakugo from the villains." Then Tsu said, "Guarding Bakugo? Then where is he?" Then Izuku said, "What do you mean he is right behind us?" As Izuku looked back, he heard, "Looking for him?" Then the mysterious figure continued, "I have taken him. With my magic. He's not a resource that should belong to the hero's side. We're putting him on a stage where he can truly shine." Then Izuku said, "Ha, nice try, he will stay a hero. That was the only thing that Dumbass wanted to be when he was young, even if he doesn't act like it." Then Izuku said, "Hand him over, wannabe Houdini." Then the man said, "The name is Compress, but hand him back, you say? What a truly odd thing to say." Then Izuku said, "He is his own, Dumbass, hand him back." Then Shoto used his ice and shot it at him, and Compress reappeared on top of the tree. Then Shoto said, "There is no need for him to confront us. He's mocking us." Then Compress said, "Sorry, force of habit, I'm an entertainer at heart." Then Shoto ran at him and shot ice again. Then Compress, as he dodged the attack, said, "Sorry, but deception and running away seem to be my specialties. Well, I can't go toe-to-toe with heroes in training." Vanguard Action Squad. The target B has been successfully captured. After he said that, he ran. Then Izuku said, "Well, you done F'd up." Izuku powered up. Lightning enhancement 45%. Izuku then charged up, ran after Compress, and when he caught up, which took Izuku 3 seconds, Izuku said, "Well, it turns out I'm pretty good at running as well." Compress, not expecting anyone to catch up to him, jumped and said, "Holy F, you scared the F out of me." Izuku said, "Oh, sorry," as he matched Compress's speed, and then Compress said, "No problem, wait, aren't you my enemy?" Then Izuku said, "Oh yeah, you're right." Izuku then punched him in the face, which knocked Compress out, and Bakugo popped out of nowhere and said, "Deku, why did you save me? I could have saved myself, you damn nerd hogging all the clout." Izuku then said, "You could have saved yourself. Please, you got your ass handed to you." When they looked up, they saw that they were alone together. Together with villains, they saw Twice, Toga, and Dabai looking at them fight. They saw one of their members knocked out on the ground and Izuku standing on him, and then they saw Dabai attack with flames, and Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the collar and Izuku ran out of the way and dropped Bakugo. Then they saw black mist appear behind them with a Namu, and the villains run in, and for some reason he saw Compress run into the portal with the Namu, and the portal closed, but he was sad because he didn't see the Ho Izumi being with the villain, knowing the villains were after her as well. Izuku ran away looking if there were any students hurt. He saw Momo with a guy in 1B and saw that she was barely conscious, and Izuku activated speed healing to heal her, and she said, "Thanks for healing me, Izuku." Then Izuku said, "What happened to you, Momo? Who did this to you?" She said, "It was the Namu." Izuku got a bit mad and said, "Next time I see that effing bird brain, I'll be stronger for you, Momo." Then slowly firefighters came and ambulances came to help some kids, as some of them barely had scratches whereas others had broken bones, but luckily no students were kidnapped. On the other hand, there were 4 villains captured by the students and teachers, but one ran away, which was Spinner with the other villains. But all the other villains managed to get away without a trace. But luckily Momo had placed a tracker on the Namu and could now track it, and she told Aizawa about it and said, "I appreciate it." As some students from the training camp were injured, they were in the hospital. Izuku was part of the group of Bakugo, Izumi, Momo, Shoto, Shoka, Takoyami, Uraraka, Tsu, Kirishima, Ashido, Ada, and Kaminari, who were unscathed from Class 1A. As the pros knew the location of the League of Villains, they got ready for the ambush. The same day, Izuku turned on the TV to see Nezu, Aizawa, and Vlad bowing to the camera, and he heard, "We will now be Era's segment of UA High School's apology press conference, which took place earlier tonight." Then Aizawa spoke. I regret to announce that our unpreparedness was responsible for the harm caused to a little less than half of our first-year students, though ours is an institution for heroes in training. We were nonetheless negligent in our defenses against the villains, and we understand that has made many of you uneasy. We apologize for this deeply and sincerely. There is no excuse for what occurred. Then a reporter said, question from the NHA. This makes the 4th time this year that UA students have been confronted by villains, given that some were gravely injured this time. What explanation have you given to their understandably concerned families? Furthermore, please tell us in concrete terms what measures you've taken to prevent these sorts of incidents in the future. Then Nezu said, we've increased surveillance of the surrounding areas and revamped our school's security system, and we've explained to parents that our strong stance against villainy will guarantee the students' safety. The press conference continued. Until the fight with the League of Villains that was being broadcasted, Izuku still hated All Might as a father figure, but he had to respect what he had done as a hero. Then as the fight finished and he won, he said, I'm sorry for all the mistakes I've made, but now it's your turn. As All Might pointed to the camera, Izuku, seeing All Might do this, started to get tears roll down his cheek as he knew All Might was saying it to him, and that the symbol he had idolized until the fateful day of him revealing his identity to Izumi. He was sad that a symbol of peace lost his power. He wanted to forgive him, but he knew that his father must condone for the sin he had committed. Time skip. After a few days, All Might had retired. Now then, class 1, a following summer break, the teacher visited the students' houses for asking permission for the students for staying in the UA dormitory system. During the few days break, Izuku was still training. Then one day the teachers would visit his apartment that he lived in alone, and they knew he was All Might's son, and as soon as they knocked, Izuku said, yeah, I'll stay in the dormitory. Bye. As he slammed the door, Aizawa thought he was the easiest so far. Wow. Time skip. It was mid-August, and Izuku looked at his apartment one last time and walked out of the now empty apartment and closed the door. The dorms were finished 3 days ago and are on the UA campus and have a 5-minute walking distance from the main school building. Then there is Heights Alliance, our new home. Then Izuku saw Aizawa and he said, now then, class 1A, I'm glad to see you all here. Then someone said, looks like everyone got permission to move in. Then someone replied, it was an uphill battle for me, as they ended with a sigh. Then someone said, makes sense. Then someone added, right, probably cause you two were injured by the gas and got hospitalized. Then Aizawa said, anyway, I'm gonna give a quick overview of your dorms. But before that, the training camp was meant to earn your provisional licenses. That's still the goal. Then as Aizawa opened the door, he said, one class to each building. Girls to the right and boys to the left. The first floor is the common area. Your dining halls, baths, and laundry rooms are here. Then someone said, so spacious. Wow. Then someone said, we've even got a courtyard. Then someone said, swanky live-in. Then the local pervert said, wait, did I hear that right? The baths and laundry rooms are in the common area. My dream has come true. Then Aizawa said, they're split by gender, and that's enough out of you. Got it. Then Aizawa took the students to the second floor and said, the rooms start on the second floor. 4 boys and 4 girls rooms on each floor, 5 floors in total. 1 student per room. You've got air conditioners, toilets, refrigerators, and closets. Enjoy the luxurious. These are your room assignments. The luggage you sent over earlier should already be in your rooms. Today is set aside for settling in. We'll talk about what comes next tomorrow. The rest of the day continued as everybody set up their rooms. Before everyone knew it, it was night. Kaminari sat on the side of the sofa and said, I'm excited about all of us living together. Then all the girls came and said, you boys all finished with your rooms. Then Kaminari said, yeah, we're just relaxing now. Then Mina said, so yeah, we've been talking and we've got an idea. How about we have a peek into each other's rooms? Izuku's room, which just had a bed in the back right corner, and beside it was a punching bag with some weights, and Izuku brought his own desk, and beside it was a bookshelf filled with books which took half the left wall, and beside the punching bag was a sofa with a small TV. Everyone said, it's like a mini apartment. It has anything you literally need. By the end, they decided to vote the best rooms. Izuku just left and said, F this sheet, sleep is better. After he said that, he went to bed. When everyone came into the class the next day from the brand new dorms, Aizawa said, as I mentioned yesterday, our primary goal now is to get you your provisional licenses. The whole class yelled, yay. Then Aizawa said, hero licenses are inextricably tied to saving the lives, so one must properly qualified for such a heavy responsibility. Naturally, the test is incredibly difficult, even for provisional licenses. On the average, we only see a 50% success rate. Then someone said, even the provisional ones that hard to get. Then Aizawa said, that's why, starting today, each of you needs to come up with at least 2. As midnight, Cementos and Ectoplasm jumped out of nowhere and said, ultimate moves. The whole class jumped up and cheered for joy, and Izuku said, oi, shut the F up or I'll beat the sheet out of you. When he finished saying that, everyone got scared and became quiet, and Izuku said, Mr. Aizawa, I already have 2 special moves, can I just do whatever I want? Aizawa said, yeah, sure. Then Izuku said, oh sick, I'm gonna make another ultimate move. Everyone thought, you just asked if you can do whatever you want, why are you still wanting to create an ultimate move? Then Izuku killed the mood and Aizawa said, let's move forward with a more detailed explanation and a practical demonstration. Change into your costumes and meet us in Gym Gamma. Time skip. Then as everyone was ready, Aizawa said, this is the training kitchen lab, TKL for short. Then Cementos said, this facility was my idea here. I cook up the perfect terrain and objects to fit each student's needs. Hence kitchen. After a bit of explanation of why they all need a ultimate move, Aizawa said, use that plus ultra mentality to go beyond your limits. Ready. Izuku then charged up his power as he went to 1 for lightning 45% as Aizawa was still talking. Izuku then jumped to an ectoplasm at the middle of Gym Gamma and thought of what he could do and thought, all my ultimate moves are close range, I need a move that I can fire from far away. Well, I guess I can practice my old ultimate moves. Then he used lightning manipulation. As his hand was covered in lightning, he saw the ectoplasm clone get ready for his attack as everyone in the class looked at him do his move. Then he pulled back his arm and he yelled, Chidori, as he hit the ectoplasm clone, and from all the power it broke half of the whole Gym Gamma, and he went up to Cementos and scratched the back of his head while smiling. Izuku said, sorry, I should have held back even more. Everyone looked at him and sweat dropped. Time skip. By 4 days, everyone had 2 special moves for the provisional exams. Mostly everyone changed their costumes to fit their new moves and new fighting styles. But Izuku didn't change his suit. Then he heard someone say, TKL is supposed to be ours this afternoon. Then as he entered the door and saw Vlad, and he said, Eraser, get out now. Then Aizawa said, we've still got about 10 minutes left. I aim to use our time efficiently. Then Monomo walked next to some people in Class 1A and said, hey, have you all heard about how half those taking the licensing test fail it? I bet you're all gonna fail, Class A. Then Izuku went up to Monoma and said, are you sure everyone in Class A is gonna fail? Then Monoma was about to piss himself and he heard whispers from his classmates saying, isn't he the guy who beat All Might? Then Monoma said, no, you will definitely pass. Then Izuku laughed and said, that's the thing about being weak, you pissed yourself when you saw me walk up to you. Then Aizawa said, we're going to have both the classes have the test in separate locations. Then Aizawa continued, you'll be up against students who've experienced very advanced training. This test will bring together students with polished quirks you've never seen. It's a small number of students who gain their provisional licenses as first years, which means, through the exam contents are unknown. I assure you that this will be an uphill battle for everyone. Don't psych yourselves out too much, but be aware of what you're facing. Time skip. The days of training had passed. Izuku could now use 47%, inching closer to having 50%, and now he could use 47% and run at the speed of 32 kph or 1,988 miles per hour. Then as the bus had halted, Aizawa said, everyone out, we're here. Our test site, the National Takoba Arena. Then Izuku walked out and like he didn't care. Whereas his classmates all were in awe of the location, some people started to say they were nervous. Izuku looked at Momo and saw that she was nervous, and Izuku walked up to her and said, nervous? Momo said, why yeah. Izuku said, I know you will pass. Then Momo said, I have such a bad quirk for fighting. Izuku laughed and said, bad? You have the most versatile quirk out of all of them. You can do anything you want. I know you will pass. Momo looked at Izuku and said, thanks. I needed that, Izuku. Then Izuku said, no problem, I'm always here for you. Then Aizawa said, earn your provisional licenses by passing this test, and you won't be mere eggs anymore, but full-fledged hatchlings, reborn as semi-pros. Show them your best, Class 1A. Then some kids in the class said, time for our cheer. All together now. Plus, everyone said it except Izuku and Bakugo as they thought it was dumb. Then someone out of nowhere said, Ultra. Then someone behind him said, it's bad manners to intrude on another group's huddle. Inasa. Then Inasa said, you got me. Izuku looked at him and thought of him as a weirdo cause he is pretty weird, and you'll see why. Oops, fourth wall. Then he yelled, I am so, as he arched his back. Then he continued, very, as he put his hands on his side, and said, sorry, as he smacked his head on the ground. Then Siro said, he's like Ida plus Kirishima, squared. Then someone said, look, those uniforms. Then someone replied, it's them, from the west, that famous school. Then Bakugo said, UAS in the east and Shiksu's in the west. Then Inusa said, I just wanted to try saying, plus Ultra. It's truly an honor to compete alongside the fine students of UA. I freaking love UA High. Then a girl in the Shiksu uniform said, he's bleeding. Then Aizawa said, Inasa, Irashi. Then Hagakure said, do you know him, sensei? Then Kirishima said, he's really enthusiastic. but from what he's saying, he actually seems like a nice dude. Then Aizawa said, he's strong, not stronger than Izuku but strong for first years. Urashi, this year, he got placed into your grade at UA under special recommendation. His top grades were enough to open doors for him, but for some reason he decided not to enter. When he left, Izuku heard, Eraser. Is that really you, Eraser? When he looked at her, he knew it was Ms. Joke, and Izuku thought, another freak show. Then she continued, I saw you on TV. And the sports festival. It's been too long since we last met face to face. Then Ms. Joke said, let's get married. Then Aizawa said, no thanks. Izuku thought, why could he say no? I would have loved to see everyone hear Aizawa say F. Wait, did he ever say F before? What the F? I never heard him say F. Then Joke said, no thanks, just do it. Then Aizawa said, you're the same pain in the neck as always, Joke. Then Joke said, marry me, and we could build a happy household where the laughs never stop. Then Aizawa said, nothing about that sounds happy to me. Then Joke said, teasing you is always good for a laugh, Eraser. And yeah, come on over, everyone come meet UA. Then a guy said, whoa, it's really them. Then a girl said, wowie, all those guys from TV. Then Joke said, this is class 2-2 of Kitsubsu Academy. Say hello to my students. Then the boy came up to Izuku and said, wow, you're the UA prodigy, I'm a big fan. My name's Shinso. Then Izuku said, Izuku Hiyori. Then a girl went up to Izuku and said, can I get your autograph, Hiyori? You were so cool at the sports festival. Then Momo saw this and she got jealous, and Izuku saw her and started to laugh hysterically. Then he said, yeah, sure, here. Then Minda said, why does Izuku get all the girls? Then Kaminari said, we're practically celebrities. Then Joke said, did you not tell them, Eraser? When the class entered, that they went to a huge auditorium and saw a bunch of future heroes and were in awe to see how many people were trying out. Then a person came up to the stadium and he had white hair which looked unbrushed and looked as if he was sleep deprived. Then Izuku whispered to Shoto, who was sitting right beside him, wait, does Aizawa have a brother he looks like and acts like him? Then Shoto said, secret love child. Then the man spoke, right, the provisional licensing exam. That's what you're here for. Yeah, I'm Mara with the Heroes Public Safety Commission. My favorite type of sleep is non-REM sleep. Nice to meet you all. Then Izuku said, secret love child it is. Then Shoto said, I knew it. Then Mara said, work is so busy that I barely get my sleep. We're terribly short-staffed. Just want to sleep. With that important information out of the way, let me explain the exam. Getting right to it. All 1540 examinees present will be competing in one massive free-for-all exercise. Today's society is saturated with heroes, and ever since Stain's capture, plenty of people out there have raised doubts about role heroes should play. That said, as individuals go, motivations aside, telling those who risk their lives in order to save others to ask for nothing in return would be rather harsh, especially in modern society. So, whether it's done for compensation or out of dedication to the cause, we have no shortage of heroes out there working to save people and put villains away. Nowadays, the amount of time it takes to resolve any given incident is incredibly short. Those of you who can earn your provisional licenses will be confronting such situations that unfold at a breakneck pace. Those who can't keep up are doomed to fail, which is why we're testing you on speed. Only the first 100 examinees to meet the requirements will pass. When he said that, everyone in the gym except Izuku said, hold up, with 1540 of us in total, that's not even close to half. Then Mira continued, now, the passing requirements involve these. Each examinee will get 3 targets. Place them wherever you like, so long as they are exposed. That means no soles of the feet and no armpits. Each of you will also carry 6 balls. The targets are rigged to light up only when struck by a ball. You're disqualified the instant that all 3 of your targets are lit. Those with 3 illuminated targets are considered defeated. To pass, you must defeat 2 other examinees. That's it for the rules. Then a bald man with glasses said, yes, so we'll be handing out balls and targets once this place opens up. The exam will begin 1 minute after all examinees are fully equipped. Then Shoto said, opens up. What do they mean? As he said that, the roof started to make a whirring sound. The whirring sound from the roof revealed the sky, and then Mara said, with every type of landscape, you should be able to find areas suited to you. Make the best use of your talents. We've carefully thought about all factors as we came up with these environments. What a drag. So much sleep lost. Most of the class split up to go the areas that suited up, and Izuku thought of a very evil cause. He already knew that all the classes would rush UA. As the countdown started, Izuku powered up straight to lightning enhancement, 47%. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. When the countdown finished, Izuku grabbed a ball and disappeared as all the other schools rushed UA, and then Shindo yelled, UA prodigy. Wait, where is he? I saw him there as soon as it started. Beep, 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 beep. Time's a lot. As Izuku ran through a rocky field filled with competitors from other schools, he had tagged everyone twice that he saw in his sight, with the exception of his classmates, as he had slowly tagged more than 70% of the competitors twice. As people who looked at their targets, they realized that they were tagged twice and one hit away from getting out and not getting a provisional license, and there were 2 unlucky people who were out, and the speaker then said, "Izuku Iori, you have passed in record time. Please come to the waiting room." Everyone that heard the speakers stopped fighting for a few seconds to take in what just happened. How a person passed in record time even though they just started 40 seconds ago. Then all the students thought, this is the UA prodigy. In the stands, a sleep-deprived Mira thought to himself, so this is the UA prodigy. He got stronger from the sports festival. How strong can he get? What is his speed limit? What is his quirk? Then Ms. Joke said to Aizawa, the whole first 100 examinees thing makes you think this is all about actively attacking, but maybe not. Am I right? But how can a kid be that strong? Is he already stronger than All Might, Eraser? Then Aizawa responded to her questions. Unity Corporation and Intel Gathering are the real keys here. Those lured in by the first to finish rule will start to panic and get beaten at their own game. Also, you were asking if Izuku is stronger than All Might? Yes, he is. He has already defeated him in a one-on-one, with All Might only being able to get one proper hit on him. At the last 2 sentences, Ms. Joke said, "What? A kid is actually stronger than All Might? Eraser, I didn't know you could actually make a joke." Then Aizawa, with the most straight face and lazy expression, said, "I'm telling the truth. Besides, it takes too much energy to make a joke. It's better to sleep." Then Ms. Joke was shocked that Aizawa was actually telling the truth. To Izuku. As Izuku walked into the waiting room, it reminded him of the sports festival waiting room, and he saw a bunch of screens and looked all the other contestants. As he sat down, he saw all the kids that he tagged run for cover as they started to hide behind crevices and caves throughout the barren desert landscape. Then he saw a kid grab a bunch of balls and make them go underground, and then he saw Gyro put her hands on the ground and broke apart the ground. With that attack, the balls came up and out of the ground and went for Minta, and Ishido made a wall of acid to block the balls from getting to Minta. Back to the stands, one of the judges said, "Looks like they've been working on their ultimate moves." Then someone responded, "UA hasn't been slacking off." Back to Izuku. He saw Takoyami cover himself with his shadow, and Izuku thought, wait, should I try doing that with my quirk? Actually, it might work. I'll try that later though. As Takoyami had tried to attack someone, they dodged by springing into their own body. Then Mira on the speaker said, the events of a stalemate. Only a single examinee has passed by breaking the record. Oh, right, just letting you all know that I'll be doing a play-by-play announcements from the broadcast booth. In the stands, Ms. Joke said to Aizawa, "You sure talk like you're above it all, Eraser. Kids hoping to be heroes are a dime a dozen, you know. And how far their determination will take them has nothing to do with how famous they are. Pretending you're the stars of the show and looking down on others is a good way to get your deserts." Back to Izuku. Izuku then saw the Shindo put his hands onto the ground and broke the ground apart, and Izuku was amazed at the power of that attack. Back to the stands. Mira then yawned and said, "Come on, get with the program. Does anyone except the Hiyori kid feel like passing the test today?" Then one of the spectators said, "An earthquake. Is it someone's quirk?" In the city area, everyone saw only the balls get swept up from air, and someone was under the ball of air, and he said, "I believe heroes should be hot-blooded. So good job with this hot-blooded battle, guys. I freaking love it." Then someone said, "He's from Shiksu High, but he's alone." Then someone replied, "What's he even talking about? I mean, I heard him, but..." Then some said, "Hold on, with the balls gone, we're out of options." Then Anissa said, "If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to join this white-hot battle. Please and thank you." As he threw all the balls that he took using the wind, he got 20 people out. In the stands, Mira said, "Finally, someone other than the Hiyori kid passed this thing." Then Mira on the speaker said, 120 examinees are out, all taken by a single fighter. Then Mira said, "Nothing beats a 2 surprises like that to wake a guy up. Keep up the pace, ladies and gentlemen." Back to the city area. Then Inusa said, "All right, I win." Ash made his way to the waiting room. As Izuku looked to see the fight in the city area, he only saw one other strong to most, but actually I mean mediocre to Izuku contestant who used a tornado to get some students, and as people entered he was a bit worried Momo might not make it. Mira on the speaker said, "Things are now moving right along. We have 54 passing examinees, one after another. At this point, and many claiming more than 2 victims each, science currently have 232 disqualified students. And there's number 55. More than halfway there now, so let's hurry up and finish this thing." As Shoto entered, he heard Anusa say, "Seriously? I also love Stampman. He's one hot-blooded hero." Bed said, "I," as he looked at Shoto with a glare, and then he said, What was I just saying?" Then the person talking to him said, "No clue. Dude, you just started talking to me." As Shoto was sitting right beside Izuku, he said, "Dude, did you see him just glare at me?" Then Izuku said, yeah, wonder why. But he's a weird guy, he talks too much and I find it too effing annoying. Later, Momo went to Izuku and Izuku said, hey, nice job getting the last person using a diversion. Momo then said, thanks, but you did tag almost everyone twice so you should get the credit. Izuku laughed and said, thanks, let's see if our classmates can make it, as he gestured her to sit beside him. In the stands, Ms. Joke said to Aizawa, want some gum? Then Aizawa said, the prank kind that traps your fingers. No thanks, so frustrating that we can't see who's passed and who's failed. Then Ms. Joke said, and Shindo made it even worse with that ground splitter. Wait, don't tell me. Are you actually worried about them? Aizawa didn't respond. Then he said, when it comes to class one thing becomes obvious after watching them long enough. They probably haven't realized it themselves yet, but the class revolves around a certain pair. It's not that they bring everyone together or serve as pillars or anything like that. In fact, these two don't get along. But at one point or another they infected the rest of the class with their passion or fervor. It's odd, but one of them is sure to be at the heart of every storm. So no, Joke, I'm not worried. I'm expecting big things. But one of them has already done that. The very presence of those two raises the bar for the entire class. The Ms. Joke said, if you love him so much, why don't you marry him? Gross. Then Mira said on the speaker, that makes 80. Keep up the pace, everyone. Then Mira sighed and said, these kids are sure bursting with youthful energy. There's a weird anomaly emerging this time, though. No UA student has gotten out yet. These kids are special. Luckily, everyone from UA had passed the first part, though, having most the other examinees team up against them. You'd better get ready to move, said Mira to a group of shadowy figures, as he then continued, round 2 of this test is on you guys. Then on the speaker Mira said, that's 3 more, making 84 in total, with 16 spots left. As Bakugo entered the waiting room, he saw Izuku sitting and he yelled, Deku, how did you get here before me? Then Izuku said, well, I was the first, so imagine not getting first couldn't be me. Then Bakugo said, Deku, who said you can make fun of me? Then Izuku said, well, does it look like I give a F? Then Izumi and Kirishima went to Bakugo and put one of their hands on Bakugo's back and said, chill, you always get your ass handed to you by him. I would stop if I were you. Then Shoka went to Izuku and said, that makes 13 from our class now. Then Kirishima said, that means 9 to go. Then Momo said, we'll Ida make it out of there, okay? Izuku smiled and said, yeah, he'll be fine. In the desert wasteland area, Aoyama jumped out of the dust and said, Murd, seems like that the two of us have found ourselves in the midst of chaos. I don't imagine our odds of survival are very high, Ida. Then Ida said, what's that? Now, anyone is capable of giving up, but we must endure. Then Aoyama said, yes, very well, but don't get crushed by falling debris. Are you alone, Ida? What a coincidence, so am I. Then Ida said, I'm supporting our fellow classmates of class as much as possible. I managed to gather a few in one place, but now I'm in search of others. Yae Arazu is with the group. She should be more than capable of leading them to victory. Then Aoyama said, huh, you mean to say you're running about the battlefield alone? Then Ida said, indeed. Then Aoyama said, how strange. You don't even know who might be left out here. What will you do when others take their wins and leave you behind? Then Ida said, I found you, didn't I? Then Aoyama said, if the others pass the test without me, that's great. Then Ida said, I'm the wannabe president of class of 1 meant to lead the others. I want to buy the class as much time as possible with these legs of mine. That's what my brother would do. In that way, my actions will reflect the dream I pursue. Still, I would like to earn my own license. And we're nearing the end of the exam. Then Mira said, wowie, 7 more examinees have passed, all at once. 9 slots remaining. In the stands, Ms. Joke said, those 7 must be my kiddos. They're headed for the waiting room. Shindo and the gang really pulled it off. Aizawa said, only 10 more. In the waiting room, Momo said to Gyro, there are still. Then Gyro said, 9 from Class A. Having them all pass may not be possible. In the desert area, Aoyama chuckled as he went on his back and sent a laser beam into the sky. Then Ada said, what are you doing? Wait, no, really, what are you doing? Then Aoyama said, standing out. Then Ada said, yes, you really are. Wait, that's not good. Then Aoyama said, try to save me and you'll go down too. I'm doing this because 2 of my targets are already lit. Yes, 1 more and I'm out. It's my gift to you. You will sneak behind those who come to claim me. With your speed, that should be well within your power, none. Then Ada said, what are you saying? Then Aoyama said, exactly what you're hearing. As the other contestants ran for Aoyama, birds covering Takoyami as Takoyami said, Black Abyss. As he said that, purple balls flew out of nowhere as Minda screamed, hit every target you can. Then Ajiro said, before anyone else gets them. Then Ada said, you guys. All the other contestants said, it's UA. Then they saw a pair of floating gloves as they looked confused and Hagakure said, warp refraction, say cheese. Then they screamed, Gah, it's 2-0 bright help. Then Hagakure said, I got mine. Then Ajiro said, me too. Then Mira on the speaker said, 2 more. 7 left now. Then Aoyama said, hey. Then Ishido said, when we started freaking out earlier, we couldn't tell friend from foe. It was a real mess, man. But then we spotted you belly button laser, Aoyama. That's how we all came together again. Then Mira on the speaker said, 6 left, 4 left, one after the other. Yue is dominating these final moments, securing their wins with vicious combo moves. Then Ida said, Aoyama, either way, this is all thanks to you. Then Aoyama said, well, as you know, I just can't stop twinkling. Then Ida said, yes, of course. I don't understand it, but yes. Then Mira on the speaker said, it's over. 100 have successfully passed. We're done. Finished. On a less uplifting note, could all those who failed please proceed to the exit? The whole class got together and cheered, and Izuku just chuckled at them over being so happy even though there was still another round. As the 100 were in the waiting room, and the speakers then said, now, will all 100 of you please watch the screen? As the TV turned on, it showed the whole city in the arena being exploded. Then the speaker then said, round 2's the last one. You examinees will venture into the ruins as bystanders and prove your worth when it comes to rescuing innocent victims. Then Minda said, pie stampers. Then Hagakure said, that means people who happen to be on the scene. We did this in class, remember? Then Momo said, the term is also to refer to ordinary civilians. Then Mira on the speaker said, you will not act as ordinary civilians, but as those who have hypothetically earned their provisional licenses. You're being tested on how well you respond in rescue situations. Then Shoji said, look, there's some people. Then Sato said, who? Old people and kids. What are they doing down there? That's dangerous. Then Mira said, everyone there is a highly trained professional rescuee and in very high demand as of late. Then Sato said, pro rescuees. Then Mira said, please welcome the good people of Help Us Company, or HUC, for short. Then someone said, who knew that was a job? Then someone replied, heroes are so popular nowadays, so it makes sense. Then Mira said, the members of HUC will be feigning injuries all across the field. It is your task to rescue them. You will all be scored on how well you perform these rescues. Those who attain the required points at the end of the test will pass. We'll start in 10 minutes, so take your bathroom breaks now. Time skip. Mira after 10 minutes said, terrorists have launched a massive attack. There's wide-scale destruction throughout the city. Buildings are collapsing and people are hurt. With most of the roads out of commission, rescue and relief squads are having a hard time reaching the scene. Until they arrive, it's up to you heroes to take charge and rescue civilians. Save every life you can. Then Tsuyu said, it's starting. Izuku activated lightning enhancement, 47%, and left without thinking. He saw many people who were probably actors, and he then ran up to them and smiled and said, I will save you all. As he looked at all their injuries, he saw some people with minor scratches and bruises, and he said, you guys are practically unscathed. You guys can go to the safe zone. These guys who can't walk or people with severe injuries, I'll take them. Then the actors said, you're not that fast. Izuku picked up to hurt people and said, I am Speed. As he disappeared and picked up the hurt people and ran back and forth between sites, taking him 10 seconds to run to the safe zone to the rescue site he was at. At the same time, all his classmates were trying to save people. So wherever there were hurt people, he would run them to the safe zone, and he continued to do that until he heard another explosion as he brought the last person from the rescue site he was at. Then as it was near the safe zone, Izuku dropped the last person off and went to the explosion and saw Gang Orca. Then Gang Orca said, dealing with enemies, can you really handle both situations? Now then he heard the Mira on the speaker. The villains have shown up, and they're on the move. You hero candidates on the scene will suppress the villain incursions, all while continuing the rescue operation. Then Minda screamed, you gotta be kidding me. We gotta fight too. In the stands, Aizawa said, a scenario that would give even the pros some trouble. All this for provisional license. Back to the heroes in training. Then Gang Orca, acting as the villain, stepping through the giant hole through the wall with his sidekick, said, what's your move, heroes? Then Izuku was the only person in front of Gang Orca and said, oh, you're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. Like an exam student scrambling to finish the problems on an exam until the last moments before the chime. Izuku then saw Gang Orca send his sidekicks up in front, and Izuku took all 20 of them out by knocking them all out in 15 seconds. Then Gang Orca said, wait, what? You're not supposed to knock them out. You're just a first year. Well, I can't beat the sheet out of you without getting closer. Then Izuku said, oh ho. Then come as close as you like. As they walked up, Izuku said, don't worry, I'll be holding back. As Izuku used lightning enhancement, 40%. Izuku took one step and reappeared right in front of Gang Orca and said, too slow. Too slow. I have the ultimate quirk. You cannot defeat me, villain. As Izuku said that, Izuku also punched Gang Orca in the face, sending him flying into the wall, and Izuku said, number 10 my ass. Gang Orca said, you reap what you sow. As he sent ultrasonic waves, Izuku dodged them, and Gang Orca said, How did you dodge them? They go 1240 kph. Then Izuku said, I'm a bad matchup for you. I can top at 32 kph and I'm running at 23 kph when I dodged that. Give it up, you're too slow. As Izuku charged again at Gang Orca, and Gang Orca could only say to himself, where did the kid go? As he said that, Izuku did an uppercut as he reappeared right in front of Gang Orca to knock him 50 meters in the air. As everyone looked at Izuku, they thought, this kid is destroying the number 10. How is this possible? As Izuku turned around and walked away with a motionless Gang Orca falling from the air fell to the ground and caused some dust to stir up. Izuku walked away from that scene. Then Mira said, at present, every last HUC member on the field has been rescued from impending danger. Therefore, I declare that this test is over. As Mira said, it's over. Izuku just continued to walk away without a care. Mira then spoke on the speaker and said, the results will be announced once all scores have been tallied. Those with injuries, please proceed to the medical area. Even take the pro heroes with the injuries there. Everyone else, get changed and stand by for instructions. Izuku then said, oh shit, I should have held back more and now I have to take them all to the medical area. Izuku then grabbed 2 at a time and ran there and dropped them off and did it 10 times till all the sidekicks were done, and then Izuku picked up Gang Orca and ran him to the medical area and then got changed and was ready for the next instruction. As all the kids walked out of the gates into the main area, someone said, what's gonna happen now? Then someone else said, I mean, we did all we could, but I wonder what they think. Then Yaoyorozu went to Gyro and said, as long as you tried your best. Then Gyro said, this waiting is totally the worst part. Then Uraraka agreed and said, totally. Soon enough, Mira went to the mic and said, it's been a long battle, boys and girls, but now it's time for the results. Before that though, regarding the scoring system, we have the Heroes Public Safety Commission along with the members of HUC. We're deducting points on 2 issues as we watched you perform. Essentially, we judged you on your ability to act flawlessly in a crisis. Anyhow, here are the names of those who passed the test, in alphabetical order. Keeping everything I said in mind, please take a look. As a bunch of names appeared on a giant screen, Izuku went to find Hiyori and saw it. As he heard someone say, there are a ton of names. Then someone said, there I am, I really passed. Then after them he heard his classmates and Minta said, Minoru Minta, my name's there. Then Gyro said, I'm up there. Then Ada said, me too. Then Shoji said, nice. Then Siro said, phew. Then Uraraka said, Uraraka. Then Takoyami said, HMPH. Then Ajiro said, thank goodness. Then Aoyama said, mercy. Then Sato said, there I am. Then Ashido said, woohoo. Then Momo said, steady diligence pays off. Then Tsuyu said, ribbit. Then Hagakure said, I did it. Then Kaminari said, oh yeah. Then Shoka said, yay. Then Shoto said, yes. Then Izumi said, I'm one step closer to being a hero. Then Kirishima said, I passed. But, then Bakugo said, I didn't. Then Izuku laughed and said, ha, nice trash talking before. Then Mira said, I assume you've all had a chance to view the results. Next, we'll be handing out the scoring sheets. We've explained the scoring system in detail, so read them over carefully. Then the man said, Kirishima. Then Kirishima said, thanks. Then Bakugo said, gimme mine. In a pissed voice, the man said, wait your turn. Then Hagakure said, let me see, Kaminari. Then Kaminari responded, hold on, I wanna read it first. Then Mira said, it was a punitive scoring system with a threshold of 50 points. On your score sheets, you'll see how many points you lost for each given action. Then Ajiro said, 61. Close one. Then Siro said, I got 84. Pretty awesome, huh? See, the simpler you are, the better. Then Gyro said, hold up, Momo, you got 94. Izuku hearing that said, wow, Momo 94, that's really good. Then Momo said, how many did you get, Izuku? Then Izuku said, 150. Then everyone hearing that screamed, what? How? Then Izuku said, it said, because you single-handedly defeated these villains you get extra points. Then everyone said, oh, wait, you took out the villains by yourself. Izuku said, yeah. Isn't it pretty obvious? It said it on the paper. Then Izuku went to Ada and said, how'd you do, Ada? Then Ada said, 80. They say I didn't make good use of my practical talents. I'm simply grateful to know what ought to work on. Izuku then said, yeah. Then Mira said, going forward, those who pass now have the legal right to act in a heroic capacity, but only during emergencies. That means fighting villains, rescuing people in disaster scenarios. Even without a professional hero's guidance, you're permitted to take your own action on your own. But keep in mind that every action you take comes with a heavy responsibility to society. As you all know, the great hero All Might is out of commission. His active presence is an important deterrent to crime. Without that factor holding them back, we can be sure that the more brazen villains out there will start showing their faces. The balance has shifted, and the world is bound to start changing in a big way. With that in mind, know that you, the next generation, are the central pillar of society. Now as heroes, you will set a standard. You must become the new bulwark keeping crime at bay. Be aware that the licenses you now receive are the provisional ones. The road ahead is still a long one, so study hard at your respective academic institutions. Now then, as for those who didn't make the cut, don't be disheartened by your scores. You don't have time for that, especially because there's still a chance. If you sign up for a complete and special 3-month course and pass the individual test at the end, you, too, will be awarded your provisional licenses. You may recall that I just said, going forward, looking to that future, we need as many top-class heroes as we can find. That first round was basically a qualifier, and you were chosen to move on. All have potential worth cultivating. That's exactly why we monitored you all to the very end. Just because you failed doesn't mean that all hope is lost. Rather, if you go back and work on your deficiencies, you have potential to surpass even those who triumphed today. Attending the training course while maintaining your regular coursework will make for a packed schedule, but if you're up for the challenge, the next test is in April. After that, Bakugo said, "Hell yeah." As Izuku took a step out of the arena, he looked at his license and smiled, and he thought, the provisional license exam is complete. One step closer to solidify position as number 1. In the middle of the night, in the middle of a city, there was a small building on fire, and you could hear a small man with a mask on his face say, a group of grown adults all gathering together, just to steal a register from a convenience store. Then a red-haired man with mask only covering his mouth said, I thought it was weird too. Normally, if you were together like this, you'd have a much bigger objective, I would think. Then scratching his face, he said, you guys have an illness. Illnesses must be cured. Then a man with a cloak on his body said, I took the money. Let's get out of here before some heroes arrive. Overhaul. Back to the UA dorms, as Izuku was just sitting on the sofa celebrating with all his classmates except Bakugo. Then Bakugo went up to Izuku and said, we need to talk about your quirk later, as he walked away. Then later at night they walked Yo ground beta, and Bakugo said, where'd you get your quirk, you Deku? Then Izuku said, it was always mines. Then Bakugo said, you're lying, you got it from All for One. Then Izuku said, who? Oh, that guy who almost killed All Might. It would have been better if he actually died. But no, I had this quirk since 11. Then Bakugo said, then why didn't you tell me? You think you're better than me. Then Izuku said, yeah, and it's pretty much obvious. Then Bakugo said, fight me. Prove it to me that this quirk is yours. Then Izuku said, okay, you asked for it. As Izuku powered up straight to lightning enhancement, 47%. Bakugo charged at Izuku head-on. As he did that, Izuku said, I'll beat you with on-hit. As Bakugo was 2 meters from him and raised his hand in front of Izuku, Izuku saw everything in super slow motion and just put his right foot behind him and turned a 180 degrees and saw Bakugo to his right, and he then neck chopped with his right arm him onto the ground and picked him up and took both them to the dorm cause he didn't want to get in trouble, and dropped him off in his room. Izuku then went to bed himself. The next day there was a ceremony that all the students and the teachers had to attend to. As they later went to class, Aizawa then said, a lot's happened. Too much, really, but now it's business as usual. Today in class, we'll just have a lecture, but look forward to some even harsher training throughout the second semester. Then Tsuyu said, may I ask a question, sensei? We just heard about work studies at the opening ceremony. Could you explain that a bit more? Then Shiro said, oh yeah, the principal was talking about that. Then Takoyami said, I'm also curious actually. Then Momo said, he mentioned that many of our upperclassmen are engaged in work studies. Then Aizawa said, I suppose it makes sense to explain it now. Put simply, it's hero work outside of school. A more immersive version of the internships you already did with pro heroes. Then Uraraka said, ooh, didn't know we got to do that sort of thing. So what was the point of trying so hard at the sports festival? Then Ida said, indeed. With these work studies available, it seems that getting scouted at the sports festival was hardly our only option. Then Aizawa said, you'll be using your network connections from the sports festival to secure your hero work studies. It's all at your discretion to start with and unrelated to classes here. Those of you who didn't get scouted at the sports festival will have a hard time finding positions anyway. It used to be every agency in the country would seek out applicants, but the competition to win over UA students caused a lot of issues, so that's why things are how they are now. If that's all, then take a seat. Then Uraraka bowed and said, sorry for jumping to the wrong conclusion. Then later Mike came and did a lesson, and then they were done school for the day. Later, Izuku had to take out the trash. As he was walking, he saw a head pop out of a wall, and the face with a cartoonish face said, garbage, right. Don't worry, you can put food trays and the like with the rest of the burnable. Then Izuku said, okay, gotcha. As he continued to walk and the head phased back into the wall. Then he appeared on the ground in front of Izuku and said, so you're that powerful first year, right? Then Izuku said, yeah, so what? Then the cartoon-faced man said, wow. That would usually scare people, but you didn't get scared. As the cartoon-faced person chuckled. Then Izuku said, so, who the F are you? Then he responded, well, you'll find out all about me soon enough. In the mean equals time, keep your spirits high. It's important. What I can say for now is, I heard the rumors and got curious, so I wanted to check you out. As his head submerged back into the ground, Izuku then thought, well, that was weird. Izuku then dropped the trash and then left back to the dorms. The next day was regular classes, and then the next day they were sitting on their chairs waiting for Aizawa to start the lesson, and then Aizawa said, come on in. To the door. Then Aizawa said, here to tell you how work studies differ from internships. Are some people who have gone out there and experienced it all. They're taking time out of their busy schedules to be here, so give them your full attention. Out of all the students at UA, these are the top 3 reigning third years. We call them the Big 3. The whole class started to talk about the Big 3 among themselves. Then the black-haired boy looked at the class with an intense stare and said, no good. I tried to imagine them as potatoes, but they look like people neck down. As he turned his back against the whole class and put his head against the wall. Then the girl started to talk and she said, he's Tamaki, the flea, and I'm Nejire Hado. Then the other person is Mirio. We came here today to talk to you about work studies. Then she started to ask the whole class a bunch of questions, and then some people thought of her as a curious kindergartner. Then Aizawa said, she's not the most rational person, is she? Then Mirio, the boy Izuku met 2 days ago, said, not to worry, erase her head. I'm the main act here. The outlook's looking. As he put his hand on his ear waiting for an answer. Then the Mirio said, Grim one, the answer's Grim. Well, that didn't go over so well. Then someone said, all 3 of them are kinda weird. Didn't expect this from the Big 3. Did you? Then Mirio said, I'm seeing a lot of faces that seem to say, who cares? You've got us 3 third years showing up out of nowhere. Here to talk about work studies that you don't have to do. Doesn't make sense, right? You all got your licenses as first years. HMPH. Guess this batch of first years are real go-getters. And since our talk here isn't going so well. As he said that, Nejire and Amajiki looked at him and said, Mirio. Then Mirio said, how about, you all take me on. The whole class stared at Mirio at disbelief. Then Mirio said, seems rational to have them feel the full weight of our experience firsthand. Don't you think so? Erase her head. Then Aizawa said, do as you like. Later the whole class changed and went to Gym Gamma. The Zero said to Mirio, is this for real? Then Mirio said, you, sure is. Then Amajiki said, Mirio, don't do this. It's be enough to just follow the manual and go. We experienced this and it was all super meaningful. Then Minda said, so distant. Then Amajiki said, it's not like all of them are raring to go and ready to aim for the top. We wouldn't want any to be broken beyond fixing. Izuku, hearing this, just quietly chuckled to himself. Then Takoyami said, just wait a minute. We've fought against pros before with handicaps. Then Kirishima said, and we've got experience battling real villains. Do you think we're such wimps that you gotta worry for our safety or whatever? Then Mirio said, whenever you're ready, then come at me. Who's gonna be first? Then Izumi said, I'll go first. As she powered up to full cowling, 40%. She charged at him and Mirio stood and did nothing, and she thought, he's wide open. At the same time his clothes fell off and Izumi blushed and kicked him, but that did nothing as she went through him. Then Mirio said, going for the face? Huh. After he said that, all the class that had long-range abilities hit him and the attacks went through Mirio. Izuku was standing in the side waiting for his class to get knocked out and saw this and thought, he has a phasing quirk, meaning he might phasing into the ground, as well as that when he has his quirk activated he might be invincible. As the class's long-range attacks went through Mirio, someone yelled, he's gone. Then Mirio said, long-range attackers go down first. As he reappeared behind Gyro, the Kaminari said, he warped. So it's not just phasing. What kinda crazy strong quirk is this? Time skip. With 4 minutes done, Mirio knocked out all the long-range attackers. Then Aizawa said, this is a great opportunity, everyone, so get that lesson beaten into you. Because Mirio Tagata, as far as I know, is the closest to being the top hero, even including us pros. The whole class looked at Mirio in amazement. Izuku chuckled after hearing this and thought, well, you forgot about me, but I'll beat that fact into Mirio's head, that I'm already stronger than number 1. Then Mirio said, looks like the melee fighters are left. Then Kirishima said, I've got no freaking clue what just happened. Going up against the power to phase through stuff is tough to deal with on its own, but warping too? That's too much, man. This dude's invincible. Cut us some slack. Izuku then thought, there must be some sort of trick to it. The warping must be a function of the phasing or the other way around. Either way, he's a melee fighter himself, so if we try to counter when he attacks, there should be a moment when we can touch him. But speed is the key for this, luckily. As he quickly knocked out the whole class except Izuku. Then Nejire said, get a look at Tagata. He's really gotten stronger, huh? Then Amajiki said, Mirio's been strong ever since he was a kid basically. He needs to learn how to hold back. Then Izuku walked behind him and said, I'm still standing, aren't I? It took you much longer than how much time it would have taken me. Then Nejire said, longer. Wait, is he that strong kid? Then Mirio said, oh, I forgot about you. Then Izuku powered up lightning enhancement, 47%. Then Mirio phased into the ground and appeared right behind him, and as Mirio looked at Izuku as he readied to punch him, he saw Izuku looking right at him grinning, and Mirio said, wait, what? Then Izuku said, too slow. As Izuku ran behind him and Izuku said, see. Then Nejire and Amajiki said, wow, so he's the strongest first year. Mirio might need our help. Izuku said, the three of you might beat me. Izuku then waited for the three to attack. Amajiki behind him activated his quirk and sent 4 tentacles at Izuku, hoping he wouldn't notice, and Izuku already knew Amajiki would try to attack him while he wasn't looking at him. As the tentacles were closing in very quickly, Mirio said, you should never get too overconfident, Hiyori. Sure, you're strong, but not that strong. As the tentacle was a foot away, Izuku acted as if he didn't realize, and at the last second Izuku dodged it by stepping to the side and ran behind Amajiki, and he said, what were you saying, Mirio? You shouldn't get too overconfident or something like that. As he finished that, Nejire shot a spiral attack, and Izuku saw that attack in his peripherals and jumped beside her, kicked her in the back, and then he ran beside Amajiki and neck chopped him as Mirio and Amajiki were looking at Nejire falling and knocked out Amajiki. Mirio then looked to find Izuku because he disappeared after getting Nejire. He then saw Amajiki fall to the ground, and then as he looked at Amajiki, Izuku ran behind Mirio and knocked him out. Aizawa, seeing this, just looked at Izuku with pure fear in his eyes, and Izuku said, hey Mr. Aizawa, what am I supposed to do now? Then Aizawa said, wow, you beat them all in 1 hit each. Oh, you can take them all to the medical bay. Then Izuku said, sure. Izuku then ran back and forth between Gym Gamma and the medical bay and took his classmates and his senior students as well. Then Izuku thought, wait, I beat the big 3, does that make me the big 1? No, that sounds wrong, that's just weird. Well, I hope they just call me the UA. Prodigy, still cause that has a nice ring to it. As Izuku waited for his classmates to wake up, everyone in the class woke up to an unfamiliar area, the med bay, and some of them groaned in pain, and then a bit later the senior students woke up questioning where they were. Then Izuku went up to the big 3 and said, sorry, I should have held back more. As Izuku was smiled and scratched the back of his head. As everyone was fine, they got back to Gym Gamma, and Mirio said, I barely managed to keep my privates hidden for your lady's sake. Then Izuku said, man, you should really get shorts made up of your hair, that might work. Then Mirio said, man, you're strong and a effing genius. Izuku just looked at him and said, it should be obvious you need some pants. Then Mirio said, and, well, you get the idea. Then everyone in the class except Izuku said, feels like all you did was punch us in the gut. Izuku then laughed and said, well, you gotta be faster. Then Mirio said, think my quirk is strong. Then Siro said, way too strong. Then Ashido said, and totally unfair from where I'm standing. Izuku said, no, you're respectable with your strength, but you're still weak. Then Mirio just looked at him and he just looked sad, and then the class said, you're being too rude. Izuku said, I called his strength respectable, but he's weak compared to me. Then Mirio said, nope, my quirk is called permeation. The warping is just another function. When I activate my quirk across my whole body, I pass through anything and everything. And that also includes the ground itself. Yep, falling straight through the earth. But when I deactivate my quirk underground, something amazing happens. Multiple objects can't occupy the same space at once, so one of them gets repelled. That means I get launched out of the ground instantly. That's the secret behind warping. I can control the angle via my orientation and pose. So basically choose where I get shot out. Then Ashido said, sounds like a glitch in a video game to me. Mirio laughed and said, you could say that. Then Tsuyu said, attacks pass through you, right? And you can change position instantly. Guess it's a strong quirk after all. Then Izuku said, hey, why did I get into this trash conclusion? I couldn't even control my quirk before, only cause I trained harder than any one of you. I stayed up countless nights just to perfect my skills. I made my quirk powerful. Then Mirio said, same thing applies to me. I made it into a strong quirk as well. It all just passes through me, and I can't feel anything at all. When it's active, my lungs can't absorb oxygen, because even when I breathe, the air passes through. Similarly, my eardrums can't pick up vibrations and my eyes can't absorb light. That said, my body still has mass, so all I have is this sensation of falling endlessly. See what I'm saying? Think about trying to pass through a single wall. I have to activate it over my whole body except one leg, then release it on the other leg and touch down, and finally activate it on the first leg to pass all the way through. So even a simple act like that is quite the involved process. Then Kaminari said, I bet I'd screw up a lot if I was in a rush. Then Minta said, and not being able to feel anything, I'd freeze up. Then Mirio said, I used to take my sweet time just to be safe. I'd hold back until the last second and end up falling anyway. Then my clothes would fall off. But time was the one thing I didn't have. Wanted to make it to the top with my quirk. I had to predict faster than my surroundings could change. Foresight was essential if I wanted to trick time itself. and experience was the only way to get good at predicting. Experience fosters that sort of mental ability. I've taken up a lot of your time, but this is why we had to fight. Because experience teaches more than words ever could. During our work studies, we weren't just guests, but sidekicks. We were treated like pros. And let me tell you, it was terrifying. We dealt with life and death situations. But scary or not, painful or not, it was the sort of top-notch experience you can't get from school alone. I turned my work-study experience into power that's allowing me to reach for the stars. Which is why even if you're scared, I wholeheartedly recommend it to you first years. Then Kaminari said, guests, huh? It did feel that way during our internships. Then Gyro said, they never let us try anything dangerous. Izuku then remembered how he fought Nomus and Stain and chuckled at their statements. The whole class thanked the third years. Then as class ended, everyone headed for the dorms. Then Momo went to Izuku and said, do you know where you will do work studies? Izuku said, maybe at Hawks. He was good. What about you? Then Momo said, I'll be going to Ryukyu's. Izuku then said, oh that's nice. Oh today's a Friday, wanna go somewhere tomorrow? Then Momo said, yeah, it will be fun. Izuku then smiled a genuine smile and said, of course. Momo then blushed looking at him smile. As Izuku sat on the sofa he called Hawks and said, yo, Hawks, I was wondering if I could do work studies with you. Hawks said, yeah of course, I was wondering when you would call. Izuku said, you think I'll get on the billboard? Hawks said, maybe. Then Izuku said, see you then. Then Hawks said, yeah, dude. In the middle of a mountainous region there was a factory at middle of night and Overhaul said, what an unsanitary dump. This is your base of operations? A man in a full body suit said, sure. You think I'd bring you to our base right off the bat? This is just a rendezvous point. As he looked back talking to Overhaul and entered through a door, Overhaul responded and said, give me a break. This place reeks, it's probably scattered with germs. Looking at the dust. Might as well catch something while I'm here. Then the man in the bodysuit said, relax. The guys inside are pretty sick. As they entered they saw Shigaraki leaning against a wall with some other members of the League of Villains sitting on crates and Toga sitting on the ground leaning on a crate. Overhaul said, Whopper, you being sarcastic, League of Villains? Then a person with long black hair with sunglasses said, what? This guy's famous. Shigaraki with his unforgettable raspy voice said, my master showed me his picture once. He's Yakuza, the young head of the Shie Hassaikai. Then the person with the sunglasses responded, a gangster? I've never met one before. He's got an aura of danger about him. Toga says looking up at Compress, what makes him so different from us? Then Compress responds saying, my dear Toga, let this old-timer explain it to you. Once upon a time, the underworld was controlled by a number of big bad, scary organizations. As heroes came about, these groups were exposed and slowly dissipated. Then All Might brought an end to them altogether. The thugs that never got caught went to serve as underlings for villains. Under constant surveillance, they lived destitute lives. To put it bluntly, they're like a protected species whose heyday has passed. The Yakuza Overhaul, listening to Compress' explanation, says, well, you're not wrong about all that. The person with the sunglasses said, so you barely scraping by, Mafia boy? Why come to us now? Shouldn't you be out celebrating All Might's retirement? Overhaul says, nah, it's not about All Might. All for One's fall is a bigger deal. The Emperor of Darkness who ruled over the entire underworld. The guy was like an urban legend to my generation. The old guard, though, they were always gossiping that he'd up and died. Then he showed up in the flesh and got locked up in Tatratus. So now, both the light and dark sides are leaderless. Question is, who's gonna step up and lead? Shigaraki, listening to Overhaul's speech, says, if you're this saying this, knowing full well who my master is this a challenge? The next leader is me. I'm gathering forces and expanding our operation day by day. And I'm gonna use that power to annihilate this society of heroes. Then Overhaul responds, got a plan? Shigaraki says, a plan? Didn't you come here to join our little gang? Overhaul then responded to say, having a goal without a plan just makes you a daydreamer, and daydreams don't make for good sales pitch. You need a solid plan to make your goals a reality. And I'm the man with the plan. So no, I didn't come here hoping to work for you. Shigaraki looks over to his left and to the man with the full body suit and says, twice, I'd appreciate it if you could vet applicants before bringing them here. Then Overhaul says, the plan I've got requires a ton of cash, but no one out there's crazy enough to fund some small-time Yakuza throwback. But if you guys and the name you've made for yourselves were involved, it'd be a different story. So join me. I'll become the next leader and put you to good use. Shigaraki quickly and without hesitating says, get out. Then the person with the sunglasses says, sorry, Mafia boy, but we didn't come together to serve anyone. As they opened a box wrapped in bandages and leans back, pulling an Overhaul closer to themselves. As they continued, the other day, I saw a friend of mine. She's a shy one and kind of timid, but she's still my friend even knowing who I am and what I do. People bound together by the chains of society always laugh at those who aren't, she told me. As Overhaul was getting pulled closer, he took his glove off and continued to say, I'm here because I want to live free. We get to decide where we belong. As the person said that, the metal support item hit Overhaul in the head at the same time Overhaul touched, and the moment Overhaul touched him, the person's top half of their body exploded into blood as it fell to the ground like rain. Overhaul said, your side made the first move. Then some members of the League of Villains screamed, Big Sis Mag. Then Overhaul, cleaning the blood off him, said, ugh, filthy, I hate this part. At the same time, Compress jumped off the crate. Shigaraki quickly said, Compress, wait. Compress, charging with one hand reaching out, thought, this one's dangerous. Better compress him and seal him away. At the same time, a dart was shot at Compress, which was only approximately a few centimeters long, hit his shoulder, and he said, my quirk. As he thought, it won't activate. Overhaul then felt someone touch him and he said, don't touch me. As he swayed his arm back, and one of Compress's arm looked as if it was ripped off, and a trail of blood went behind Compress, and Compress screamed in agony. Shigaraki, seeing all this mayhem unfold, ran at Overhaul and tried to touch him, and Overhaul said, shield. As Shigaraki touched the body, it started to disintegrate, but to Shigaraki's dismay, it was a henchman. Overhaul then said, we should have started this way. We might have understood each other sooner. Then someone looking down from the rafters on the roof said, that was a close one, Overhaul. Shigaraki then proceeded to respond, I see. As he lunged back to dodge the crossfire. Twice the man in the full body suit said, wait, where'd they come from? I swear I wasn't tailed. Shigaraki responded with, must have been one of their quirks. As Overhaul turned around and said, one man dead for the each of us. We don't want to lose people on both sides. Izuku woke up at 6 in the morning to train and attain a higher percentage of his quirk. He then came back at 11, and now everyone was used to see him covered in sweat in the morning as he entered the front door, and they looked at him and continued to do whatever they were doing. Izuku took a shower. 8. And then he started to talk with some classmates, and Izuku said, I'm gonna go do my homework. Izuku then came back 5 minutes later, and someone asked him, you said that you were gonna do homework. Did you forget something? Then Izuku said, yeah, I'm already done. It was easy. Then everyone just looked at him dumbfounded that they realized he always used his quirk to do his homework. As Izuku walked to the door, he said, I'm gonna get this work-study form signed by Hawks. As activated his quirk and left. As Izuku walked out of the dorm, he activated his quirk and went through the city without the heroes noticing he was using his quirk. As he ran past them at breakneck speeds they couldn't see with a naked eye. Soon Izuku reached the Hawks agency and walked to the secretary. And the secretary said, oh, you must be asking Hawks permission to have a work-study with him. Then Izuku responded, yeah. The secretary said, okay, he's waiting fo. As she said that, Izuku said, yeah, I know top floor did my hero internship here. Then she said, oh yeah, I do remember you. Hope to enjoy working with you. Quickly Izuku said, yeah, thanks, me too. As he continued walking to the elevator. Izuku then walked into the elevator and listened to the elevator music as he just stood looking at his phone. As he heard a ding, he put his phone in his pocket. As the elevator door opened, he said to Hawks, dude, you're rich, you should get good elevator music. Hawks, hearing Izuku's voice, said, it's already 3. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting actual good elevator music. Got any ideas? Izuku said, nah, but please don't let the music be ass. Then Hawks said, agreed. Izuku then took a form out of his pocket and said, can you sign it? Then Hawks said, yeah, how much stronger did you get from the last time? Izuku chuckled and said, a lot. I think I used 33% against you and that was my max, and now I'm at 47%, trying to get to 50%. I'm stronger than ass might at 50%. Hawks then said, holy mother of effing God, how strong are you gonna be? I will never say anything bad about you, just don't ever kill me. Izuku chuckled and said, why would I kill you? You're like my older brother and my favorite hero. Hawks looked at him and said, really dude, thanks dude. Izuku smiled and said, no problem. As Izuku put the form on his desk and let Hawks sign it, and Izuku said, okay, see you later. Then Hawks said, okay, yeah, see you later dude. Izuku then said, wait, do you have a window that you can open here? Then Hawks said, yeah, why? As Hawks just pointed the location of the window. Izuku then opened the window and said, can you close the window? See you tomorrow for the first day of the work study. Hawks then waved back to Izuku as Izuku jumped rooftop to rooftop, and then Izuku reached the dorms, and Izuku then thought, oh shit, gotta get ready for the date today and also eat and shower. Izuku then took a shower and ate to see that it was almost to be 4:30, and he grabbed his white v-neck and blue jeans and went to the UA gates to see Momo walking to the gates behind him by 300 meters. Izuku looked at Momo and saw she was wearing this dress too lazy to describe, so, oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Seeing Momo, Izuku quickly activated his quirk and ran up beside her and said, hey, are you ready for our date? Momo got startled as he came beside her in an instant and said, yeah. Izuku then said, okay, off to the movies. As he picked up Momo bridal style and activated his quirk and left to go to the Takoba cinema. After the movie, as they exited the cinema, Momo said, that movie was so sad. As tears welled up in her eyes, Izuku then responded, the ending was so predictable. Momo, hearing him, said, do men even have feelings? Izuku then says, yes, we do. When Hero Tube deleted Coco, I cried myself to sleep. Then Momo said, what? Izuku then said, never mind. Wanna get something to eat? Momo then said, sure, you know a good place. Izuku then said, yeah, let's go there then. Izuku then walked to a pizza place and said, I used to get it when I used to train here for the UA entrance exam. Momo said, yeah, we met here when you started to make fun of the pros, hee. Izuku said, well, they were pretty trash and they couldn't save this beautiful girl, so I guess I had to help them. As Izuku started to hold her hand, Momo blushed due to Izuku calling her a beautiful girl and said, can we get something to eat now? Izuku then said, we're almost here. After eating pizza, Izuku said, 2 boxes and I'm filled up. Momo then said, you eat a lot to have such a built body. Izuku said, not my fault, my quirk needs more than 10 calories per day. Hey, you wanna get some ice cream? Momo said, sure. As they bought the ice cream, they went over to walk at Takoba Beach, and Izuku remembered his training and he said, I can remember cleaning the beach like it was yesterday. Then Momo said, you sound like an old man, you know that, right? Izuku said, yeah, I do sound old. When I saw felt like yesterday. Momo then stopped and turned to look at him and said, you know I really love you. This date was amazing. Izuku smiled and said, I love you too, Momo, with all my heart. I can't think of being with any other girl instead of you. Izuku then inched his face closer to Momo as she was closing her eyes, and Izuku closed his eyes and felt her breath close to his neck, and he pulled her in a passionate kiss. As they were kissing, Momo touched his mouth with her tongue and started a full-on makeout session as she started to touch every inch of Izuku's built muscular body, and Izuku started to touch her elegant back and body. He had her moan in joy from Izuku's touch, and they did that for 3 minutes. They both pulled back and saw a stand of saliva in between them, and Momo said, that felt good. Izuku then said, yeah, it's late, we should get back to the dorms. Momo said, yeah, let's go. Izuku then picked her up and left to UA. And they got to the dorms and they saw some of their classmates and they asked how was the date. Izuku and Momo blushed and Izuku said, it was fun. Then Minta said, Hiyori, how was Yaoyorozu's puss? Izuku then grabbed Minta from the head and Izuku said, you perverted F, I'll actually beat the literal effing physical shit out of you. Izuku then walked out the door and activated his quirk and threw Minta into a tree. And then took him to the med bay and said, if you say that I hurt you, the last thing you'll see is me. Izuku then threw him into the med bay and went to sleep after washing his hands. Izuku woke up with a smile on his face, remembering that it was his first day of work studies. As he jumped out of bed and started his morning workout and then ate. After that he showered and changed into his costume. Izuku then activated his quirk and left to Hawk's agency with 20 minutes left. Izuku then reached Hawk's agency and went straight to the elevator. As he got there, he saw Tokoyami and waved at him, and they both entered the elevator together, and Izuku thought, yes, he changed the elevator music. Then they heard a ding. The doors opened for the young heroes to see Hawks fixing his collar, and he said, yo, Izuku, Tokoyami, thought you guys would come by now. So, today we'll just be patrolling and stuff. Oh, Izuku, did you see the video UA released about you? Izuku said, what video? Then Hawks took out his phone and showed him humiliate the big three. Izuku then said, no wonder why I was spammed by my classmates today. So, what about it? Hawks then said, you'll be more popular, and most news sources are saying right now you're stronger than Mirio, and he was going to be 6th when he came out of UA. So, they saw you're in the top 5 right now, but we know that you're stronger than All Might. Izuku then said, so a lot of people probably know about me. Well, let's patrol. Hawks then said, okay, follow me. We need to introduce you to the sidekicks. Izuku then said, oh, that's cool. So now they actually won't baby us, even though I could have one-shotted all of them cause they were being annoying when I did the internships. Hawks then shuddered at him, imagining Izuku defeat all his sidekicks with 1 hit each. Sidekick number 1 came up and said, you here for the work studies? Izuku just nodded, as well as Tokoyami. Sidekick number 2 then said, well, let me just tell you, nobody can keep up with Hawks, so we just collect the villains. You can try, but I doubt you'll be able to keep up with him. Izuku just chuckled at Sidekick number 2 saying that, and Tokoyami just looked at Izuku, knowing he'll be faster than Hawks. Sidekick number 3 ran up to Izuku and said, wait, you're the kid who beat the big 3, aren't you? Izuku nodded and said, yeah, so that makes me the strongest student in UA. Sidekick number 3 said, don't let that go to your head though, because experience also goes a long way. Izuku nodded in agreement. As they entered, the sidekicks introduced themselves, and Izuku then introduced himself saying, I'm Izuku Hiyori, my hero name in Green Raiko, but you can also just call me Raiko as well. Hope you guys enjoy having me work with you guys. Then Tokoyami said, Fumikage Tokoyami, and my hero name is jet black hero, Tsukuyomi. Hawks then clapped his hands and said, "Okay, you the students' names and know the sidekicks that will go out with us today, so let's patrol." Izuku walked out of the Hawks agency, took a deep breath, and Izuku put his earpiece so he could communicate and activated to lightning enhancement. 20%. Izuku only used 20% because he didn't want to waste energy and got ready to leave. Hawks then walked beside Izuku as he saw a greenish-blue lightning radiate off him, and Hawks said, "Man, that lightning is hella cool, let's go." As his wings spread out, he jumped in the air, which caused a gust of wind as Izuku looked at Hawks fly as Izuku was about to follow him. Sidekick number 2 walked up to Izuku, also looking at Hawks, and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, "You can try to keep up with Hawks, Green Raiko, but I personally don't think you'll be able to keep up even though you're the strongest student in UA. None of us sidekicks can, so how can a high schooler?" Izuku then said, "You know the people should always think before they talk, right?" Izuku then left as he disappeared and ran up a building, and Sidekick number 2 stumbled a bit due to Izuku's shoulder not being there as he saw him running on the side of a building. And when he got on top of the building, he looked at Izuku jump building to building as if he was a ninja as he saw the greenish-blue hue right beside Hawks. And then the sidekicks number 1, 2, 3 looked at Izuku and thought, "So that kid is the strongest in UA." Takoyami learned how to fly using Dark Shadow and followed Hawks and Izuku. Izuku was beside Hawks and said, "You know, it's so weird for someone being as fast as me right now." Izuku laughed and said, "Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Hawks." Hawks laughed at Izuku, calling him Mr. Hawks. Izuku then said, "Look, Takoyami's right behind us, let's slow down a bit." As Takoyami caught up, they continued at the same pace, and Hawks said, "Oh, there's an armed robbery there, we should go. I'll tell the police that I'll be there." Izuku then said to Takoyami, "You know this will be our debut. Are you nervous? Cause I am a bit." Takoyami said, "Just a bit." As the 3 reached by the criminals, they had hostages with guns pointed at them in a crowd nearby, and someone said, "Look, it's Hawks and the UA kid." As Izuku looked at the criminals, he saw 4 holding guns, and it seemed like clones, meaning that the criminal had a cloning quirk. The criminal said, "If you move, I'll shoot everyone here. I just want free passage with the money." Izuku looked at Hawks and then he whispered, "Well, let them go, then we can chase after him. People are more important." Izuku then nodded. As people started to make a video, Izuku said, "He might run into the crowd behind us." Hawks said, "Yeah, it will be his way to leave and run from us." Then as Hawks and Izuku were talking, some random sidekick ran close to the criminal, and the criminal got scared and started to shoot, and as the bullets started to fly, Izuku's reactions took control of him as he went straight to lightning enhancement, 47%. Izuku saw the bullets slow down, and Izuku then ran towards the bullets. As Hawks looked to his left, he didn't see Izuku beside him. Izuku ran towards the bullets and he used his index and thumb to catch it, and he was amazed by catching a bullet, and he started to 11 other bullets spread across the whole area, and he grabbed the guns from the criminals and went in front of Hawks, and Izuku said, "Here, catch." Hawks looked at Izuku in shock that he already grabbed the criminals' pistols, and as time started to speed up, all the bystanders looked to see if anyone got hit by the bullets, and they just saw Izuku stand in front as the criminal said, "Where's my guns? Why didn't anybody get hurt?" Izuku then said, "You know, I never thought catching bullets would be easy." Everybody looked at him in shock as Izuku started to drop the bullets one by one, making it 12 in total. "Now I just have to knock you criminals out." Izuku ran to the criminals as they started to turn back and run. So Izuku kicked one of the criminals in the face, making him turn into sludge, and then Izuku ran to the next and punched him in the stomach, making a hole in his gut, and his body fell to the ground, becoming into sludge. Izuku then saw 2 left, and he ran beside the one that was the closet to him, and Izuku grabbed his head and pushed it toward his knee, and his head exploded and turned into sludge, and Izuku said, "So you're the real one." Izuku then ran right beside him and neck chopped him as the criminal fell to the ground. People looked at Izuku and were in awe of his speed. Izuku then grabbed the unconscious criminal by the back of his collar and took him to Hawks, and Izuku said, "You have any handcuffs?" Hawks said, "Dude, how fast are you?" Izuku then said, "Faster than a pistol bullet." Hawks just looked at him dumbfounded, and the people who heard that just looked at Izuku with terror spread out across their faces. Izuku then said, "So we just have to throw this guy in jail and do paperwork, right?" Hawks said, "Dude, you are permanently patrolling with me. Just give this to the sidekicks, they can do the paperwork and put them in jail." Izuku then smiled and said, "Let's go." As people started to uploading the video of Izuku defeating the criminal, it quickly became popular, and people had quickly become fans of Izuku's. As they continued to patrol for the day, they had found nothing crazy but had just stopped small robberies. At the end of the day, there was a car chase, and Hawks was called in due to his speed, and as they saw the car, Izuku said, "Let me try to stop this car chase." Izuku then raced beside the car and opened the door and sat beside the driver and just sat cross-legged on his phone. As the driver looked to the side, he saw Izuku and screamed, and Izuku said, "Osh, this is my cue, you're under arrest." Izuku then kicked him in the face and fell out of the car, and Izuku then turned off the car and grabbed the criminal and handed him over to the police. By a certain alleyway, As Izumi and Mirio walked side by side, a little girl ran through an alleyway and ran into Izumi, and she looked at the pursuers of the girl, and it was one person, the Shie Hassaikai young boss. It's Chisaki, Overhaul himself. Chisaki then, seeing a hero, said, "Sorry for any trouble my daughter has caused, hero. She tends to get excited while playing and hurts herself. It's a real problem." As Chisaki smiled to lower the hero's guard, Izumi looked at Chisaki with a questioning look as well as terror for seeing the man they were trying to patrol for in front of them. Mirio then put Izumi's hood on her head to not show her face, and Chisaki then Mirio said, "Did you forget to wear your hood and mask again? They must not have gotten the right size for you. We're the ones who should apologize." As Mirio bowed, then Izumi realized his plan of not exposing their cover. Mirio said, "That fabulous mask you've got there. You must be with the Hassaikai." Then Chisaki said, "Yeah, don't mind the mask. I'm just sensitive to dust and grime. I've never seen you two before. Newcomers to the hero business. You're both so young." Then Mirio said, "Yeah, we're just students doing our internships." At the same time he thought, shoot, we can't tell him we work for Sir. Mirio then continues, "Stand up, buddy. Gotta face the unknown future on your feet. Well, gotta make rounds across the neighborhood before lunch. Let's go." Izumi then said, "Okay." As she was getting up, the little girl tugged Izumi's shirt and said, "Don't go." Izumi then said, Your daughter seems scared." Chisaki quickly said, "I just got done scolding her." Mirio quickly said, "Let's go." Izumi said, "These bandages don't seem like something you could get from playing. I think it's from something more." Then Chisaki said, "She falls a lot." Izumi said, "She's trembling with fear all over and silently. I don't think that's normal for her age." Chisaki said, "You don't know what is normal for other households." Izumi said, "What are you doing to this girl?" Chisaki sighed and said, "It figures that a hero would be sensitive to such subtitles." "Very well." As he turned around he continued, "It's embarrassing, really. I'd rather not be overheard. Could you come this way? I've actually been concerned about Eri lately. No matter what I say, she fights back." Izumi said, "Raising a child can be tough, I imagine." Chisaki said, "Yes. Children are so difficult. What will they become? What can they become? I constantly find myself wondering about that." As he tugged his glove to take it off, Eri then, noticing Chisaki tugging his glove, ran back to Chisaki, and Izumi was surprised seeing her reaction. Chisaki, seeing this, said, "Oh, are you done your tantrum?" Eri then nodded ever so quietly. Izumi looked at this surprised. Chisaki said, "Yes, it's always been like this. Sorry for making you listen to our problems. Didn't mean to trouble you. Good luck with the job." As he walked into the shadowy alleyways, Izumi then said, "Wait, why?" As she stepped forward, Mirio then stopped her and said, "Don't follow. Didn't you notice the sudden bloodlust? That's what lured the child over to him." The Shie Hassaikai headquarters. As Chisaki and Eri walked over to a lab chair with a bunch of tanks behind it, Chisaki opened up her bandages and he said, "You're the centerpiece of my main plan here." As day one of work studies ended, Izuku walked out of Hawk's agency enjoying his first day as a hero. Izuku then activated his quirk and traveled back to UA. To get ready for the school day the next day, he came back at 6 in the evening and saw Momo and said, "Hey Momo, how was your first day?" Momo responded, "Pretty good, yours?" Izuku said, "Great." As he smiled, Izuku then said, "Wanna go somewhere and eat? I'm so hungry." Momo said, "I would like that." Izuku then activated his quirk and took her to a restaurant and ate. When they finished eating, Izuku said, "So where should we go now?" Momo said, "Well, let's go back home. I have something we could do there." Izuku then said, "Sure, let's go." As he sped back to the UA dorms, Momo pulled his arm and said, "Come with me." As she pulled Izuku's arm, they managed to make their way to Momo's room, and as she closed the door and pulled Izuku in for a passionate kiss, Momo then put her arms around Izuku's neck and they continued to kiss, and Izuku then opened Momo's mouth and put his tongue in her mouth and started to explore her mouth and find her tongue. As he found it, Momo started to unbutton his shirt and took it off and started to touch every inch of his perfectly toned body. Izuku and Momo continued to make out, and as Izuku pulled back, a string of saliva continued to connect them. Momo then started to give hickeys to Izuku. Then Izuku pulled her onto her bed and he continued to make out with Momo, and then Momo took off her shirt to reveal her red bra. And Izuku said, "Whoa." And he blushed, realizing he said it out loud and looking at her assets, and Momo chuckled at Izuku acting like this. Izuku then started to lick her ear. And Momo started moan quietly, and Izuku said, "What were you just laughing at?" Momo then started to lick his neck and Izuku said, Hey, stop, that tickles." Momo then stopped and Izuku then kissed her and started to make out again as Izuku started to rub Momo's back with Momo moaning with satisfaction, and Momo started to get used to Izuku's body, also getting approving moan from Izuku as well. As they continued, it was soon 10 and they were tired from Izuku said, "Hey, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed. We have school tomorrow." As Izuku got up, Momo pulled his arm and said, "Stay with me." He then went to sleep beside her and they had the greatest sleep they ever had. Izuku woke up to feel Momo's leg around his waist and hugging Izuku, and he looked at her and blushed and thought, oh my god, she's so cute. Momo woke up to feel something else, and she opened her eyes to see Izuku blushing shirtless, and she also blushed realizing that she was hugging him when he's shirtless. Then Momo, embarrassed, put her face against Izuku's chest and mumbled, did we do it? Izuku said, and no, I don't think so. Izuku then said, holy shit, class is gonna start in 30 minutes. Izuku and Momo rushed out of bed to get ready and shower. As they entered class, they saw Bakugo with bandages and Kirishima and Kaminari laughing at him and Bakugo just being Bakugo. Then Ida screaming that there are absent students, and Izuku said, please just stop trying to be the rep there on excused absences, god damn it. As Izuku had maintained the balance of class and work studies really well compared to his classmates, some were absent due to the overwork, some couldn't keep up in class, but Momo and Izuku were fine somehow. In the middle of the city, an officer was running from a building and screaming. A dispute between villain groups has broken out. Two individuals with gigantification quirks. The carnage has spilled out onto a spa road. Call the urgent response heroes. Then a periwinkle-haired hero then flying in the sky and a light glowing from her hands, and she says, full charge, 30. Ring wave. As she sends out a blast of circular waves at the two giants, knocking them down simultaneously. And the villains say, what? Then Nejire says, hey, why are you guys fighting? Is it because your quirks are the same? Worritos. Now, the three of you. As she looked on her right as she was floating in the sky. As two people fell out of the sky saying, knock out. As rocks fell with them on top of the giant villains, and with that cannonballs flew at the villains from on top of the building as they completely knock out the two giants fighting. As the villains were on the ground, Nejire ran to the four people. Nejire said, you did it. You did it. Were you nervous? Then Uravity said, we were able to do it just like you told us to. Then Froppy said, Ribbit. We were able to do it while staying surprisingly calm. Then Creati walked from a building and said, so how do you like the Ryukyu agency, Uraraka and Tsuyu? Then Uraraka and Tsuyu said, great. Then Ryukyu said, Momo, great job devising the plan with your quick thinking, you guys work great together. Now I understand why Nejire brought Uravity and Froppy here. You both have great aptitude. Hearing that, Tsuyu and Uraraka bowed and said, thank you for employing us. Ryukyu just smiled and said, yes. Nejire then said, Ryukyu, did you know? These first years were turned down by their field training hosts. First years need to have a lot of accomplishments to be chosen. Did you tell that? Ryukyu said, though you may be students, so long as you're here for your internship, we will work to flourish your fighting ability. You three may be able to play a role in that case. Uraraka then said, that case. Then Ryukyu said, the matters surrounding the designated villain organization, the 8 precepts of death. It's a big job that may be connected to the League of Villains somehow. As the 3 first-year interns looked at Ryukyu in shock, Ryukyu still had an emotionless expression. 8 precepts of death site underground. As a slim figure in a black trench coat with a hand on his face and light blue hair walks through a dimly lit underground tunnel with flickering lights, as he walked in front of a door, a man with a plague mask and a white cloak opened the door, and the light showed the man it was Shigaraki. Shigaraki then says with his raspy voice, what a dreary office you have here. As Shigaraki looked toward a man in a black dress pants and a black dress shirt with a red tie as he was folding his hands. Shisaki responds, cluttered configurations aren't really my taste. Shigaraki started to scratch his face and said, you had me going round and round underground for 30 minutes, like an ant. What kind of Yakuza house is this supposed to be? Shisaki then motioning Shigaraki to sit down said, we don't know who's watching, nor do we know what guests are thinking. There are many routes that have been connected underground. This reception room also serves as an underground hideout. As Chisaki stopped talking, a small figure in all black, probably as big as a toddler with a full-face plague mask as he was flicking cash, says, it's because we take these kind of measures that the 8 precepts have survived to this day. Now then, about what we discussed on the phone the other day. Were you for real? That depending on the conditions, you'll side with us. Shigaraki then settling on a couch, putting his right foot on the coffee table, said, that's a rather self-serving way of putting it. You're the ones who want to latch onto the league's name, but we happen to be looking to expand our influence. Our motives happen to align. Chisaki then putting his hand on his head said, put your foot down, you're dirtying the table up. As he tried to remain calm as possible, Shigaraki keeping his foot on the table said, I believe that should be, could you please put your foot down? Young boss, if anything you should be bowing your head in respect. First, we don't answer to anyone. We will move however we like. Call it 50 over 50. In other words, we're willing to work together in a joint venture. Chisaki then asked, is that the only condition? Shigaraki then pointed his index finger and said, there's another. That plan you were talking about. Tell me more about it's a natural condition. I can't just lend you our name for worthless schemes. Although, as he was saying that, the person in the white cloak grabbed a bun and said, don't get cocky. Also, the small person in a full black coat jumped and had an arm pop out of his chest. The person in the white cloak then said, "You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you?" After the small figure in black yelled, "Who do you think you are, you punk?" Shigaraki then said, being held at gunpoint, "Who do you think you are? That's my line. Do you really think your throwaway small fry Yakuza human shields are of equal value to our Magni? Don't forget we're down in arm too. If you can't even make a small compromise." Chisaki with the same emotionless face said, "Chrono, Mimic, leave him be. He did come all this way to consider the future with us. Let's hear what he has to say. You were in the middle of saying something, weren't you?" As he lets Shigaraki talk. Shigaraki then reaches into a pocket in his trench coat and pulls the dart they shot Compress with, and Shigaraki shows the dart and says, "This has something to do with it, right?" In the Esuha market, a thick yellow man walking and eating a tray of cake pops said, "These days all the hoodlums and delinquents have been getting into so many fights. I can't help it if I'm hungry, you know. Anyway, the hero office doesn't like to take up arms. You're in the right place, Red Riot." Then Kirishima in his manly costume said, "Looking forward to it. Even though fourth kind wouldn't take me, I'm grateful you accepted me instead." As he bashed his fists together in excitement. Then Tamaki, wearing a yellow hood over his face, said, "If only you had followed Mirio. The way you came after me so forcefully was scary." Fat Gum then said, "Tamaki, we've got to do something about that cruddy mentality of yours. You've got so much talent too." Tamaki then got scared and said, "That kind of pressure will only bring me down further. It's always like this. The only reason he scouted me was so he could torment me. This is workplace harassment. I want to go home." Kaminari, trying to lift Tamaki's spirits, said, "No, it sounds like he's trying to encourage you." Tamaki then, still being gloomy, said, "I can't become one of those bright-eyed optimistic types like you and Mirio." Then Kaminari, trying to be relatable, said, "I'm not like that either. It's just that there have been so many times when everyone was desperate, but I wasn't able to do anything. After seeing the differences in ability and experience between me and the people in my class, at the very least I want to be able to stand among them. I want to close the gap." Tamaki, still being a gloomy boy, said, "That's the very definition of optimistic, you first year." At the same time a scream for help cried out, "A fight. Somebody help." Fat Gum then said, "Speak of the devil." As he turned back to look at the fight, and Tamaki and Kirishima did the same as well. As a bunch of gangsters started to run, someone behind them said, "Idiots. Who said you could do business on our turf?" Then the alpha of the group said, "Damn it, just my luck. Just when I'd finally started to make a name for myself too. Things are starting to get out of hand." As one of his lackeys responded and said, "Yeah." As the gangsters continued to run, Fat Gum appeared right in front of them and said, "I won't let you." Then one of the gangsters said, "It's Fat." "Crap, I'm submerging." Fat responded and said, "That's Mr. Fat, master of submersion to you. What the? You've got a quirk like edges." As the alpha on the gangsters became paper thin and dodged Fat Gum and went under him as he was getting away, Tamaki's manifested an octopus and used tentacles to grab the gangster, and the gangster said, "What the hell is this octopus?" As Tamaki pulled him closer, one of his hands became a clam and hit him with it to knock him out, and the gangster said, "He's not just an octopus, huh?" Tamaki, putting one foot on the criminal, said, "Clams are quite handy, huh? Good for both offense and defense. And that's why I try to eat them every day. I did not need wings though." As wings sprouted from his back, he continued and said, "Did I do a good job?" Kirishima then said, "You were awesome. You were so quick to make use of your quirk too." Fat Gum replied, "If we're talking about ability alone, Sun Eater's already outclassing most pros. He just need mental training." As many bystanders started to clap for the heroes, and Tamaki started to shake in fear for people clapping for him. Then in the crowd a person holding a gun thought to himself, "My brothers, I've got to help them." Fat Gum, noticing the man hold a gun, said, "Oh no, get down." As the bullet was shot and it was already too late, it was already fired into him. As Shigaraki said, Mr. Compress was no longer able to use his quirk. As Tamaki got hit in his shoulder, he fell to the ground, and Kirishima was there to see the gruesome scene of the dangers of being a hero. Shigaraki continued, "What is this? What do you plan on doing with it? Tell me." Then Chisaki said, "I'm going to destroy justice." I hear that. All for one, I figured I'd brush up on that approach a little bit. Little by little, all of the preparations are proceeding according to plan. As another gunshot was heard, Kaminari was hit with the dart, and Fat Gum, witnessing it, yelled, "Sun Eater, Red Riot," as he dashed to help his interns, but what he didn't notice, the shooter said, it bounced off of him. Then Kirishima said, "I'll capture him." As Kirishima started to run after the shooter, someone yelled, "That hero just got shot." As people looked at Tamaki and were in fear of what is happening. Then Tamaki on one knee said, "It hurts less than I thought it would." Kirishima said, "Whoa, you're okay. So cool." Then Criminal then said, "What the hell is this piece of trash?" As he looked at the pistol. Tamaki then says, "I'll catch him with my octopus tentacles." As he reached his hand out, but he then thought, "My quirk isn't activating." As Kirishima kept on running, the criminal started to turn back and run as well, and he looked at Kirishima and said, "SS, stay away, you idiot." Fat Gum then ran behind Kirishima and said, "Wait, don't be too hasty. If you get carried away, you might end up in a bad situation. Sun Eater, if you're okay, we'll leave this area to you. The other heroes should be arriving soon. Cooperate with them." Tamaki then said, "I'm not injured, but my quirk won't activate." Fat then looked at Tamaki in shock and said, "Do they have powers like erasers?" As the criminal turned into an alleyway and turned left, Kirishima was trailing him but slowly catching up to him, and the criminal said, "Stay the hell away from me. Stop following me." Kirishima then said, "You're the one shooting people, and now you're getting scared and running away. Man up. That's a dead end. Give it up." As the criminal stopped before he turned around and said, "Shut the hell up," as small spikes popped out of the back of his forearm. But as he activated his quirk, Kirishima punched him square in the face. Kirishima said, "I held back a little. Stop resisting or else we'll also pop a few bullets up your criminal ass, you gun-shooting jerk." As the criminal was on the ground, he started to cry and said, "That's not fair. All I've got are blades that don't even extend past 10 centimeters. They're just like box cutters. It's not fair. Of course I want to save my brothers, but I'm scared. Why don't you compliment me for having the courage to shoot in the first place? I wanted to become strong. If I'm hanging around strong people, then I can become strong too. If I stick with my brothers, then I'll be granted power. I don't want someone like you who could become a hero to talk like you know what it's like." As he took out a syringe out of his pocket and stabbed it in his neck, and he screamed in pain for around 3 seconds, and blades spanning 6 feet all around his body came out, but Kirishima activated his quirk in time as the criminal smiled, walked a few steps in front with a creepy-ass smile. Kirishima saw that there were other people and said, "Everybody, get down. Take cover somewhere his blades can't reach." As he finished saying that, the criminal got a blade pop out of his legs and stabbed Kirishima, and Kirishima thought, "He cut me. Even with hardening, I won't be able to get close to him like this." The criminal said, "Got too cock, didn't you, brat? Acting all self-important with your game of make-believe justice. My brothers told me already. The time of heroes will soon crumble. The time of social outcasts is next. You heard me. All of this has gotten me feeling some kind of high. Move, brat. It looked like I'm gonna be able to do exactly as you said, and save my brothers." Then Kirishima thought, with your hardening, instead of trying to come up with some crafty tricks, some sort of brute force technique might be better for you. Anime bullshit powers, pulling stuff out of your ass powers, go. Push it. More. Even more. Both body and spirit. Harder. Become an unbreakable. As Kirishima started to deflect his attacks by becoming more dense by making his body harder, Kirishima yelled, "Look over here." As he said that, the criminal retained his blades and took the Kamehameha form, and a beacon of blades came out of his body, and he yelled, "I'll blow you away." As Kirishima stopped his attack and walked forth and punched him in his stomach, making him hit a wall and spit out blood, Kirishima said, "Oh yeah." The criminal then said, "Jahawawa Yuahash, stay away, Satin. I just want to get stronger. Please let me go, I'm sorry. Just wanted some power." As Kirishima said, "You shot my senpai and ho." The criminal then yelled, "Like I care for your story, dumbass." As blades came out of his back, and he went flying to the exit for the alleyway and yelled, "So trusting. You're way too trusting. I'm saved. I'm running away. I'm gonna make it. No way I might get caught now." As he made it to the exit, Fat Gum jumped in the way and absorbed him. In Fukuoka, Izuku was jumping building to building as he was matching his speed with Hawks and said, "Man, I just love running, it's so fun." Hawks then said, "Flying is way better, dude." Izuku said, "If flying is so good, then why are you so slow?" Hawks then said, "Cause you the UA prodigy," in a mocking tone. Izuku then said, "Boy, if you don't get you ass straight, I'll one-shot you." Hawks then said, "I'm sorry, please don't kill me." Izuku then said, "Okay, just cause you said please." As he laughed at Hawks, and Hawks just grumbled at the same time, a call was radioed in for help, and Izuku and Hawks headed to the area. As they were told on the radio channel that there was a bank robbery with hostages, Izuku smiled and said, "My specialty." As Izuku and Hawks raced off to the bank so they would waste any time. As they reached in a matter of 2 minutes, and not being too surprising, being the two fastest heroes as of now. As they reached the front of the bank, they saw a few police officers keeping out civilians, and as they saw Hawks reach, they yelled, "Look, it's Hawks." Then someone responded, "Green Raiko's with him too." Izuku then walked to the police officer and said, "How many did they saw they have as hostages?" The police officer then responded, "They said they have 20 people at the mercy of the villain's quirks." Izuku said, "Did they ask for free passage or something, or any requests yet?" The officer said, "No, we also don't know how many people are robbing the bank." Izuku just said, "F it, they also might have lied about hostages as well, but we can't take risks. I'll just have to take them down myself." The officer said, "You can get hurt." Izuku laughed and said, "I'm faster than Hawks. Way faster." The officer completely shook, looked at Hawks, and Hawks just nodded. Izuku then said, "Here is the plan. We have the element of surprise right now, so we could just take the villains down and then take the hostages out of the bank. I'll speed in and count how many hostages they have and how many robbers there are, and then I'll tell you guys the details, and then you guys get me the quirk canceling cuffs and I'll take it from there." The officers nodded and Hawks just said, "I'll stay out here and survey if they have anyone on roofs." Izuku nodded and said, "Okay, get the cuffs ready." As Izuku activated his quirk and lightning enhancement, 47%. Slowly everyone just looked as if they were standing still, and Hawks barely moved his wings as he was getting ready to lift off, and Izuku ran into the building, activating a new move he thought of while fighting Mirio. As he ran to the door, his body started to move on a molecular level, and he became blurry as a vibrating sound came from him. He didn't open the door at all. Instead, he walked through them as if he wasn't there, even though you could see a blurry Izuku he was phasing. As Izuku walked through the door, he started to phase faster, making him practically invisible. As he entered the main lobby for the bank, he saw only 12 people instead of 20 putting their hands on their heads, as there were 4 people putting their palms out as they pointed it at the hostages as they were ready to blast them at point blank. But as Izuku looked around, there was no one hurt, luckily. As he went down to the computers, it said that the vault was open. As Izuku sped through the bank going unnoticed, he saw that there was one employee held at gunpoint as he told them about the vault and how much money there was, as there were 3 more villains opening bags to store the money in. Izuku then sped out and stopped in front of the cops, startling them and said, "I was right, they lied. They only have 13 hostages and there are 7 villains. Get the cuffs ready, tape so I can shut them up, and get me a rope so I can tie them up together." Then the officers, amazed by Izuku's speed, just ran to get the cuffs, tape, and rope. As it got ready, Izuku then ran into the vault and grabbed 2 villains and dragged them to the cops faster than they could notice, and put the cuffs on them and put tape on their mouths, and Izuku said, "2." In the vault, the robber holding the person at gunpoint said, "Eagle, Flames, you better not be pulling a damn prank on me or else I'll kick you off the crew. We're in the middle of business." As he looked behind him while still pointing a gun at the employee, as he walked a few steps back and started to look by the stairs. As he was saying that, Izuku appeared in front of the store employee with a finger on his mouth, signaling him to stay quiet. As he grabbed the employee and then the man with a gun, as he blinked and heard Izuku say, 3+1 hostage. He saw Eagle and Flames in cuffs with tape on their mouths and then trying to scream to warn their fellow brothers. As the team leader tried to activate his quirk and use his quirk, it didn't work, and then he tried to speak and then he realized he had tape keeping his mouth shut. As he looked to his right, he saw Izuku leave and he tried to scream, and on his left he saw the employee getting comforted by the police officers and asking if he got hurt. Izuku then ran into the lobby without making any sort of sound, and as he was in the lobby he saw one of the robbers grab a walkie-talkie, and Izuku ran back to the captured villains and used lightning armament, lightning sword. As he created the sword, he heard them call in, "Roger Dodger, Rocky here, any problems yet, Alpha? Over and out." And they called the team leader, and Izuku took off the team leader's tape and held the sword at his neck, and Izuku said, "Answer it, without blowing my cover, you criminal bastard." As Izuku turned the speaker for the walkie-talkie on, and the team leader then said, "Roger, Alpha here, everything is fine, continue as planned. Over and out." Izuku then turned off the walkie-talkie and lightning blade crackled and started to become smaller and then disappeared, becoming into a lightning bolt as long as Izuku's arm. Izuku then put tape on his mouth before Alpha could call for help. Izuku then ran back into the bank and grabbed 2 more villains and put cuffs on them and put tape on their mouths, and Izuku ran back into the lobby and the 2 remaining villains screamed, "We know you're here, heroes. Come out." Izuku then stopped running and appeared 5 meters away from them and said, "So close." As he smiled, and then the villains said, "I thought we told your do-good asses not to enter the damn bank. So, now we have to kill some people to show how weak society's heroes are." Izuku then said, "Wow, villains are so predictable, my plan worked." As they looked at him in confusion, and Izuku then ran and grabbed them and took them to the police and put them in cuffs and put tape on their mouths, and Izuku then just said to the police, "It took me 1.5 minutes to single-handedly stop a robbery. Even All Might couldn't do that." As Hawks was happy for his intern, as Izuku was hungry and Hawks was, they got some pizza and sat on top of the tallest building in Fukuoka and ate pizza. As Izuku was eating pizza, Hawks said, "Yo, Izuku, serious talk for a second. Night-Eye just told me that they're gonna raid the 8 precepts of death. And they need some help. You could probably be some great asset to the team, so I'm saying you should go. The meeting's in a few days, got it?" Izuku then nodded with a serious expression. As Izuku went back to UA, in flash, as he ran through traffic without getting noticed at all, as he arrived at UA dorms, nothing seemed out of the ordinary for that evening. As he dried his hair with a towel, as he ruffled it and put the towel around his neck, Izuku then went to his room and put his towel away and just wore black shorts and a gray half-sleeve shirt. He then walked out of his room to see Momo closing her door and wanted to scare her. He then started to phase and become invisible and went up beside her and still phased, and Izuku just said, "Boo." Momo, hearing a voice with no one around, screamed and jumped in the air. As she jumped in the air, Izuku stopped phasing and caught her bridal style and said, "Hey." Momo then looked at Izuku's face and said, "You did it." Izuku then said, "Who else?" Momo then asked, "Boo, but you weren't there then, poof, you caught me, how?" Izuku then chuckled, seeing her act like a child, and said, "New move." Momo then asked, "What is it?" Izuku said, "I tell you later, man, I'm hungry as hell." Momo then pouted and said, "You have to tell me," as she crossed her arms and looked away from Izuku. Izuku then said, "Fine, you're just gonna bother me. I just move at a molecular state." Momo then said, That's so cool. That makes you so much more stealthier even though you were already faster than everyone." Izuku said, "Now can we eat now?" Momo then nodded. Izuku then activated his quirk and went into the kitchen and started to make katsudon as everyone was talking and on their phones. As Izuku made his katsudon, he sat down and gave some to Momo and said, "Here, I made some for you." Momo then smiled and said, "I love katsudon, yay." As she started to eat it, she then said, "This is so good. How do you make it so well?" Izuku then said, "Practice," as he continued to eat. When he finished it, he said, "You want to go for a walk with me?" Momo then said, "I would love to." As she finished her bowl, Izuku put it in the sink and washed his hands, and they left. As they walked, they talked about how school was in the work studies. As they were walking on the UA grounds, they reached the entrance gate, and he saw three people he never wanted to see together. As they saw Izuku, they ran closer to him, and Izuku said, "Momo, let's go. I don't want to be near these FRs." As one of his hands had become a fist, and from the sheer power, blood had started to leak from it. As a 5'6" green-haired woman on the verge of tears, followed by a blonde-haired, skinny and frail man and a girl that looked like the shorter and more feminine version of Izuku. And Inko yelled, "Izuku, please talk to me." Izuku then said, "I don't want to hear you or be near your effing dirty-ass presence." All Might then said, "Son, please hear us out." Izuku then said, "F off, ass wipe. Momo, let's go." "I can't, let's go." As he grabbed her hand, and Momo then whispered, "Izuku, is that your?" Izuku then whispered, as you could hear his anger, "Yes," as he tried to remain calm as possible. Then Inko then asked, "Is that your girlfriend?" "Stay away from him, you dirty slut, he's my son." Izuku, hearing this, stopped walking away and saw Momo on the verge of tears, and Izuku got even angrier and turned around and said, "Momo is the best thing that has ever happened to me. You don't know, damn shit, you effing beach. She has had such a positive impact on me. She really cared. That's why I love her more than my life, you beach." Inko then said, "Please, Izuku, I'm your mother." As tears started to flow from her face, Izuku then said, "Here we have the Oscars winner for Best Actor. You don't give a damn F about me. I was never related to you bastards from the start." Inko said, "That is not the correct way to talk to you parents." Izuku said, "Your damn ho-ho ass didn't give a damn effing shit about what I ate, so it shouldn't matter what effing shit comes out of my mouth." Izuku said, "Now F off before I destroy you." Inko, not knowing his power, said, "My son, sometimes a mother must tell her children their place," as she activated her quirk. As All Might and Izumi tried to warn her, she ignored them. Izuku activated his quirk lightning enhancement, 50%, even though it would rattle his bones and bruise him. As he ran toward her, he said, "If I want, I could kill you. Your life now hangs by mere threads, and I'm the one that can just cut those final strings off right now, you know." Inko, being surprised by his speed, has no time to react. As Izuku was a meter away from her, he punched her in the stomach, making her go flying in a trajectory that would make her hit the wall. But Izuku then run behind her, not wanting to cause a colossal amount of damage, and smacks her down, causing a stirring of a dust cloud and a small crater as well. Izuku then deactivates his quirk and walks away, stretching his muscles, and All Might said, "Wait, Izuku, I know I haven't been much of a father to you, but please find it in your heart to forgive me." Izuku didn't look at him. Instead, he was still walking away, and he just stick the naughty finger out. As Inko was slowly losing conscious, and in a weak voice she said, "I is ... UKUWA." Izuku then said, "Don't say shit about Momo. You can say whatever you want to me, but not her, you ho." As they walked farther away, Momo then hugged him from behind, as he could feel her watermelons being pressed into his back. Izuku blushed, feeling her knockers touching his body, and she said, "Thank you for loving me, Izuku." Izuku then walked to Momo and said, "Sorry. You had to hear that. I'm sorry about of my former well, can't say it because she doesn't act like it." Momo, hearing this, chuckled. Izuku then became happy, knowing she wasn't sad. Izuku then took her to a hill with a tree on it and said, "I usually just come here. It's my favorite spot to relax." Izuku then sat with the tree supporting his back, and he told Momo to sit, and she sat in front of him as she put her head on his chest and closed her eyes to feel the nice breeze, and Izuku started to stroke her hair. As he did that, Momo fell asleep. As she fell asleep, Izuku then took her to the UA dorms as quietly as possible and dropped her off in her room. As Izuku put her quietly on her bed, Momo grabbed his hand and said, "Can you sleep here?" Izuku then smiled. Izuku took off his shirt and quickly went to bed, holding her as they both fell asleep. As Momo woke up, she felt her head on something soft and opened her eyes and put her hand on it and looked and blushed, realizing she put her head on Izuku's chest, and she looked at his face and thought, "He looks so cute when he sleeps." As she dragged her finger on his defined jawline and cupped his cheek and inched her face closer, Izuku woke up and Momo blushed and thought, he's gonna think I'm a perv touching him while he's asleep. And Izuku said, oh, hey Momo, thanks for waking me up. As he started to rub his eyes, Momo then had a sigh of relief. Izuku then said, okay, it's 5, gotta start my workout, bye. As he got out of bed and walked out of the room, and Momo had a mix of a bit sadness and relief. As Izuku completed his workout, it was almost time for class, and as he entered he heard Kaminari say, hey, Kirishima, your name is on the all over the internet. You're really on here, that's awesome. As he showed Kirishima the news. As he showed him that Bakugo looked pissed and was grinding his teeth in anger upon being left behind. Then Ashido went to Uraraka, Momo, and Tsuyu and said, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Yao Momo, it's amazing. Your names came up too. Uraraka said, Uo, I'm so happy. We're rallied there. Tsuyu said, I wonder where they took the picture. Momo then said, this so amazing. Ashido then said, isn't that great? You guys might have fan already like Mount Lady. Ada then, being the wannabe press, said, provisional license notwithstanding. Once you enter the city you're another hero. You've rendered a splendid service. However, studies are the true duty of a student. Sleeping in class is not allowed. Kirishima said, you are right, Ada. That's where we show our resolution right. As Kirishima said that, a bunch of notification bells went off and everyone looked at their phone. Everyone looked at their phone dumbfounded, and Izuku said, saw this coming. Everyone said, you just had work studies for a week and you're already being compared to All Might. Izuku said, well, it does say I stopped a big bank robbery in 1 minute 30 seconds and the record was 8 minutes 30 seconds by All Might. Everyone said, what the F? As they just sweat dropped. Kirishima said, dude, you are so damn strong, that's manly. Izuku then said, thanks dude. As school continued, time skipped 7 days. As Kirishima walked out of the dorm he saw Izumi, Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Momo behind him and said, Yagi, morning, you're going today too. What a coincidence. Izumi then said, I haven't been called for a while, but today they finally did. They told me I don't need my costume though. Uraraka then said, good morning. You two are also going today. As they reached the train station they realized they were all going on the same train today, and later they got off at the same location and then they walked on the same street together, and as they turned they saw the big four without Izuku, and the three waved at them. They saw a blur, and as he stopped Izuku said, man, that was fun. Those pros are so damn slow. To think that I was late for bullying them. Everyone freaked out at seeing Izuku come out of nowhere, and he said, so you guys are here for the raid plan too? Everyone nodded. Then Mirio said, wait, so you ran here? Izuku then said, yeah, how else this what I normally do, you can ask these guys. His classmates nodded. Mirio then said, as expected of the fastest hero ever. Izuku said, they finally got to know. That's great, gonna get a bunch of effing simps. As the students entered the Night Eye Agency they saw Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Gran Torino, and many other heroes as well. Izumi then said, Gran Torino. Izuku then said, yo, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa then nodded. Nejire then saw Ryukyu and said, Ryukyu. Hey, what is this? You said it was a meeting, but I knew that. What kind of meeting? You'll see soon. Night Eye will start shortly. Then Night Eye walked in and said, thanks to all of the information you supplied. The investigation has progressed considerably. I would like to conduct this conference with you today to share any acquired information regarding the plans of a small Yakuza organization known as the 8 Precepts of Death. I will explain this step by step. As he walked into the meeting room, then Tsuyu said, why are you here, sensei? Aizawa then said, I was asked to join, so I came. It was brief, but I've heard about the situation. I also have a few things to say as well. Then Kirishima asked Fat Gum, I'm a little out of the loop here. 8 Precepts. What's that? Fat Gum then said, they've probably been thinking up something terrible, so it's everybody to talk it out. You've also got quite the connection with them. As everyone sat down at the meeting table, Bubble Girl was behind Night Eye and held up her tablet and said, well, let's begin. Since about 2 weeks prior, we at the Night Eye offices have been independently observing a certain group known as the 8 Precepts of Death. As a hairy hero then asked, what was the hook? Bubble Girl responded, there was an accident involving a thief gang known as the Reservoir Dogs. The police cleaned everything up as just an accident, but there were many points that made no sense and we began to track them. Then a centipede-looking hero said, I am a sidekick, Centipter. I have been conducting the tracking and observation as per the instruction put forth by Night Eye. Within this 1-year period that I have been investigating, there has been a rapid increase in contact, both between underground members of the underground organization as well as people outside of the group. They appear to be an organization moving with the intent to expand and accumulate funds. Also, shortly after the commencement of investigation, he made contact with one Bubigawara Jin villain named Twice. They were particularly cautious of being followed and I was unable to continue tracking them, but here I was able to cooperate with the police. They were able to confirm that during this meeting some kind of skirmish had occurred. Then Gran Torino said, so it's related to the Villain Alliance. That's why you called me and Tsukachi. Then the haired hero said, and where I did Tsukachi. Gran Torino said, there was other information from witnesses, so he's checking on that. Listen, girl, I never thought it would come to this. You've been dragged into quite an annoying situation. Izumi said, I don't think any part of this is annoying. Mirio then said, so you know each other. Izumi said, from my workplace experience. Night Eye quietly glared at Izumi and said, continuing on. Bubble Girl then said, ooh, we have this kind of process. We wanted to request everyone's cooperation on HN. Then Lock Rock said, hey, even if they're UE students, what's with the brats? Can't talk with them around. We're burning daylight just getting to the real issue of what they're plotting. Izuku chuckled. Then Fat Gum said, enough out of you two. These two here are super important witnesses. Hiroshima said, the two of us. Then Night Eye said, we have reason to believe that the 8 precepts of death have made the dispersal of unlicensed goods part of their livelihood. As such, I have requested help from heroes familiar with that line of work. Fat then said, long ago we smashed those kind of pieces. Then a week ago, in Red Riot's debut battle, Tamaki was shot by something new, the likes we ain't seen. A drug that erases quirks. Then the heroes collectively said, erases quirks? Mirio then asked, what? Tamaki, you're okay, right? Tamaki then said, yeah. After sleeping it came back. Just look at this splendid hoof. Mirio said, so breakfast was beef bowl today. Then Lock Rock said, if it recovers no need to worry, nothing fatal. Night Eye said, no. I'll leave that explanation to Eraserhead. Aizawa said, it's a bit different from my erasure. That's because I'm not attacking the quirk itself. I can temporarily stop the quirk's function, but I don't cause any damage to it. Fat Gum said, right after Tamaki got shot we took him to the hospital to get a look and that the quirk factor had taken damage. Luckily, it recovered naturally and has returned to normal now. And the analysis of the thing he was shot with. There were no abnormalities in Tamaki's body. It was only the quirk that was attacked. Not a peep from the gang that shot them, the guns in pieces too. Plus they didn't have no other bullets in their possession besides the one they fired. However, thanks to Kirishima risking his life to deflect the bullet, we were able to obtain the contents of that one shot. Kirishima then said, what I did, that came out of nowhere. Uraraka said, that's an amazing feat, Kirishima. Momo said, wow, you stopped a bullet. Suyu said, you're so cool. Nejire then said, hardening, right? I knew it suits you. Izuku said, now that is some goddamn manly ass sheet. Fat Gum continued, as for what was inside, something truly sickening came out. It contained human blood and human cells. Uraraka said, what? Momo then said, that is truly sickening. Ryukyu then said, in other words, that effect is derived from a person, or a quirk to destroy other quirks. Then a hero said, ooh, I'm afraid I've not really been seeing it for a while now, but how is this linked to the precepts exactly? Fat Gum said, the guy Kirishima captured, and the illegal substance he was using. That drug's distribution web's real complicated. It's gotten curtailed heavily nowadays. But it's sold wholesale across all levels by many different people, groups, and organizations. And now we can finally reach the source of all of it. There's no evidence the precepts themselves are dealing the stuff, but there's been contact between them and a middleman organization selling it. Night Eye said, recall the clash between the villain groups that Ryukyu and her team cleaned up a few days ago. The boss of one of those gangs was with one of those middleman groups. One of the villains who gigantified only manifested it for a short while. They must have been inferior goods. The quirk of the capo, Chisaki, is named Overhaul. It's a power that can disassemble and reassemble any target. A quirk that can dismantle to destroy and repair at once. That, along with the bullets that can destroy quirks. At that moment, Mirio and Izumi felt like they sheet themselves as they remembered Eri, and Night Eye said, Chisaki has a daughter. The one without a birth certificate, so the particulars aren't clear. When these two encountered her, her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. Ryukyu said, it can't be. To do something so hideous. Gran Torino said, what do you expect of this world of superhuman? All it takes is the thought any son of a beach can do anything. Momo then said, that is so wrong in many senses. Izuku angrily smacked his hand the table, causing it to crack in half, and said, these effing bastards all single-handedly go all out and destroy all of them. The goddamn world is so cruel. As he said that, everyone became even more scared of Izuku. Kirishima said, what are you all talking about? Lock Rock said, see, we don't need any damn kids around. Slow on the uptake much. Put it simply, we're saying that they're probably making the bullets out of her body. As he said that, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Kirishima got scared and mad. Izuku, realizing that he broke the table, said, my bad about the table. Hehe. As he scratched the back of his head. Night Eye said, it's fine, someone ought to do it because this society is horrible. We don't know if they're trafficking them for profit. At their current stage of development, they're not very close to completion. Be that as it may, if hypothetically, they were using them as a testing phase, Izuku said, so you don't mean that it could completely destroy quirks themselves? Night Eye nodded. Fat Gum then said, just imagining it's gonna make my bowels seethe with rage. Come on, we gotta search their hideout. Lock Rock said, you catch up surprisingly quick for a kid. Izuku said, thanks, I'll take it as a compliment. Then Night Eye said, our goal will be to save the girl. Lock Rock said, TCH, it's fine and all that the kid's alive, but if one were to guess, the boss would want to hide the girl, who is core component to his plan, right? And after all that trouble, she somehow makes it outside. And on top of that, to be that, by these little brat heroes. Do you think he's honestly keep her tucked away at the headquarters after all that? If it were me, I wouldn't. Because even if we were to attack, as long as the girl isn't there, then it doesn't matter. Have we been able to specify her exact location? Ryukyu said, he's right. What do you think, Night Eye? Then Night Eye said, that's exactly the problem. We don't know how far ahead he's planned. If we don't finish them with one blow, they'll probably get the chance they need to launch a counterattack. And so, we've looked at groups and organizations that have ties to the precepts, as well as all of the known locations under the precepts' control. We've left no stone unturned coming up with this list. We'd like everyone here to assist in searching each of these locations. Let's find the location and ring it out. Then a hero said, I see, and that is how us minor heroes come into play. Look, the heroes who are present are clearly tied to the list somehow. They've selected people who have familiarity with the area. Fat Gum said, you were All Might's sidekick, weren't you? You've been awfully thorough tiptoeing about. All the while, that Eri-chan girl has probably been crying this whole time. Night Eye said, we will not become like All Might. It's for that reason we've thoroughly analyzed and predicted the possible scenarios, so that we could bring our chances of saving her as close to 100% as possible. Izuku said, bullshit, a real hero would have saved Eri right in front of that goddamn Overhaul. Gran Torino said, we mustn't lose our cool. If we make a misstep trying to capture them, it could just end up fanning the flames. Just like how Stain's arrest performance only ended up in a giant boost for the League of Villains. This time with a single hoodlum trying to release some quirk-destroying weapon. It's possible that those motives are at play as well. As the meeting ended, the heroes started to survey the locations and try to get the location for Eri. Until Eri's whereabouts can be determined, we are on standby. We were again completely forbidden from speaking about the internships. As they started a race to climb a wall, Aizawa yelled, go. Izuku jumped over the wall and said, Aizawa, this is too easy. Aizawa laughed and said, fine, restart. But you're on your own team and have to do it 500 times deal. Izuku said, great, I'll hand all of your guys your asses. As there were 3 people on each team and as they did it, Izuku won. As classes ended, Aizawa called the students that are part of the raid and also the Big 3 and told the first years, aside from the Big 3, who are known to be matching the strength and abilities of a pro or even exceed a pros, I think your roles will be fairly small. Asui, Uraraka, Kirishima, Momo, Izumi, you 5 aren't even necessarily here of your free will. Momo then said, after hearing a little girl being kept in that condition, I myself as a hero in training couldn't let that be. Uraraka then said, yeah, Momo, after hearing that story you can't tell me not to go. Suyu said, if you're not going to say I can't erase her, I would like to be allowed to assist. We can't let those who would get hurt a small girl get away with it. Then Kirishima said, if my strength will help that little kid even a little, I'll do it, Eraserhead. Izumi said, I already left her, I have to save her, with a smile on my face just like All Might. Izuku teached at what she said. Then Aizawa said, I simply wanted to confirm your convictions. As long as you understand, that's fine. This time our goal is ultimately the liberation and protection of the child, Eri. Don't overstep that boundary. Our greatest concern is the shadow of the villain alliance. From the police's observations as well as those from Nine Eye staff, they don't seem to have a particular cooperative relationships. Judging by the recent search the premises, it looks like the possibility of them being in the same place is low. However, in the worst case scenario, if they were off the mark, and the alliance is also present and we can't complete our objective, you'll stop right there. As the students yelled, understood. Izuku stood silently and just nodded. A few days later, late at night, Izuku was working out doing his final reps as he wanted to be stronger for the raid with the possibility of the league being there. And he heard a notification and he ran to the dorms and he saw Momo, Izumi, Kirishima, Uraraka, Suyu waiting for him and they said, you look like you were thrown at the sun. Izuku said, shut up. As they looked at their phones, they were asked to go to the agency. When they reached, they already saw some heroes waiting and waited for the others to come. As they started at night, I calmly said, she's in this area. Then everyone yelled, she's at home. Lock Rock said, what's with that? You saying our investigation were a waste of time? Night Eye said, no, we did receive new intelligence from them. Rock responded. How did you confirm it? Then Night-Eye took a pink box from under his desk and said, a few days ago, a member of the 8 Precepts of Death purchased a toy aimed at young girls at a nearby department store. Fat Gum then said, what? Rock said, what the hell's that? Fat Gum said, what if he's just some schlub who's into that kind of thing? It's a great big world out there, Night-Eye. Night-Eye, with no sign of doubt by a effing children's toy cause its great big world, said, no. I confirmed he wasn't merely a man pursuing a personal hobby. The things he was saying removed all doubt. Flashback. As the store clerk said, do you mean, pretty pure? As a man with a bowl cut covering his eyes said, yeah, pretty pure. Now I remember. It was guns a-blazin'. Pretty pure. Where do you guys got the toys? The store clerk said, that's the name of an old season from years and years back. The current season is called Raving Rabid, Pretty Pure 10. Then the bowl-cutted man said, what a pain in the ass. Well, whatever, where you got it. Night-Eye grabbed the man's shoulder and said, there's one here, sir. The criminal said, F you want. Night-Eye, activating his quirk, said, I, too, am a fan. As he looked through the future, he saw Eri being shown the toy and the way he took as well to get to her room. Flashback end. Rock said, wait, so you are gonna use prediction? Night-Eye said, yes, as I recall telling you the other day, it's to make an already sure course of action double sure. Fat Gum said, anyhow, with this it's settled now, right? Centipter then said, thanks to our stakeout, we were right on the money regarding the time frame scoundrel resides at home. Gran Torino said, and we've got our warrant to boot. Now all that's left is... Mirio then became pumped to ask before as he seemed a bit scared. As the young heroes laced up their costumes and got ready, they headed to the Yakuza's base and got ready to raid at 8 in the morning. As a police officer said, however, even if that's what we're aiming for, if everyone is freely using their quirks, this search will get ugly real fast. That's why we've listed the registered quirks of the 8 Precepts of Death as far as we're aware of. Memorize them. Then one hero said, it's great that they've even prepared these for us. As the heroes and the police got prepped up for the raid, as it was 8:30, the heroes and the police were outside of the residence. As the police officer said, get ready. As he was about to press the button, everyone got ready to activate their quirk. As he pressed it, the door opened. A behemoth broke through the gates and said, such a crowd, so early in the morning. The man giant punching the gates led to 3 police officers flying in the air. As everyone looked at them, Izuku started to move before he could think. As he jumped in the air to save the first officer, he made a horizontal platform using lightning manipulation and used it as an area to jump on, and landed on it and jumped to the next officer and saved him and went to the next to catch him. As Izuku caught him, he landed and put the officers down and asked them, you guys good? As he said that, they nodded in synchronization. Izuku then said, I saved the police officers. They're good. As the heroes and police looked at him, saved them. Some even said, how did he get there that fast? Then someone yelled, wait, hold up. You saying they caught wind of the operation? Whatever, people just pin him down. The big guy, as he pulled his arm back for a punch, said, I'm feeling a little more pumped. So tell me, what is it you want? As his arm stretched out to punch, Izuku was about to block it, but Ryukyu said, get back. As she turned into a dragon, she blocked the punch, and she said in a demonic voice, for the time being, we should try not to split our forces. The Ryukyu group will deal with this one. Everyone else continue onward. As the Ryukyu got ready to back up Ryukyu, everyone else rushed through the door. So when they entered through the door, they were met with 3 goons, and they said, who the hell are you bastards? Then another said, you can't just effing waltz in here. Then the police chief yelled, we're heroes in the police. We have a search warrant on counts of the manufacture and sale of illegal drugs. Hiroshima said, these guys are so over the top. This is crazy. Then one goon put one arm in front and pushed it in front, but as he did that, leaf started to flow to the heroes before anyone could activate their quirk. Izuku rushed in at 10% and punched him in the gut and headed to the next 2 and knocked them out, and the police and heroes looked at Izuku, loosing the lightning around him. Rock said, leaving aside the big guy, are none of these guys scared? As they were running, they saw opening through the door, and Fat Gum yelled, make a beeline for the objective. As they were heading through the door, more goons started to show up and tried to slow down the Alliance police and heroes, but that made a small difference. So the heroes pushed through the door and ran, and Fat Gum said, forget about watching out for suspicious behavior. This is way beyond that. Rock responded, yo, I'm getting a real bad feeling about this. Tamaki said, I bet this means the info got leaked from somewhere. I don't like the looks of how we're all just lumped together. The police chief said, then we need to find a way to be smarter about avoiding their attacks. They must be told to be united on purpose in a routine basis. Aizawa then said, once they've crossed 8 cups, their vows of loyalty to their boss are sealed. They probably feel inferior, so they emphasize the kind of unity you'd see in gangs bygone days. Given all this commotion and the fact that neither Chisaki nor his top boss have shown themselves, they must be in the basement preparing to hide everything or to escape. Hiroshima said, you call that loyalty? A real man would never push all the responsibility on his henchmen and escape. Fat Gum said, damn straight. As they ran, Night-Eye looked to his right and said, here it is, as it had a calendar and a vase and a crook in the wall. Night-Eye then said, under this vase there's a mechanism to open a hidden pathway. If we push on these wooded panels in a certain order, it will open. As the wall opened like a normal gate, Bubble Girl said, it's like a ninja house. Centipter said, if we weren't looking for it, we'd never notice. Everyone be wary of the quirks that have yet to show themselves. Bubble Girl. As he said that, 3 goons came behind that hidden doorway with knives and intent to kill. As they were to attack the heroes, Centipter grabbed 2 of the goons with his centipede arms and said, I'll leave one to you. As he said that, Aizawa activated his quirk and disabled the last goon's quirk, and Bubble Girl made a bubble and popped in front of Eyes, making him close his eyes, and Bubble Girl ended up putting him a lock and said, sorry about this. I'll make sure to make him behave. He won't be giving chase anytime soon. Please go on without me. I'll join you in no time. Kirishima said, wow, that was fast. Then Night-Eye said, let's go. As they headed down the stairs, and Night-Eye said, it's not far now. Come, hurry. As they went down the stairs, they were met with a dead end, and the police chief said, look, it's a dead end. We were going the right way, right? Then Rock said, explain yourself, Night-Eye. Mirio then said, I'll go take a look. As Mirio activated his quirk, he walked through the wall and quietly said, I knew it. As he phased back through the wall, he said, this wall was just thrown to block the way, though it's very thick. 3 CS. Rock and Fat Gum got in a punching position, and he said, guess even stuff like that is possible. If Chisaki can disassemble and reassemble, it will. Fat Gum then said, damn cheap trick. Izumi and Kirishima then also got ready to punch, and Izumi said, it's good as telling he'd hate it if we were able to get there. Kirishima responded and said, you're right. Izumi then activated shoot style at 15%, and Kirishima used hardening, and as they activated their quirk, Izuku activated 20% and flicked his finger and broke the wall. Rock said, and he's gone and done before the 4 of us, and he effing flicked his finger to show dominance. Fat Gum said, let's move on. Izumi said, I wanted to punch it. Kirishima said, come on Raiko, why did you have to do that? But that power was manly. Izuku laughed and said, thanks Red. As the heroes walked through the broken wall, they saw what was a hallway, as the whole hallway was becoming smushed, as then someone yelled, the path. It's shifting, twisting. The police chief said, this ain't Chisaki. It's warping. And it may seem unthinkable, but it's gotta be Irakinaka, the chief of headquarters. But this is way too much for him to be able to handle. The most he should be able to slip into and manipulate is an object about the size of a refrigerator. Izuku said, that damn villain must have used that quirk booster. Fat Gum said, most likely. I was watching out for what he might have turned into, but I never thought he'd become a whole basement. The burden on his body won't be small, that's for sure. Can you erase at eraser? Aizawa then, looking around for the baddie, said, not unless I see the user's body, no. Izuku said, all the effing small fry are killing themselves for effing Chisaki. Tamaki then, going into a downward spiral, said, if the pathway keeps changing, we'll never reach our goal. During that time, they can prepare any number of escape routes, dealing with all of this instantaneously, deciding a course of action. It's no good, I can't. It won't only be the girl we can't save. We also will be. Mirio then, helping his friend, said, Tamaki, that's not gonna happen. You are Sun Eater. Not to mention, all this is a stopgap measure. No matter how much he warps the passage, as long as I know the right direction, I can get there. Izumi then screamed, Senpai. With her Night-Eye said, Lemillion. As their calls couldn't affect him at all. Mirio then said, they're just buying time, cause they know as well as we do this is a race. I'll go on ahead. As he activated his quirk and went into the wall. Tamaki then yelled, Mirio. As he left, Izuku was about to follow him, but the hallway started to change, making everyone off balance. As they were falling, a sinkhole appeared from the ground and everyone fell into it. Aizawa then screamed, the way back up. As they looked around, they saw a room with everyone in it except Mirio. Rock then said, Ahol. We're getting farther and farther from our objective. They've got us right in their hands. As some of the room was covered in dust, and someone from the dust said, well, what do we got here? The authority of the government, fallen from the sky. But stranger things have happened. Looks like you're itching for an all-out war here. All right then, I hope you pros will show me their strength. As the heroes looked around, they saw 3 figures. Tamaki then said, I'll show you the strength of a pro to achieve our goal. The only one who's needed to take down these time-eating pawns is me. Kirishima said, what are you saying? Let's cooperate. Then the villain who spoke before said, yeah, you heard him, cooperate. We'll kill the lot of you. The police chief yelled, that's Setsuno. His quirk is steal. Any guns we pull on him will be useless. We're counting on you, heroes. Setsuno then said, what? You found out my quirk? Ah, whatever that means. I can let loose all I want. As he reached out to use his quirk, he yelled, what the? I can't use it. Aizawa then said, afraid not. Drop your sword. Fat Gum then said, I don't care if it's a sword or a hail of bullets, they'll sink right into this body of mine. so it'll be easier on you if you be quiet. The police chief then yelled, we can use weapons now that Eraser's got you suppressed. Resign yourselves to your fates and surrender. Setsuno said, threats like that'll only work on folks who have valued their own lives. As he said that, Tamaki created a giant clam to protect him as he jumped at them and grabbed the villains with a bunch of tentacles and threw them into the wall. And their weapons. Tamaki then said, I'll be your opponent. I indulged in tons of takoyaki at Fat's office, so my octopus skills are at their upper bound. And seeing as I got shot not too far back, I'm vigilant regarding things like these. Kirishima then said, but senpai. As he protested his choice, Tamaki said, this is a race. There's not a single second to waste. With quirks like the pros, especially erasers, they should be moving ahead. And you'll need the raw power to break across the warping underground, too. Not to mention the police and their firearms. Fat Gum, I can shut these 3 down here. Fat Gum then said, let's go, the door's over there. Kirishima, still in disagreement, said, Fat. Setsuno then said, trying to activate his quirk, said, hey, hold on, wait. As he said that, Aizawa erased his quirk, realizing his trick. Aizawa then elbowed one of the villains in the head as Tamaki held him, and Aizawa said to Tamaki, pin down these 3 while my quirk is still in effect. As everyone started to leave, Tamaki smashed a villain into the wall and said, everybody, I leave Mirio to you. Knowing him, he'll definitely push himself too hard, so please help him. Kirishima then said, Fat, what are you thinking, leaving senpai there all alone? Rock said, the kid's with your office, so I left it to your judgment, but give it to me straight, it's not looking good, is it? He's the strongest out of any of us here, as he said in a serious voice. Izuku then ruined that moment and laughed and said, second strongest to be exact. Fat then said, what do you mean? Aizawa then said, problem child is right, the strongest is him to be exact. As Tamaki defeated the 3 goons but fainted as he was tired. As Fat Gum looked at Aizawa and said, what, you're just a first year? Izuku then said, yeah. So what does that mean? They may have more experience, but in with no emotion in his voice. As they ran, they saw stairs and Night Eye said, let's head back up. Aizawa then said, weird. This guy who can manipulate the underground. He hasn't made a single move yet. It's not twisting at all. We've been running through the labyrinth without a single encounter or a single obstacle. If he hasn't gotten in our way by now, maybe it means that he's not able to precisely manipulate the entire underground. The police force is up above, along with Sun Eater. It's possible that maybe his attention is focused there. Rock responded, you're saying his range of control is limited. Aizawa then continued, it's just conjecture. Let's say that by entering into the underground and controlling it, instead of assimilating into the underground, he's moving about the surface of its walls, looking and listening. It may be that he wants to influence a particular area. His actual body is nearby as well, acting as eyes and ears to observe what is going on. Up on the first floor, as Bubble Girl tied up the goons with the help of Centipter and some of the police, and Bubble Girl then says to the heroes, I didn't expect that they'd all work like that to get in our way. Then to the goons she said, if only you all had cooperated obediently. You guys must be crazy. Then one criminal said, crazy. Everyone you're capturing right now were all quite the same. If we had cooperated with you, Overhaul would have taken our lives in an instant. Bubble Girl then said, Overhaul, you're talking about Chisaki, right? Oh, right. The name that he started to use after he became like that. One of the goons said, once our boss was a noble Yakuza. In today's world, he was searching for a way for the Yakuza to live. The 8 precepts are to be regarded as Yakuza, not as villains. He resented the way they have been designated a villain organization. We were all devoted to the boss. The basement. As they ran, a giant hand made out of the wall popped out of the wall and had tried to capture Aizawa. As that was happening, Izuku turned around and activated lightning enhancement. 47%. As he turned around, he grabbed Aizawa as he thought no else would be able to react. As he saved Aizawa, Fat Gum was in mid-jump and under him was Kirishima, and Aizawa yelled, Fat, Kirishima. As they got pushed into the hole in the wall, Fat yelled, don't worry about it. With Fat. As Fat was on the ground, he heard a groaning sound under him. As he lifted his body up a bit, he saw Kirishima and he said, where? Fat said, Red. What are you? As Kirishima was getting up, as Fat was already up, Kirishima said, I jumped out to try and protect Aizawa too. I thought that if it was me, I wouldn't take any damage. But once I did, I got swallowed into your fat. Fat then said, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, we better brace ourselves. As they were standing up in a dark room, they looked around them and saw a fist coming out from the darkness. Kirishima, seeing that fist, activated his quirk and used Unbreakable as the man as big as Fat hit them with a barrage of punches. Kirishima was sent to the wall. Fat was then absorbing the punches in his fat. The man then said, you know what I think. Fighting with guns and swords is boorish. Whoever gets one in their hands is able to win. That's not fighting. As he stopped punching to talk, he then continued to say, a true fight is when you use just the strength within you to kill. You understand me, right? Kirishima looked beside him to see Kirishima not beside him but smashed into the wall, and Fat yelled, "Red," to see if he could get a response. Kirishima then grunted in pain as he got up. Fat then looked back to the goon and got ready punch. As he was about to punch the goon, as his fist closed the distance, a barrier appeared and blocked Fat's attack. Then a man walked from behind the criminal as he walked beside him, as he put his hands on his head under his white hair, and he said, "Fakum." And a young boy who can harden his body. HMMMM. The two of you have quirks that excel at defense. Rappa, it's a shame, isn't it? As the man finished, Rappa again hit Fat with a barrage of punches. As Rappa stopped punching, Fat coughed and was barely standing as the torso area of the costume was shredded to pieces. Rappa then said, "Excel at defense. He's barely standing, isn't he? Well, I guess I gotta give it to him for not turning into ground meat." As the white-haired goon said, "We are Shield and Lance, and you over there are Shield and Shield." Rappa then responded and said, "Hold on. That doesn't make for a good fight." "Damn it," the goon continued, then again, "that young man over there can hardly be called a shield, it seems." As Kirishima screamed in pain as he looked at his arms, he thought, "I cracked. It hurts. I couldn't take it." As Kirishima was beating himself, Fat, trying to lift Kirishima's spirit, said, "You've got to be unbreakable. If your spirit breaks too, then we're really done for." Eliminating villains is all about making them lose the will to fight as quickly as possible. What are we gonna do if we lose it before they do? Then the white-haired goon said, "It appears they intend to win against us, Rappa." Rappa said, "He understands me. What a good fatty." Rappa said, "Oh yeah, now things are getting real fun. Take this thing down, Tengai, and don't use it again. I never needed a barrier to begin with." Tengai said, "Do not drown in your own selfish desires. Forget not the orders of our master, Overhaul. This matchup favors us. By combining our forces, we can make sure to dispose of them." As he still had his quirk activated, Rappa then annoyed as Tengai didn't listen to him and tried to punch him, but Tengai had activated the barrier on time. Tengai then said, "What is the meaning of this, you battle-mad loon?" Rappa responded and said, "The whole combo thing was something Overhaul had forced on us. Do as you please, that is. If you can dispose of them like that." As Rappa got ready to fight, he hit Fat with another barrage of attacks. Kirishima was still recovering from one hit and said, "Fat." Fat then said, "I used to be fighter, too. A scrapper like you. So which will happen first? Your arms give out, or I reach my limit taking those punches? Which will come out stronger, the spear or shield? Come on, let's have ourselves a match. You and me, Rappa." Rappa then hyped up said, "I knew you'd be good for it. Good fatty. Tengai, don't you dare." Tengai said, "I won't." Rappa then said, "Damn straight. I'm surrounded by quality people." As Fat took those hits from Rappa, launching faster than Luffy's Gamu Gamu Gatling gun, Kirishima thought, "Fat, he's taking those hits for me. And now I'm nothing but a liability to him. What am I doing?" Rappa then said, "Don't disappoint me now, fatty. For my sake, stay on your feet, 'cause I'm just starting to warm up here." As he continued to barrage him, and then he said, "You gotta be cheating me. Please tell me you can keep going." As Fat was getting hit, he thought, "They may think of me as shield, but when the chips are down and it's life or death, so my defenses gets thinner and thinner, but the impact I stocked up can be unleashed as a spear. That'll break any shield." As Fat started to make a fist, Tengai then said, "Rappa, he's clearly plotting something. You must desist quickly." Rappa then, tired and annoyed of his bullshit, yelled, "You got me on the edge of my seat. Show me, are you alive or dead?" As Rappa continued to punch, Kirishima ran in front to block the punch, and Fat said, "Red." But this time Kirishima didn't get blown away from the punches, but instead advanced forward. Rappa then, amazed of the new punching bag, said, You're excellent." As Kirishima got close enough, Kirishima was about to punch Rappa, but Tengai blocked the punch, creating a barrier around Rappa. Rappa then said, "You didn't." Tengai said, "Of course I would. But there wasn't a point. Devoid of options before my barricade, he can only fall." As Kirishima fell to the floor bruised and battered, Fat said, "Oh, there was a point, all right. I never expected you'd protect me. Sorry, I didn't say it sooner, but thanks, buddy. You made a damn fine spear." As Fat was skinny and his fist had a glowing light around it. As Fat jumped forward to punch, Tengai created another barrier, and Tengai was freaking out, and Rappa said, "No point. It'll just break." Fat then said, "There's just one reason you're gonna lose. 'Cause you underestimated him." "I did, too. But so did you." Get a taste of the manly heart of the hero named Red Riot. As soon as Fat touched the barrier, it broke as he pushed, though with his punch it sent Tengai and Rappa flying as well into a wall, forming a giant crater. Fat said as he was wheezing for air, "In this huff brawl of spears huff and shields were the winners." Fat then walked up to Kirishima and said, "You conscious huff kid?" Kirishima's voice, sounding a bit faint, said, "Who's there?" Fat then said, "It's me, Mr. Fat. I'm just doing huff some weight watching. Come on huff kid. You gotta get what I'm huff saying from context, right? Kirishima said, I'll protect you, Fat. Gotta do what I can. As Fat looked Kirishima, he heard another voice which said, this ain't over. This is a battle to the death. I'm not dead yet. Fat then looked behind him to see Rappa standing but bleeding all over and thought, this guy's way too tough. I lost my protective barrier cause of the punch. What can I do? Rappa said, there's first aid supplies over there. Tend to the kid. Tend to that man's wounds. Fat said, it's a trap. Rappa said, do I look like the type who does traps? Tengai said, Rappa, don't act selfish. It's my duty to control you in your lust for battle. Obey my commands. Think about the reason a beast like you whose bread and butter is violence allowed to be here. What is your duty, Rappa? Rappa then stepped on Tengai and knocked him out. Rappa then said, you ain't got any strength left to throw a barrier in the way, so be quiet. Then again, I'm beat up, too. My bones are broke, and I can't raise my damn arms. Fat said, what do you want, then? Rappa said, you know I came from the underground fight clubs, the ones where they let us use our quirks. People would even beg in the end of their lives. I wanted that kind of power. The kind that only comes from putting your life on the line. I wanted that kind of brawl. You two were superb. You met the challenge, especially the redhead. I've taken a personal interest in you. We'll continue this death match, so heal up. Next time I'll be sure to kill you. Rappa then started to walk away to the door. As he left, Fat took Kirishima to the medical area to get him wrapped up and himself as well. With Night Eye's group, as the walls were still shifting and rotating, making it difficult for the heroes to go forward. As the ceiling was coming down on the heroes, they dodged, and then the walls tried to crush them, and then the floor came up. As the heroes were gonna get crushed into a small ball, Night Eye said, Lock Rock. Lock Rock responded, Deadbolt. As one of the walls stopped coming in and also the floor, Lock Rock then said, this way. This side won't shift anymore. Don't complain about how cramped it is. My maximum security Deadbolt can't lock down that many points. This is the upper limit of my range. Look, see, he's attacking from a point I didn't lock down. Watch out. As the wall came closer, Izuku went lightning enhancement, 10%, and flicked his finger to break the wall. The police chief said, the quirk user is like some kind mole. Lock Rock then said, if Fat Gum's team had survived, we could have made our way smoothly. At this rate, it'll only gradually get worse. We're gonna get cornered eventually. Izuku said, shut up. Stop worrying so much. I'll effing fight them by myself if I have to fight him, and stop being a beach about it, please. As Izuku used his talk no jutsu, everything opened up. Izumi then said, it opened up. Izuku said, no sheet, Sherlock, so effing dumb, we can see the wall moving. Then a policeman said, what are they playing at now? As he said that, Aizawa yelled, Izumi, as a wall tried to crush her. Izumi then said, they split us up. Why now? Then on the other side they started to ask if everyone is fine. As Lock Rock was alone, as he was thinking of a way to get out, a person with a knife appeared behind him, getting ready to stab him. At the last second he turned around to block with his hand, but his hand was stabbed with the knife. Lock Rock then said, you're a villain alliance. Tried to use lockdown on her, and she ran behind him and covered his mouth, and she said, no, right now I'm playing an artifact from olden times. I'm Toga the gangster. I'm good for nothing. Aizawa then yelled, Lock. What happened? Izumi then yelled, Eraser, please move aside. As she kicked the wall to make a hole to both them to fit through, Izumi yelled, Lock Rock. As they looked to see two bodies, and they were both Lock Rocks, as one was on the ground and was sitting on his knee close to it, and he said, an imposter appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. Keep your eyes peeled. There are new enemies. They're here somewhere. As Aizawa inspected closer, he saw a knife wound on his hand and activated his quirk on the imposter. As he used to, a gooey substance came off her face, and Izumi yelled, Toga Himiko. Toga with a weird lewd face said, that's me, Toga. He remembered. I'm so happy we could meet again. I'm so happy, Izu, baby. Aizawa then rapped with the capture scarf and said, this is the end for you, Toga Himiko. Toga then, as she got pulled by Aizawa, stabbed him on the back, and as she did that, Aizawa threw her away. As Aizawa threw Toga, he ran to Izumi as she picked up Lock Rock. With Night Eye, as Izuku got ready to activate his quirk, Night Eye said, I'll take him on. As Twice walked forward, there was a guy who looked a lot like Rappa, and as they walked towards Night Eye, Twice said, I was wondering what kind of heroes would come my way, damn it. Aren't you just a bunch of salary men? You looking down on the Yakuza, you bastards? Do your thing, Rappa's brother. As Rappa's brother was about to punch, Night Eye readjusted his glasses and ducked down to dodge, and kicked Rappa's brother's feet to drop him down. Night Eye said, just grazed me. You're a strong one. As he threw something at Rappa faster than the eye can track. One of policemen said, what just happened? Night Eye then said, it's a support item, a hyper-mass seal. It's seal that weighs about 5 kilograms. Quite a funny item for someone with a salaryman's appearance like mine. No, once a prediction has been made, make the first move. Knowing the future of a number of people, I'd say that as far as close combat is concerned, I'm a little fast, but I must say that I failed to see this coming. The peerless league of villains consorting with a bunch of Yakuza. Twice then said, Yakuza. They are useless. Night Eye then threw more seals and that ripped off some of Twice's mask as he said, oh, got him it you bastard. As he started to run away the wall closed off behind him and he said, hey, you were a little too fast with the wall. If it had been later, I would have been crushed to death, dumbass Yakuza. I'm cooperating with you so I'm gonna need you to do your best too. As Twice kneeled to the floor holding the left side of his head he said, look, because of you, my mask. No, not now. This is bad. This is really bad. I'm gonna split. I'm gonna break apart. I've got to cover it up, or else I'll split. Toga then walked up to him and wrapped the left side of High Face to stop him from splitting. With the Night Eye group, as Izuku, Aizawa, and Lock Rock met up with the others the walls started to shift once more. Aizawa as he was dodging the walls he said, that voice. You hear it, don't you? Izuku then said yeah. Izuku then activated lightning enhancement. 20% as he bounced from wall to wall. Everyone lost track of Izuku and Izuku then kicked one part of the roof to reveal the Yakuza. As he did that Aizawa cancelled the Yakuza's quirk as Izuku brought him down. Izuku said, pretty sure I knocked him out so we're good for now. As Night Eye nodded. As Mirio was running through the empty quiet hallways he saw 2 people and 1 child and then Overhaul heard him Mirio running and looked behind him to see Mirio and said, you shouldn't have been traversing the path here so quickly. Mirio then responded, I took a shortcut. And I'm here to take the child into custody. Overhaul not making any movement said, so you understand the circumstances. You turned a blind eye that time, didn't you? This child doesn't worth to be taken into your custody. As far as that girl is concerned, you're no hero. Mirio then said, that is why I came here, wanting to be true to his name Lemillion. Overhaul turned around and continued to walk away and said, there's no getting through to you, is there? Let me put it in simple terms. As he darted forward Overhaul continued, die. As he said that Mirio stumbled and said, what? As someone from the top jumped down drinking some liquor said, you feelin' a bit shaky oi. Then someone beside the drunk man had a gun and Mirio jumped to the side activated his quirk and the bullet went through him. Then the gunman asked, what is your quirk that? Mirio then said, while me permeation is in effect, everything will slip right through me. Mirio then covered him mouth realizing his mouth moved on its own. The gun guy said, I was wondering where you appeared from. I see, so that's how you were able to get through Mimic and the others. The drunk guy then said, what the hell are you doing? Why did you miss your shot? Are you drunk or on some sheet? The guy with a gun smacked his alcohol and said, shut up, you're the one to talk. You need to do nothing and just support me, for I am special. Mirio, still stumbling close to the wall for support, said, so basically, he can force people to talk. So you're not the type who fights on the front lines. The guy boy then said, I'm different from the rest of those disposables. Among the expendables, I am the only one who is privy to the young Grandmaster ambitions. Mirio responded and said, he's abusing his own daughter. How is that grand ambitions? Guy man activating his quirk asked Mirio. In order for things to proceed smoothly, his compassion is unneeded. Surely, you don't understand as well, don't you? On that occasion when you encountered Eri, in order for your own plans to proceed smoothly, you overlooked the incident, did you not? Mirio's mouth opened on its own and said, that's right. Mirio then realizing that he said that accepted that fact. Then Gunman said, and then you inferred the majority of our plans and felt regret. You wished to save Eri. The truth is, you are simply using Eri as a straw raincoat to make yourself feel better, isn't that right? As he hoped to break Mirio's hero's spirit, he continued, behold, Sakaki. He's leaving. I am needed for the young master's ambitions. He needs me. I must follow him. We shall walk alongside one another and share the delight of realizing his goals. Now, let us go. Now die, you murder. As he shot another bullet as he knew Mirio would have his spirits broken from the realization and get shot. But Mirio, always finding hope and being cheerful, went right through them and knocked them out and said, that's right. I can't stand to see that girl without a smile on her face. It's unforgivable. Mirio then activated his quirk and appeared right in front of him and tried to punch him, but Chisaki dodged and Mirio at the same time kicked Overhaul's right-hand man in the face and took Eri from him. Eri, with a scared expression on her face, said, why? Go away, or he'll kill you. I'll never let you feel sad again. I swear it. Everything's okay now. I'll be your hero. Overhaul then said while taking off his gloves, each and every one of your actions kill people. Yours is a cursed existence. Mirio, sounding pissed, said, how can you say that to your own child? Overhaul then said, see, so that's what you were on about. I have no child. As he activated his quirk, he broke the floor into small rocks and rearranged the spikes to stab Mirio as Mirio dodged all of them using his quirk, and Overhaul said, it seems you're more than just your quirk. Even if I broke her, it would be of no consequence to me. As long as I repair her immediately, she can be rescued by me. Even if it doesn't look like it used to, I can return it to its original state. She's experienced it firsthand. That last part drove Mirio to pure anger. Overhaul continued. What will you do if Eri gets hurt? As things stand, I'm the only one who can repair her. But as long as you're carrying her like that, you can't run away using your permeation. So, what will you do, Mr. Student? Fight me. With that last repair, I've sealed off your escape route. Then Overhaul's right-hand man said, even your quirk will be as good as gone if I hit you with this. Overhaul said, aim for the arm he's carrying Eri with, fool. Right-hand man then said, I didn't think that he could control his quirk that precisely. He must have done a considerable amount of training. As Mirio used his cape to hide his location, the right-hand man shot and missed both shots, and he said, I always thought heroes wore those capes for show. As Mirio hid behind his cape to dodge the bullets, Overhaul yelled, Chrono, hoping to alert him on time, but he was too slow as Mirio gave Chrono an uppercut, and in last effort Chrono tried to punch him, but he used his permeation on his whole body except his arm. As Mirio punched him, his pistol went flying out of his reach. As Chrono went flying from the uppercut, Overhaul used his quirk to push Chrono toward his pistol, using the ground as a second boost to make him go towards the pistol that was far on his right. As that happened, Overhaul had realized that Eri was alone and made a run for Eri that was hiding in Mirio's cape. Mirio already knew Overhaul would do that and appeared behind him and punched Overhaul on his right side of his face. As Mirio was about to punch him, Overhaul tried to block it, but Mirio's arm just went through Overhaul's. Mirio then said, a hero's cape is for bundling a young girl who is in terrible pain. Chrono got up and toward his pistol, and Mirio reappeared and kicked Chrono in his stomach, at the same time kicking the pistol further. Mirio added as he was agitated by their actions, focus on your opponent and predict their next action. Your agility far surpasses what I'd expect from a mere Yakuza. You're strong, Chisaki. But guess what? I'm stronger. I won't let you lay a finger on her. I'll take you both down. This is checkmate, Chisaki. As he elbowed him in the chest. As Overhaul was hit with that impact, he saw someone crawl out of the wall. And that figure wearing a top hat with a jet black plague mask said, the young master needs me. I must walk along him. Chisaki, realizing he's there, yells, Nemoto, as he tosses him a small black box, and in it was Quirk destroying bullets, and that lands beside him as Nemoto started to load a gun with a bullet. As Mirio is about to punch Overhaul again, as he does that, Mirio realizes, and as Nemoto aims for Eri, and Chisaki says, fire. As he aims for Eri, Mirio turned around and appeared beside Eri and smiled at her as he hoped to be true to his hero name. As that happened, the exit route was shattered, and Izuku stood there witnessing this and activated his quirk lightning enhancement, 47%. As Mirio didn't realize Izuku was there, he grabbed Eri to block the shot. Izuku then ran across to the ruined basement before anyone could realize and caught the bullet a few feet away from Mirio, and Izuku then said, sorry, I'm late, senpai. As he looked back and smiled, he then threw the bullet to the ground and stomped on it to destroy it. Then he saw Nemoto reloading and ran toward him and kicked him in his face to knock him out. At that scene, Overhaul was outraged and pissed, and Izuku said, sorry for destroying your bullet and your subordinate, but that won't matter cause you'll have a nice house in Tartarus. Izuku then looked back and said, oh, so you're Eri, don't worry, I'll save you. Mirio, take her away. I'll make this bastard wish he was dead. As he looked at her with a kind smile as to giving her hope, Overhaul said, stop getting cocky, brat, just cause you destroyed my bullet doesn't make you invincible. Izuku said, then you can try to stop me, but you won't. As he got in a fighting stance. As Izuku pushed off, he went faster than Overhaul could track him and punched him in the stomach, sending Overhaul into a wall. Izuku then walked slowly toward Overhaul, and Overhaul said, I will not allow my plan to be ruined by these damned heroes. Right, Nemoto? You don't want that either, do you? You would never want me to meet my end here. As he walked closer to Nemoto and moved his hand on his face and reached for Nemoto's face and continued to say, Nemoto, you have truly done well for me. I'm sure of all people would be happy to die for my sake, wouldn't you? As his body and Nemoto's body was turned into giant splatters of blood, it fused into Chisaki's body, giving him a bunch of red arms to support him in combat. And Chisaki then said, Lemillion, you were really stronger than me. That much was certain. But when all is said and done, it will all be for naught. Now, you'll be returning Eri to me. I'm in an awful mood right now, but this is a little better. When someone lays their finger on me, I can't help but feel the need to cleanse myself. I can feel the blood rushing to my head. This is the first time I've been pushed to this point. Izuku then thought to himself, okay, Mirio should be protecting Eri from Overhaul's goons if he has any here. He also fused with his goon and all his wounds are gone. I can't let him touch me or else I might be finished. Overhaul started to put his hands on the ground and started to form spikes rising out of the ground, and he said, Lemillion, you've gotten all your friends mixed into this, only for all of them to die by my hands. As Izuku looked back, he saw Aizawa, Night-Eye, and Izumi run into the room to help in the fight. Izuku then thought, he's gonna target them with his spikes. As the spikes came out of the grounds towards Aizawa, Izuku reappeared in front of them and broke the ground as he stomped with his right foot. Izuku looked back at them to say, "You guys are gonna make the fight harder. He's gonna target you guys. You should all leave so I can go all out and end his ass as soon as possible." Izuku then turned around to see Overhaul getting ready to launch another set of attacks, and Izuku saw the ground break into many pieces and jumped back a bit in front of Mirio as spikes were launched out of the ground again, and Izuku flicked his finger, causing a huge shockwave of air filled with small lightning streaks to break all the rock spikes, and as the shockwave was about to hit Overhaul, he made a wall from the ground to block Izuku's attack. Overhaul then said, "Power and speed. Is that it?" Izuku said, "Maybe." Then as Izuku looked behind him, he didn't see Aizawa and yelled, "Where the hell is Aizawa? Where the hell are the lackeys as well?" Overhaul said, "I've got a bit of interest in the Quirk racing hero, you see. We've escorted him to the VIP room." Izuku said, "I see, so I'll have to beat the sheet out of you for the location. So were you scared about having your Quirk erased? So much for creating these bullets. You also tried to use it on Lemillion as well, so I guess you were just afraid of him." Izuku then jumped forward and disappeared from everyone's eyes as Overhaul started to frantically all around to find Izuku, then kicked him in the stomach to send him towards the wall. But Overhaul put his arms behind him to cushion him as he hit the wall. He reconstructed his arms, and Izuku said, "I could have hit you more, but I want to know Aizawa's location." Overhaul then put his hands on the wall and made a spike that was going towards Izuku and about to hit his stomach, and Izuku moved to the side and chopped it, and Izuku said, "You'll have to be faster than that. Now give me the damn location." In front of Shie Hassaikai headquarters, Tsuyu stood close to Ryukyu as the captured gigantic goon and said, "Surprisingly, he packed less of a punch than I'd expected," as she had a finger on chin. As the fight ended, a helicopter started to fly over and show the heroes capturing the villain. Ryukyu, readjusting her mask, said, "Rikia Katsukame. By touching someone and inhaling, he can absorb their vitality and make himself larger. Be sure to isolate him while he's still unconscious." Momo then said, "We should go help them in the basement now." As they were heading to the gate, everyone felt their energy getting taken away from them, and Uraraka feeling that said, as they looked back, they heard the previously unconscious man say, "Ouch, that hurt like beach." Ryukyu then said, "What? I was sure that I had knocked him unconscious." The man started to break his restraints and said, "Looks like that booster drug I got from Uraraka is finally starting to kick in. Now I can absorb, just by inhaling." As Ryukyu shielded everyone using her dragon form, about 20 minutes Nejire was in the air sending energy surges, and Ryukyu yelled, "Nejire," as then the giant goon's booster had worn off and said, "Haha, looks like the drug's worn off. Let me touch you, little girly." Nejire, sounding annoyed, said, "No thanks." Ryukyu then body slammed him, and Ryukyu yelled, "Everyone, do it just as you were instructed. Gravity, make him float. Creati, capture him with the ribbon. Froppy, help me move him. Nejire, hit the both of us with everything you got." The guy then said, "How can you damn broads be able to move?" Then the work studies students then said together, "Because we're told day in and day out, go beyond plus ultra." As Ryukyu and the goon hit the ground, they broke through the ground and saw some of the Night Eye group in Chisaki. Izuku then looked back to see what caused the roof to fall apart. Izuku said, "Ryukyu, you guys." Izuku said, "Okay, take Yuri away. I'll finish him by myself." As everyone started to move away, Chisaki yelled, "Give me back Yuri, I need her for my plans. You belong to me." As created a bunch of more spikes and tried to hit everyone, but Izuku destroyed them before they could cause any damage to anyone. Izuku said, "I hate bastards like you the most, who think everything belongs to you." Chisaki, as Izuku charged straight at him and kicked him, and Chisaki again cushioned himself with his arms as he landed beside his fallen goon. Ryukyu then looked down and said, "This is bad." As Chisaki said, "In order to realize Pop's ambition, I need you, Yuri." As he touched his goon, and from that Overhaul grew in size and power. Izuku then said, "You know the only way you get to Yuri is if you get through me." Izuku then ran at Overhaul and gave him an uppercut, sending him into the air. Izuku then jumped into the air and thought, "I'll have to bust out the new technique if I want to minimize damage to the surroundings." Night Eye said, "We have to help Raiko. At the very least right now. He isn't planning on targeting anyone. Only Yuri. Overhaul will try to take Yuri. But Izuku ... trying to save us." Momo had tears rolling down her eyes and said, "No." As Izuku was in the air, he flicked his finger behind him, and the recoil from that made him go forward went toward Overhaul as he was in a giant monster flying in the sky, and Izuku said to Overhaul, "This is my first time using this technique, how about yours?" Overhaul then said, "Shut up. You took Yuri from me. She's mine and only mine." Izuku said, "Wow, I was just trying to lighten up the mood, but okay." As Izuku flicked his fingers to fly forward and faster towards Overhaul while dodging his spikes, Izuku then hit him as hard as he could to the ground, but didn't realize that he knocked him close to the other heroes and said, "You're finished, give up, Overhaul." Overhaul then got up and looked to see the heroes close to him and ran forward to grab Yuri as Izuku was still in the air. As the helicopter was overhead, the newscaster was commentating the whole fight that was happening on the ground. Izuku was looking at the heroes that were standing in one place as Overhaul was heading straight toward them. Izuku then thought, I have to save her, or else I can't be called a hero. I'll end up being the same as all sheet. As Izuku thought, I gotta get to the ground so I can stop him faster. As he put his hand up in the air and used the air pressure to bring himself to the ground, as he landed behind everyone, he weaved through the crowd of heroes to get to the front, and he ran as fast as he could toward her. As Overhaul was only a few inches from grabbing her, as no one could attack him, as everyone stood silently in fear knowing what is to come, Izuku thought, I can't let her die, I have to block his attack. As Izuku ran in front of Overhaul and blocked it with his arms, as Overhaul said, You dumbass, you realized what you've done. You talked so much smack and it only led to this. As he activated his quirk, Izuku began to scream in pain. As Izuku was screaming in pain, he activated speed healing by reaction. As he tried to heal, it had no effect, and Izuku started to try to heal faster than he had ever, as to the point as if he was burning his insides. He continued to scream in pain. Overhaul then said, How you not dying? Izuku had no response, as he had his energy getting depleted faster and faster. Izuku then thought, I have to create space fast or else. Izuku and though added, I might have to use that move then as well. Izuku started to bring his right arm back as he closed his eyes, as he started to channel the power of one for lightning, and he bellowed, Detroit Smash. As Overhaul was hit with the impact, he was sent flying high into the air. As he hit the sky, the weather changed into a dark, cloudy setting. As Night Eye saw him, he said, That power, it is as strong as All Might. Izuku was panting with heavy breaths as he jumped up to a high onto a building, as lightning was covering his hand. As he landed on the building, something traveled through the clouds and it showed up behind him as Izuku raised his hand, and Izuku said, Disappear with the thunder. As the move then showed itself, it was a giant dragon, and Izuku yelled, Kirin, as he brought his hand down and aimed at Chisaki. As all the heroes looked at Izuku in shock, as the power of this move was at a truly unimaginable state. As Kirin hit Overhaul, there was no move to block it, as it instantly brought Overhaul to the ground with a giant lightning strike, and as the lightning disappeared, the sky had cleared and Overhaul made no movement after that. As Izuku tried to activate his quirk, he stumbled on the ground and saw 7 shadowy black figures that said, He's worthy. Then another said, 8 should have made him the successor. The one at the start then said, Don't worry, he has the genes of it, so we can transfer the power to him instead. As they said that, Izuku said, What power? Who the F are you? Am I going crazy? As he blinked again, they went into Izuku, and as that happened, Izuku tried to move back but couldn't. But when they went inside of him, it didn't hurt, but it felt as if he finally drank something cold on a hot summer day. Izuku then started to make his way down. As he jumped down into the basement, Izuku looked everywhere for Aizawa and eventually found him and brought him up. Night Eye then thought, So the future can be changed. Guess I was wrong. Maybe All Might will live after all. Izuku slowly made his way down as Overhaul was being lifted on a stretcher into a prison transport bus. Then Night Eye said, You surely did quite a number on him. Izuku chuckled and said, Guess I did. Hopefully he doesn't break out of prison wanting revenge or whatever. Izuku then saw Momo and ran up to her and hugged her, and Momo then grabbed his arms and inspected it, and Izuku laughed at her overreacting like this and said, Relax, I'm fine, Momo. As everyone had their injuries checked and found the missing heroes in the middle of the highway, as the driver said, We're transporting 11 members of the 8 precepts of death. All of them are seriously injured, and Chisaki was put at a near-death state due to that kid. But the paramedics said he'll live. We're on our way to the villain hospital in Takodana. Then one of the workers in the back said, We've confiscated their personal belongings. In addition to the aforementioned bullets, we've also found a capsule that had not been previously reported. The driver then saw a truck with a man standing on it, and the driver said, What the? The man on the truck said with a raspy voice, Simply put, in shogi, all you have to do is take the opponent's king, isn't that right? Then the doors for the trailer opened, and a man with black hair and had scars all over his body said, It ain't as simple as that. Then a man in a performer's outfit said as he was talking to someone on his phone, Yes, we've come just as we would. Yes, nice work out there, you two. Compress, still on his phone talking to someone, says, If they're escorting the Hassaikai people to the nearest villain hospital, then this expressway would be the fastest route. Thank you for the tip. It puts this old man to shame how capable, Toga. With Toga then said, Jin had me to call. 'Cause I couldn't take my eyes off that fight. Izuku is strong. Sorry that you've got your hands full now. As Toga looked back at Twice without his costume. Twice was kneeling as he was holding his head in distress and said, Fight on. No, run away. Then Compress on the phone said, You mean hand. Toga then laughed and said, We've been keeping an eye on the cops for a while, and I think there's a good chance you'll find it. As Toga grabbed Twice's hand, they started walking away. Twice, on the other hand, was still fighting himself. Kill. Stop it. On me. Toga continued. We didn't manage to grab the girl in the middle of all this, but I'm pretty sure you'll find the finished project there anyway. And even if you don't, I bet you're dying to see him, right? On the highway, the driver then screamed, realizing, Whoa. That's the League of Villains. And Tamura Shigaraki. Dabai looks behind him at the driver's seat and said, "Hey, Lizard, stop swerving, I'm getting carsick back here." The Lizard then said, "It ain't Lizard, the name's Spinner. And what's wrong with my driving? I picked it up from video games." Dabai calmly responded, "You don't need to flip out." Spinner said, "Would it be right to attack cops in a true hero society? Is that what STAIN stands for? I'm kinda on the fence about this one." Shigaraki, kneeling on top of the trailer, says, "Necessary sacrifices, Spinner. Just keep driving." Dabai then raises his hand and says, "Now then." Then the door for the police car opened, which happened to be escorting the truck with the Shie Hassaikai, and sand started to float out of it, and said, "Here it comes." As Dabai's flames go in a spiral pattern towards the police car, but it was blocked by sand. Dabai then drew his hand back and said, "What's going on?" The hero that had shifted into the sand said, "It's the League of Villains, the gangs of monsters with a grudge against society." Shigaraki then stood up on the trailer and said, "A hero. I should have known one would show up. What a pain. Spinner, slow it down." As the sand hero got back into the police car, he said, "Okay." As he saw Shigaraki jump down from the trailer onto the police car. As the sand started to go all around Shigaraki, he said, "Gah, this is a bad matchup for me." Then the hero said, "Your quirk crumbles whatever you touch with your fingers. How greater than, but you can't grab a sandstorm." Dabai, watching the fight, said, "He's gotten too famous." Compress said, "Excellent misdirection, courtesy of Shigaraki. And now, I present the incredible floating police car." As he threw a marble under the car, a giant boulder appeared, making the car go high in the air, and Compress continued, "No string or wires attached, folks." As the car hit the boulder, it went flying in the air, and Shigaraki jumped from the car to the truck and broke the window to grab the steering wheel and turns it. As he turns it, the truck went on its side, and at the same time Spinner did a 180 drift, making the truck face toward the upside-down police car and a truck on its side. The sand hero then jumped back to dodge the flying police car with the policeman in his hands, and Dabai walked up from behind him and said, "Heroes, saving lives always takes top priority, right?" The sand hero says, "All those burnt-up corpses that have been turning up here and there lately." Dabai then, amused of what he said, "Oh, you're talking about me. Love it." The hero turned around to make a giant line of sand and yells, "You ever stop to think about the families who got alive with that loss?" Dabai responds with a giant fireball heading toward the hero. As that happened, Compress managed to touch him and said, "Hot, hot, super hot." But luckily sand doesn't burn. Dabai then said, "Looks like his top half can turn into sand. He's probably dead." Shigaraki walked up to a stretcher with Overhaul on it and says, "Who's the next leader now?" As he started to kick the stretcher, Overhaul finally speaking, "Did you come to kill me?" Shigaraki responds, "Nope. I thought of something that you can enjoy in Tartarus. What I hate is how you're so high and mighty." Compress walks beside Overhaul and touches one of his arms, and it turned into a marble. Compress with his mask off, and as he held it on his mechanical arm, he said, "Me too." Shigaraki then goes into his pockets to find a box and looks in it and said, "Two little boxes, but only one's the finished product." "Well, doesn't matter too much." Overhaul, in anger in his eyes, says, "Give it back." Shigaraki responds, "Listen, Overhaul, a guy sprouting off about getting rid of all quirks shouldn't be relying on quirks, right?" As he grabs Overhaul, remaining arm, sees to it disintegrating, and continues, "Let me slice that off for you unless you want to fall to pieces." As he cut the rest of his arm off and continued to say, "Now you're a useless, helpless, quirkless wonder." As he threw the knife to the side, Shigaraki, with a crazed look in his eyes, said, "All that hard work you put in, it's mine now. Real nail biter now that you've got no nails left to bite. You should just sit back and watch. Have a nice life." Spinner then yelled out of the driver's seat, "They'll be after us soon. Get in." Shigaraki started to walk to the truck and said, "This is just the start of our time." Nejire then floated above the destroyed Precept's headquarters to survey the damages and told the responders about the damage. One of the police said, "Minor damage to the houses. No one was hurt and there was no need of evacuation, but it was a safety measure. We were also lucky that it's a weekday, Friday to be exact." Nejire then floated down and said, Hey, only one person fought Overhaul. It was Raiko. I was watching Raiko fight because Ricky Akatsuki brought me down with the use of his vitality-stealing quirk, but thankfully Ryukyu defeated him." At the hospital, the doctor took another look at the checkboard and said, "Everything is fine, just make sure to get some rest. The fight did take a toll on your body." Izuku then said, "Thanks for your help." The doctor replied, "No problem, my pleasure." Izuku said, "Okay, I'll be leaving now. I need to see if they're fine." Aizawa then walked by the door and said, "I've seen them." Izuku asked, "Aizawa, you're not hurt?" Aizawa chuckled and said, "Got a few stitches, kiddo." Aizawa then led Izuku to Kirishima's bed, who was completely covered up in bandages. Aizawa said, Kirishima's entire body is covered in extensive lacerations from the beating he took, but his life's not in danger. Then Aizawa went to Amajiki's bed, who was asleep, and Aizawa said, Amajiki got his face split open, but there should be no lasting damage. Aizawa then pointed at Fat Gum, who had his stomach rumble unconscious, and Aizawa said, Fat Gum is in high spirits, despite multiple fractures. Then they both exited the room, and Aizawa said, Fortunately, the knife that Toga had stabbed in Rocklock's arm didn't hit any vitals, so he'll live through it. Izuku said, Glad to hear everyone is okay. Izuku then turned the corner to see Momo on the phone, and Aizawa then turned around and said, Good luck, as he had his hands in his pockets in a relaxed figure. Izuku said, Thanks, I'll need it. Izuku said, Hey, Momo. Momo turned around to see Izuku with no bandages or casts, and sighed in relief and ran at him and tackled him to the ground and said, You idiot. You could have gotten yourself killed. Izuku then said, Relax, I'm not gonna die when I have a great future with you. Momo blushed and turned around blushing, putting her hands on her face and said, Not in the hospital. Momo then composed herself and said, So, Izuku, my parents wanted to invite you over for dinner and stay over the weekend. Izuku thought, I can't go. I need to know what power they meant, plus I also gotta increase my power to 50%. Momo then said, Izuku, as she whined, and Izuku said, Look, I'll make it up to you, okay? Momo then had stars in her eyes and said, Really? Izuku said, Nope. Momo then looked really mad. Izuku made a haul-up sign with his hands, said, I'm joking. Just don't kill me. So Momo sighed and said, Okay, I won't kill you yet. Izuku then grimaced. Up in the mountains, Gran Torino looked down, standing on a hill, and said, Lots of eyewitnesses reports in the past few days. Once we nab you, the League's peskiest member. Gran Torino then jumped off him and continued, The rest will fall like dominoes. Detective Tsukachi, holding a gun pointed at the League's member, said, He can produce gates around his hands and head, so watch out. Getting him cuffed won't be easy. The gate user on the ground then said in a weak voice, Around these parts, there's a rumor about a wild man who unexpectedly appears. Have you heard of him? Gran Torino, even though it meant putting myself at risk. I have business with that wild man. Gran Torino then clenched his teeth and said, Yeah, well, you're gonna tell us all about it. When he finished, there was loud thud coming from the forest, making all the birds fly away. So Gran Torino turned around to look for him, and the League's pesky member said, He always has his eyes on the future. Detective Tsukachi grabbed Torino. Tamura Shigaraki wasn't the only one he molded. Then a giant figure then approached from behind a tree with another loud thud. Gran Torino then said, Kurogiri, what is his identity? Kurogiri said, Well, the teacher of the former number 1 doesn't have as great of manner that I've imagined. Need another of all for one's loyal servants. Gigantomachia. At the hospital, as Izuku and Momo exited the hospital, Izuku then said, Okay, I'll be leaving now, as he pecked her on the lips and left using his quirk. Momo then thought to herself, Wow, that never gets old. As she continued to walk and got into her limo and headed to her house. At UA, Izuku arrived at UA and went straight to his room using the window, as he knew his classmates would ask him a never-ending amount of questions, and changed into his workout gear. As he was about to leave through the window, he heard Bakugo screaming about he has to go to sleep early for the provisional license extra class. As Izuku went deep into UA territory, he went in the woods where he usually trained. Izuku then started his warm-up as he bounced from tree to tree at 50%, though he felt a strain on his body, but he could live with it, and as he did it, it hurt less and less as he continued to it for an hour. Izuku also started to add use finger flicks as he jumped around to increase his use all around his body. Izuku then thought, My power doesn't seem to be necessarily, or faster. What did those things mean? What did it mean past the quirk through genes? Wait, if it means through genes, it would be from Ash Sheet most likely, but why me? They said I'm worthy, but why me of all people? Does that mean I still have the same quirk? Or two, mostly likely merged, probably meaning one quirk, as this is a mutation of one for all. Wait, let me try. But how does it work? As Izuku thought, this will probably similar to mine, so I just have to channel it. Izuku then whispered it to himself, one for all, 100%. As he did that, he felt nothing. And again Izuku was hit with a roadblock. Izuku then thought, my quirk is called one for lightning, maybe it's a part of one for all, as the speed and power mutated like all for one is the opposite of one for all. I need someone who knows one for all. I can't trust Hose effing 3. Maybe Grandpa Torino. No, he always liked that beach more. Nezu, he knows. I can trust him. I talk to him tomorrow then. Izuku then took a look on his phone and saw it was 9 and activated his quirk at 50% to practice furthermore. As he was running, he realized he wanted some food and ran to a pizza place and got some pizza and ran back to the dorms to shower, and then he ate. He then went to sleep to meet Nezu in the morning. Izuku opened his eyes and got up and out of bed. Izuku then went to a workout at 6 and came back at 9 and took a shower and ate and got ready to meet Nezu. Izuku walked in the office to see teachers in the lounge talking and saw Izuku walk in, and Izuku said, I wanted to talk to Nezu about something. Aizawa said, okay, problem child, pretty sure he's free in his room. You know where it is. Izuku nodded and said, thanks, sensei. Then he knocked on the door and heard a squeaky voice, come in. Izuku opened the door to see Nezu with a cheery smile while he was holding a teacup to his face, and Izuku closed the door and said, hey, Principal Nezu. I needed to talk about something serious. And the moment Izuku said that, Nezu's expression changed. Nezu then put his teacup down and said, sit down. On a side note, how are you, Izuku? Izuku said, pretty good, thanks for asking, and you? Nezu responded, I'm doing well. Oh, my manners, please have a seat. Izuku then said, no thanks. Nezu looked Izuku straight in the eyes and said, okay, tell me. Izuku said, as you know, not many people know my true identity. Nezu intrigued to hear what he's going on about. Izuku continued, and even less know about the true nature and what it's called. I think that hypothesis is wrong. Nezu said, what do you mean? Izuku said, well, recently during the Chisaki fight after I took him down I saw, how can I say it, vestiges of 7 shadowy figures. They said that I'm worthy and 8 should pass it down to me. Then there was one that was at the start of them, meaning he was the first, and he said he has the genes of it, will be able to pass it to him. Then they disappeared. Nezu then looked shocked and said, what? Have you tried to use? Izuku said, I have. Nothing happened. How long does it take for one for all to be able to fuse with your body? Nezu said, a few hours. Izuku then said, I see, then that means that my quirk is one for all from the start, but the ability to use and bend lightning at the strength I use it made it a brand new quirk. But instead it's like Shoto's and Shoka's, as they don't have 2 quirks but instead one that can use 2 attributes. Then in my case I can use a lightning quirk and one for all. But that would counter my argument, so more one for all the better, right? It would be easier to fight all for one than right. Nezu said, both the quirk part is true and the last part is true. But when one for all deems a user worthy, it wants the current user to give that person the quirk itself to that user and wants them to be the user and pass it through DNA like hair. In that case but you already had the genes, so they just probably made you the next user with your current DNA of the one for all genes. Quirks work in many ways and we still don't understand them, though it has been 200 years of quirks being part of our lives. Izuku said, I see, that may be true. Nezu said, one for all is a semi-sentient quirk. It possesses a mind of its own, or should I say the users all possess a mind of their own. Izuku said, thank you for clearing my judgment, Principal Nezu. Just don't tell any of those bastards. Nezu said, I wasn't planning on. I find it good that you can trust me. You and I are similar. We both were being treated horribly by humans as I was being constantly tested on. But we still chose to go on the right path. Izuku said, thanks. He then left the door and Nezu thought, so you have a new user, one for all. He's great choice. A good kid as well. Izuku then went back to the dorms and went to the top floor to change his clothes. He saw Momo walking out of her door and met her and said, sorry I didn't come to the dinner. Tell your parents that I had to meet with Nezu about something very important. Momo then said, oh, I will, don't worry. But now you owe me, right, Izuku? Izuku said, yeah. Momo then said, well, I was wondering if we could have a date today. Izuku sighed in relief. Izuku said, yeah, why not? Izuku said, what time? Momo said, now, as she tried to look innocent, and Izuku said, why did I let me owe you? So Izuku then changed his clothes for the date as Momo did as well. Izuku exited his room with a plain white hoodie and blue jeans and waited for Momo, and then eventually after a minute or so of waiting she came out wearing a red t-shirt and blue jeans as well. Izuku said, you know where we're gonna go. It was your idea. Momo responded, I didn't think that far ahead. Izuku said, what do you mean? Well, we could go to an amusement park. Momo said, good idea, let's go. As they walked, Momo asked, how's the progress on your quirk? Izuku said, it's pretty good, I'm almost getting the hang of 50%. They both walked together as they reached the exit as they continued talking about their lives, and Izuku said, do you want to get the train or want me to run us there? Momo said, I think that you running there is the easiest. Izuku said, yeah, hang on. As he picked her up and ran to the amusement park, and as they arrived Izuku put her on her feet. As they paid for the entrance and tickets, Izuku asked, where do you want to go? Momo said, I honestly don't know. I've never been to an amusement park. My parents were always too busy to take me. What about you? Izuku said, me too. Well, they took that beach all the time and always forgot me. Momo said, well, at least we can both go together for our first time. Izuku said, so let's start off somewhere like the mini roller coaster. Momo said, sure. As they walked through the amusement park holding hands, they went to the mini roller coaster. As they got on the ride, Momo was having fun, whereas Izuku remained emotionless as he could run faster at 3%. Izuku then said, where do you want to go? Momo said, what about that pendulum-type ride? Izuku then nodded as they walked to the next one as Izuku still remained expressionless. Izuku said, well, want to go on that tall ride that drops you? Momo said, yes. They went on that one and again Izuku had no emotion to the point he wanted to yawn, whereas Momo was the complete opposite. As they got off, Momo said, that was so fun. Izuku said, yup. Izuku said, hey, wanna play some of those carnival games? Momo said, yeah. As they walked, they found a game where you had to throw a ring on the bottle, and Izuku whispered to Momo, that game is the biggest scam. Izuku then gave the guy $5 and got 5 rings and threw 4 and none of them landed, and Izuku activated his quirk, and when the guy looked away for a second he ran into the booth and dropped his ring on the golden bottle and got a giant stuffed gray teddy bear for Momo. Then he gave it to her and said, I scammed a scammer, feels good. Momo said, thanks Izuku, as she hugged his whilst carrying the stuffed animal. Izuku said, so wanna get something to eat? It's already 4. Momo said, yeah, I'm actually pretty hungry, what should we eat? Izuku then scratched the back of his head and said, I don't know. Maybe we could find something. As they walked around the amusement park, they found a food truck that sells burgers and both of them ate, and Momo said, what do you want to do now? Izuku said, I'm pretty sure that I saw a haunted house, wanna go there? Momo said, sure, why not? As they walked in, there was countless jump scares one after the other, and none of them seems to affect him at all, whereas Momo would occasionally jump into Izuku's arms, and when they exited, Momo said, did you even get scared a bit? Izuku responded, no, not at all, leaving Momo dumbfounded. Izuku said, there's still the biggest roller coaster left. Then Momo said, okay, let's go there. How big do you think it will be? Izuku said, decently sized. And so they went on it, and Izuku still seemed as he could fall asleep on it, whereas Momo was enjoying every second of it. Momo exited the ride and said, that was so fun, right Izuku? As she looked to her side, she saw Izuku yawning, and he looked at her and said, what? Momo said, you thought that ride was boring. Izuku said, to be honest, yes, really boring, but I'm happy that you enjoyed it. I only found it boring as it was just too slow for my liking. Anyway, you want to go on the Ferris wheel now? Momo said, sure. As they went to the Ferris wheel, as they got to the top, they both found the view amazing, and Izuku said, now, this is a good ride. Huh, Momo? Momo said, yeah, it looks really nice from up here. Izuku said, but I see something much better. Momo blushed and said, stop it, we're in public. Izuku said, can't I say that to my beautiful girlfriend? Momo blushed and said, stop, it's embarrassing. Izuku then kissed her, which she melted into, and then after a few seconds Izuku pulled back as the ride was 75% done and soon it reached the bottom. Izuku said, well, that was fun, we should get back dorms, right? It's been a long day. Momo nodded, and so they exited the park, and upon exiting Momo remembered and said, oh, I still have homework left. Izuku responded and said, so let's go to UA now. Momo agreed and said, yeah. Izuku activated his quirk and then picked her up, and they both went to UA. As they got there, Izuku changed and knocked on Momo's door, and she said, come in. Izuku then walked in to see Momo about to start her homework as she was grabbing her bag and putting it by her bed and sat on the side of her bed, and Izuku said, can I sit here? I have nothing to do right now. Momo said, yeah, sure. By the way, if I get any trouble with a question, could you help me please? Izuku said, sure. As Izuku sat with his back on the headboard, started to scroll on his phone. Momo then opened her bag to turn red in an instant and said, I'm gonna kill her when I see her again. As she looked at a box in her bag. Flashback to Momo's house one day ago. Mr. Yaoyorozu, as he looked at Momo and said, why didn't Izuku come? Momo responded and said, he had an errand that he had to do and he said it was very important. Mr. Yaoyorozu said, I see. Well, I better get back to work now. As he got up from the sofa and walked out of the room, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, did you guys have fun in the sheets yet? Momo turned red and said, mother. Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, so you did? Momo, turning into a tomato, said, no, not yet. Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, oh, I see. Well, when you do use this. As she showed her a box of if you know, and then Momo turned even more red. Mrs. Yaoyorozu then said, here, as she tries to give it to Momo, but then Momo ran out of the room with her hands on her face. Time skipped to when Momo was about to leave. Momo looked at her mom touching her bag and said, hey, Mom, what are you doing with my bag? Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, oh, it was unzipped, so I fixed it. As she smiled, Momo responded, okay, thanks I guess. Back to the present. Izuku said, what's in your bag? Why? And who are you gonna kill? Momo said, don't look in my bag. Izuku then tried to look in it but was met with a slap. Izuku then started to rub his face and said, oh, why? Momo said, don't look in my bag. Momo then started her homework, and after half an hour or so she finished it, and Izuku said, hey, what was in your bag? Momo blushed and said, nothing. It's just embarrassing. Izuku said, okay then. Hey, I was meaning to tell you something, it's about my quirk. It's changing. Momo responded, what do you mean? Izuku said, well, One for All transferred what looked like its inheritors to me through genes somehow. It caused they said that I'm worthy somehow. Momo said, that's not possible. Izuku responded, we haven't learned the full capabilities of quirks yet, so you can't say that. You're the second I told. Momo then asked, so that was the important errand? Izuku nodded and said, but my quirk has always been one for all I think, but it mutated with a lightning quirk that I was gonna get, making one for all itself faster and stronger, also the ability to control lightning as well. You'll also like. Momo said, I see. Izuku said, we can't go out as much now. When Izuku said that, Momo looked sad but was mad at Izuku for saying it without reason, and Izuku continued, because I don't want the League of Villains after you, cause I care about you. No, I love you. I can't lose anything that is important to me. I won't let the League take anything from me. You are the most important thing for me, Momo. You make me want to get up in the morning and get stronger. Just please understand where I'm coming from. Momo then looked at him with sad face, with sadness and sorrow in her eyes, and tears rolled down her cheeks, and said, well, future number one will need a strong woman by his side. Momo woke up on her bed seeing Izuku quietly snoring as she looked at his face and saw his PP and blushed, remembering what happened yesterday. As she curled herself in a ball and thought what happened, Izuku also woke up and said, hey, Mo. As Izuku had realized what happened as he looked at Momo and grabbed a blanket and gave it to Momo, and she took it and said, thanks, Izuku. Izuku then found his boxers and shorts and put them on and said, oh okay, I'm done changing. Momo responded, almost. Done, you can look now. As they both looked at each other, they blushed and averted their gaze as Izuku started to scratch his head and said, so how are you, Momo? Momo responded, I am fine, thanks for asking. Izuku said, okay, I'm gonna leave now and take a shower. Momo said, yeah, me too. Momo then looked at his chest and unconsciously bit her lip and thought, we already did it, but why do I feel like I want more? As Izuku left, he thought, man, that was so effing awkward and embarrassing. Izuku and Momo took their showers and Izuku left to get some Sunday training, and when he was finished he went to eat breakfast after. After that, the day continued as normal as Izuku continued to practice 50% and is about to master it by pushing his limits. As it was 3 p.m. Aizawa came to Izuku and said, Eri wanted to meet you and say the new to you. Izuku said, where will I meet her? And when? Aizawa said, the hospital, I'll come with you. I told her at 4 as Izuku nodded and said, okay, sensei, I'll go get changed. Aizawa then left, and as he walked away he said, meet me at the UA entrance at 3:30. Izuku then said, sure. As he sped off, time skipped to the hospital. As Izuku exited the car with Aizawa, he saw Mirio and said, dapped him up and said, hey, man, I didn't know Eri also wanted to meet you. How are you? Mirio responds, I also didn't know about you too. I'm doing great. You? Izuku said, really good. Aizawa said, now if you're done greeting each other, let's go to Eri's room. Izuku and Mirio nodded and walked behind Aizawa. As they walked to the room, they told the doctors that they'll be meeting Eri, and the nurse asked the doctor, is that all right? We were told to keep anything that could trigger her memories of the incident away from her. We were worried about a rampage. The doctor then answered the nurse's question. However, that's not much of a concern at this point given the child's current energy level. The probability of another rampage is practically zero. Plus, Eraserhead can also cancel her quirk as well before it goes berserk. As they entered the room, they saw Eri sitting on her bed, and Izuku said, hi, Eri. Eri then said, hello, in a quiet and soft voice. Izuku said, we're sorry we couldn't come earlier to meet you, but no, we are here. Mirio then said, hey, Eri, we got you an assortment of fruits. If you like them, you can eat as many as you like. Mirio then asked, hey, can I try to guess your favorite fruit? I guess it's peaches, isn't it? You're kinda picky after all. Eri then held the basket observing it and responded, it's apples. Izuku asked, how are your arms? Eri looked at them and said, this whole time, when I had my fever, I wanted to thank you guys properly. Raiko. Yeah, it's Raiko. My arms don't have scars because you healed them, I remember. Thank you. Izuku said, hey, it's no biggie. Eri then ate a few apple slices and said, everyone got hurt and some badly because of me. You too, Raiko-sen, you got touched by Overhaul and almost. Izuku cut in and tried to cheer her up and said, hey, it's fine, I'm still here, aren't I? And all heroes get hurt to save people, it's fine, beside you're safe, that's all that matters. Eri then had tears welled up in her eyes and said, I'm sorry you all had to experience such painful things all because of me. Lemillion-sen, you also almost lost your quirk because of me. Mirio put his hand on Eri's head and said, Eri-chan, nobody thinks you caused those painful things to them. Everyone's thinking something more like this. It's great that Eri-chan is safe. It's no use apologizing to people that aren't there. Let's take it easy. Everyone fought because they wanted to see your smiling face. So then Mirio took his hand off her head and Eri tried to smile and even tried to bend her cheeks into a smile as Mirio and Izuku were wondering what she was doing, and Eri asked, I'm sorry. How do you smile again? Izuku was shook to the core and thought, Overhaul, he already lost his hands to the League of Villains. I should have also given him some brain damage as well. As Izuku thought as he remembered overhearing the doctors say that there is a low chance for Eri to rampage, so Izuku thought for a way to make her smile and asked Aizawa, hey, sensei, can't Eri go out for even a single day? Aizawa looked at Izuku and thought, maybe we can take her to the cultural festival. Aizawa then said, it's probably not impossible. I can call Nezu, we can take her to the UA Cultural Festival. Izuku asked, what is that? Aizawa then said, I still have to tell the class, so I'll tell you tomorrow. Iri in question said, Cultural Festival. Mirio then looking pumped up said, that's a great idea, Eraser. Iri-chan, there's this thing called a cultural festival. It's a festival put by our school. The students set up events and foods for other students to enjoy. And apples. They'll probably have candy apples. Iri asked, candy apples? Mirio answered her question. It's an apple that's sweetened to the point of becoming a candy. Iri started to drool at the thought of it and said, sweeten. Aizawa whipped out his phone as he scrolled through his contacts and said, let's talk it over with the principal. Izuku then asked, well, Iri-chan, what do you think? Iri said, well, I've been thinking, ever since I've been saved, about the people who saved me. Raiko-san, Lemillion-san, and everyone else. I want to get to know them more. Mirio was more than excited as he said, I'll tell you about us until you can't take it anymore. Let's start working to get the go-ahead from the principal. As it was Monday, Izuku entered the class expecting nothing out of the ordinary. As he walked through the door, he heard Mina say, look, Luke, look over here. As she stretched a bit, she started to breakdance to her classmates' amazement. Mina, as she spun with one hand as she was upside down, said, breakdance. Aoyama with his hand on his chin said, dancing is her hobby, huh? Then Minda with a sick, twisted, perverted face said, if her skirt slips off, her panties might, too. Can we get Uraraka, Izumi, Tsuyu, Momo? As he said that, Izuku said, shut the F up before you end up as a eunuch. Minda then fell to the ground as rivers of tears came to the ground as he was holding his crotch area. All the girls then laughed at Minda and said to Momo, definitely a keeper, if he can scare Minda that much. As everyone started to settle in and Izuku fell asleep at his desk as usual. The next day in class, Aizawa stood up as the class started and in the most lazy voice he said, we have a cultural festival. The whole class erupted in cheers and yelled, so school-like. As they forgot Izuku was asleep and Izuku said, what the F? Then Izuku said, hey, Momo, can you make me some earplugs? Momo said, sorry, don't know how to. Izuku said, well, F. Aizawa, have fun with these effing children and buy some earplugs, do you want some too? Aizawa said, really? Problem child. You're already my favorite student cause you know the importance of sleep, but that is too much. But here, take my money and buy it for me. As Izuku grabbed the cash, he was at the door and said, you probably shouldn't say favorite in front of them, by the way. As Izuku left, Aizawa waited as it felt like hell as the class screamed with joy, and a few minutes later Izuku walked through the door and Aizawa said, finally you came back. Izuku then tossed him yellow earplugs and Aizawa smiled like a kid that just got some candy, and Izuku got back to his seat and put the earplugs in his ears and said, you guys probably have to choose what we do for the festival, so just stand in my place. Then Ada started to bow down in a 90-degree angle really fast and said something, and Izuku said, can't hear, but okay. As he put his head in the desk, Kirishima stood up and asked, is it okay for us to be so carefree at this point in time? Kaminari looked surprised to what Kirishima was saying and said, Kirishima, you've changed, huh? Kirishima continued, but it's valid, isn't it? Especially during this proliferation of villains period. Aizawa said, that's an excellent point. However, UA doesn't revolve around the hero department. If the athletic festival is sponsored by the hero department, then the culture festival is in the domain of other departments. The level of exposure isn't comparable, but to them it's an exciting festival. Moreover, the truth of the matter is that there's a considerable number of students who are stressed out from the daily activities of the hero department and its new boarding system. Kirishima then said, since you put it that way, I really don't have anything else to say. Aizawa hopped slowly to the corner of the classroom smiling while holding the yellow earplugs and said, that is also why you shouldn't apologize so easily. This year will be different from the past years. Part of the staff will be cut and the culture festival will only occur in school. I've already said we're not the main drivers of this event, but as a rule, each class has to pick up a program. Today we'll be deciding on that. Now time for some much-needed sleep. As Aizawa put in the earplugs and fell asleep, Ada said, please allow me. Class 1 a sub-representative Tenya Ada, to facilitate some progress. First, let us pick some possible themes. Those suggestions, raise your hands. Everyone raised their hands and Ida said, what a fast change in attitude. No, I must keep this class in order. Kaminari said, let's do a maid cafe. Ada responded, maids. A service theme, huh, not bad. Minda said, that's too tame, Kaminari. Now that Hiyori is asleep. A titty bar. Tsuyu then slapped him with her tongue and hung him upside down. Ada said, Uraraka-kun. Uraraka responded, a mochai shop. Kirishima said, arm wrestling completion. Hagakure said, haunted house. Sato said, crepe house. Mina said, dancing. Koda, a petting zoo. Takoyami said, a banquet for students of darkness. Aoyama said, my glitter show. Gyro said, a short play or something. Momo said, I'm gonna erase all the inappropriate ones or unrealistic and ones that I don't really understand, with some of her classmates disagreeing to their choices. Izuku then woke up and stretched and took out the earplugs and said, who the F said local history research presentation. Then someone said, yeah. Another one said, it seems too boring. Ida then had anime tears coming out of his eyes. Then someone said, let's join all the food things. Then some of the class started to argue and the bell rang and Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and said, it was a pointless meeting in the end, Make a decision by tomorrow morning. In the event that you can't decide, we'll have a public lecture. Izuku said, wait, sensei, I have a great idea. Aizawa said, yes, problem child, what is your suggestion? Izuku said, sleeping area. Aizawa smiled and said, I'm in. The class just looked shocked at the relation between the strongest student and the teacher and were shocked to the core. As school ended, the most of the WANA students went to the dorms except for those who have internships. Ida was looking on his laptop. Where can I find some kind of hint? Where's the intern group? And Bakugo, too. Then someone responded, supplementary classes. They said they can't really participate in the discussions, so they'll go along with whatever we decide. And Bakugo's asleep. Ida said, now that I've tried to settle down and rethink it all, regarding what sensei said and about other departments' stress, I think we should make something that would assist them in letting off steam. If that's the case, frankly, I don't think students familiar with lunch rush's cuisine should attempt anything based on food. Shoji said, when you put it that way, I guess you're right. Hagakure said, what if we do something more festival-like? Ada said, like a maid cafe, petting zoo, haunted house. Hagakure said, a petting zoo is unsanitary, isn't it? We need something to let off some steam. How about short play? Mina said, an amateur-level play surely won't add any stress. Kaminari walked to the table and sat down and asked Ida for his laptop and said, what about a dance with something like this? Like a party? Minta and Sato said, when did you get ideas? Kaminari went to the corner and started to cry. Mina said, yes, I can teach you guys. Ida said, I see. Minta said, an amateur with awkward moves mastered the steps in one day. Ashido's instructions are the real deal. Dance is rhythm. In other words, music. The guests need first-rate music. As he pointed to Gyro and she blushed and said, and me what? Hagakure jumped up with joy and said, a live performance with Gyro-chan's instruments. Gyro said, wait a minute. Hagakure said, what for? Gyro said, Ashido, and everyone else, it's not exactly a hobby rooted in heroism, you know. For me it really is just a simple hobby. Honestly, it's not something I could be proud enough about to perform. Kaminari said, so that was it. That thing today. It's so cool that you're so good with instruments. Koda said, Gyro-san, it's a skill that may put a smile on people's faces. I think it's well suited in the work of a hero. Gyro then thought for a moment and said, if I don't do it, after this much commotion, it wouldn't be very rock and roll of me, right? Mina jumped up and said, then Class A's program is a live performance and dance party space. The Hasu police office. A dog in business clothes looking at a computer video said, they're here. The new arrivals. That guy's video submissions. Quick trace the source of his submission. Woof. A man, dogman in a police uniform said, but we come up with nothing every time. The police chief dogman Kenji Tsuragami said, it's fine, just hurry. Moments before in a convenience store, a man held a knife to the cashier and said, my good sir, in high spirits, I trust. Today, I'm conducting a robbery. The cashier in a scared voice said, I've seen you before. You're all over the video sites. The man then said, pardon me, but I don't have time to chat with you. Before the heroes arrive, place the cash in the briefcase. Now, and if you could put the 1,000 yen in stacks of 10, that would be splendid. Pack them in 2 at a time. 2 heroes barged in and got in their fighting stance as one of them got ready to blast using their quirk and the other got in a boxing stance and said, drop your weapon. A person behind the camera who sounded like a female said, this is bad, the heroes have come. Are you okay? Gentle said, ha ha ha. Please settle down, La Brava. I've only been interrupted by 2 heroes and thought, oh sheet, I'm too old for this sheet. Well, as 3 more heroes got ready to jump Gentle and Gentle said, La Brava. La Brava said, I know Gentle. Gentle then made a more serious expression and said, here is a cut. As Gentle exited the store, the background seemed disoriented and the heroes were knocked out and on the ground, and La Brava said, wait, Gentle, you're forgetting the money. Gentle laughed and said, no, La Brava, it's a performance fee. The like of money are not the goal. I wish my name to be etched into history. Yes, it is I, Gentle. As he looked straight at the camera. In the Hasu police department, Kenji was sitting on the chair looking at the computer monitor and asked, is this a joke? Are you serious? Woof. On top of a building, a person of the height of Minta said, our total view count is stagnating, Gentle, even though you were so awesome today, too. I wonder why. Gentle poured tea and said, as suspected, I have to accomplish greater exploits. And exploits equate to conduct. It's a question for the ages, La Brava. I'm searching for it, La Brava, something that will make me even more extraordinary. As he said that, he raised his teapot and the wind was blowing made Gentle miss the cup and spill it on La Brava, but she didn't say sheet cause she looks up to Gentle. All might, brave, crimson riot, between the age of vigilantes and the present day. Individuals known as heroes have shined brightly in our history. The ruler of the legends, all for one. The leader of the Special Abilities Liberation Army, Destro. The uncanny thief, Oji Haruma. Likewise known as villains have carved their name into history. Before the present systems were established, it was an age of chaos where the boundaries between heroes and villain were ambiguous. However, therein lay freedom. Like the Anglaise, pure freedom was alive and well. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. What I deliver to you is a romance of the Wonder Man. Yes, I am Gentle, the gentle criminal. As La Brava was looking at her laptop in admiration, Gentle opened the door and said, La Brava, have you finished uploading? La Brava fell off her chair as she got scared from the one and only. La Brava said, yes, Gentle. The account got deactivated again, so I uploaded everything starting from the first video. Instead of having my morning coffee, I swooned over our debut video. Gentle, again missing the teacup while pouring the tea on his wrist, said, La Brava, you've done great work today. Now then, let us move on. But let me elegantly finish this cup first. I am Gentle, the man who uploads videos of so-called criminal activity. However, I don't simply wait and commit random crime. For example, the convenience store robbery earlier was at JStore, the #1 convenience store of a global business. This store went to great lengths to hide the expiration labels of their plump pudding that was about to expire. Despite evidence that there were misgiving about its sales, nevertheless, the pudding company feigned ignorance and tried to discreetly sidestep the matter. Now you must understand. I hand out punishments to those who don't act gentlemanly. I am the modern chivalrous thief. La Brava said, it's so frustrating, Gentle. Gentle said, what is La Brava? Then she said, the fact that the JStore video hasn't gotten many views. It doesn't have the world's attention even though you're amazing. Gentle said, ha ha ha. You shall not grow to seek outside justifications, La Brava. La Brava then stomped her feet and said, but listen. It's already been 6 years since you've been active as the villain of the social media world. Then suddenly, a video about that Stain guy's life steals our views. Moreover, the reprints weren't even him. Nowadays, when you talk about villains, it's all about the villain alliance. They're so malicious, it's disheartening. Despicable. Gentle said, you are right, La Brava. Extremely violent behavior. Sometimes make one into a spectacle. My style is the opposite. However, it is also a fact that they have momentum. All of the 10,000 plus comments on their videos concern that violent behavior. Meanwhile, look at the comments toward me. However, I will not be discouraged, La Brava. And why? Because the next project will surpass theirs. As La Brava simped for Gentle and said, so cool. Tell me, Gentle, what is the next project? Gentle said, a question for the ages. Exploits are forever. The original place where their rhetoric became what it is now. That is where the next one will be. In the UA dorms, Izuku said. Okay, the guys that didn't have the supplementary classes chose to do something for the other classes to let them cool off, and we have a month to prepare. In a bored voice, Gyro said, first, music. Hagakure said, let's do something groovy. Mina said, one that we can dance to. Gyro said, if that's the case, we should consider 4 on the floor. If we're doing dance music, we really should be turning towards EDM. But everyone's set on playing instruments, right? Has anyone here ever played bass or drums? Izuku said, if there is no one I can learn using my quirk. Bakugo said, I know. I won't let Deku beat me. I'm the best. Zero said, Bakugo, can you play the drums? Bakugo said, F you. Zero said, seems like it's too difficult. As he provoked Bakugo into playing the drums. As he played them, Gyro looked at him in shock and said, perfect. Mina said, amazing. We've got ourselves a talent. Bakugo walked up and said, I ain't doing any of this pointless shit. Gyro pleaded him, but he said, nothing will come of it. People that sicken me don't deserve my courtesy. Izuku said, I guess I will have to learn them. As he sped off and Bakugo just stood there, and Izuku came back 5 minutes later and sat on the drums and started to play it like Bakugo and said, no wonder Bakugo could play it. This is so easy. Everyone looked at him in shock and Gyro said, did you ever play drums? Izuku smiled and said, nope, but I'm better than Bakugo. Bakugo got pissed and said, I'm better than that nerd. Let me be drummer. Izuku said, fine, if you say so. Izuku smiled and nudged Momo and said, my plan worked and this idiot fell for it. Momo chuckled quietly as no one saw her. Bakugo said, the only reason I'm doing this is to show that I'm better than Deku. Everybody in UA, I'll knock you dead with my sound. Izuku said, we'll have to see it to believe it. Gyro said, I'll do my best. In 1 month, just as in a normal school year, there's to be a cultural festival. on top of a building. Gentle had his hand on his chin and said, "The school whose security was just fortified after sustaining an attack. That school which is the symbol of the heroes. If I invade it myself, then I will become the most popular, will I not?" In the dorms, Momo said, "Thanks to my etiquette training as a child, I'm quite familiar with the piano. Would that skill prove useful?" Izuku said, "Momo, you can play the piano." Mina said, "Whoa. Yao Momo on keyboard, then." Gyro said, "Synthesized are essential to club music. Yao Momo, you'll be a huge help." Momo said, "I'll do my best." Gyro said, "Since I'll be doing the bass, we have guitar and vocals left." Ada said, "Well, we just need people to dance, is that it?" Mina said, "We have to add staging. For example, sparklers, streamers, or disco ball. That's essential to creating the atmosphere." Someone said, "So will we be using the gym?" Then Ada said, "Yes, Sensei already made arrangements." Someone said, "Okay, now who's gonna sing?" After some time they chose to make Gyro sing. Gyro said, "We need guitarists." 2 of them. A little while later, Takoyami and Kaminari were chosen to do the guitars. The staging team had Shiro, Shoto, Shoka, Kirishima, Koda, and Izuku. The dance team had Uraraka, Ida, Izumi, Mina, Minta, Tsuyu, Aoyama, Ajiro, Hagakure, Shoji, and Sato. After they decided roles, Izuku went to train. A few days after it was set in, all the groups started to practice while the band started to practice. The dance group were practicing their moves, while the staging group were brainstorming ideas. As they thought for ideas, Izumi was recruited in the staging team as they were short on group members. Izuku was scrolling on HeroTube and accidentally clicked a video of Gentle Criminal announcing his next idea will be a big one. The next day, the staging group said they needed a rope and asked Izuku. On the way, he met Hatsum, who added modifications for Izuku to use long-range and mid-range air shockwave attacks. Izuku activated his quirk and left to the department store and made it within 2 minutes as he went through the UA forest as he bounced tree to tree in an excuse to train, and he got to the street and turned off his quirk and walked. As he was walking, he bumped into some rich people as he was returning from the department store. The man said, "You almost made me lose the aftertaste of the gold tips Imperial." "Well, let's go honey." Izuku said, "Oh, so that house was some sort of coffee shop. Huh, I never knew." The man turned around and said, "Did my ears betray me? Only those who know the name Gold Tips Imperial would have been able to deduce that. So you are the few who know of it. Impressive for one so young." Izuku said, "Oh, thanks, I guess my girlfriend made some for me." Izuku at the same time thought, his voice it sounded like the performance man on HeroTube. He said, "Oh, a high-class friend." Izuku said, "Yeah, I'm really luck for her." Izuku said, "Are you that guy with the routine?" Izuku put the bags on the ground and got ready to fight. The man took off his glasses and asked, "And who might you be referring to?" Izuku said, "I saw your video." The man stopped, took off his mask and said, "Le Brava, turn the camera this way." Izuku said, "Leave UA out of this. You might not know who I am, but maybe the name Raiko might make you rethink your decisions." The man said, "Raiko the Thunder Hero. Well, I'll show them how weak he is." Gentle said, "Le Brava, change of plans. From now on, no matter what happens, don't stop filming." Le Brava said, "Of course, Gentle. Wait, you're gonna fight here? Is that really a good idea?" He stopped a bank robbery faster than any hero, 8 minutes faster than All Might. Gentle bowed for the camera and said, "Listeners, it begins now, the romance of the Wonder Man. Watch carefully, for I am the chivalrous thief who will bring salvation, the gentle criminal. Our plans were foiled, and so here we are at our usual predicament. Let's make it short this time. You're watching attempt to enter UA." Izuku said, "You can try," but didn't make a move yet. Izuku said, "I'll defeat you faster than you can activate your quirk." Izuku went straight to 50% and ignored the stinging and jumped straight at Gentle, who was blinking, and he opened his eyes to see Izuku right in front of him and tried to activate his quirk, but Izuku dropped his percentage on only his arm to 10 and percent punched in his jaw as Izuku to make him spit out a tooth and blood, and Izuku said, "I held back this time with 10%, so surrender." La Brava ran in front and said, "Stop, you're gonna hurt him." Izuku appeared beside her and knocked her out. Izuku said, "You're both under arrest for attempt for trespassing, multiple occasions of robbery, and using your quirk in public." Gentle said, "How can a human be this powerful?" Izuku said, "Hard work." Izuku then knocked out Gentle. Izuku then grabbed both criminals in his bags and camera and went straight to Nezu's office and dropped both criminals in front, and Izuku said, "These guys were trying to trespass, they were trying to make a video of it." Nezu jumped out of his chair seeing Izuku drop 2 criminals in his office, and Nezu said, "Why were you outside?" Izuku said, "I had to get some sheet for our thing." Nezu said, "Oh, well, I'll call the police. I'll tell Raiko took care of them. Do you have any evidence?" Izuku said, "Camera," as he handed him the camera. Nezu said, "Well, enjoy the festival. Did you get anything else on One for All?" Izuku said, "No, sorry." Nezu said, "Also, call Aizawa and Hound Dog. They can help the police with them." Izuku said, "Will do." And so he left. In the car, Mirio looked back at Eri and asked, we're almost there. You're excited for Hiyori, right, Eri? Eri said, yeah. At UA, President Mike was on the stage and said, hey Yuo, all our preparations have been brought to us to today. Today, let's do away with formalities and let loose. No matter what year, what department, it's a time for us all to enjoy. Everybody make some noise. Izuku saw Aizawa and he appeared beside him and said, Nezu is calling you and Hound Dog. Izuku said, here I got the rope. Oh hey Mirio. Hi Eri, how are you feeling? Eri said, I'm good. A little while later, the gym was jam-packed with crowds and were waiting on one to start. The crowd was anxious to see Class 1 performance. Kaminari said, that crowd's been excited all morning. Bakugo said, they're excited for us, idiot. Izuku stood beside Shoka and Shoto and said, you guys ready? They both nodded as they both remained expressionless as normal. The curtain started to open and people started to cheer in anticipation. Bakugo screamed, let's effing go. Let's do this sheet. Izuku activated his quirk and as they started Izuku created lightning strike on both ends and people were captivated by the control and he then focused as hard as he could to create letters and it said, welcome to the musical festival. Have fun. Then the music started to play and Gyro said, thanks for coming today. Eri covered her ears as it was loud and Mirio was serious hoping this would make her smile. Zero started to create tape as streamers and the Todorokis created ice and created multiple pathways of ice and Izuku ran up with a chunk of ice and created something like snow. As this happened, Eri was enjoying herself and had finally smiled. Miri noticed it and laughed with tears of joy in his eyes. Then as everyone else was also enjoying themselves. As it ended, cheers erupted all around and then Class 1 got to the front and bowed. As it ended, Hound Dog came up to him and said, you may have stopped those two pranksters, but don't you dare think you took the right course of action. It's true Tot you didn't suffer any injuries and in the end the cultural festival continued. But even if the result was a good one you were out of line. You are a provisionally licensed hero and a student of UA. Izuku said, did you see the video? Hound Dog said, no, why? Aizawa said, Problem Child put him down with one punch. It would take most the teachers a few minutes but he took him down in less than 15 seconds. Hound Dog said, oh, well the festival's still going on so have fun. Izuku said, sure. Izuku then walked off and saw Eri and Mirio and said, hey, guys. Then he realized Eri was smiling and said, oh, my god. Eri, you look so cute. Eri said, that lightning thing was like whoosh. Then the music started, it was loud, but then everybody started to dance and it was like hop hop and then everything became cold and there was snow and it was really fun and cool. Izuku saw Minda carrying ice chunks and said, just give me these, you can't even pick this sheet up, how the hell? Izuku picked it up and brought it to the Todorokis where they used their fire and melted the ice. Minda said, we need to hurry or all the good seats at the beauty contest will be taken. Izuku walked to Momo and said, you didn't enter the beauty contest. Then again you would have won and would give others the chance to win. Momo blushed and said, I didn't know about it. Izuku said, oh really? That's fine, I already knew you would win, Momo. Izuku grabbed her hand and then said, come on. Momo followed Izuku and she asked, where are we going? Izuku said, you'll see. It's a surprise. Izuku activated his quirk and brought her to in the middle of forest and said, we're almost here. Momo said, where is this? Izuku said, okay, close your eyes, don't peek. Momo closed her eyes and then Izuku grabbed her hand and brought her to the area and he said, open your eyes. Momo opened her eyes to see a lake in the middle of the forest completely secluded from society itself and the water was so clean that she could see the ground under the water and Izuku said, come on in. Momo said, I don't have a change of clothes. Izuku said, I already brought them in towels of course. Izuku took off his shirt and changed into shorts and ran into the water and said, come on. Momo looked at Izuku's chest and remembered what they did on the sheets and blushed and looked away. Momo then changed and ran to Izuku and then Izuku splashed water at Momo and she then splashed back and Momo asked, how did you find this? Izuku said, well, you know how I go for training in the morning and usually I go to forests where I can bounce tree to practice my landings and everything. I found this. Momo said, wow. Izuku grabbed Momo's hand and picked her up bridal style and threw her in the water and Izuku laughed at her and Momo created a water gun with her quirk and stared to spray water at Izuku. Izuku laughed and said, hey, stop, that's unfair. Momo continued to use the water gun and Izuku ran at her and picked her up and said, I got you. I'm gonna throw you so far. Momo then threw the water gun away and hung on to Izuku for dear life and said, no, don't. Izuku laughed and said, bye. So he threw me into the water and Momo got up and laughed and ran at Izuku and jumped on him and Izuku was off balance but was still standing as Momo's legs wrapped around his waist. Izuku was carrying her and looked into her eyes and smiled and she also smiled back and said, Izuku, people might be here. Izuku said, this is the middle of the woods, there's no path here, no one will come. So they leaned their heads closer and kissed for a few seconds. It was nearing the end of November. Izuku managed 55% of 1 for lightning and he can move at the speed 4000 kph or 2485 miles per hour. but hasn't learned anything about one for all. Izuku saw Aizawa standing beside a couch and Eri was sitting on it, and Mirio jumped from behind it and Aizawa said, Yue has been entrusted with her care. Izuku said, I didn't think I'd be able to see you again so soon. How did this development come to be? Momo ran up to the couch, said, Hi, Eri-chan. Eri said, It's nice to meet you again. Suyu said, You remind me of my sister. Izumi said, Hello, Eri, how are you doing? Uraraka said, Ooh, it's Eri-chan. Aizawa said, It's not like she could stay in the hospital forever, after all. They told the students that had work studies to come outside, and Momo said, So Eri was abandoned by her parents. Mirio said, And it seems like the boss of the 8 precepts, who is blood-related, will be unconscious for a long while. She's got nowhere to go. You may have heard this from Sensei already, but her horn is where she emits her quirk from. Izuku said, But I heard that since it shrunk it should be fine now, right? Mirio said, Though it's only a little bit, it started to grow again. Aizawa said, We took her here in case her quirk activates, and Yue was designed her special caretaker. There's an open room in the teacher's dormitory where she can be kept under our supervision. And while we watch over her, we're looking for a solution to that uncontrollable great power she has. There are a number of things we need to verify. It'll take some time. Suyu said, It looks like you've got it tough, Aizawa-sensei. In the dorms, Takoyami sneezed and Uraraka asked, Do you have a cold? Are you okay? Takoyami said, No, I'm fine as ever, until my mucous membranes decide to give up on me. Kaminari said, Is it true what they're saying? You're starting to have fans, just like Yaoyorozu and the great Raiko. Momo said, Don't make fun of him. It's something to be thankful for. Izuku said, Kaminari, shut the F up before I'll make you have even smoother brain, though it already is. Uraraka said, But you do have quite a few, don't you, Takoyami? But Hiyori is on another level. After all, you both had an internship with Hawks, right? Takoyami said, Doubt it. That was over before I knew it. Ada said, They've arrived, everyone. Let's go meet them. Someone said, with glittering eyes, Rock on. And then someone said, with cat paws, We're here to help. Someone else said, Out of nowhere we appear. After that someone said, Cutely, catly, we string. Then all together they said, The wild, wild pussycats. All of class 1 said, Pussycats. It's been so long. Pixie Bob said, You all look well, kittens. Gyro said, We've been good over here. Mina and Uraraka were celebrating that they got beef buns. Izuku saw Kauta and said, Hey, Kauta, how are you? Mandalay said, Hey, Hiyori, look. Izuku looked and saw many red shoes and said, Hey man, glad you like it. Kauta said, Hey, stop. Mandalay said, He picked out himself. He said that they had to be red. Kauta said, That's not. Izuku laughed and said, Really, that's awesome. We're matching. Sato asked, But what brings you all back to UA? Pixie Bob said, We wanted to stop by and let people know about our comeback. Mina said, Comeback. Congratulations. Momo asked, Then why did you decide to make a comeback? Mandalay said, They're about to be presented, but it's because of the second half Japanese Billboard charts. We were in 411th place. The Japanese Hero Billboard charts. By factoring in one's number of resolved incidents, contributions to society, and public approval rate, every year, twice a year, they present a ranking of all active heroes. Those who sit at the top have their names renowned. Those are the heroes who bring smiles and peace to people. Izuku said, Last time they were 32nd. Kirishima said, I see. It's because you guys dropped so much. Fight on. Ragdoll said, No, that's not it. In fact, it's surprising we were able to stay in the 3 digits even though we'd done absolutely nothing. Tiger said, It was our approval ratings that allowed us to be where we were. There are people out there waiting for us. Ragdoll said, We couldn't just keep standing still. Kirishima said, That's the reason. So manly, wild, wild pussycats. Majiro said, Billboards, huh? Mina said, Now that you mention it, they still haven't presented the ones for the second half yet, huh? Sato said, Lots of stuff has happened, after all. Billboard charts without All Might, huh? Mina said, Who know what'll happen? I'm looking forward to it. Izuku thought, maybe I should accept the Hero Association's offer. A world without the symbol of peace, huh? A new symbol is needed. Japan will fall into chaos if there isn't one to look up to. What should I do? I should try to negotiate with them. I still need to be able to go to school. I should get a suggestion from someone I trust, and Nezu, since he knows the real secret of One for All. Izuku said, Hey, Momo, can I talk to you? Momo said, Yeah, why? Izuku said, Come on. Momo followed him and Izuku took her into his room and told her to sit down and said, Okay, I don't know what to choose, so I need your help with my decision. It's a life-altering choice. I'm sorry if it's too much to bear. Izuku took a breath and said, The Hero Association wants me to skip school and become a hero by the end of the year. Momo said, No way. Why? Izuku said, I'm not really sure. Well, maybe without a symbol of peace they want to get me ready to take its place, as they've probably been told of my potential or even seen it. Momo said, So we'll only have this last half of school together. What about the rest of your schooling? Moreover, what if you get hurt? As tears rolled down her cheeks, Izuku sat down beside her and wiped her cheeks and pecked her. Izuku said, "You know me, I won't ever get hurt. I'll ask Nezu about it. I'll stop the league and we can finally get rid of the dorm system and live in a nice house together." Momo looked at him and smiled and said, "Since when were you the optimist?" Izuku said, "I guess now." Izuku said, "So what do you think?" Momo said, "Well, whatever you pick I'll be fine with, but moving in together does sound nice." Izuku said, Okay. Don't say it like that." Momo said, "Okay." Izuku her hugged and said, "Thanks for helping me come to a decision." Izuku said, "Well, I need to talk to Nezu as well. Can you let me go?" Momo said, Oh. Izuku then left. In the office, Izuku walked into the office seeing only Nezu's light on and knocked on the door, and Nezu asked, "Who is it?" Izuku said, "Izuku." Nezu said, "Oh, come in." Izuku entered the door Nezu and said, "Is it anything about it?" Izuku said, "No, it's something else." Nezu said, "Sit down." Izuku said, "The Hero Association contacted me. They want me to skip school and become a full-time hero." Nezu spit out his tea and said, "When?" Izuku said, "By the end of the year." Nezu said, "Sorry if I sound rude, but you're just a first year. Though you may have strength surpassing All Might, you still need an education." Nezu started typing on his computer and said, Your grades." Izuku said, "What about it? I just normally sleep in class. Are they low?" Nezu said, "You what?" Izuku said, "Shouldn't have said that." "Sleep." Nezu said, "You sleep. Why did I let Aizawa have you in his class? Does he tell you to sleep?" Izuku said, "Aizawa. No, he doesn't care, I just sleep." Nezu said, "I see." Izuku said, "Were you shocked about my grades?" Nezu turned the monitor around and Izuku said, 100%. On everything. Nezu said, "I do have a way to make you finish school faster, but it will be hard. You also won't be with your classmates. Only for academical stuff, not the hero training." Izuku said, "Oh, what is it?" Nezu said, "You will become my personal student." Izuku said, "What?" Nezu said, "I only take the smartest kids. Sadly, there weren't any with a IQ quirk." "Were you always this smart?" Izuku said, "I was always the smartest in the class before my quirk, but my grades were deducted though. But after my quirk activated, I became smarter, and I suppose that my quirk had boosted my thinking capabilities, but I forgot to list it in the registry." Nezu said, "Tell me your old school, I need to blow it up." "Pretend you didn't hear that. I have to talk with Aizawa about transferring you. Is it fine if I call him now? Beside, we also need the student's consent to transfer the academic teaching to me." Izuku said, "Why not? Faster the better." Nezu said, "Okay." Nezu took out his phone and dialed Aizawa as fast as he could with joy of hoping he gets a new personal student. Nezu heard the dial end and Aizawa said, "Hello, what do you want, principal?" Nezu said, "Personal student." Aizawa said, He's on to him. Now my favorite student. Anyone but him." Nezu said, "Who?" Aizawa said, "Please." Nezu said, "I just remembered what happened on June 2nd a few years back. I also made a video, taped it. It would be a shame it got into the public's hand." Aizawa said, "You and your blackmailing. Fine, I'll come over to your office that's made up of deception, lies, and blackmailing. Effing stupid ass rodent mother effer." Nezu said, "I prefer Rat Satan God Destroyer Lord Nezu." Izuku thought, "Why did I agree to this sheet? I fed up. What if he blackmails me? Oh, sheet, why does this happen to me?" Aizawa walked in and said, "Problem child. I'll miss you." Izuku said, "Mita-sensei. You are a great teacher who knew the importance of sleep. I wish you well with those kids." Aizawa said, "You were the main reason why the class was quiet enough to sleep in. You were the greatest student that I personally had, to be completely honest." Aizawa then started to write on the transfer form and filled it out, and Nezu smiled internally and thought, Yes, excellent. I will finally get my hands on a genius student. I will teach him many evil tricks and teach him to manipulate humans to his will. This will be perfect." Izuku looked at Nezu to see a wicked grin from the principal as he wondered what deep sheet he will get himself in. Aizawa signed the form and said, "Izuku, don't drink the tea he gives you. I've seen it change the brightest students to those demons. I still have nightmares." Nezu said, "He's just scaring you, don't worry." Personal student. Izuku looked at Nezu and said, "So I'll have you teach me everything except hero training." Nezu nodded. Izuku said, "I won't have extra classes, right?" Nezu eagerly nodded. Izuku asked, "Okay, I'll leave." Nezu nodded again with excitement for the first class. Izuku went back to the dorms to see the top 10. The announcer said, "It's the first Billboard chart since Camino. Who knows what big things are in store for us tonight? Up until now, we haven't had heroes take the stage for their rankings. But this time, please watch." The announcer said, "No. She's dropped one rank since last time. The dragon hero, Ryukyu." Next, the announcer said, "Number 9, another person who's dipped in rank, but strong as ever. The armored hero, Yoromusha." The announcer said, "Number 8 from the famous So Clean, So Smoother commercials. The laundry hero, Wash." After that, the announcer said, "Number 7, a great leap forward. A man whose growth has no end in sight. A man with great expectations. Kamui Woods. Next, number 6. The man of the orthodox school holds steady in his rank. The shield hero, Crust. Then the announcer said, "We're getting in the top 5 now." Number 5. The bunny with an unyielding spirit ranks up. The rabbit hero, Maruko. The announcer said, Number 4. The mysterious ninja with the skyrocketing number of solved cases and approval rating. The ninja hero, Edshot. The announcer said, this time, all of the heroes who were involved with Kamino saw their ratings increase across the board. And in that vein, this man, despite putting a pause on his activities, he's still number 3. With the top overall rating, the fiber hero, best genist. Everyone is waiting for him to return as soon as possible. Then the announcer said, and 0-2 at his pace, but still doing it fierily, with great vigor. And number 2, the winged hero, Hawks. The announcer said, and finally, today, the tentatively top-ranked hero makes it real. A man who has had a long road to reach the top. The flame hero, Endeavor. As they announced the results, all 10 heroes stood side by side. They gave their thanks and comments one by one, and Hawks, being the man he is, gives Endeavor the microphone and says, now then, the stage is yours, Mr. Number 1 with a lower approval rating than me. Izuku was watching the whole thing on his phone and laughed and thought, I should call him after it's finished. As it finished, Izuku called Hawks and congratulated him, and Izuku said, dude, when you just openly dissed Endeavor, that cracked me up. Oh, by the way, you might not hold the youngest in the top 10 record by next year. Hawks said, what? Izuku said, the Hero Association called me and asked me to finish this year of school and become a hero. Hawks was dumbfounded and said, that's great to hear, but not my record. Izuku said, sucks to suck, nerd. I'm joking, didn't mean to hurt your feelings, just wanted to let you know that I'm coming for your record. Okay, bye. The next day, Izuku woke up and got ready for class and remembered that he had class with Nezu. As he entered his now old classroom, he waited for everyone to come to class and said, guys. Everyone looked up. Izuku said, I'm going to have Nezu as my academical teacher from now on, and you guys will only see me in hero training, lunch, and at the dorms, so I'll bid you guys goodbye for now. Ada, have fun being president. Before anyone could respond, Izuku disappeared, and Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and said, I wasn't crying. Oh, on to page number 95. Izuku then went to Nezu's office and said, I'm ready for class, Nezu. Nezu said, great. Tea. Izuku remembered, don't drink that tea. Izuku said, I'm good, thanks for asking. Nezu said, okay, I'll make you drink it one day. One day. Hahaha, sorry. Izuku said, what were you mumbling? Nezu said, no, I was just thinking of what to start with. Izuku said, okay. Nezu said, okay, I'll have you do some tests first to see what level you are at. Izuku said, sure. As they tested Izuku, Nezu looked at the score and said, you can practically skip the first year of school and some of the second, meaning we can complete your school within 1 semester, but be warned, I'm a strict teacher. Izuku said, all right. Nezu said, I'll add a few extra classes as well. Izuku asked, which ones? Nezu said, well, manipulating people. It's very useful. Also, I'll be teaching you how to blackmail as well. Izuku said, so that's what Aizawa meant by he make children literal devils. Well, it may prove useful to me in the long run. Nezu said, good. Very good. Ha. Sorry. Izuku said, you should seriously stop on the maniacal laughter. Nezu said, it's fun, you should try it. Izuku said, no. Nezu said, enough with the talking, let's start class. As they finished the class, Izuku said, Hawks asked me to patrol with him today. Nezu said, all right then, have fun and stay safe. Izuku said, I will, don't worry. Hawks Agency. Izuku made his way to Hawks Agency and met the secretary. And she said, Hawks is upstairs, Raiko. Izuku said, thanks. Have a good day. Izuku went on the elevator and met Hawks and said, well, let's go on patrol number 2. Hawks said, shut up. Don't call me number 2. Izuku said, sorry, had to do it. Hawks said, well, Endeavor will also be with us. I asked if we could do the patrol. Izuku thought, Shoto and Shoka's dad, huh? He never knew what truly was going on. Izuku said, okay, sure. In a warehouse, a man walked up to Inamu and said, last time, I didn't know what to think, but now I've got high hopes for you. High-end. The high-end Namu looked at the man and said, leave to me. Hawks Agency. Izuku suited up and said, good to go, Hawks. Where are we meeting Endeavor? As the two young heroes met the new number 1, they walked on the street as pedestrians watched the trio walk side by side. A man in a trench coat looking hella sus and was about to get voted off as he said, you shitty company. You've put him through hell, but now he will be liberated. Emancipated. Banzai for the emancipation of superpowers. As he took off his trench coat, Izuku said, this isn't gonna be good. Izuku then ran and got to the man, knocked him out and said, he's naked. What the F? As they continued patrol, a dog ran in front of a truck and Hawks said, my turn. He then picked the dog up with his feathers and then gave the dog back to the owner, and at the same time he helped the old lady carry a suitcase. all while he was talking to Endeavor. Izuku said, "Chill man, just do anything at a time." As he said that, Hawk started to take photos with fans and still continued to talk with Endeavor, and Izuku face palmed. Why am I actually more mature than this dude? As they patrolled, they went to a restaurant, and Hawks continued to talk, and Izuku could only watch the number 2 trying to trigger the new number 1. As Hawks continued to talk, Endeavor had to make him shut up, and Hawks said, "Let's talk business." "The rumors, you mean? The modified human Namu. Those devilish puppets of the League of Villains. Dozen of them were being stored in Kamino, which were then captured along with All for One. Ever since then, although the League has been quite active, there have yet to be any confirmed Namu appearances." Hawks said, "Either that was all of them, or there's still more out there, but only Mr. Allfor knows their locations." "What do you think, Izuku?" Izuku said, "Well, I think the League knows. They must more, because they must have a doctor who works under All for One who is able to genetically create these modified humans." Hawks said, "That may be one other theory. It's those 3 that are possibilities." Endeavor said, "You say they're rumors, but give the fact that you've gone as far as to team up with me. That means you must have some sort of proof, I presume." Hawks said, "They're all 100% rumors." Endeavor said, "Get the check. I'm going home." Hawks said, "Hold on just a minute. Just listen to me, all right? Truth is, the Namu sightings haven't just been here. I bet you didn't know that, right? Similar rumors have been popping up throughout the entire country, although not enough to get everyone's attention or write news stories about. However, you do hear about it in wives' gossip, or even grade school kids chatting on the way home." Hawks continued, "The first I heard of it was when I was away on a business trip from one of the locals. At that time, I cooperated with the police, and in order to avoid the spreading chaos, we secretly launched an investigation and we came up dry. It was still bothering me, so I flew around the country and tried doing some investigation of my own. Although they weren't exactly the same, similar rumors were coming up, but in a completely different region. When all was said and done, they were all just baseless rumors, though. It was an abstract theory to say the least, but after Yue, Hasu, and Kamino incidents, everyone and their brother knows about these modified human things and that they are hella creepy as hell. If some dumbass blowhard is trying to spread anxiety to the populace, it's already propagating across this nation. You remember that villain from earlier, right? He was shouting Banzai for the emancipation of superpowers or some shit like that. Right, that's a similar concept. Recently, a reprint of an autobiography written by a criminal from a long time ago has been selling pretty well. More than likely, he was influenced by the autobiography, and I think society will fall under the influence of the book. The more fear there is in the hearts of the public, the more kinda stuff sells those type of ideologies and stuff, and they thrive in desperate times like these." Endeavor asked, "Quit putting on airs already. What the hell are you trying to accomplish here? Tell me what your end game is." Hawks said, "I want you to be the number 1 hero that everybody can rely on. You can verify these rumors that have been enveloping society, and you can tell everyone to rest easy. I want you to puff out your chest and declare it to the world. And I won't do much of anything. I just want to take it easy. Seriously, in an ideal world, I would just leisurely patrol the streets without a worry." Izuku cut in, "Don't you usually do that?" Hawk said, "Yeah. Come back home, sit back with a nice cold one and relax, and would enjoy another peaceful day and play some COD and hit the hay, and that would be the ideal life, you know." Hawks smiled and said, "I want the world to be a place where heroes have more free time than they know what to do with." Endeavor thought of what Hawks said for a short while. But Hawks and Endeavor noticed something, and it was flying at the 3 heroes at breakneck speeds, and Hawks said, "Endeavor." Raiko, the waitress, walked in and said, "I've brought down the check." Izuku yelled, "Get down, miss." A giant black figure broke the window, and Endeavor said, "Hey, Hawk and Kid, evacuate the building." Izuku said, "I got a name, you know." Hawks said, "Roger. Come on, Kid." "HLHLH." The giant figure said, "Which one of you is the strongest?" Izuku then grabbed the waitress as Hawks left after him, and he went to the next floor, and they ran or flew all the way to the bottom and dropped the citizens off and continued to do so for each floor. As the 2 young heroes left, Endeavor said, "Looks like it was more than just a rumor after all. What fortuitous timing on his part. Well, no matter. Either way, I came here prepared for battle." Brilliant scorching fist, jet burn. The giant Namu was sent back by a beam of fire, and Endeavor was floating in the air with the help of his quirk, and he said, "Come. I'll show you what it means to be number 1. Hawks, as he was helping people out of the building, asked, "Endeavor, can you fly?" Endeavor said, "I can only prevent myself from falling." "Keep your guard up. This guy is still moving." Smoke was coming off the Namu, and it said, Did you think you could kill me W with T this kind of fire?" As all the skin that was burnt off started to regrow, Endeavor thought, "Regeneration. As we thought they've got all the strong quirks, as a matter of course. I heard that the one that showed up at UA had as well. That kid killed it though. Same thing with the one that appeared in Hasu. But I didn't see that in the other white Nomas. Are the black ones a special type, then?" If that's the case, this one is special even within the group, because it talks. The Namu asked, "Are you strong?" Endeavor said, "We'll capture it alive and get some information out of it." Brilliant scorching, fist hell spider. Multiple lines of fire came out of Endeavor's fingers, but the Namu dodged it and flew beside Endeavor and grabbed him and pushed him in the building, and from the sheer power Endeavor was pushed to the other side, but luckily only the lower floors were left to evacuate. Endeavor was still trapped by Namu's quirk and was thrashed around the building, and Izuku said, "Hawks, I can't let him die." Hawks said, "Go." Izuku sped off and thought, "I'm at 55% right now. I should be able to defeat this Namu." As Izuku saw Endeavor getting smashed around the building, Izuku predicted where he would be next and ran to Endeavor and caught him and pulled him out of Namu's grasp. Endeavor said, "Don't help me, kid. He's way more powerful than other Namus." Izuku said, "I can't." Izuku took Endeavor to Hawks and said, "Take him to the hospital." Izuku ran back to the Namu and Izuku said, "You asked who was the strongest. That will be me." Izuku ran at it and saw the Namu outstretch his hands as he did before, and Izuku dodged it by running to the side, and Namu said, "Where did he go?" Izuku said, "Right behind you, Beach." Detroit smash. The Namu got hit into the building, and Izuku said, "He should be down for a while then." Namu got up as some of his bones moved from the inside and said, "That power. Must be the strongest." Izuku thought. His body did bend in a way, but he has regeneration like the other Namus. They also have shock absorption, meaning I have to treat them as a punching bag. Time to get a workout in, I guess. Izuku said, "Hey, you dumbass, come and get me." Namu looked at Izuku and said, "Why, you may have powerful attack, but my regeneration eye is stronger." Izuku ran at Namu and dodged another attack from its body, and Izuku saw Hawks fight White Nomus and got distracted for a moment. In that smallest moment, Izuku was grabbed by the Namu, and the Namu jumped from the building and started to fly, and Izuku thought, "I got distracted for a moment, guess I still have stuff to learn." Namu said, "See, can you fly?" Izuku didn't respond. Izuku then thought, "Last time I fought a Namu, it got hurt from my lightning. I need to release a lot of it." Izuku said, "Discharge." A bunch of lightning streaks shot off from Izuku, striking some buildings with lightning and creating scorch marks, but Namu had let go of Izuku and said, "Why, your pesky lightning?" Izuku was free falling and said, "Hawks." Hawks heard him and caught him using his feathers, and Izuku said, "Thanks, Hawks." Izuku said, "Create a platform for me to jump off." Izuku ran at full speed at 55% and jumped on Hawk's feathers, which shredded them, and Izuku thought, "Sorry, Hawks, for destroying your feathers." As he was in the air, he felt him jump higher than he had ever been and thought, "I'll have to use flicks to propel myself and keep myself afloat." Izuku then saw the Namu still flying where he let go of him and was regenerating, and Hawks said, "Where's Endeavor? He's already hurt." Izuku saw Endeavor flying toward the Namu and said, "Stop, Endeavor." Izuku then flicked his fingers and thought, "I have to save him." Namu then ripped his head off and threw it toward Izuku. As the head crossed Endeavor, it created tendrils behind, and it crossed Endeavor, and Izuku yelled, "No!" Izuku saw the Namu rip off its head but was confused of why it would do that, but remembered the regeneration would kick in. But then the Namu threw his head toward Izuku, and coincidentally Endeavor was in the way, and Izuku said, "No!" Izuku thought, "I have to save him. He's Shoto and Shoka's father. I had a bad father, but at least they have a good one in it that if I let him die they might blame me. I need to save him." Izuku saw the black tendrils come out from under the Namu's head and reach out toward Endeavor, but Izuku pushed forward and pushed Endeavor out of the way and got cut in return on his jaw to his neck, and a red liquid was seen by people on TV, bystanders, in return for saving Endeavor, but in all the adrenaline he didn't feel a scratch, and Endeavor saw it happen and was wide-eyed. So was Hawks as he saw it all happen as he evacuated people. Anyway, Momo was watching this occur and saw Izuku go as fast as he could toward Endeavor and hoped for Izuku's safety as she had a silent prayer, but it wasn't fulfilled as she saw red liquid on Izuku's face. Tears rolled down her eyes as she just hoped that Izuku wouldn't get hurt even more, as her classmates tried to comfort her, as well as Aizawa telling her that, "Izuku's the strongest person I know, he'll be fine all right." Momo nodded as she hugged Izuku's hoodie tightly toward her chest. Back to the fight. Izuku landed on a building and asked Endeavor, "Hey, Uncle Inji, are you all right?" Endeavor smiled upon hearing Izuku call him Uncle Inji and said, "Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku. More importantly, are you okay?" Izuku said, "Yeah, I'm fine." "What do you mean?" As he said that, he felt a liquid on his neck and wiped it and said, "Oh." Izuku said, "I'll end that bastard. I could have gotten out of this whole fight unscathed, but you had effing get in the way. You're already hurt." As he said that, the Namu was flying toward Izuku at full speed, and Endeavor started to point behind him, and Izuku said, "What?" Izuku looked behind him, and the Namu was heading at Izuku at full speed, and Izuku waited for it at the edge of the building as it was closing in fast. Izuku jumped and pulled back his arm and said, "Lightning enhancement, Detroit SMASHH." Izuku hit the Namu as hard as he could into the ground, and a crater was formed, and luckily Hawks made everyone evacuate, and now he was just getting Endeavor off the building. Izuku looked at the smoke and saw something charge at him as he saw wind pressures and the smoke blow away, and it was the Namu with an outstretched arm with a tendril coming out of it, and Izuku punched it again for Namu to regrow its arm again, but it was regenerating. Izuku ran at the Namu and made a tendril out of its other arm and tried to stab Izuku. Izuku knew Namu would try to stab him again and dodged the tendril and grabbed it and pulled the Namu with one hand and got ready to punch the Namu, but the Namu started to fly using one of its other quirks. The Namu tried to fly away, but Izuku was holding its arm for dear life, but the Namu ripped of its arm, and Izuku in that moment let go of the arm to make the Namu off balance and make it fly without control and jumped towards it and elbowed it. The Namu fell on the ground, but before it could make another movement, Izuku put his hand on its neck and started to give it a barrage of punches. As the shock absorption wore off, Izuku's attack started to work more efficiently as well, and the Namu slowly stopped moving, and Izuku got up and looked at it briefly and said, "Hawks, what should we do with it?" Hawks flew in and said, "Then I'm pretty sure you killed the Namu, so we could have the police and some heroes take it. We should take Endeavor to the hospital. He looks pretty beat being thrown around the building. He isn't in the red zone. He'll live. Do you need to go to the hospital?" Izuku said, "No, I'm good, but it stings. It's a deep cut. Pretty sure I'm gonna have a scar or something." I'm surprised Endeavor could power through the beating he took, but it made enough time to evacuate everybody before any civilians get hurt. Hawks said, "Yeah, alright, let's go." As they were about to leave, a man in all black with black Air Force energy said, "Hold up for just a minute. A lot of things went beyond my expectations." Izuku and Hawks looked up as well as Endeavor, who was barely conscious as the man said, "But well, let's do things in order. It's nice to meet you, I guess." Endeavor looked as he squinted his eyes. "Who?" The man said, "I caught wind that you were here, you see." Endeavor clenched his fist and said, "You are the one who murdered Snatch, or so I hear." "The League of Villains, Dabai." Dabai then stretched his arms out and surrounded the heroes in fire and said, "Snahu, doesn't ring a bell. More importantly, let's have a little chat. Opportunities like this don't come around so often, right, Hawks?" "Anyway," Momo said, "that fire, that isn't Endeavor's. It looks so familiar." "Isn't it Dabai's?" Shoto said, "Dad, please be okay. Back to the fight." Izuku said, "I have 30% of my stamina left. I'll Hawks protect Endeavor. I got this. Take him to the hospital. I'll meet up later when I have to take this guy to the hospital as well." Dabai said, "Hey, give me a break, would you? I just came back here just to bring back the Namu you ruffians destroyed." Hawks took off in the air. A pillar of blue fire was sent at him, but Izuku jumped and grabbed them as he brought the both to ground, put them on the ground as well, and Dabai said, "I'm against one kid from UA and the top two heroes, and when the number one can't hold his own, seems like luck is on my side." Izuku said, "I've defeated a lot of League of Villain members by now, so you guys should know that I can destroy all of you without breaking a sweat." Dabai created a flame on his palm and said, "We'll see about that." As Dabai sent out a wall of flames, a hero jumped from a building and landed in front of the fire. But the rubble, dust, and wind it created blew out the fire, and that hero said, "I saw the news and hopped right over. Looks like things are really heating up here, eh, Endeavor? Hawks, huh? Who's that kid with that nasty cut?" Izuku said, "Come and patrol with Hawks and Endeavor. They said it'll be fun." I wanted to effing 1v1 this beach and show him his place, but knew Miss Number 4 had to effing hop over. Number 4 said, "I was going to say before I rudely got interrupted by a effing kid." Izuku said, "Why the F did you call me a kid? I'll beat the sheet out of you right now." Number 4 said, "Ha, a little delusional kid wants to fight the great Maruko." Izuku said, "What's so great about an effing rabbit wearing a slutty-ass costume? I bet you got 99.9999999% of your votes by simps from your OnlyFans." Hawks said, "Chill, Izuku. Why do you just want to ruin her career? I know you can roast, but man, that was just the next level. Please just don't roast her more. I'm gonna feel bad for letting this massacre occur." Maruko said, "Yeah, you effing useless ass sidekick." "Wait, what? A massacre? Hawks, I'll stomp all over you." Izuku said, "Don't make your OnlyFans with a feet fetish mad for playing around with Hawks." Hawks looked at Izuku and Maruko looked at Izuku, and only one phrase could be felt in the air. "You're dead meat, Izuku." Izuku looked at Dabai and Dabai said, "A little help, Yujiko." All the heroes looked at Dabai as he said something. A black slimy liquid came out of Dabai's mouth and absorbed him into it as Dabai said, "Enji Todoroki. Catch you later, Mr. Number 1 Hero. I'm sure we'll have another chance to talk, but until then, break a leg out there. But don't just kick the bucket yet. I'm really sad that I couldn't see this argument pan out." Maruko rushed at Dabai and said, "How about you talk right now?" and tried to kick Dabai, but it was a waste as there was only black slime left. In addition, the wall of flames had dissipated. Maruko said, "Damn it, he's gone. Ugh, this stinks." Izuku said, "It stinks. What, do you have a OnlyFans photo shoot soon, Maruko?" Maruko and Hawks remembered what Izuku said before, and Izuku said, "Hey, guys, we should be looking for clues now. Right, Endeavor. Everyone looked at Endeavor and he stumbled a bit, and Izuku ran to him and caught him before he could fall and said, I'll take him to the hospital, look for clues. Now, a few hours later, Hawks made a blade out of his feathers and held it at a scared neck, and Hawks said, I was hoping we'd get along better than this, Dabai. Hawks looked at Dabai straight in the eyes and said, the plan was for tomorrow, at the factory on the coast, not in the middle of the damn city. Not to mention that Namu. It was on a completely different level from the ones we've seen so far. I'd prefer you'd tell me those things in advance. Isn't communication key? Dabai smiled and said, my bad. I changed my mind, but I forgot to mention this would be a test of the Namu's abilities. So how did you like the abilities of it? Dabai said, but I wasn't the only one who acted outside of the plan. Now was I. You said send some random strong guy, but sending the number one hero doesn't exactly make for a good test. Did that ever occur to you? Hawks said, well hey, it did some serious damage to the number one, you should be happy. I haven't broken my promise. You're the only one who went back on his word. Dabai moved his head away from Hawks's feather sword and said, why exactly did today's events get mixed up a little? As there are no causalities at all. It's cause of that damn kid. He's too damn powerful. Why did you bring him with you? It's hard to believe someone who actually sympathized with our cause and who actually cooperated with us with that fact. Hawks said, I've got to keep up my appearances on my end, and the kid is strong and smart as well. He would have been suspicious if I didn't let him in the Namu rumors. I can't lose all the trust the public has placed on me as a hero. It's a burden though, and a huge pain in the ass. The more confidence everyone has in me, the more trust everyone puts on me, the more valuable information I get, and all that information is beneficial to all you guys. You really are narrow-minded. You should really be looking at the big picture, and everything I do is for the League, but at the same time I have to be very cautious. Hawks put his feather sword and walked away, and as well as Dabai, and then he said, well, I still won't let you meet the boss yet, but don't you worry, I'll be contacting you again, Hawks. Flashback. Hawks stood in front of a bodyguard and well-dressed women, and she said, Hawks, you're to gain the favor of the League of Villains. Hawks said, huh, what do you mean, what are you saying? Weren't you putting together a search team with Gran Torino and co? The bodyguard said, where did you hear about that? We haven't even made an announcement about that yet. Hawks covered his mouth, and the women said, that's exactly why we're asking of you to do this, Hawks. You've got sharp senses. During the attack on Camino, we were in a rush to ensure the safety of people and the capture of All for One. As a result, we lacked enough information, and we misjudged the villain's power. In order to prevent that and exterminate this dark organization, we need you to get as much information as you can get. The bodyguard said, more specifically, pertaining to those modified humans. Are they able to make them with All for One's power alone? We need every last bit of information about the League laid bare, or else we'll simply be repeating past errors. Hawks said, so you're telling me to ignore all of the victims they'll create while I'm trying to butter them up? The bodyguard said, yes, we're asking this of you because we believe you're up to that task. Flashback end. At the hospital, Izuku put Endeavor on the bed, and the doctor said, Hiro-san, don't ignore yourself. That cut seems very deep. It may be near vitals. You need to head to the emergency room with Endeavor. Izuku said, I'm fine, I'll heal myself. Izuku went to the bathroom and cleaned his wound and activated speed healing. The blood disappeared and skin began to regrow, but a scar remained. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror and thought, I have a scar, huh? Looks pretty badass though. Izuku left the bathroom and headed to the ECU and saw Endeavor through a window and saw a doctor exit the room, and Izuku ran up to the doctor and said, Doctor, is Endeavor fine? The doctor said, he appears to be stable and isn't in a vital state, but he has many broken bones, from broken ribs to a broken foot. The doctor looked at Izuku and said, hey, why is there a scar there? Wasn't it bleeding? Izuku said, I healed it. Can I heal Endeavor as well? The doctor said, yes, please. Izuku walked in the operating room, and the doctor followed Izuku, and Izuku activated speed healing. As Izuku finished, Endeavor opened his eyes and held his head and said, where the hell am I? Huh, kid, is that you? You have a scar. Is that because of me? I'm the number one and a kid saved me. Izuku said, Endeavor-san, it's fine, I'm already stronger than you, you're just a placeholder. Endeavor got up and said, why am I not hurt? Izuku said, I healed you. Endeavor thought, this kid is number one material, he can fight and heal. Izuku then had a phone call. It was Momo. He said, I have to take this, sorry. Izuku left the room and said, hey Momo, as he squinted his eyes as he hoped she wouldn't yell at him. Momo said, hey Izuku, I want to talk to, so I was just wondering how fast you could come back home. Izuku said, I'm in Fukuoka. Momo said, I was wondering how fast you could come. Izuku said, I'll leave right away, ma'am. Momo said, good, I'll be waiting for you. Izuku thought, I will get yelled at, man, I feel sorry for my future self. Let's just pray that I won't get choked, stabbed, poisoned, etc. Let's just hope I won't get killed, hopefully. Izuku rushed back to the dorms as soon as he had ended the call and hoped he wouldn't get beached at. As he reached his room and changed his clothes without anyone seeing him, knowing that they would ask questions and ask if he looks okay, Beach, does he look okay to you? He about to get yelled at. Izuku took a few deep breaths and messaged Momo and said, "Are you in your room?" Momo immediately responded, "Yes." Izuku was hyperventilating as he saw a small and immediate response and thought, "What's the worst that can happen?" She seemed pretty calm when she called. She wasn't calm, he just said it to keep himself from freaking out. Izuku left his room and closed the door and opened Momo's door and saw her sitting on her bed with arms crossed and thought, "I am fed up." As he closed the door, Izuku said, "How are you, Momo?" Momo's eye twitched and said, "How are you, Momo? Is that all you can say, you dumbass?" Izuku thought, "Dumbass." Momo sweared, "I'm about to die in 0.02 seconds, God help me." Momo said, "Baka, you almost died. What would I have done if you died? I swear if you die I will bring you back to life and kill you again." Izuku said, "Hey, Momo, calm down please." As Izuku thought, "How do I stop her?" Think, you have a high-ick, use it to save your life. I should tell her I'll do her a favor. No, I won't know what she'll do. As Izuku shuddered with a haunting image of a sadistic Momo with a whip. Momo said, "Is that a scar? You almost died." "Ew, TME." As she started to break into tears, Izuku walked up to her and hugged her and said, "I'm sorry, Momo, but taking risks to save people is part of being a hero. If you tell me to stop doing what I love, I can't be the person who I am. I know you don't want me to get hurt, but I know how you feel." Izuku comforted her as he patted her on the head, and eventually they both went to sleep. As Dabai looked over the ocean, he thought, that was Snatch. It took a lot of time to remember someone that weak. As the fight ended, Izuku was becoming a popular hero between many people as he beat a monster even Endeavor couldn't beat, and many have started to compare him with Prime All Might, and the Hero Association were in celebration that Izuku agreed to leave school early. Endeavor was going to rehabilitation, but with the help of Recovery Girl he was out of the hospital a few days later. Izuku was thanked by Shoto and Shoka for saving their father. Repairs were being held all over the city due to the fight, but thanks to Izuku the damage was kept very low, only to one building and a few parts of the road. As school continued, a heavy truth was set upon Izuku as Nezu told him the true origins of One for All. As Nezu said, "Izuku, it's time for me to tell you the true story of One for All, as you are destined to become the symbol of peace and to fight the symbol of evil." Izuku said, "All for one." Nezu said, "The power you have is unique and you should know its origin. One for All was derived from another powerful quirk, and that power is very old." Izuku said, "Then that other quirk should be All for One." Nezu nodded and continued, "It allows its user to take quirks from others, and the user could keep the quirks for himself or give them to someone else." Izuku asked, "So when did it appear?" Nezu said, "Well, he appeared since the being of when quirks started to show up and before society had figured out how to deal with the newly powered among them, and when the quirks first appeared suddenly it was impossible to say what it meant to be. Normal laws and human rights were highly debated, civilization's progress stalled, society decayed." Izuku said, "That would mean if these superpowers didn't appear, humans would be able to take interstellar holidays at this point." Nezu said, "Yes, that was a possibility back then." So getting back on track, during that chaotic period of change there was one person who managed to rally many people together. He went by the name of his power All for One. He stole quirks from others, and then with his overwhelming abilities he spread his influence across the country. He manipulated people to serve his purposes and committed evil acts with little resistance. In a blink of an eye he became the leader of villains and ruled over Japan. Izuku said, "I've seen many rumors about All for One online. When I was busy fanboying All Might, I was so naive. But isn't that all just made up? It's not mentioned in any of our textbooks." Nezu said, "It's that kind of shady history people would rather ignore anyway. When a person gains true power, they enjoy showing it off to others." Izuku said, "So how does it all tie together then? And what about One for All?" Nezu said, "As I said before, All for One could give quirks to others. Remember, he made people trust him who submit to his will by altering their abilities. And apparently there were many poor souls who couldn't bear the burden of the quirks that were given. They became like mindless living dolls capable of speaking just like the Noah's Ark. Meanwhile, some quirks were evolved as they were passed on, some even combined with other power sets. This evil man had a quirkless younger brother. He was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice that couldn't have been more different and pained the brother to see All for One's deeds, so he kept resisting him. And then All for One transferred a quirk to his sibling, one that would allow him to stockpile power. We don't know if it was a gift he was giving his brother or if he just wanted to force him to submit." Izuku cut in, "Wait, you telling me?" Nezu said, "Yes, even though everyone thought he was quirkless, turns out the brother did have a quirk, though he hadn't realized this to be that case. He had a useless power that only allowed him to pass on quirks, and so the stockpiling ability merged with the younger brother, and that is how One for All came to be." Izuku said, "I see, so now I have to end this fight once and for all, or else this might be the end of Hero Society." Nezu said, "Yes, I'm happy you accepted your fate, but you don't seem worried." Izuku smiled, "I have people who trust in me now. I can't let them down or be scared, or else I would be worrying them." Nezu thought, "One for All, you sure made a great choice, one even the symbol of ass couldn't make. You will finally to end this waging war between good and evil." Izuku said. That means I'll have to train harder because have to uphold this ancient power's legacy. Nezu smiled and said, yes, off you go, don't overwork yourself though. Izuku nodded and closed the door behind him and thought, are you using me one for all or will you help me as well against this titan of evil? As Hawks and Endeavor continued to patrol together, Izuku continued to better himself and become stronger as the week continued, and one day as he walked up the stairs to the 5th floor to his room, Izuku basically fell on his bed as he was drenched, sweat and tired to raise a hand and closed his eyes, not expecting anything to happen to him in his dream. Izuku opened his eyes in an unfamiliar environment and looked around and tried to talk. As he looked to his right, he saw a beautiful woman with a tough-looking face. Her hair was black and it was a lot like his mom's. Then beside her there were people he'd never seen before. Wait, he's seen them before. It was the fight with Chisaki. These people were the previous holders of one for all the vestiges. Izuku tried to walk closer to see what's happening, but he couldn't still talk. He tried to feel why he wasn't able to talk and tried to rip it off, but it didn't work. Izuku thought, there's 2 people behind Asswipe. But I can't see them, they're too far away to see them. The first person cultivates the power, then passes it to the next, and then the other does the same. And through that cycle, the voices seeking salvation and the voices of heroism weave together a crystallization of power. Izuku looked around again and thought, why isn't she here? I see All Might and 2 others after him, but they don't look like her. Then that should mean there are only 8 including me, then there should be 10 in total. Izuku looked in front of him and he saw 2 men with a similar hair color, and one was dressed in business-like clothes whereas the other wore shabby clothes, and the one in the fancy clothes said to the other one, why do you stand against me? Join me in my conquest, my adorable, foolish younger brother. The younger brother said, because everything you're doing is wrong, and I can't possibly forgive you, not a single fiber of your being. The older brother said, what a terrible thing to say. And here I am trying to compromise. Isn't there a tiny bit of open-mindedness in your so-called righteous? Izuku thought, that voice, I could never forget it. I heard it before, during the raid. It's all for one. A younger and older brother, so that means the younger one is the first user. The first user said, the world has fallen into chaos. Superpowers should not be used to fulfill your own selfish desires. You're not thinking of anyone but yourself. All for one said, I could say the exact same of you. Come here. As he motioned his hand toward 2 figures, Izuku thought, are they not aware of my presence? So this might be a recreation of the past then, so it's just a dream, but all this information is true. All for one continued, this man's jaw is transforming. It's slowly being replaced with fangs, it seems. He's rather shy, but he's a kind soul who never fails to look after his aging parents. Even so, he is oppressed by society. He's treated like a monster, or as if he has some contagious disease, and had been separated from his parents. Then he pointed at the other man and said, this man does not have a superpower. And apparently he was attacked one evening by a gang of superpower wielders on his way home from work. Not only was the stun gun he relied on ineffective, but he was rendered completely unable to move by one of the assailants' tentacle-like hair. The first ran toward All for One and said, no, don't do it. Once you do it, there's no turning back. But he stopped as he fell on the ground and started to cough. Izuku tried to reach his arm out but couldn't do anything. The man with the quirk said, please. The quirkless one said, do it. All for one put his hand on each of their heads and they looked as if they've been shocked, and the man with the quirk was now quirkless whereas the other now had his quirk. Then All for One said, from now on, if I'm ever in trouble you'll help me, won't you? The quirkless one said, of course. Dad, Mom, thank you very much. The other man said, I'll never forget what you've done for me. All for One said, what world do you speak of, brother? What do you say? I see people and I put my power to use for their sakes. The first said, coming from you, that's nothing but sophistry. Just now, what you really did was create 2 more servants to do your bidding. All for One said, I need people who owe me debt. That way I know they'll come through when needed. But by denying me, you also deny them of their happiness. I have the power to restore order to this world which has lost its humanity. That said, which one of us is so desperate to force their ego on society here? The younger brother said, you call taking advantage of people's vulnerabilities bring order. You've completely lost count of how many people you've toyed with, used and thrown away, haven't you? As he got ready to strike his older brother, someone jumped and stopped him. All for One said, whoa there, be gentle now. He's quite frail. I've got a bodyguard now. I've become famous after all. The bodyguard said, I won't forgive anyone who insults him. All for One said, you poor thing. How pitiful it is to be born without a superpower. Without power, one cannot even assert their own ideals. Even so, I still love you, my pathetic younger brother. You're my only family after all. The landscape of the dream changed all of a sudden as Izuku was surrounded by buildings. He looked around and saw people fighting, but he didn't see All for One or the first user. One day, the normal of humanity suddenly crumbled away. In that chaotic age, there was one figure who unified people faster than everyone else. But on top of the people fighting, a man in finely dressed clothes landed by them and took their quirks, and he said, I will offer a choice to the powerless and sinners will be forgiven. I will grant that which you wish for. You need to follow me. As he said that, the scene changed, and Izuku thought, that's how One for All got his followers. Manipulation, dishonesty, corruption, all of it's wrong. One for All walked in a city with people making a way for him as they stood to observe their leader. The scene changed, and Izuku saw an empty room with a frail man sitting in the middle of it, and Izuku thought, is that the first? The door opened and One for All asked, you're still not eating? You poor thing. You've gotten so thin. The man said, I refuse to be manipulated by you. As he finished, the first coughed. All for One said, isn't it about time you gave up? I've united people who wielded their powers for petty crimes in my faction. But there was one group that declined my offer. They refused to accept order. They were a very dangerous existence, so they were all killed. But don't get me wrong, I didn't give any orders. My many friends and followers simply translated my thoughts and desire to bring order into actions. I was happy beyond words. I simply think it, and everyone takes action on my behalf. It's the stuff of dreams. A huge devious smile appeared on One for All's face as he said, it's just like the world of that comic we read together on that day way back when. The first said, you only read up to volume 3, but there's more to the story. In that world controlled by the Demon King, the hero of justice never gave up the struggle and fought through all the pain, and in the end he saved everyone. Did you know, brother, villains always lose when all said and done. All for One put his head on the first's head and said, fantasy has become reality. And in reality, things don't go like they do in stories. Izuku could only sit and watch as he saw the first go through a world of pain as he screamed for help, and All for One said, and now, I'll rewrite the reality because you're so dear to me. The first pleaded, stop it. All for One didn't stop and said, I found a superpower that even someone frail and starving like you can handle. Now join me. Black mist started to cover the view, and a familiar voice of the first said, so you are the ninth. As the first said that, Izuku thought, he's talking to me, the ninth? There are 10 users though. The first continued, we are similar, you and I. I wanted to show you a little more, but it seems that you can manage 65% now, which is 130% of One for All originally. We've long passed the point of singularity. But don't worry. Izuku reached for his hand, and the first said, you are not alone. Izuku woke up in a cold sweat with his quirk activated, as lightning coursed through his veins, and Izuku could only wonder what happened. That night Izuku couldn't sleep as Izuku thought of all that happened every time he closed his eyes. Izuku then thought, I have to talk with Nezu. I'll just have to wait for the morning. What to do now? Izuku went for a jog, and the whole memory of the dream replayed, and Izuku remembered what each user he could look like. He was happy he already had a talent to draw. At the dream's end I saw all of the predecessors all holding their hands out to me as if they were telling me that I am always with them. As the first user had said. Nezu said, what? This, One for All is changing. Izuku said, one thing I can vividly remember is how the first said the point of singularity has passed. Does he mean One for All is evolving then? Nezu thought about it for a second and said, perhaps. We can only hope it's strong enough to take down All for One. You said you saw memories of All for One as well. Izuku then told him the dream as well as he could remember and said, I need to figure out what this dream meant for One for All. Izuku then asked Nezu after he thought for a while, hey, Nezu, has anyone else seen vestiges before? Nezu said, I'll ask All Might, but in a non-conspicuous way so he may not get an idea if he or Nana have seen any vestiges, but if he knows nothing of this I'll manipulate him. I'll teach you, don't worry. Then I'll have to ask Gran Torino, he's wise, so that may be an issue. He may know something Nana knew. Izuku said, so that was who that woman was. Izuku then bowed and said, thank you, Nezu-san, I haven't gotten anywhere without. Nezu smiled. Nezu said, you can call me Uncle Nezu if you want. Izuku said, all right. A few days later as Izuku entered Nezu's room, Nezu said, I figured about the dream a bit. Izuku smiled and said, really? That was bugging me for so long I couldn't focus. Nezu said, yes, me too. Nezu said, All Might and Gran Torino told me the same story. Nana and Gran Torino were jumping rooftop to rooftop, and Nana said, this quirk has a ton of stuff packed into it, I'm sure. I want to this and that. I want to become this and that. With power inevitably comes ambition. All of the thoughts and wishes cultivated by the holders have been stored and became a part of that power. That's what I think. Gran Torino said, sounds paranormal. Nana said, it's romantic. Though one may fall midway on the path, you can meet them again within One for All. Life's romance, at its finest. That was all that they said. But she said you can meet the other users through One for All. Izuku said, that's true. So she said, then that stored power within One for All, I was able to meet the previous users. Then I may be able to use that stored power, right, Nezu? Nezu started to think for a while and said, that may be a possibility, and if that happens your chances to defeat All for One will drastically go up. Nezu said, our time is up for today. We have a joint training class with Class 1 and B and Shinso, a student who has a very powerful quirk who's from Class C. This will be an assessment for him to get him to Class 1 or B. Izuku said, okay. Izuku exited out of Nezu's office and Nezu locked the door and followed Izuku as they went around the corner. Aizawa walked out of the break room and said, how's it going, Izuku? Izuku said, Aizawa-sensei. I'm doing well. What about you, sensei? Aizawa said, class was much worse without you. I hate those effing kids. There are a few who aren't a effing pain but effing hate them. Izuku said, I feel bad. Aizawa said, we can talk later. You should warm up. I want you to beat their ass. Those kids are gonna have it for sure. As Aizawa maliciously started to rub his hands and Izuku said, ooh, yes for sure. I feel so bad for you that I will make them beg for mercy. Aizawa said, YEESSSS, YEESSS. That's why you are my favorite student, make them pay. Izuku said, this is going too far, right? Aizawa said, yeah, just hand them their asses, that's about it. Izuku said, yeah, don't you worry about it, Mr. Aizawa. Shinso walked out of the break room and Izuku said, yo, you're Shinso, right? You have a badass quirk. It's so good for being a hero. Shinso scratched the back of his head and said, thanks, Hiyori. Izuku said, see you in the training then. Izuku saw Nezu close the door and said, shall we head there then? Izuku said, sure. I just need to get my costume. How will I be fighting them? Nezu smiled and said, you'll just have to wait. Sorry, lost my composure there, I'm very sorry. Izuku said, you do that all the time. Well, I don't care. Nezu said, I see why Aizawa had you as his favorite student then. I kinda feel guilty. But sucks for him. Izuku grabbed his costume and changed and went to ground beta and saw his old classmates and heard Bakugo yell, I'm gonna destroy all of you guys to smithereens. Izuku said, I'm sure you will, exploding dumbass. Bakugo said, who the F said that? I quote, I'll kill you. Bakugo turned around and saw Izuku as Izuku created lighting around his finger and said, I'm sure you will have your chance, buddy. Bakugo then ran and Aizawa was about to use his capturing scarf. But Izuku said, I'll deal with him. Bakugo said, you think you're better than me, I'll show you. How wrong you are, cocky bastard. As Bakugo ran to Izuku and Izuku activated. 1 for lighting 65%. Izuku ran in front of Bakugo and put his leg out and Bakugo tripped and Izuku said, wow, you got a lot stronger, Bakugo. I'm amazed. In a sarcastic voice, Aizawa sniggered and said, that's enough, Izuku. Bakugo. Aizawa coughed and said, dumbass. Izuku laughed and said, alright, sensei. Izuku met with his other classmates and someone said, got a nice party atmosphere going on here, don't we? As that person finished, everyone looked at the entrance to ground beta. The person continued, you guys aren't looking down on us, are you? Kirishima said, oh, they're here. We aren't looking down on you. We're just excited. Monoma said, haha, I see. But, too bad. The tides are surely in our favor this time. Come Class A, today's the day. Let's settle this rivalry once and for all. Take a look at this survey. It's from the Cultural Festival. Check out which people liked between your live and our high school super quality drama theater performance. And today, A versus B, our first joint combat practice. We will Aizawa captured Monoma with his capture tape and said, much better. Minda asked, what will be the teams, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa looked at Vlad King and asked, hey, Vlad, do you want to explain? Vlad King nodded and said, this time around we have a special guest. Aizawa said, 2 special guests. You probably met the first and the second and try not be stupid in front of him. Vlad King said, he's transferring from the general course to the hero course. This is Hitoshi Shinso, from Class C. Ajiro then said, wait, isn't that Mr. Aizawa's binding cloth? But that mask looks so cool. What does it do? Shinso didn't respond. Aizawa said, go ahead, meet everyone, they're gonna be your classmates. Shinso said, I know I have encountered many of you during the sports festival, but we still won't be acting buddy-buddy just cause we met once and exchanged blows. I'm not some good-natured person trying to be a good sportsman. It's the fact that I got a late start and I've been left in the dust by hundreds of steps by you. I'm sorry, but I'm desperate. I will become a hero and use my quirk to help others. All of you guys here are my obstacles to overcome. I have no intention of making friends. The students clapped slowly as they thought of what Shinso said and Uraraka said, that's quite the glare. Takoyami said, things are getting tense. Monoma said, I like this one. Aizawa said, alright, let's get right down to it then. Vlad King fist pumped and said, combat exercises. This time around it's a battle between Class A versus Class B, then it will be Izuku versus all the students. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Izuku as if their trust was betrayed and Izuku smiled and waved and said, I won't go easy on you. Vlad King continued, the stage will be this section of training field Y. Each side will split up into groups of 4 and you guys will battle it out. A girl in all green looked at a small mushroom girl and said, 4 to a team sounds fun, right Komori? The mushroom girl Komori smiled and said, "Yup, fun." A hairy student from Class B asked, "Including Shinso, there's 43 of us. How are we gonna deal with that odd number?" All Might stood in front of a gigantic door as it opened with midnight and said, "Today, Shinso will be participating in 2 battles with Class B and Izuku won't be fighting until it's the 1 versus 42. Midnight said, "In other words, out of 5 matches, 1 will be a 5 versus 5 and 1 will be 5 versus 4. Hagakure said, "But that means the team with only 4 against 5 will have a clear disadvantage." Izuku said, "Aizawa, can I answer this?" Aizawa nodded. Izuku menacingly smiled and said, "Beach, please." Izuku stopped talking for a few seconds. Izuku continued again. "What was the first effing lecture Aizawa gave you? Or does that invisibility quirk affect your brain?" Beach, "I'ma have to fight 42 people, make it 41 cause your invisible ass brain cells can't do simple math. You just have to make it work. Well, your family didn't cause, your dad said, "I'ma get milk," and disappeared. But you just so stupid you thought he actually left when he had his quirk activated. Hagakure was about to cry and whispered to Aizawa and asked, "Did I go too far?" Aizawa said, "No, that was enough." Vlad King said, "Now, after watching the one-sided embarrassment like you are Hagakure." Izuku said, "Invisible ass brain." Vlad King said, "The setting for this battle is the heroes move to surround the villain group and capture them. Each team will perceive the other as villains. Once either team captures 4 members of the other, it's their victory." Komori said, "They have been saying that villains are becoming more organized after all." Tetsu said, "Nice and simple. I like it." Ada said, "We're supposed to be heroes and yet to our opponents, we're villains. So which is it? What are we?" Momo said, "I think it's fine to consider yourself a hero." Vlad King said, "In each team's side we've installed a wicked cute irredeemable prison. The moment you imprison your opponent in there, they'll be considered captured." The hairy kid said, "That means rendering your opponents unable to fight close to your own base would be the most efficient. But that still won't be easy." Bakugo said, "Once either team captures 4 members of the other team, so that's the handicap." Aizawa said, "Yeah, not only do you have to team up with an inexperienced member, but also even if you're a team of 5, you'll still lose if 4 of you are captured." Bakugo said, "So you're saying Class B has to carry dead weight while fighting?" Ada said, "Cut it out, Bakugo, that isn't a proper way to talk to people and other students." Shinso said, "It's fine, it's all the truth, after all." Aizawa said, "All right then, time to draw lots." As Vlad King and Aizawa grabbed boxes with the letter A and B. Anima, Charge-a-Bolt, Froppy, Red Riot, Shoka vs. Shinso, Dragon Shroud, Jevodin, Tsuburaba, Vine. Can't Stop Twinkling, Creati, Invisible Girl, Tsukuyomi vs. Battle Fist, Comicman, Shemage, Vanta Black, Ingenium, Shoto, Tailman, Tentacle vs. Mudman, Real Steel, Raketti, Spiral, Bakugo, Cellophane, Earphone Jack, Sugarman vs. Jack Mantis, Lizardy, Plamo, Welder, Deku, Grape Juice, Pinky, Uravity vs. Emily, Mines, Phantom Thief, Rule, Shinso, CH89, Joint Training Part 2, Talk, Thought. As the teams were selected, everyone walked up to their teams and Izuku went to Aizawa and they just started to talk and Izuku said, "I didn't drink the tea yet, Aizawa. I'm clean." Aizawa took a sigh of relief and said, "Great, you aren't one of those Nezu devils." Nezu popped out of Aizawa's scarf and said, I'm here. How are you everyone?" Aizawa screamed. Unmanly scream and Izuku just said, "What the F? How in the world did you get in his scarf?" Nezu said, "I have my ways." Izuku said, "Did you hear anything? Like how we explained already." As Izuku thought, if this works, this means the Nezu exploitation of others' lessons paid off. I want to see if he overheard our conversation. Nezu said, "No, I just got here." Izuku said, "How? That's the big question." Nezu said, "I have my ways." Izuku said, "All right. Well, should we begin?" As the first Class A team got ready and Class B team got ready with Shinso, Hiroshima, Tsuyu, Koda, Kaminari, and Shoka got ready for their 5-on-5 as they formulated a plan. Time skip. As the fight had concluded, Class A won 5-1. The next team got ready for the fight and it was a team with Yaoyorozu, Takoyami, Hagakure, Aoyama. Class A and B fought but to no avail. Class A lost 4-0. When Momo exited the training area, Izuku went up to her and said, "Hey, you did your best and you showed great leadership while you were at it. As long as you tried your best, that's fine." Momo smiled and said, "Thanks, you always say the right things." Izuku said, "I know." Izuku then thought in his head, the lessons with Nezu are helping even more. God, I am evil, he made me evil. Then the next match started as Ida, Shoto, Ajiro, and Shoji were in a team. Despite being stacked, they tied. After the roller coaster of a match ended, Bakugo, Zero, Sato, and Gyro were all in a team and they won by a landslide by 4-0. The last match had finally arrived and Izumi, Minta, Uraraka, and Ashido got ready to face 5 from Class B and Class A won 5-0. As Class A celebrated winning against Class B and Izuku asked Aizawa and Vlad King, "Do I have to only use a portion of my strength so it's fair? It's gonna be a 42 versus 1, but still, as absurd as that sound, I think it would be more fair if I only use a portion, right?" Aizawa said, "Yeah, what do you think would be fair?" Izuku said, "I won't use my full power, but I'll see. I'll use the minimum amount of power I need." Aizawa said, "Just don't go overboard, cause Recovery Girl will beat the shit out of us if you hurt too many kids, alright?" Izuku said, "I'll try." Aizawa said, "Just don't do it." Izuku said, "Fine." Goddamn. Aizawa went to the front and said, "Now." Some kids didn't hear Aizawa and Aizawa said, "Hey." Still some students didn't hear Aizawa due to the noise they created when they spoke, and Aizawa said, "Hey, UFS. You guys will fight Izuku. Have fun with that. This will be fun to watch, right Nezu?" Izuku beat the shit out of them. "I don't give a F about Recovery Girl now, they pissed me off." Izuku cracked his knuckles. An ominous aura went over Izuku as his eyes became red and he said, "Will do. Let's see if anyone can eat without a broken bone." Izuku said, "That was a joke."